If one day you were transported to ancient times and became a prince of the Tang Dynasty, what would you choose? Is it about living a life of luxury and indulgence, a carefree and leisurely prince? Or will he be drawn into the political turmoil of the court, vying for power with his father and brothers, and doing everything in his power to ascend the throne? My name is Li Chengqian. By accident, I traveled back in time to the ancient Tang Dynasty and became a prince of noble birth. I thought that in this life, all I had to do was lie low and enjoy wealth and luxury. But I never expected that I would be bound to a mysterious system, and that I could gain a brand new ability every day. Just then, a notification sounded in my mind. Gained ability, levitation. Ability analysis allows the user to levitate, fly slowly, and make objects it touches float. Limitations: consumes mental energy. 1 point of mental energy can sustain a weight of 50 kilograms. I leaned against the headboard, a thoughtful glint in my eyes. Levitation is just the first day's ability. The system randomly selects it every day. What will it be tomorrow? A slight smile played on my lips. With this cheat code, I not only want to play this game of the Tang Dynasty, but I also want to rearrange it according to my own rules. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the hall, mixed with the eunuch's hushed pleas. Your Highness, His Highness the Crown Prince has just retired for the night. Get out of the way! A clear and anxious female voice rang out, and the hall door was suddenly pushed open. A young girl dressed in a pale yellow palace gown rushed in. It was Princess Chanlu Li Lizzie. Her eyes were red-rimmed, clearly from recent crying. Behind her followed Princess Qingyang and Li Mingda, the little girl, who was being led by the hand. The little girl, like a tiny snowball, stumbled and staggered as she ran in. Brother! As soon as Li Lizzie saw me on the bed, tears instantly fell, her voice trembling with sobs. You're finally awake! The imperial physician said you. She stopped mid-sentence when she saw my leg immobilized by a splint, and couldn't finish her sentence. Princess Qingyang clung to the edge of the bed and whispered, Brother, does your leg still hurt? Little Tsitsi tiptoed, reaching out his little hand to touch it but then hesitated, pouting pitifully. Brother, a good snort and it won't hurt anymore. Seeing the worry on my 3 younger sisters' faces, my heart softened. In my past life, I was an only child and had never experienced this kind of concern. But in this cold royal family, they became a rare source of warmth for me. Why are you crying? I gently rubbed Qingyang and Tsitsi's heads, then looked at Li Lizzie and softened my tone. Brother is all right. But your leg? Li Lizzie still looked uneasy. So what if my leg is broken? I smiled faintly. Brother, you now possess great supernatural powers. Great supernatural powers? The 3 girls were stunned at the same time, all looking at me with puzzled expressions. I didn't explain much, but simply turned my gaze to the pastries beside me and gently touched them. The next second, to their astonishment, the plate of pastries slowly rose into the air and hovered steadily in midair. Wow! Qingyang covered her mouth and couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Xixi's eyes widened even more, and she forgot to cry, her little hands reaching forward incessantly. Flying, flying! With a gentle flick of my finger, the 3 pastries fell precisely into their hands. Li Lizzie held the pastries, staring at me blankly. Brother, what kind of magic trick is this? It's not a magic trick, it's a divine magic trick. I pinched Tsitsi's little face and said with a smile. Brother dreamt of traveling to the void and learned some skills from Laozi. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, I'll hang them up in the sky and fly them like kites. Li Lizzie finally stopped crying and smiled, the unease in her eyes slowly fading. The long-lost confidence and protectiveness I exuded completely put her at ease. Brother is the best! Little Tsitsi exclaimed, stuffing pastries into her mouth, her voice muffled with excitement. Then, brother, can Tsitsi fly too? Looking into Xiao Xixi's big, expectant eyes, my heart almost melted. I smiled and nodded. All right, brother will let Tsitsi fly. After saying that, I gently pinched her little face, and with a thought, an invisible force lifted the little girl up. Little Tsitsi felt her body lighten, and her 2 little feet slowly left the ground. She immediately shouted excitedly. Wow! Big sister, second sister, I'm flying! She danced in midair, her laughter clear and crisp, and she floated there like a little dumpling. Princess Qingyang looked up at her with envy in her eyes and quickly grabbed my sleeve. "Brother, I want to fly too," I responded gently, and raised my hand to touch her head. Soon, Qingyang was also lifted up and floated to the side of little Rhinoceros. The two little maids held hands in midair, laughing uncontrollably, instantly enlivening the hall. Li Lizzie, watching this scene, also had a hint of longing in her eyes, but subconsciously clenched her silk handkerchief, forcibly suppressing her emotions. She remembered that Empress Zhangsun, the eldest daughter of Emperor Taizong of Tang, always said that as the eldest sister, she should set an example for her younger sisters and not be too playful. But I could see her restraint, so I smiled and said, "Lizzie, you come too? In your brother's eyes, you'll always be a child." Li Lizzie was slightly taken aback, then felt a warmth in her heart, and finally nodded in agreement. I gently touched her arm, and she was lifted up by an invisible force, her whole body rising lightly into the air. Xiao Cixi and Qingyang immediately waved to her. "Sister, come quickly!" I steadied my mental energy, allowing the three of them to float steadily, and then slowly rose to the same height as myself. Suddenly, I put on a stern face and deliberately shouted, "The big bad wolf is coming to get you!" The two little girls immediately screamed and started thrashing around wildly. They flailed their arms and legs, but only spun around in place, like two little turtles unable to turn over. I couldn't help but laugh out loud, so I simply controlled them to fly forward, while I leisurely chased after them, and laughter echoed throughout the entire hall. Li Lizzie finally let go of her reserve and played around with her two younger sisters, a long-lost smile appearing on her face. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Wang De in the corner chuckling to himself. I knew without a doubt that he was thinking about what had just happened. Just now, Li Shimin was hanging in midair by me, looking utterly pathetic. Now, the three princesses are floating peacefully like fairies. The difference is too obvious. Wang De was probably also thinking to himself, "My protective nature is indeed inherited from Empress Zhangsun." After playing for a while, I felt my mental energy was quite depleted, and I was just about to put them down. But just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall. "Brother, I heard you woke up. Your younger brother has come to see you." As Prince Wei, Li Tai, walked inside, he deliberately raised his voice. "I specially had a pair of sandalwood canes made. They are sturdy and durable. My brother will definitely need them in the future, so please don't refuse them." These words were barbed, clearly using my broken leg as a pretext. Qingyang and Cixi both sensed something was wrong, and Cixi said angrily, "Fourth brother is wicked." Li Lizzie also frowned. I hung suspended in midair, a cold smile playing on my lips. Just then, the palace doors were pushed open, and Li Tai walked in, cane in hand, a fake smile on his face. "Brother, your younger brother has come." Before he could finish speaking, he froze. In the hall, there was no sickly, disheveled prince as he had imagined, only me and the three princesses, all suspended in midair, looking down at him. This scene was both bizarre and shocking, shattering his understanding almost instantly. Thump! Li Tai's legs went weak, and he knelt down on the spot, his cane falling from his hand. He lay sprawled on the ground, his mouth wide open, unable to speak for a long time, his face full of terror. Flying? Is this demonic magic or divine art?" He was completely dumbfounded. He whirled around, looked at the equally limp eunuch, and slapped him hard across the face. "Smack!" The eunuch cried out, clutching his face. Li Tai asked in a trembling voice, "Does it hurt?" The eunuch nodded, tears welling in his eyes. "It hurts!" Li Tai gasped, a chill running down his spine. If it hurt, then it meant this wasn't a dream. With the thought, Chanle, Qingyang, and Jin Yang landed steadily on the gold bricks, while I remained suspended in midair, slowly drifting forward until I stopped directly above Li Tai, who was slumped on the ground, looking down at him from above. Li Tai tilted his head back, his neck stiff, his mouth agape for a long time. I spoke in a light tone, with a hint of mockery. "Qinke, what are you doing? I heard that your brother is all right, but you don't need to be so happy as to perform such a grand ceremony, do you?" After saying that, I glanced at the sandalwood cane on the ground. The cane is nice, but I don't need it now. If you like it, take it. I spoke casually, as if I were talking about something insignificant. Li Tai's Adam's apple bobbed, his finger trembled as he pointed at me, his voice becoming shrill. You're using sorcery? As soon as he finished speaking, little Tsitsi became unhappy, toddling ahead with her short legs, hands on her hips, glaring at him angrily. Fourth brother is bad. Brother is not a sorcerer. CZ scolded in a childish voice. Brother is dreaming of the great void and learned great skills from Grandpa Lousy. You should speak properly. He said this with a righteous indignation. Looking at her adorable yet fierce expression, the coldness in my eyes instantly dissipated. I slowly landed, pulled Tsitsi into my arms, and chuckled as I ruffled her little head. Tsitsi is so cute. The little girl wrapped her arms around my neck, giggling. This scene completely shattered Li Tai's composure. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes bloodshot. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! He didn't believe in any magical arts. In his view, this could only be a hoax. A magic trick! It must be a magic trick! Li Tai roared as he rushed over, grabbing wildly in the air and staring intently at my feet, examining them repeatedly, but he couldn't find a single mechanism or hidden clue. He wasn't giving up, so he ran to the pillars of the palace and looked up, even bringing a stool to reach the ceiling. But he slipped and fell flat on his face with a thud, his brocade robe covered in dust, his jade crown askew, looking utterly disheveled. He ignored the pain, got up, and continued panting as he searched around. I hung in midair, holding Tsitsi in one arm, watching everything coldly, as if it were a farce, neither stopping him nor uttering a word of mockery. I know very well that Li Tai has been pretending to be gentle and harmless in front of Li Chengqian all these years, but in court he has been forming cliques and gradually eroding the power of the crown prince, believing that victory is in his grasp. But in the face of absolute power, these calculations are meaningless. I sneered inwardly. You should taste the bitterness of being driven to the brink by the original owner back then, even if it's just a little bit. Fourth brother, stop looking. Li Lizzie finally couldn't bear to watch any longer and stepped forward to pull him back. We just flew up too, it's true. Her tone was serious, without a trace of joking. Li Tai abruptly shoved her away, screaming hysterically. I don't believe you! You're all ganging up on me! He pointed at me, almost stabbing me in the face. You must be playing a trick! After saying that, he stumbled and rushed out, saying, I'm going to tell Li Chengqian! I'm going to expose you! He was running so fast that he almost fell when he went out, and he didn't even bother to grab his cane. He and the eunuch fled in a sorry state. The hall fell silent again. Li Lizzie stared in the direction he had left, her brows furrowed. Brother, fourth brother, won't something happen to him? Li Tai had indeed seemed like he'd gone mad just now. I held Tsitsi in my arms, looking relaxed. Don't worry, he's fine. Seeing Li Lizzie's puzzled expression, I smiled and gestured to Li Tai's figure. He's easygoing and chubby, lots of meat and can take a lot of weight. Li Lizzie was taken aback, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xingyang and Tsitsi, though they didn't understand, also chuckled, instantly lightening the atmosphere in the hall. After the laughter subsided, Li Lizzie composed herself. When fourth brother goes to see Li Chengqian, he will surely embellish the story. If Li Chengqian blames me. Before she could finish, I interrupted her. Li Chengqian was just here, I said, a slight smile playing on my lips. And he flew even earlier than you all. These words immediately made Li Lizzie's eyes widen. I put Tsitsi down and said softly, I just woke up and am a little tired. Li Lizzie immediately understood and, along with Xingyang and Tsitsi, bowed and took their leave. Tsitsi kept turning back to wave at me, saying, Brother, will you take me flying tomorrow? All right, let's continue tomorrow. I nodded with a smile, watching them leave. The hall returned to silence, leaving only me and a few eunuchs. I flew back to my bed, raising a hand to rub my forehead. Even with the system now, I still worried about whether I could return to the modern world. Not long after, footsteps sounded outside the palace again. The eunuch Zhang Ainen quickly entered the palace, knelt down heavily before the bed, and said in a respectful tone with a hint of awe, This servant greets your highness the crown prince. What is it? I asked calmly, leaning back on the soft pillows. Zhang Anan replied in a low voice. Emperor Li Chengqian has decreed that Your Highness must attend the Grand Court Assembly tomorrow. He hesitated for a moment, then added, There have been quite a few memorials today, all mentioning Your Highness's fall from your horse, and the language is quite harsh. Clearly, the winds in the court have begun to blow. My gaze turned slightly cold. I knew perfectly well that these people were merely trying to use this opportunity to force Li Chengqian to depose the heir apparent. But for me, this was also a perfect opportunity. I understand. Inside the Ganlu Hall, Li Chengqian sat calmly behind his desk, reviewing memorials. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps sounded outside, accompanied by eunuchs trying to stop him. Then, Li Tai burst in, his hair disheveled, his brocade robe covered in dust, looking utterly wretched and panting heavily. Li Chengqian frowned and put down his vermilion brush. Chike, what kind of behavior is this? Li Tai knelt down with a thud, gripping the edge of the table tightly, his eyes filled with terror. Li Chengqian! My elder brother has gone mad! Everyone in the Eastern Palace has gone mad! They were performing magic tricks in the palace, saying they could fly. They were all lying to me. Li Chengqian looked at him quietly, neither angry nor comforting, but simply said, Your elder brother can indeed fly. As soon as he said this, the entire hall fell silent. Li Tai froze, his voice trembling. Li Chengqian? Li Chengqian leaned back in his chair, his tone still calm. I saw it with my own eyes. He dreamed of wandering in the great void and received teachings from Laozi. Those were immortal arts, not magic tricks. These words shattered Li Tai's understanding completely. He had painstakingly cultivated his power over the years, winning over hearts and minds, and maneuvering carefully in the court. But if the crown prince truly possessed immortal magic, how could the throne possibly be his? No. It's impossible. Li Tai slumped to the ground, shaking his head desperately. You're all lying to me. Li Chengqian, you're biased too, making up such a story to protect him. Li Chengqian's eyes suddenly turned cold. Insolence! But Li Tai was completely deaf to reason. He had a complete emotional breakdown, his blood rushed to his head, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Chike! Li Chengqian quickly walked down the steps. Zhang Anan stepped forward and checked his breathing before letting out a sigh of relief. Li Chengqian, the Prince of Wei has simply fainted from anger. Li Chengqian glanced at him, his expression quickly returning to calm. Summon the imperial physician, and after confirming there is nothing seriously wrong, send him to the side hall. The next morning, I was still in the Eastern Palace. I lay in bed, and the notification sounded in my mind again. I silently recited, Draw. As the light screen flashed, a bolt of lightning suddenly exploded. I gained the lightning ability. According to the system instructions, I can now unleash tens of thousands of volts. In this era of cold weapons, this ability is practically invincible. At this moment, Wanda led his men inside and respectfully said, Your Highness, it's time to change your clothes. I lazily rose and, with the help of others, changed into my crown prince's court robes. As I left, I didn't take my cane. With a mere thought, I slowly rose into the air, floating directly out of the palace gates and landing in my sedan chair. Walk slowly, I'll sleep a little longer, I said, then closed my eyes. Wanda softly reprimanded the eunuchs carrying the sedan chair, and the group steadily headed towards the Taiji Hall. At this moment, in the square outside the Taiji Hall, civil and military officials had already taken their places in order, but the atmosphere was unusually strange. Chang Sunwuji, Fang Xianling, and others were whispering among themselves. Although the crown prince has awakened, his right leg is probably unlikely to recover. On the other side, Li Tai's cronies were excited, all waiting to see me, the crown prince, make a fool of myself. One sneered. As long as he can't even climb the jade steps, he'll crush the Eastern Palace today. How can a cripple inherit the throne? Everyone nodded, as if they could already foresee my fate of being deposed as crown prince. Just then, an announcement rang out. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived! All eyes instantly turned to the entrance. The sedan chair stopped, and Wang De reached out and lifted the curtain. Everyone expected to see a disheveled prince, but instead, there was no movement from inside. The next moment, my figure slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. I didn't walk out, but rather my feet left the ground, suspended in midair. The morning sunlight streamed down, and I, wearing the traveler's hat, seemed to be draped in golden light. I stood with my hands behind my back, my expression languid, hovering in midair, looking down at the assembled court officials. A deathly silence fell over the entire room. Someone's official tablet fell to the ground with a clatter, its sound particularly jarring in the stillness. Chan Sun Wuji stared wide-eyed, oblivious to the fact that he had plucked out several hairs from his beard. Fan Xuanling's mouth hung open, unable to utter a word for a long time. Wei Jing stared intently at my feet, which were off the ground, all the words of advice he had in mind crumbling in an instant. The military officers were in an uproar. Qing Yaojin nudged Yu Qijingda. "I'm going too. Am I drunk? Why is the crown prince flying?" Yu Qijingda gasped. "No, he really is flying." All the fierce generals froze on the spot, speechless for a long while. As for the Wei King's faction officials who had originally planned to impeach me, their faces were now deathly pale, and cold sweat poured down their backs. Whether my legs were truly broken or not, they didn't know. But one thing was clear to everyone, and no one could deny it: I could fly. I completely ignored the horrified reactions of the officials in the square. I simply put my hands behind my back, moved my mind slightly, and slowly rose into the air, steadily floating towards the Taiji Hall. The civil and military officials behind me looked at each other in dismay. Many of them were so weak in the knees that they could only support each other and carefully follow me into the main hall, afraid that they might inadvertently anger me, the flying crown prince. The Taiji Hall was solemn. I did not stand where the crown prince should have stood, but instead hovered in midair, 3 feet off the ground, looking down at the officials with a languid expression, yet exuding a strong sense of oppression. The officials of the Wei King's faction, who had originally planned to launch an attack at the court assembly, now all lowered their heads, staring intently at the gold bricks beneath their feet, not daring to utter a sound. Impeachment? Dethronement? Who would dare to provoke a flying deity? But one man in the crowd remained defiant, the imperial censor Wei Ting. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, but his eyes gleamed with an almost insane ruthlessness. He and the Prince of Wei were already in cahoots. If I successfully ascended the throne, he would surely die. There's no turning back. Wei Ting muttered through gritted teeth, forced to grit his teeth and see it through to the end. With 3 cracks of the whip, Li Chengqian, dressed in his dragon robe, ascended the dragon throne. He immediately spotted me in midair, then glanced down at the trembling aristocratic officials below, a cold smile flashing in his eyes. "If you have something to report, speak now. If not, the court is dismissed." Zhang Ainan's voice echoed throughout the hall, but no one in the court responded. A hush fell over the assembled officials, their gazes shifting back and forth between me and Li Chengqian. In the midst of this oppressive atmosphere, Wei Ting bit his tongue hard, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, and stepped forward. "Your subject Wei Ting has something to report." He bowed deeply, his voice tight. "Your subject asks how His Highness the Crown Prince's leg ailment is? The heir apparent is the foundation of the nation. If it is difficult to recover, I fear it will be difficult to win the hearts of the people." These words sent shockwaves through the entire court. Chan Sun Wuji and the others turned sharply to the side, as if looking at a dead man. Even members of the Wei King's faction turned pale with fright. In midair, I looked down at him and smiled faintly. "Lord Wei, are you implying that if I were crippled, I wouldn't be worthy of being the crown prince?" Wei Ting felt a chill run down his spine from my stare, but he could only force himself to say, "I didn't say that, but if your highness thinks that way, I have nothing to say." The hall fell into a deathly silence, as if the air itself had frozen. The next second, my expression turned icy. With a crackling sound, a blinding blue arc of electricity erupted from my palm, the sparks leaping wildly. The lightning rapidly coalesced, transforming into a 5-meter-long lightning dragon that roared and writhed in midair. The entire hall was bathed in a ghastly white light, the oppressive atmosphere making it almost impossible for everyone to breathe. "Go!" I uttered a single word. The thunder dragon roared and instantly engulfed Wei Ting. A scream rang out, lightning exploded, and when the light dissipated, he was charred beyond recognition. A collective gasp filled the hall. Even Li Chengqian, seated on the dragon throne, gripped the armrests tightly. Flying was one thing, but controlling lightning was another. Chen Yaojin jumped up, eyes wide, and shouted, "My goodness! His Highness the Crown Prince is in a rage!" Fang Xianling and Chang Sun Wuji exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock. The Wei King's faction was utterly devastated. Some collapsed to the ground, others trembled uncontrollably, barely able to hold their official tablets. What was the point of fighting for the throne now? If I were displeased, I could strike someone down with lightning. I hovered in midair, casually waving my hand as if I had merely swatted a fly. Then, my gaze fell directly on the dragon throne, meeting Li Chengqian's eyes. After his initial shock, Li Chengqian quickly calmed down. He had clearly realized that this was a golden opportunity, the best moment to clear his name of illegitimate accession. He abruptly rose to his feet, his dragon robe billowing, his imperial aura instantly surging. "All of you have seen it! Crown Prince Chengqian, in a dream, wandered through the void and received the teachings of Laozi. This is a divine gift, a blessing from heaven upon our great Tang." His gaze swept across the assembled officials like a knife. "Anyone who dares to speak of the Crown Prince's leg ailment and threaten his position will be treated as a traitor and their entire family executed." His voice boomed like thunder, landing heavily in the hall. Chang Sun Wuji immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Li Chengqian is wise. The Crown Prince is a blessing to the Tang Dynasty." Fang Xianling and others echoed his words, and the military officers' voices reverberated throughout the hall. As for the members of the Wei King's faction, they were already terrified and could only kowtow frantically, repeatedly obeying the imperial decree, daring not to utter the slightest objection. Looking at the perfectly coordinated actions of the entire court, I couldn't help but yawn. Since Li Chengqian has made things clear, if there's nothing else, I'll go back and catch up on my sleep. As soon as I finished speaking, a thought flashed through my mind, and I slowly rose into the air, drifting towards the outside of the hall. But just as I was about to float out of the hall's gate, a sudden change occurred. The previously dissipated phantom of the Thunder Dragon condensed again in midair, circled once, and then exploded with a deafening roar. Several bolts of azure lightning struck the golden bricks in front of the hall's gate, blasting several charred craters, with sparks flying in all directions. "Oh my God!" Chen Yaojin jumped up in fright, clinging to Yuqi Jingda and refusing to let go. "Old Hey! I almost got cleaved in two too!" Yuqi Jingda, his face dark, threw him down. "If His Highness really wanted to chop you up, you would have been ashes by now." After I left, the oppressive atmosphere in the hall dissipated, but the officials had already lost all interest in continuing their discussions. Seeing that everyone was distracted, Li Chengqian immediately waved his hand and said, "Today's court session is over. Court is adjourned." The officials felt as if they had been granted a pardon and withdrew one after another. Some were so weak that they could only help each other out. Later I learned that Li Chengqian had stopped Chang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling, led them into a side hall, and dismissed everyone else. His excitement was almost impossible to hide. "What do you think of today's events?" he asked. Chang Sun Wuji cupped his hands and said, "The Crown Prince's supernatural abilities are a blessing to the Tang Dynasty. Not only a blessing to the Tang Dynasty, but also a blessing to me." Li Chengqian's eyes burned with fervor. "Immediately send people to spread the word among the people that the Crown Prince has received the teachings of Laozi and can fly and control thunder. This is an auspicious omen from heaven." As he finished speaking, his tone became meaningful. "More importantly, the people must know that this is the mandate of heaven." Chang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling exchanged a glance and remained silent for a moment. Although they harbored resentment, they dared not show it. "Li Chengqian is wise. We will go and do it immediately." Li Chengqian nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Fang Xianling hesitated before speaking. "Li Chengqian, I have a question. What other magical arts does His Highness the Crown Prince possess?" Li Chengqian was slightly taken aback, but still maintained his composure. "His knowledge is quite diverse." "Why do you ask this?" Fang Xuanling's expression turned solemn. "Hunan and Hebei have been experiencing torrential rains for days, causing the Yellow River to swell and breach its banks in many places, leaving hundreds of thousands of people homeless. I am wondering, if His Highness the Crown Prince could wield thunder, could he also control the floods? Changsun Wuji's eyes lit up. If we can truly quell the floods, we can not only save countless lives, but also thoroughly instill the concept of the mandate of heaven in people's hearts. Li Shimin's eyes gleamed upon hearing this. Excellent! I will personally go to the Eastern Palace to ask him. Meanwhile, inside the Xianda Hall of the Eastern Palace, the atmosphere was completely different. I leaned back on the soft couch, looking relaxed. In midair, Li Chengqian, and Xiao Cixi were being gently floated by me, sometimes turning, sometimes rising and falling. Brother, to the left! I want that lantern! Little Cixi waved her little hand and shouted excitedly. With a slight thought, she slid steadily to the lantern, giggling. Just then, Empress Zhangsun entered the hall. Seeing the scene before her, she didn't interrupt, but stood there quietly, her eyes full of tenderness. Mother! The rhinoceros is flying! The little girl waved excitedly, brimming with pride. I looked up at Empress Zhangsun and said gently, Mother is here. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the hall. Brilliant! Li Shimin rushed into the hall, his expression anxious. But as soon as he entered the door, he froze. His 3 daughters were floating steadily in midair, laughing continuously. This scene clearly reminded him instantly of yesterday's ordeal. I had thrown him into the air with a "Go away!" and he was flailing his limbs wildly, looking utterly pathetic. When he landed, he had fallen hard. Looking at this gentle and steady operation now, the contrast was glaring. Li Shimin's face immediately darkened, and he pointed at me, his hand trembling with anger. You unfilial son! I raised an eyebrow. Li Shimin, what makes you say that? Stop pretending! Li Shimin said angrily in a low voice. You flew so steadily with them, but yesterday you threw stones at me like that. Little Cixi immediately added insult to injury. Li Shimin, brother, you didn't shake at all when you were flying with us. Empress Zhangsun was taken aback at first, then covered her mouth and chuckled, her smile no longer concealed. Li Shimin stood in the hall, looking at his 3 daughters laughing brightly in midair, and recalling his own disheveled state of being suspended in the air yesterday. His eyes twitched involuntarily. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing that slight imbalance. Gao Ming, let them down first. Li Shimin has important business to attend to. His expression turned solemn, and he regained his imperial majesty. With a thought, Li Chengqian and Cixi slowly landed, while Li also led her 2 younger sisters to the side. Li Shimin spoke in a deep voice. Heavy rains have been falling in Hunan and Hebei for days, causing the Yellow River to breach its banks and hundreds of thousands of people to be displaced. Although grain and fodder have been allocated, the floods have not yet subsided. As he said this, his gaze fixed intently on me. Now that you possess immortal powers, do you have a way to control the floods? Changsun Wugo also cast an expectant glance at me. I shook my head. I don't have a way right now. The abilities I possess are not suitable for controlling floods. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's expression darkened, and he let out a long sigh. Empress Zhangsun, however, astutely grasped the key point and asked softly, You said now, what about later? Li Shimin immediately looked up, his eyes rekindling with hope. I didn't rule out the possibility entirely. The art of immortality requires gradual progress. The future is uncertain. I knew in my heart that as long as I could acquire the right ability, controlling the floods wouldn't be difficult. Good! A glimmer of hope is enough. Li Shimin immediately rallied, instructing me to report any solutions as soon as possible, before hurriedly leaving to deal with the disaster. The hall quickly quieted down. Empress Zhangsun dismissed everyone and then had Li take her 2 younger sisters away, leaving only my son and me. She held my hand, her voice gentle yet earnest. I understand that you resent Li Shimin in your heart. She sighed softly. But this time it concerns the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. You can't stand idly by because of your emotions. Her tone changed, becoming firm and protective. Save people first, and then I'll settle accounts with you. These words struck me deeply. Looking at my gentle yet decisive mother, I finally understood that she considered the bigger picture while never ignoring my grievances. Don't worry, mother, I know what's important, I said, squeezing her hand in return. If there's a way, I won't hide it. Only then did Empress Jiangsun show a relieved smile. Time passed quickly, and the West Market of Chang'an was bustling with activity. Everyone in the streets and alleys was talking about the same thing: the Crown Prince had become an immortal. Tea houses were packed, with people eagerly sharing the story. A butcher slapped his thigh and shouted, "My cousin works in the palace. He saw the Crown Prince walking in midair with his own eyes." Those around him were skeptical, so he lowered his voice and added, "Not only can it fly, it can also summon lightning to kill people." This statement shocked everyone present. Some argued that it was a smokescreen, but the butcher angrily retorted, "The government has posted notices all over the city, saying that the prince has received the teachings of Laozi." The crowd erupted in uproar. With the government's endorsement, news of this miracle quickly spread throughout the city. The initial doubts about imperial power gradually dissipated in this atmosphere, and the people's hearts were completely won over. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the Duke of Qi's mansion was heavy. Chang Sunwuji, holding a teacup, trembled slightly. "I saw it with my own eyes. The Crown Prince summoned lightning, striking Wei Ting to death on the spot." Chang Sunchong, upon hearing this, turned pale and slumped down. He had thought the Eastern Palace was unstable, but now he realized that all the struggles had become meaningless. "Where is the King of Wei?" he asked hastily. Chang Sunwuji sneered. "He's terrified. What can a mortal do against a god?" With that one sentence, the situation was completely decided. He walked to the window, looked towards the imperial city, and said in a low but decisive tone, "From now on, visit the Eastern Palace more often. This game is over." Chang Sunchong immediately agreed. The next morning, the Xianda Hall was quiet. I woke up on time, and the familiar mechanical voice in my mind rang out again. "Ding! Today's draw count has been refreshed. Draw now?" I silently uttered, "Draw," and the card in the light screen flipped rapidly, its edges gleaming with golden light, before quickly settling. A message appeared. "Draw successful, gained ability, heavenly ruler of the nation," making me raise an eyebrow slightly. To put it simply, this ability is a simplified version of the power of words to make law. By issuing a Crown Prince's decree, in his capacity as the Crown Prince, he can invoke the laws of heaven and earth, suppress mountains and rivers, quell disasters, and ensure that the area under his command will be free from calamities for a year. However, each decree will consume 5 points of spiritual energy. I currently only have 20 points of mental energy, which means I can only maintain a maximum of 4 Crown Prince's decrees at the same time. But as long as I issue just one decree, the Yellow River flood can be easily resolved. This ability is truly domineering. I looked outside the hall and said calmly, "Wang De, lead the way to Lijing Hall to find Mother." As soon as I finished speaking, I left the bed, hovered half a foot above the ground, and slowly floated out of Xianda Hall. Upon seeing this, the palace maids and eunuchs along the way all knelt down, their foreheads touching the ground, their eyes filled with awe. I remained calm and made my way to the Lijing Hall, only to learn that my mother had gone to the Ganlu Hall, so I immediately turned away. The palace servants whispered among themselves, "His Highness the Crown Prince has obtained immortal magic. He will surely become a sage ruler in the future." In their eyes, I was now almost a god. The side hall of Ganlu Palace reeked of medicine. Li Tai lay on a couch, his eyes vacant. The imperial physicians all said he was suffering from excessive fright, which had damaged his mental state. Empress Jiangsun stood by his side, gently urging him to drink the medicine, but he showed no response. Suddenly, a voice announced from outside the hall, "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived!" As soon as the 6 words were spoken, Li Tai trembled violently, his eyes filled with fear. He grabbed the quilt and wrapped himself up tightly, not daring to look any further. Empress Changsun felt a pang of sadness. She offered him a few words of comfort before rising and heading to the outer hall. She saw me suspended in midair, a hint of weariness flashing in her eyes. "Gao Ming, why aren't you resting in the Eastern Palace? What brings you here?" I cut to the chase. "Mother, the flood problem is solved." Empress Changsun was taken aback, then grabbed my arm. "Really?" Her voice trembled slightly. "Really?" I nodded. Empress Chang's son immediately ordered someone to summon Li Chengqian, while pressing for details. What method was used? Is it necessary to set up an altar? No altar is needed, I explained calmly. This method is called Tianxianjingwe. Simply write down the Crown Prince's decree, and the flood can be suppressed. In one sentence, she was once again completely enlightened. Before long, Li Chengqian strode into the main hall, his robes slightly disheveled. Chan Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling followed behind, panting. Brilliant! You really have a solution? He looked at me with burning eyes. Empress Zhang's son recounted the details of the Crown Prince's decree, and the hall fell into a deathly silence. To quell a natural disaster with a single decree, this was no longer power, but the power of creation itself. Li Chengqian's mind raced. If he were to personally issue the decree to quell the floods, the people would surely venerate him as the mandate of heaven, and all his past stains would be swept away. He suppressed his excitement and tentatively asked, This magic must be performed with the Crown Prince's decree? Can't I use my imperial edict? His tone was filled with barely concealed expectation. I saw through his thoughts at a glance and simply refused. No. Li Chengqian's face stiffened. Why? He was clearly very unwilling. I said without changing my expression. When Laozi transmitted the Dharma, he clearly stated that the decree must be issued in the name of the Crown Prince. If an imperial edict is used, it may anger the law and backfire. My tone was extremely firm. Li Chengqian clearly didn't believe her and wanted to continue arguing. Empress Zhang's son, however, subtly stepped on his foot, her eyes warning. It's already a miracle you were able to provide disaster relief. Don't try to claim credit. Li Chengqian instantly sobered up, coughing lightly. Then let's proceed according to the rules. Excellent, what do you need? I'll arrange it immediately. His attitude changed instantly. Pen, ink, blank scroll, and the Crown Prince's seal. Go to Xianda Hall. I said, then turned and left. Chang Sun Wuji and the others hurried to prepare, and the group quickly returned to the East Palace. Xianda Hall was already properly arranged, with a rosewood desk, Chengxintang paper, Duan inkstone, and rich ink all readily available. I landed, dipped my brush in ink, closed my eyes, and focused my spiritual energy. 5 points of mental energy were instantly depleted, and a mysterious aura spread out, making even the air seem heavy. Chan Sun Wuji felt a tightness in his chest and almost lost his balance. I opened my eyes and began to write. Crown Prince Chengqian, upholding heaven and protecting the nation. With each character I wrote, a golden light flashed across the paper. With the last stroke, I raised my hand and stamped the seal. With a resounding crash, the seal fell, and a faint dragon's roar echoed through the hall. The scroll rose into the air on its own, its golden light illuminating the entire Xianda Hall. Chan Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling knelt on the spot, while Li Chengqian stared intently at the scroll, his hands trembling slightly. This scene was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The scroll slowly fell back onto the desk. Chang Sun Wuji's voice trembled. Your Highness, can this order truly quell the flood? I said calmly. One order is probably not enough. I will write 3 more. Li Chengqian's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but say, Why don't you write a few more? 4 might not be enough. His tone was full of greed. I shook my head. Currently, only 4 paths are possible. With that one sentence, I dashed his hopes, and Li Chengqian's face immediately filled with regret. The hall was silent, save for the soft scratching of the brush against the paper. I hovered in midair, picking up my brush again to write the second Crown Prince's decree. 5 points of spiritual energy were drawn away, and as I wrote and stamped the seal, accompanied by a low dragon's roar, the golden scroll rose into the air and then landed steadily on the table. Without pausing, I retrieved the 3rd scroll. Empress Chang's son stood to the side, her handkerchief clenched tightly in her hand. She watched my face gradually turn pale, her eyes filled with heartache, yet she dared not interrupt. After the 4th Crown Prince's decree was written, the seal fell with a bang. My last ounce of mental energy was completely drained. I felt a sharp pain in my head, my suspended body swayed slightly, and my breath grew noticeably weaker. Brilliant! Empress Zhang's son exclaimed, rushing forward to support me. Li Chengqian also hurried forward to support my back, his expression tense. Quickly summon the imperial physician! At this moment, he was truly panicked, because I was not only the crown prince, but also the only living immortal in the Tang Dynasty. I gently patted my mother's hand, barely managing to steady my breathing. Mother, I'm fine. The magic was too much for me. I just need to rest for a while. There's no need to disturb the imperial physician. Empress Changsun, her eyes red, helped me lie down on the couch. You, Li Chengqian, and the others can handle the flood control. Don't push yourself anymore. Her tone was both reproachful and concerned. Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling, standing to the side, looked at the 4 neatly arranged golden scrolls on the table with expressions of awe. Fang Xianling stepped forward and bowed. Your Highness, how should this crown prince's decree be used? With my eyes closed, I said calmly. Take it to the disaster area and read it aloud to the flood-stricken areas. The rest will be handled by the laws of nature. My tone was calm, yet it shook them to their core. No altar, no sacrifice, just a reading? The 2 high-ranking officials exchanged a glance, feeling even more convinced that this method was unfathomable. Looking at my weakened state, Li Chengqian seemed to feel a pang of guilt. He waved his hand and said, Fuji, Xianling, come back to Taiji Palace with me. The 3 of them, carrying the scroll, quietly withdrew from the main hall. The hall fell silent. Empress Changsun stood guard by my bedside, tucking me in, watching me silently with a tender yet worried gaze. Back in Ganlu Hall, Li Chengqian carefully placed the 4 crown prince edicts into a sandalwood box. Soon after, Li Chengqian, the commander of the 100 cavalry, entered the hall and knelt in obeisance. Li Chengqian handed him the wooden box and said in a deep voice, Lead 100 elite cavalrymen and send this urgent message to the flood-stricken areas of Hunan and Hebei. Upon arrival, read it aloud to everyone. There must be no mistakes. Li Chengqian accepted the wooden box with both hands. Your subject obeys. The box is yours as well. His tone was firm, but he hesitated inwardly. Having fought countless battles, he believed only in the power of swords and cavalry, and was skeptical of such magical arts. With the Yellow River bursting its banks and the waters raging, could these scrolls truly hold the line? But military orders were absolute, and he dared not think too much. Half an hour later, 100 elite cavalrymen in black armor charged out of Chang'an, raising clouds of dust, heading straight for the disaster area. Inside the Ganlu Hall, Li Chengqian took a sip of tea, his tense heart relaxing slightly. In his view, as long as he intervened, the flood would surely be quelled. However, he was unaware that, just as the cavalry was leaving the city, another undercurrent was brewing in a secluded residence in Pingkang Ward, Chang'an. Inside the main hall, representatives from prominent families such as the Chui family of Qinghe, the Lu family of Fan'an, and the Jing family of Xinjiang gathered together, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Wei Ting is dead, Chui Hongdu said coldly, toying with the jade gall bladder. Lu Chengqian sneered. He asked for his own death. The Prince of Wei has lost power and still dares to provoke the Crown Prince. He deserves to be struck by lightning. Although he spoke lightly, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Jin Yuanzhu frowned and said, The problem isn't with Wei Ting, but with the Crown Prince. He can fly through the air and generate lightning from his palm. If he also quells the floods, the imperial prestige will be unshakable. He glanced at everyone, his tone low. At that time, the world will only recognize the Li family's destiny. How will our aristocratic family stand then? Silence fell over the hall. Powerful families relied on lineage and power to establish themselves, but before a true immortal, these foundations seemed so pale. Lu Chengqian tentatively suggested, Why not seek the Dharma at the Eastern Palace? Chui Hongdu sneered. You dare to test the Crown Prince's lightning magic? Wei Ting's body is barely cold. With one sentence, he directly blocked that path. Jin Yuanzhu suddenly leaned forward, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. If we can't afford to offend the Crown Prince, what about Li Chengqian? The 2 of them looked at him at the same time. Jin Yuanzhu slowly began. The Crown Prince is a deity, but Li Chengqian is still a mortal. After the Xuanwu Gate incident, he couldn't do without the support of the aristocratic families, nor did he dare to completely turn against them. His tone quickened. Since the Crown Prince has obtained the immortal arts, wouldn't Li Shimin want to achieve immortality? The method is most likely in his hands. These words caused Cui Hongdu and Li Chengqian's expressions to change, and greed gradually gleamed in their eyes. Very well. Cui Hongdu stood up, his voice cold. Tomorrow, we will jointly submit a memorial, in the name of the people, requesting Li Shimin to reveal the immortal techniques. Li Chengqian laughed loudly. If he doesn't give it, he's selfish and immoral, and his reputation will be ruined. The others exchanged smiles. Powerful families never rely on weapons. Their greatest skill is using righteousness as a weapon to force the emperor to submit. Over the next 2 days, undercurrents surged within the Tang Dynasty court. Led by powerful officials such as Cui Hongdu and Li Chengqian, as if they had planned it all along, memorials poured into the Ganlu Hall like snowflakes. They made no mention of the deposition of the Crown Prince or the death of Wei Ting, but instead spoke of benevolence and righteousness for the common people, their words carrying only one purpose: to force Li Shimin to open up the realm of immortality and involve the powerful families in it. This was a calculated move, directly putting the emperor in a precarious position. Li Shimin, enraged, smashed 4 Celadon cups in the Ganlu Hall, cursing the aristocratic families for their shamelessness in using righteousness to pressure the emperor. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, my mood wasn't much better. Ding! Successful extraction, gain +10 spiritual power. For 2 consecutive days, the system only granted spiritual power, without giving me any new abilities. My luck's a bit off. I yawned, leaning back on the soft couch. My mental energy has reached 40 points now, but without new tricks up my sleeve, I feel like something's missing. Just then, I suddenly felt a lightness in my mind. 5 points of mental energy that had been occupied by the Crown Prince's decree had actually been restored. My eyes narrowed, and a slow smile crept onto my lips. The Crown Prince's decree has been used. The scene shifted to Yingzhou, Hunan Province. This was the area most severely affected by the Yellow River floods. Torrential rains had fallen for half a month, and the floodwaters had submerged villages and farmland, turning the world into a vast expanse of water. On a high slope outside the city, Governor Jia Duni led his men to build a platform overnight, which was crowded with disaster victims. The people were ragged and shivering in the torrential rain, their eyes filled with despair and a faint glimmer of hope. On the high platform, Li Chengqian, clad in black armor and soaked to the bone, held a sandalwood box in his hands, his expression solemn. Below, several scions of noble families looked on with disdain, one of them scoffing softly. Instead of trying to stop the Yellow River from breaching its banks, they sent someone to read out the Crown Prince's decree? Another man sneered. You think a mere scrap of paper can control the flood? If it works, I'll drink all this muddy water. The surrounding officials dared not agree, but their eyes were filled with the same skepticism. The common people, however, stared intently at the high platform. They didn't understand the power struggles of the court. They only hoped this decree could truly save their lives. Li Chengqian took a deep breath, opened the wooden box, took out the golden scroll, and shouted, "The Crown Prince's decree of the great Tang Dynasty!" As soon as he finished speaking, the scroll trembled violently, and a vast power erupted instantly. After he finished reading, the scroll left his hand on its own and shot straight into the sky. Golden light tore through the rain curtain, and everyone instinctively closed their eyes. When they opened them again, they saw a scroll hanging in the sky, with a huge character for suppress, radiating boundless pressure. Faintly, the roar of a dragon echoed through the heavens and earth, and golden light poured down like a waterfall, covering an area of hundreds of miles. A miracle occurred at that very moment. The torrential rain stopped instantly, the dark clouds were torn apart, and the sun shone on the earth once more. Even more terrifyingly, the Yellow River floods that had raged for half a month receded rapidly under the suppression of the golden light. In less than half an incense stick's time, the monstrous floodwaters had completely dissipated. The disaster was over. The scroll vanished in golden light, leaving behind 8 dazzling characters in the sky. Crown Prince Chengqian, respectfully protecting the nation. The entire Yingzhou fell into a deathly silence. Tens of thousands of people gazed up at the sky, utterly dumbfounded. Clang! A young nobleman dropped his oil paper umbrella and collapsed into the muddy water, trembling all over. God! God! The man who had just been mocking him was now completely disillusioned, his eyes filled with fear and awe. Your Highness, is he a reincarnation of a god? On the high platform, Li Chengqian stood frozen in place, his heart pounding. This crown prince's decree truly possessed the power to change the world. Suddenly, someone in the crowd knelt down. Immediately afterward, tens of thousands of disaster victims knelt down in unison, tears streaming down their faces. Long live His Highness the Crown Prince! The shouts swept across the heavens and earth like a tsunami, shaking the very sky. Jia Dunyi's expression changed. Long live the Emperor! Was reserved for the Son of Heaven. This was an overstepping of authority. He was about to speak to stop him when he looked up and saw those 8 golden characters that symbolized the suppression of heaven and earth. Looking at the people whose lives had been saved before him, he fell silent. He and Li Chengqian exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with awe and resignation. To hell with the rules! Turning to face Chang'an, amidst the deafening shouts, they simultaneously uttered a treasonous phrase in their hearts. Long live the Crown Prince! Later, I learned from the report that Jia Dunyi, wading through ankle-deep mud, staggered to the foot of the platform, looked up at Li Chengqian, and his voice trembled. General Li, has the flood really receded? Will it come again? Li Chengqian's expression was solemn, and his voice was loud and clear. His Highness the Crown Prince has spoken, and his words are law. Wherever this decree extends, within a 200-mile radius, there will be favorable weather and abundant harvests for a year, with no more floods. A year without disaster! Jia Dunyi was terrified and immediately knelt down in the mud. The surrounding officials also knelt in unison, shouting, Heaven bless the Tang Dynasty! Heaven bless His Highness the Crown Prince! Tears streamed down his face as he was overcome with emotion. He quickly rose and invited them. General, you have saved the people from suffering. I have prepared some simple wine. Li Chengqian mounted his horse and patted the wooden box on his back. No need, there are still 3 orders from the Crown Prince that must be delivered to other places tonight. With that, he gave the order, and 100 elite riders galloped away through the mud. From within the crowd, someone shouted first, and immediately tens of thousands of disaster victims roared in unison. Long live His Highness the Crown Prince! The sound was like a tidal wave, lingering for a long time. An old man with white hair knelt in the mud, clutching the damp soil and weeping bitterly. Go back! Bring out the best wood from your home and set up a longevity tablet for the Crown Prince. If you miss even 1 stick of incense, I'll break your legs. On that day, carpentry shops in Yingzhou were completely sold out. In the main hall of every household, wooden plaques were erected, inscribed with Shrine to the living Prince Chengqian of the great Tang Dynasty. News of the receding floodwaters spread quickly, shaking the entire north. In the Chui family mansion in Beizhou, the patriarch Chui Mingyuan finished reading the secret letter sent from Chang'an, sneered, and casually tore the letter to shreds. Those people thought it was a magic trick, but they'd never seen a miracle before. He turned and ordered, Stop all attacks on the Crown Prince, send the white jade guanyin from the treasury to Chang'an, and have people kneel and beg the Crown Prince. Similar scenes were constantly playing out in the branches of various powerful families. Those who had actually witnessed that scene no longer dared to plot against me, this living deity. Meanwhile, scholars in Shandong and Hebei were in an uproar. His words became law, saving the people from suffering. He is a wise sage for all time. In an instant, countless students packed their bags and headed straight for the Eastern Palace in Chang'an. Early morning, Xianda Hall of the Eastern Palace. I had just woken up when a system notification sounded in my mind. Today's draw count has been refreshed. Draw. The screen flashed, and the card flipped. Gained ability, cloud riding technique. Can condense water vapor into clouds, allowing for flight. My eyes lit up immediately. Levitation is still too slow, this is more like it. I stroked my chin and smiled. Since it can shape things, why not get a dragon to ride? I stood up and levitated, and began to mobilize my mental energy. The air inside the hall quickly became humid, and moisture gathered, condensing into a swirling white cloud in midair. Suddenly, the hall door was pushed open. Wang De walked in carrying a bronze basin, and as soon as he looked up, he froze on the spot. The white cloud churned in the sky, vaguely taking on the shape of a dragon. With a thud, Wang De immediately knelt down, spilling water from the bronze basin onto the ground. The palace maids behind him also knelt down in unison, none daring to raise their heads. I paid them no heed, focusing solely on sculpting the dragon, though my technique was somewhat rusty. A palace maid lowered her voice, her tone filled with admiration. "Your Highness can actually create a dragon out of thin air." Another maid, her eyes reddening, whispered in agreement. "To be able to serve such a being is a blessing we've accumulated over many lifetimes." I was suspended in midair, my face somewhat dark. I stared at the 10-meter-long white cloud in front of me, intending to sculpt a majestic 5-clawed golden dragon, but it ended up looking like a thin, strange creature, resembling a white snake with claws. Inside the main hall, Wang De and the others were still kneeling on the ground. Wang De secretly glanced at the white snake, then noticed my displeased expression. He immediately understood the situation and quickly mustered his courage to speak, wanting to give it a try. I was too lazy to waste words, so I simply withdrew the shape control. "Okay, you do it, make a dragon." After saying that, I stepped aside. Wang De was overjoyed and quickly got up and walked to the cloud. He reached out and tested the clouds, finding them soft yet resilient. He then swiftly drew out the dragon's body, sculpted its horns, meticulously carved its scales, and pulled out its 5 claws. Before long, a white dragon gradually took shape. A 10-meter-long white dragon lay across the hall, its claws outstretched, and its form lifelike. I nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad." Wang De quickly bowed and smiled obsequiously, but inside he was already overjoyed. Just then, Xiao Cizi's voice came from outside the hall. "Brother! Cizi is here!" Soon, she entered with Qingyang, Li Lizzie, and Chang Sun Wugo. As soon as they entered, they were stunned by the white dragon in midair, and their eyes all froze on the spot. Empress Chang Sun looked at me, slightly lost in thought, and asked, "Gao Ming, what is this?" I casually replied, "I'm shaping a dragon." My words completely baffled everyone. I was too lazy to explain further, so I used my ability to conjure a white cloud in the air, which slowly floated to my hand. The 3 little girls were stunned. I picked up Cici and placed her on the cloud, then used cloud energy to form a belt to secure her. "This is a seat belt, so you don't fall." Then I gently guided Cici to control it with her mind. The little girl tried to move, and the cloud immediately floated forward. She excitedly shouted, "The rhinoceros can fly on clouds!" Her clear laughter echoed in the hall. She quickly mastered the trick and rode the white cloud back and forth in the hall. Qingyang and Li Lizzie watched with shining eyes and immediately begged me to try it too. I smiled and agreed, then conjured 2 more clouds and added seatbelts to them as well. The 2 girls sat on them and soon took to the air, chasing and playing. The 3 princesses rode the clouds through the palace, their laughter echoing, turning the entire Xianda palace into a playground. I turned to look at Empress Changsun, who was still standing to the side. Although Empress Changsun's eyes were full of smiles, she still maintained the demeanor of an empress. I smiled and conjured a large cloud beneath her feet. "Mother, try going up." As soon as I finished speaking, the cloud lifted her up. Empress Changsun was startled and instinctively grabbed the edge of the cloud, her face slightly flushed. "Stop fooling around, what kind of behavior is this?" she scolded, but her body was already firmly supported. I smiled and encouraged her to try controlling it with her mind. Empress Changsun hesitated for a moment, but finally gave it a try. The clouds slowly drifted forward, and the feeling of soaring through the air gradually relaxed her expression, and a smile appeared on her face. Soon, she quickened her pace, circling the hall. Seeing this, little Rhinoceros immediately rode over on a cloud to provoke her. "Mother, come and chase me!" With that, she flew away in a flash. Empress Changsun, intrigued, laughed and chased after her. Qingyang and Li Lizzie joined in, and the 4 of them chased each other through the air, their laughter echoing. At that moment, the Empress's composure was completely forgotten, replaced by a rare sense of ease and joy. The entire hall was incredibly lively. Soon after, Cizi flew to me, looking at me expectantly. "Brother, let's go play outside." I softly commanded. Rise! Then, he touched the dragon's head with his toes. The white dragon, formed from clouds, trembled slightly, then soared into the air, its body surging, and it swept across the roof of Shienda Hall as if it were a living creature, bringing with it bursts of water mist. Brother! Wait for us! Zizi clung tightly to the edge of the cloud, both excited and afraid. Her little cloud swayed behind the dragon's tail, while Li Lizzie and Xingyang also rode their clouds into the sky, their expressions tense yet unable to hide their excitement. Empress Changsun lagged behind, controlling the clouds as she called out. Slow down! Don't stray too far from your brother! At this moment, she no longer possessed the majesty of an empress, but rather resembled a mother taking her child on a trip, her expression flustered yet full of smiles. Above the eastern palace, a dragon and 4 clouds soared into the sky. The eunuchs below looked up and froze on the spot. A dragon! It's a real dragon! Before they could finish speaking, everyone knelt down in unison, kowtowing repeatedly. In their eyes, I, on the dragon's back, was no longer the crown prince, but a god descended to earth. Awe and fanaticism quickly spread throughout the eastern palace. Inside the Ganlu Hall, Li Chengqian was reviewing memorials when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. He frowned and ordered someone to investigate, but before he could finish speaking, Zhang Ainen stumbled in, shouting, Li Chengqian! There's a dragon outside! Li Chengqian was startled, then suddenly realized something and rushed out of the palace. He looked up and saw a 10-meter-long white dragon soaring into the sky in the southeast, its scales reflecting the light and shimmering with the colors of the sunset. On the dragon's head I stood with my hands behind my back, my robes fluttering, overlooking the entire imperial city. Behind the dragon's tail, Empress Changsun and the 3 princesses rode on clouds, a scene resembling a fairyland. Li Chengqian swayed, leaning against a stone pillar, his voice hoarse. That is Gao Ming? Zhang Ainen knelt and replied. It is indeed His Highness the Crown Prince, and Her Majesty the Empress. Li Chengqian stared at the white dragon, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. He, the Emperor, was still on the ground reviewing memorials, while his son was already riding a dragon through the heavens, taking the whole family with him. Looking at the laughter on the clouds, he felt an emptiness in his heart, and muttered to himself. That rebellious son, he doesn't even think of his father. On the other side, Li Tai, who had just recovered, was helped out of the palace. When he looked up, he saw me riding a dragon through the air. His face turned deathly pale instantly, and all his resentment collapsed at that moment. The white dragon quickly flew out of the palace and arrived above Chang'an. In the streets, countless people looked up at the same time, and the next moment, the whole city was in an uproar. The white dragon has descended! The crown prince is above! Merchants and pedestrians knelt down one after another, shouting like a tidal wave. Long live His Highness the Crown Prince! The voices gathered together and reverberated throughout the entire city of Chang'an. I deliberately lowered the height so that the people could see clearly. At that moment, the people's hearts completely turned to the eastern palace, and the clamor even echoed back to the Ganlu Hall. Li Chengqian's face darkened when he heard the words, Long live the Emperor! And he wondered to himself, who is the real Emperor? He was busy handling state affairs in the palace, while I was outside winning over the hearts of the people. Fan Xianling advised in a low voice, Your Highness's move, though flamboyant, will unite the people and benefit the country. Li Chengqian nodded in agreement, but still couldn't help asking, If I were to go up there, wouldn't I be even more imposing? Zhang Ainen cautiously replied, This dragon was transformed by the Crown Prince's magic. I'm afraid only Your Highness can control it. This only made Li Chengqian more frustrated, and he could only turn and return to the palace, muttering, I don't care. Meanwhile, in the Din Palace, the retired Emperor Li Yuan was sitting idly in the courtyard, muttering to himself as he heard the commotion outside. But when he suddenly looked up, the pastries in his hand fell to the ground. A white dragon swept overhead, and the person on its back was none other than myself. Li Yuan was stunned for a long time, and after confirming that he wasn't seeing things, he suddenly burst into laughter. Good! Has this kid become an immortal or something? He laughed more and more heartily, slapping his thigh and shouting, Prepare the carriage! I'm going to the East Palace. I'll ride a dragon too, and spin around in front of that rebellious son a few times. The old eunuch hurriedly advised him to take care of his back injury, but Li Yuan didn't care at all. Stop talking nonsense, let's go! In the backyard of the Duke of Yi's mansion in Chang'an, the fragrance of medicine permeated the air. The once mighty warrior Qin Xiong lay on a chair, draped in a thick cloak, his face pale and coughing intermittently. Qin Yaojin, carrying a bowl of medicine, was about to persuade him to take it when suddenly they heard a chorus of exclamations from outside. Qin Yaojin frowned and stood up, but when he looked up he froze. The medicine bowl in his hand tilted, spilling medicine all over the floor, but he didn't even notice. My goodness! He stared wide-eyed, frozen on the spot. Qin Xiong followed his gaze with difficulty and looked up. High above, a giant white dragon coiled and soared through the sky. On the dragon's head I stood with my hands behind my back, like a banished immortal. Behind me, on the clouds, the Empress and several princesses were vaguely visible. Qin Xiong's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up, his voice trembling. Jie, is what you said really true? At that moment, the shock in his heart was indescribable. Qin Yaojin excitedly slapped his thigh and shouted, I'm going too! I've always said the Crown Prince knows magic. He even rode a dragon, what else could he be but a living god? He spoke with increasing excitement, rushing to Qin Xiong's side. Second brother, there's hope for you. I'll go and beg His Highness the Crown Prince. With his abilities, he can definitely cure you. Qin Yaojin's tone was resolute, his eyes filled with hope. Qin Xiong watched the departing white dragon in silence for a long time. Years of illness had long since left him heartbroken, but at this moment, a strong will to live was rekindled. His voice was low and hoarse, yet unusually firm. If your Highness is willing to help, my life will be at your disposal from now on. High in the sky, a white dragon soared through the clouds. Little Cixi and Qingyang frolicked among the clouds, their laughter ringing out. However, the wind was strong at that height, and they were having too much fun. Sweat beaded on their foreheads, and their little faces were flushed. Empress Chang's son approached to check on them and said softly, Gao Ming, the children are sweating. It's chilly up here. Let's go back to the palace first. Her tone was gentle, yet filled with concern. I nodded and looked at my two younger sisters. That's enough for today. I'll take you flying again next time. Although the little rhinoceros was a little reluctant, it still nodded obediently. Okay, brother, you must take me flying next time. I smiled slightly and touched the dragon's head with my toes. The white dragon let out a low roar, drew an arc in the air, and flew steadily towards the east palace with a few white clouds. However, our movement caused an uproar among the people on the ground. Countless people who had witnessed the miracle spontaneously gathered together and surged towards the imperial city, following the direction of the white dragon in the sky. When I landed outside the Xianda Hall of the Eastern Palace, the area outside Qitian Gate was already filled with kneeling people. Their foreheads were pressed to the ground as they shouted prayers, the sound echoing throughout Chang'an. In a residence in Pingkang Ward, Cui Hongdu stood in the courtyard, listening to the shouts of, Long live the Crown Prince! Outside, his face grim and uncertain. The steward's voice trembled. The Crown Prince rode a dragon into the sky. Our plans have become a joke. Cui Hongdu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He knew very well that this meant the status of the aristocratic families would be completely shaken. The so-called foundation of powerful clans was utterly meaningless in the face of a miracle. He suddenly opened his eyes, his tone resolute. Prepare for the marriage immediately. Select the most outstanding legitimate daughter and send her to Chang'an. I want the Cui family's daughter to enter the Eastern Palace. The steward was shocked. Noble families have never formed marriage alliances with the royal family. Before she could finish speaking, Cui Hongdu interrupted her abruptly. Cui Hongdu roared. Before, it was bloodline that mattered, but now it's divine bloodline. The Lu and Jing families will not sit idly by. His tone was urgent, clearly indicating his resolve. Even as a concubine, I will enter the Eastern Palace. The order was given, and the steward hurriedly retreated. From that moment on, those once powerful aristocratic families were completely shaken, even driven to madness. We had just landed outside the Xianda Hall of the Eastern Palace. Wang De led his men forward to greet them, when suddenly a hurried shout came from afar. Chengqian! Everyone turned around and saw the retired Emperor Li Yuan running towards them, his robes billowing, with his eunuchs chasing after him, panting heavily. We all quickly bowed, but Li Yuan grabbed my hands, his face full of excitement. Good grandson! Your grandfather saw it all! You rode a dragon and flew into the sky! He lowered his voice, his eyes full of excitement. Take your grandfather on a flight to the Taiji Palace, and let him fly around you, Li Shimin, a few times. Empress Changxuan's lips twitched, her eyes filled with helplessness. She knew Li Yuan's thoughts all too well. He clearly wanted to see Li Shimin make a fool of himself. I instantly understood as well, a slow smile spreading across my lips. I exchanged a glance with Li Yuan, both of us understanding without saying a word. No problem. I laughed loudly. Grandpa, get on the dragon! Li Yuan was overjoyed and nimbly climbed onto the dragon's back, not at all like a man over 60 years old. Good grandson! Let's go to the Gamla Hall! I leaped onto the dragon's head and gave a soft shout. The white dragon roared and soared into the sky, carrying my grandfather and me straight to the Gamla Hall. Outside the Xianda Hall of the East Palace, the moisture left behind by the white dragon after its ascent had not yet dissipated. Little Cixi looked up with her round face, tugging at Empress Changxuan's skirt, and asking, Mother, where did brother and grandfather go riding the dragon? Why didn't they take Cixi with them? Empress Changxun smiled and gently pinched her nose. They went to take care of important business, things for adults. Cixi, be good, come back with Empress Changxun to eat some pastries. Her tone was gentle, but it carried a hint of watching a show. Li Lizzie, standing nearby, sensed something was amiss. She looked in the direction the white dragon had disappeared, towards Gamla Palace, and her heart tightened. Mother, if brother takes grandfather there like this, won't something happen to Li Shimin? Empress Changxun took her hand, her expression calm. You, Li Shimin, are busy with state affairs. This is a good opportunity to stretch your muscles. Don't worry, he's resilient, nothing serious will happen. Li Lizzie was taken aback. She had just heard those words from me. Looking at her mother's calm demeanor, she suddenly realized this was clearly letting her mess around without permission. She said nothing more, but looked in the direction of Ganlu Hall and silently sighed for Li Shimin. Li Shimin, please take care. At this moment, a white dragon soared and writhed above the palace. Li Yuan sat on its back, gripping the dragon's horns formed from condensed clouds, his face flushed with excitement. Excellent! I have never seen such a sight in my entire life. I stood atop the dragon's head, my robes fluttering, and smiled faintly. If you like it, grandfather, I'll take you to see it often in the future. This Tang Dynasty landscape is even more interesting from the sky. That's wonderful! Li Yuan laughed loudly, then suddenly lowered his voice, a wicked glint in his eyes. Let's go towards the Ganlu Hall and let Li Shimin see it. I understood instantly, and with the thought, the white dragon swooped down, heading straight for the Ganlu Palace. The imperial guards outside the palace were thrown into chaos. A dragon! The Crown Prince and the Emperor Emeritus are on a dragon! The crowd cried out in alarm, kneeling down in disbelief. Zhang Anan was completely dumbfounded, not even noticing his whisk fall to the ground. He stammered, These two gentlemen, coming together like this is just asking for trouble. Inside the palace, Li Shimin was furious with the memorials from the aristocratic families. He had just closed the memorials when he heard exclamations from outside. Then, a familiar voice came from above. Li Shimin! Are you there? Li Shimin's hand trembled, and his expression changed drastically. Zhang Anan! What's going on outside? Zhang Anan rushed in, stumbling and scrambling. Li Shimin! The Emperor Emeritus and His Highness the Crown Prince have arrived riding dragons. What? Li Shimin exclaimed in shock, pushing open the door and rushing out. He looked up and saw a white dragon coiled above the Ganlu Hall. On the dragon's back, Li Yuan sat comfortably, while I stood on the dragon's head, my expression calm. Li Shimin's eyes instantly turned red. Not with anger, but with resentment and jealousy. He was toiling away reviewing memorials while they rode dragons to tour the heavens. Li Yuan, seeing his expression, laughed even more heartily. Chengqian, lower the price a bit more, and I'll have a chat with our emperor. The white dragon slowly descended, finally stopping 3 zhang above Li Shimen's head. A massive shadow loomed over it, exuding an imposing aura. Li Yuan looked down at Li Shimen, feigning surprise. Oh, Li Shimen, still reviewing memorials? Being an emperor must be hard work. Li Shimen's face turned pale. Li Shimen! You are of noble birth, how can you be so reckless? If anything goes wrong, how will I explain it? Reckless? Li Yuan patted the dragon's scales and laughed. Chengqian's method is very reliable. Much more comfortable than your dragon throne. As he spoke, he deliberately twisted his body, looking very comfortable. He became more and more smug as he spoke. Only today do I realize that nothing is as exhilarating as riding a dragon and soaring into the sky. Li Shimen, have you ever experienced that? He paused, then added, Oh, I forgot, you haven't experienced that yet. Li Shimen's face turned from black to purple, so angry he couldn't speak for a long time. Li Yuan, however, became more and more excited. Look at these dragon scales, how cool they are. Sitting here makes you feel 10 years younger. You have no idea what this feeling is like. After saying that, he waved his hand. Let's go. Chengqian, let's look at another place. I glanced at Li Shimen, my eyes conveying a profound meaning, as if to say, You continue with your work, we'll be going now. The dragon's roar rose again, and the white dragon soared into the sky, instantly transforming into a streak of white light and disappearing into the horizon. Only Li Yuan's hearty laughter remained, echoing in the air for a long time. Smack! Li Shimen kicked the jade pillar, his face twitching in pain, but he forced himself to endure it. Zhang Ainen trembled beside him. Li Shimen, please calm down. Li Shimen ignored him, but turned back to his desk, looking at the pile of memorials from aristocratic families. The more he looked, the angrier he became, and his face turned terribly gloomy. High in the sky, the wind howled, and the white dragon soared through the air. Li Yuan and I stood side by side on the dragon's head. After exchanging a glance, Li Yuan burst into laughter first, laughing so hard he could barely stand up straight. Chengqian! Good grandson! Did you see that? He patted the dragon's back, laughing so hard that tears almost streamed down his face. That unfilial son's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, looking like he wanted to scold him but didn't dare to. It was truly unbelievable. After being imprisoned for 6 years since the 9th year of the Wuda era, Li Yuan had not felt as carefree as he did today in a long time. I laughed too, my tone slightly teasing. As long as you're happy, grandfather. Li Shimen works too hard every day, I'm just helping him stretch his muscles. Li Yuan nodded repeatedly, then looked down at Chang'an. The city stretched out like a chessboard, with its hundreds of wards in perfect order. Zhuke Avenue ran north to south, and the dense black dots on the street were all kneeling, kowtowing people. This is the first time I've seen Chang'an like this, Li Yuan said in a deep voice, his tone filled with awe. I stood to the side, my gaze profound. This is also the first time for me. After a moment, Li Yuan turned his gaze to me. Chengqian, this empire is now in your hands. I did not refuse, my expression resolute. Grandfather, rest assured, your grandson will make the Tang Dynasty the greatest dynasty in history, with all nations paying tribute and the world submitting. Li Yuan laughed loudly after hearing this, his resolve growing stronger. In his eyes, no matter how brilliantly Shimen was, it was merely the work of a mortal, while I was already a being who could ride dragons through the sky. Let's go! Back to the palace! Li Yuan waved his hand, and the white dragon roared, tracing an arc in the air before landing directly at the East Palace. Outside the Xianda Hall, the white dragon landed and dissipated into mist. Little Cixi was the first to rush out. Grandpa! Li Yuan bent down and picked her up, rubbing his stubble against her skin until she giggled. Is it fun up there? Yes. 1,000,000 times better than Din Palace. Little Cixi nodded repeatedly. Cixi thinks so too. Not far away, Empress Zhang's son watched this scene quietly. She could sense that the knot in Li Yuan's heart had been completely untied today, and all of this was related to her. Afterwards, the family enjoyed a meal together in harmony. This was the most comfortable meal Li Yuan had eaten in years. Meanwhile, The atmosphere inside the Ganlu Hall was completely different. Li Chengqian was reviewing memorials when a cavalryman rushed into the hall with the urgent report. The flood in Yingzhou has receded. Receded? Li Chengqian abruptly stood up, snatched the secret letter, and quickly examined it. The letter was filled with miraculous accounts. Golden light illuminated the characters, and the floodwaters receded instantly. Excellent! He was overjoyed and immediately summoned Chang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling. Upon their arrival, the two congratulated him in unison. The Crown Prince's divine might is truly a blessing to the Tang Dynasty. Li Chengqian quickly regained his composure, ordered the allocation of grain for disaster relief, and strictly mandated epidemic prevention. After a great disaster, there will inevitably be an epidemic. We must not make any more mistakes. The two men accepted the order and departed. News of the miraculous event in Yingzhou quickly spread throughout Chang'an. Streets, alleys, tea-houses, and taverns were all abuzz with discussion. The Crown Prince issued a single decree, and the floodwaters receded instantly. I heard there was even a message left in the heavens, saying there would be no disasters for a year. This isn't just the Crown Prince, he's practically a living god. The crowd grew increasingly excited, their anticipation for the future growing ever stronger. Someone even whispered, "If only the Crown Prince would ascend the throne soon." A hush fell over the room. To speak ill of imperial authority was a capital offense. Strangely, no one uttered a word in rebuttal. They simply exchanged silent glances, a tacit understanding forming between them. Soon, the topic was steered away, but in everyone's mind, a thought quietly took root. Since the Tang Dynasty already had a godlike crown prince, perhaps the future should truly take a different turn. Early morning, sunlight streamed into the Xianda Hall of the East Palace. As soon as I opened my eyes, a notification sounded in my mind. With a thought, I chose to draw, and quickly gained a new ability, the Void Heaven Creation Technique. This ability allows one to create space within objects to store supplies and preserve them. I instantly realized its immense value in military campaigns and transportation, making it a strategic asset. I immediately summoned Wang De and ordered someone to fetch several fine jade bracelets from the storeroom. Before long, 5 Hetian jade bracelets were presented to me, each one crystal clear. I picked up one of the jade bracelets and channeled my spiritual energy into it. A flash of silver light, and the space was created. I put on the bracelet, then with a thought, I took the teacup on the table into it. With another thought, the teacup reappeared. This repeated several times, leaving Wang De dumbfounded. He couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, where did the cup go?" I shook my wrist. "It's in here." Wang De immediately knelt down in amazement, exclaiming that this was a divine technique called Hidden Universe in the Sleeve. Just then, Xiao Cixi ran in with Qingyang and Li Lizzie, just in time to see the teacup disappear into thin air. She rubbed her eyes and asked, "Brother, where's the cup?" I hugged her and explained with a smile, "It's hidden inside the bracelet." Li Lizzie walked closer to examine it, but still couldn't understand. "This is a mustard seed bracelet, there's space inside," I explained simply. My 3 younger sisters' eyes lit up immediately, and they all said they wanted one too. I smiled and agreed, taking out 3 jade bracelets and infusing them with my spiritual energy to complete their creation. However, I reminded them that they needed to be bound by blood. Upon hearing that they would need to be pricked, Cixi immediately withdrew her little hand, her face tensing up. I coaxed her gently. "Just one prick, and the pastries will last longer without spoiling." Hearing this, the little girl finally wavered, closing her eyes and reaching out her hand. I gently pricked it, letting a drop of blood merge into the jade bracelet, completing the binding process. I handed Cixi a piece of pastry, guiding her to accept it. The pastry vanished instantly, then reappeared, much to the little girl's delight, and she immediately became engrossed in playing with it. Seeing this, Qingyang was no longer afraid and began to try after voluntarily accepting the jade bracelet as his own. In the end, Li Lizzie also put on the jade bracelet, thanked me softly, and her eyes were full of joy. My siblings and I played for a while when someone suddenly came from outside the hall to report. "Duke Lu, Qin Yaojin, and Duke Yi, Qin Qiong, request an audience." Li Lizzie immediately led her 2 younger sisters away. The hall fell silent. I leaned back on the couch, already understanding their purpose, to seek medical help. Qin Qiong's old wounds were severe, and he wouldn't live much longer. I glanced at my own abilities, but I had no healing skills whatsoever. Refusing outright would undoubtedly mean missing an opportunity to win over the military. After a moment's thought, I finally spoke. Summon them. The palace doors opened, and Qin Yaojin helped Qin Qiong slowly enter. Qin Qiong's face was sallow, his breath weak, and each step was extremely difficult. After the two bowed and sat down, Qin Yaojin immediately knelt on one knee and stated his purpose. Your Highness possesses extraordinary magical powers. Please save Brother Qin's life, he said decisively. Qin Qiong also bowed and pleaded, his tone filled with reluctance and expectation. I watched the two of them quietly, without responding immediately. The atmosphere in the hall gradually became heavy, and both Qin Yaojin and Qin Qiong grew tense. After a moment, I slowly spoke. Your illness is due to excessive blood loss during your early years of war, which damaged your foundation and left you with almost no vital energy. Qin Qiong nodded repeatedly, which was exactly what the imperial physician had said. Qin Yaojin knelt on one knee, staring intently at me on the couch, his voice trembling with barely suppressed emotion. Your Highness, is there any way to save my second brother? His eyes were filled with urgency and hope. I didn't respond immediately, but simply tapped the table lightly. The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Qin Qiong coughed softly and remained silent, while Qin Yaojin even slowed his breathing. After a moment, I said calmly, Yes, there is. Qin Yaojin was overjoyed at my words, but I immediately poured cold water on him. However, I cannot do it now. Qin Yaojin grew anxious and hurriedly pressed for details about what rare and precious materials were needed, even stating that he would retrieve them even if it meant going through fire and water. Qin Qiong, however, stopped him, shaking his head to indicate that such a matter could not be resolved with ordinary materials. I waved my hand. It has nothing to do with external things, it's just that I'm not strong enough right now. Qin Yaojin gritted his teeth and refused to give up. How much longer will it take? I said casually. It will take some time. I looked at Qin Qiong again, my tone calm. But don't worry, you still have 4 or 5 years of life left. These words stunned everyone in the hall. Judging fate, this was a legendary method. Qin Yaojin's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but ask, Then how much longer can I live? Qin Qiong's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly rebuked me. I chuckled lightly. It's all right. Then, feigning to do some calculations, I said, You're very lucky, you have 32 more years. Qin Yaojin burst into laughter, overjoyed. But his laughter quickly subsided. He looked at the frail Qin Qiong, and then, thinking about how he still had over 30 years left, his expression gradually darkened. The next moment, he suddenly turned around, knelt heavily on the ground, and kowtowed with a loud thud. Your Highness! I beg you to give my lifespan to my second brother! Qin Qiong was shocked and angrily told him to shut up, but Qin Yaojin held him down firmly. Back then, it was my second brother who took the knife from me. Without him, I would have been dead long ago. Qin Yaojin, his eyes red, said, I don't ask for a long life. I only ask for my brothers to travel with me. What's the point of living alone? Qin Qiong, tears streaming down his face, knelt down beside him. I watched this scene quietly, my mind made up. This bond of brotherhood is even more moving than anything recorded in history books. I slowly rose, hovering in midair, my tone steady. What a fine promise of sharing life and death. Then I changed the subject. But your life belongs to the Tang Dynasty, and cannot be casually taken away. Qin Yaojin wanted to say something more, but I interrupted him directly. I stared at Qin Qiong and said, word by word, I have decided to use my lifespan to replenish his life. These words struck like a thunderbolt, freezing Qin Qiong and Qin Yaojin in place. The Crown Prince was actually willing to shorten his own lifespan to save his ministers. This favor was far too heavy for them to bear. Qin Qiong snapped out of his daze and frantically kowtowed. Absolutely not. What virtue or ability do I possess to deserve this? Qin Yaojin also panicked, repeatedly saying he would give his own life in exchange. I reached out and lifted them both up with an invisible force, my tone leaving no room for argument. My mind is made up. That domineering attitude left them no room for rebuttal. Qing Yaojin looked at me, utterly convinced of my superiority. At that moment, in his eyes, I was truly a lord worthy of his desperate loyalty. He said no more, stepped back, clasped his hands in a deep bow, and said, "This old minister receives the decree." Qin Qiong also straightened up and bowed solemnly. "This order is due to your highness." I nodded, turned around, and returned to the couch. "You may leave now, take good care of yourself." The two of them helped each other and slowly withdrew from the main hall. After leaving the East Palace, Qing Yaojin stopped, looked back, and said in a low voice, "From now on, my sword will only recognize the East Palace." Qin Qiong also replied in a deep voice, "My double maces will too." The two exchanged a glance and strode away. Inside the palace, I leaned back on the soft couch, gently turning the mustard seed bracelet on my wrist, a faint smile playing on my lips. The military's move was now secure. Inside the Xianda Hall of the Eastern Palace, I leaned back on the soft couch, playing with the mustard seed bracelet on my wrist, when suddenly I slapped my forehead. I'd forgotten about Mother. I had someone fetch a new jade bracelet and began refining it using my spiritual energy. As a bit of spiritual energy was deducted, a dark silver light flashed across the surface of the bracelet before returning to calm. I handed the bracelet to Wang De. "Take it to the Lijing Hall and give it to Mother. Remember to tell her that it can only be used after a blood oath." Wang De respectfully accepted it and turned to leave. Inside the Lijing Hall, Li Shimin lay with his head on Empress Zhangsun's lap, looking exhausted. Empress Zhangsun massaged his temples and gently tried to calm him down. Li Shimin, however, grumbled in dissatisfaction. "It's one thing for Li Shimin to act recklessly, but Gao Ming now relies on his immortal powers and doesn't even respect me. He even rode a dragon around the Ganlu Hall to annoy me." Empress Zhangsun rolled her eyes at him. "If you hadn't favored Qi Ke and even considered letting him live in the Wuda Hall, would Gao Ming have been so heartbroken?" Li Shimin felt guilty and could only laugh awkwardly. "It was my momentary lapse of judgment." His tone softened noticeably. Just then, a clear child's voice rang out from outside the hall, and Xiao Cixi rushed in, followed closely by Qingyang and Li Lizzie. After the three of them bowed, Cixi excitedly raised her wrist. "Mother, look! My brother gave me this treasure!" Li Shimin took a closer look and dismissed it, saying, "It's just a jade bracelet. Gao Ming is being too perfunctory." He was immediately retorted by CZ, puffing out her cheeks. "It's not an ordinary bracelet," the little girl retorted, hands on her hips, then ran to the low table and used her mind to manipulate a teacup. The next moment, with a whoosh, the teacup vanished into thin air. Li Shimin froze on the spot, his eyes wide. "Where's the cup?" His voice trembled. Cixi proudly shook her wrist. "Inside the bracelet." These words caused both Li Shimin and Empress Zhangsun to change their expressions. Li Lizzie also raised her wrist to explain. "My brother said this is a mustard seed bracelet, with an internal space where things placed inside won't be damaged." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's breathing quickened. This was a legendary spatial artifact. He hurriedly leaned closer. "Did Gao Ming prepare any for me and your mother?" Li Lizzie shook her head. "Only 4 were made, 1 for each of us, and 1 for brother." Li Shimin immediately looked disappointed. He couldn't help but say to Empress Zhangsun, "How about we go to the Eastern Palace and ask Gao Ming for one?" His tone was full of expectation. Empress Zhangsun couldn't help but laugh. "Don't bother trying. I think Gao Ming knows what's going on and will bring it to me." Her words hit the nail on the head. Li Shimin's face darkened even more, his heart aching, yet he was speechless. Just then, a palace attendant announced, "The Crown Prince, Wang De, requests an audience." After entering the hall, Wang De presented the jade bracelet directly to Empress Zhangsun. Empress Zhangsun took the bracelet and asked knowingly, "How do I use this?" As soon as she finished speaking, CZ immediately jumped out and taught her how to bind her with blood. Empress Zhangsun dripped her blood as instructed, and the jade bracelet flashed with a faint light. Then, following the guidance of the ox, she smoothly and naturally put the fruit plate in and out. Her eyes were filled with undisguised joy. Truly wondrous. As she spoke, she put the jade bracelet on her wrist, her expression relaxed and happy. The mother and her daughters were playing happily together, their laughter filling the air. Li Chengqian, however, appeared exceptionally lonely. He stared at the jade bracelets on their wrists, his gaze growing increasingly melancholic, his face etched with one thought: he wanted them too. Laughter and cheerful conversation filled the Lijing hall. Empress Zhangsun, with her 3 daughters, was enthusiastically trying out the mustard seed bracelets on her wrists. Pastries, teacups, and paperweights appeared and disappeared in their minds. The little girl's laughter was crisp and clear as she played happily, wishing she could take everything she could move from the palace into the room. Only Li Chengqian stood to the side, his hands behind his back, his body slightly leaning forward, staring intently at the jade bracelet on Empress Zhangsun's wrist, his envy almost impossible to hide. This is a magical treasure from the immortals, capable of holding a universe within one's sleeve. If used for matters of state, its value would be immeasurable. Yet, everyone in the palace has one, except him. Li Chengqian grew increasingly envious, even considering, should he swallow his pride and ask Guan Yinbi for one? Empress Zhangsun caught a glimpse of his expression and understood, but deliberately remained silent. She knew that the conflict between father and son required Li Chengqian to back down. "Mother, look! It's out again!" Sitsi held up his little hands, showing off his treasure. Empress Zhangsun praised her with a smile, completely ignoring Li Chengqian standing to the side. Li Chengqian finally couldn't stand it any longer, cleared his throat, and forced a show of authority. "Guan Yinbi, I still have official business to attend to. I'll return to Ganlo Palace first." "Take care, Li Chengqian," Empress Zhangsun replied indifferently. "Take care, Li Chengqian." Sitsi waved her hand and continued playing with her bracelet. Li Chengqian's lips twitched, and he left in a sullen voice, his retreating figure exuding an indescribable resentment. As soon as he stepped out of the palace gates, his face immediately fell. "That unfilial son! He only gives the good things to your mother and sister, and I, Li Chengqian, am some adopted son." Back in the Ganlu hall, Li Chengqian had barely sat down when Zhang Ainen rushed forward, his expression grave. "Li Chengqian, there's been some movement from the Eastern Palace again." "What is it now?" Li Chengqian frowned. "The Duke of Lu and the Duke of Yi have gone to see the Crown Prince, seeking medical treatment," Zhang Ainen whispered. Li Chengqian paused. He had known for some time that Qin Xiong was seriously ill, and the imperial physicians were helpless. "Although I possess magical powers, can I truly defy fate? What did the Crown Prince say?" "His Highness said that he cannot perform the art of changing fate for the time being, but he can see destiny." "What?" Li Chengqian stood up abruptly. "You can see lifespans?" Zhang Ainen nodded. "Your Highness predicted that the Duke of Lu has 32 years left, and the Duke of Yi only has 4 or 5 years left." The hall fell silent instantly. Li Chengqian's heart trembled violently. This was now a matter of life and death. He paced back and forth, his mind churning. How much longer could I live? How many more years could the Tang Dynasty's golden age last? He wanted to rush to the Eastern Palace to ask for clarification, but he forced himself to restrain himself. Asking his son about his lifespan would be too shameful. Zhang Ainen continued. "The Duke of Lu cowed out on the spot, begging to give his lifespan to the Duke of Yi." Li Chengqian sighed. "Knowing integrity and righteousness." "Gao Ming agreed?" Zhang Ainen suddenly knelt down, his voice trembling. "Your Highness refused the Duke of Lu. He said he would use his own lifespan to make up for the Duke of Yi's." With a deafening roar, Li Chengqian's mind went blank. "Nonsense!" he roared, flipping over the memorial. "Using the Crown Prince's life to exchange for Qin Xiong? Absolutely not!" His eyes bloodshot, he strode down the imperial steps. "Prepare the carriage for the Eastern Palace. I'm going to wake this rebellious son!" Zhang Ainen hurriedly stopped him. "Li Chengqian, if you go alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to persuade the Crown Prince." Li Chengqian stopped abruptly, his face grim. He knew that if he went, he would most likely be angered and sent back. "Then what should we do?" Zhang Ainen hurriedly said. "Please, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince listens to Your Majesty the most." Li Chengqian's eyes lit up. "That's right. Guan Yinbi. He immediately turned around and headed straight for the Lijing Hall. Inside the palace, Xiao Cixi and Qingyang had fallen asleep, exhausted from playing. Empress Chang's son gently fanned them, while Li Lizzie spoke softly beside them. All was peaceful. Bang! The palace door was suddenly pushed open. Li Shimin rushed in, his expression panicked. Empress Changxuan's heart tightened. Li Shimin, what happened? Li Shimin grabbed her wrist. Come with me to the East Palace immediately. Something's happened to Gao Ming. What happened? Has his leg injury worsened? No, Li Shimin said through gritted teeth. He wants to use his own lifespan to extend Qin Xiong's life. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Crack! A teacup shattered on the floor. Empress Chang's son abruptly stood up, her voice trembling uncontrollably. What did you say? He's willing to trade his life for Qin Xiong? Her whole body trembled, and her eyes instantly reddened. Li Lizzie also covered her mouth in shock. Absolutely true, Li Shimin exclaimed urgently. Come with me now! Empress Zhang's son shook off his hand, without uttering a single word, and rushed out of the palace, lifting her skirt. Prepare the carriage for the Eastern Palace. At this moment, she was no longer the dignified empress, but simply a mother on her way to save her son. Inside the Xianda Hall of the East Palace, sunlight streamed in at an angle, and wisps of smoke rose. Suddenly, the hall door was flung open with a loud bang. I opened my eyes and saw Empress Chang's son, her hair slightly disheveled, practically running into the hall, her eyes red-rimmed. Li Shimin followed closely behind, his face ashen. He roared as he entered. Get out of here! The eunuchs hurriedly retreated in fear, and soon only the three of us remained in the vast hall. Mother, Li Shimin, what's wrong? I sat up from the couch. Empress Zhang's son grabbed my hand, her voice trembling. Are you going to use your lifespan to save Qin Xiong? Li Shimin angrily retorted. You are the crown prince. If you want more lifespan, go find a death row inmate. Are you crazy to exchange your own life for his? I was slightly taken aback, then I understood. I leaned close to Empress Zhangxun's ear and whispered. Mother, I lied to them. My tone was calm. If I didn't say it that way, Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin would only remember the favor. But if I said it was an exchange of lifespans, their entire clan would be loyal to me. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Don't tell Li Shimin. Empress Zhang's son was stunned for a moment, then laughed, and got angry at the same time. She reached out and poked my forehead. You even dared to scare your mother! Her tense emotions completely relaxed at this moment. Li Shimin looked completely bewildered. What are you talking about? He was extremely anxious. Guan Yinbi, you must persuade him. This must not be done. Empress Zhang's son had already regained her dignified expression and said calmly. Gao Ming is already the crown prince. He knows what he's doing. I shouldn't interfere. Li Shimin was stunned. He's going to shorten his lifespan. Aren't you going to do anything about it? He paced back and forth in the hall anxiously. Gao Ming, if you dare to cause trouble, I will immediately confine you to your quarters. I picked up my teacup, took a slow sip, and seemed not to have heard a word. Li Shimin suddenly stopped cursing. He stared at me and Empress Zhang's son, his expression gradually changing. Guan Yinbi's calmness could only mean one thing: the so-called shortened lifespan was a complete fabrication. Once he understood this, his anger instantly dissipated. When he looked at me again, there was a hint of amazement in his eyes. This kid actually fooled even me. Seeing that he had realized what was happening, Empress Dowager Changsun said, Gao Ming is a divinely ordained master. He wouldn't act recklessly. Li Shimin immediately changed his expression, his face beaming with a smile. He leaned closer to the bed, his tone somewhat ingratiating. Brilliant! Since you can extend my life. Li Shimin has worked very hard these past years. Why don't you give me another 10 or 8 years? I put down my teacup and glanced at him sideways. Want to extend your lifespan? Yes, yes, yes. I rolled my eyes. Just you wait. Li Shimin's smile froze instantly, then he jumped up and shouted. You unfilial son! I am your own father! You're giving it to an outsider, not to me? I leaned back on the soft pillow, looking like I couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. Empress Zhang's son chuckled softly, covering her mouth. At this moment, the deep palace was unusually warm and welcoming. Meanwhile, news of what was happening inside the Duke of Yi's mansion quickly reached my ears. Qin Yaojin helped Qin Qiong lie down and let out a long breath. "Second brother, His Highness was willing to risk his life for you." Qin Qiong's face was pale, but his gaze was exceptionally firm. "Your Highness is a man of great loyalty and righteousness." He looked out the window, his voice low. "Our great Tang is blessed to have such a crown prince." Qin Yaojin slapped his thigh. "Anyone who dares to disrespect His Highness, I'll chop them down too." Qin Qiong said nothing more, only silently clenching his fists. This debt of gratitude for being saved with his life could only be repaid with the generations of loyalty of the Qin family. Li Shimin stormed out of the eastern palace, cursing all the way. Zhang Anan followed behind, but he was already used to it. Ever since I mastered the immortal arts, this kind of scene has played out almost every day. When Li Shimin returned to the outside of Ganlu Palace, he happened to run into Prince Wei, Li Tai, who was about to leave. Li Tai was being supported by a eunuch, his face was pale, and he looked extremely weak. Upon seeing Li Shimin, Li Tai forced a bow, his voice hoarse. "Li Shimin, has your immortal magic improved again?" His voice trembled with barely suppressed emotion. Looking at his once spirited son, now reduced to this state, Li Shimin felt a pang of sadness. He could only sigh and nod in acknowledgement. These words utterly shattered Li Tai. He swayed slightly, and the light in his eyes dimmed completely. Li Shimin stepped forward and embraced him, his tone becoming exceptionally serious. "GK, listen to my advice, stop arguing with your brother. Fate is in his hands, not something human power can change." His words were weighty and direct. Li Tai remained silent. Li Shimin continued to persuade him. "Although your elder brother is domineering, he values loyalty and righteousness. As long as you behave yourself, he won't make things difficult for you." He then lowered his voice and added, "If you can repair your relationship, he might just give you a little bit of divine favor, and you could have a great destiny." After listening, Li Tai, recalling those miracles and magical artifacts, gradually felt his resentment crumble. Finally, he bowed his head and replied, "Your subject understands." He was then helped into a sedan chair and departed. Li Shimin watched his retreating figure with a sigh before turning back to the palace to continue dealing with the mountain of official business. The next morning arrived quickly, and I woke up on time, summoning the system again to draw my ability for the day. The screen flickered, the cards flipped, and finally, an ancient, woody color lit up. Ability acquired, Top-tier Carpentry. Upon seeing this result, my face instantly froze, then darkened. "System, are you serious?" My eager anticipation was immediately extinguished. For a prince like myself to draw a woodworking skill was simply too much of a disappointment. My face was grim, and I exuded a low-pressure aura, which made the atmosphere in the hall oppressive as well. At this moment, Wang De led his men in to serve me with washing up. When they looked up and saw my face, they were so frightened that they knelt down on the spot, not daring to even breathe. I took a deep breath and forced myself to suppress my emotions. "Get up, and help me wash up." Everyone was relieved and carefully stepped forward to serve me. After I finished washing up, I was just about to rest for a while when someone came from outside the hall to report. "Qing Chumo requests an audience." I raised an eyebrow slightly and let him in. Soon, a burly young man carrying a sack entered the hall. It was Qing Yaojin's son, Qing Chumo. After bowing, he placed the sack on the ground. I looked at the sack and asked, "What's in it?" Qing Chumo grinned and said, "Your Highness, one of my cows accidentally fell and died last night. Li Shimin said your Highness needs to replenish your strength, so I went to deliver some beef." He said it in a serious tone, and his tone was quite sincere. I was taken aback at first, then a meaningful smile appeared on my face. The Tang Dynasty forbade the killing of oxen, yet Qing Yaojin's oxen were always plagued by accidents. They would either fall to their deaths or die of illness. It seemed that whenever they wanted to eat them, something would always happen to them. Considering what happened yesterday, the weight of this condolence was clearly not light. "Oh? It fell to its death again?" I looked at him with a half-smile. Chengqian nodded without blushing. Yes, my cow is just useless, he added. But this time I only picked the best meat. The tenderloin and brisket were brought for His Highness. I pointed to the sack on the ground and said calmly, Chu Mo, please pass on a message from me. I have accepted this meat, and I have also remembered Duke Lu's kindness. Chu Mo quickly waved his hand. Your Highness is too kind. Li Chengqian said that as long as Your Highness is happy eating, a few more cattle on the estate may die. These words were both straightforward and arrogant. I chuckled and waved him away. After Chengqian bowed and left, Wanda approached, glancing at the sack and swallowing hard. Such fine beef, why not send it to the imperial kitchen to be boiled? Before he could finish speaking, I raised my hand to interrupt him. I've had enough of boiled vegetables lately. I'm completely sick of them. The mighty Tang Dynasty has plenty of ingredients, yet the cooking methods are ridiculously monotonous. Bring me paper and pen, I ordered directly. Wanda dared not delay and immediately brought me the 4 treasures of the study. I dipped my brush in ink and quickly sketched a round-bottomed iron pot and a long-handled iron ladle on the paper. With my newly acquired woodworking skills, I drew with exceptional precision. Once the blueprint was complete, the shape of the pot was clearly defined, and even the dimensions and proportions were clearly marked. Take it to the Imperial workshop and have it made according to the blueprint. After giving the instructions, I had him fetch various seasonings from the Imperial kitchen, and then ordered people to make the pot lid and wooden spatula. The whole process was arranged meticulously. Wanda was completely bewildered, but dared not ask any questions, assuming I was about to unleash some kind of magic, and quickly accepted the order and withdrew. Once the hall quieted down, I began to plan how to make braised beef. Before long, a burst of laughter came from outside the hall. CZ was the first to rush in, calling out in a childish voice, Brother! Qingyang followed closely behind, while Li Lizzie led Li Ji behind. Li Ji broke free from her hand, ran to the bedside, looked at the splint on my leg, and asked softly, Brother, does it still hurt? I shook my head. It doesn't hurt anymore. The little guy didn't say anything more, but took out a piece of malt candy from his pocket, stood on tiptoe and handed it to me. Eating candy will make it stop hurting. His expression was exceptionally serious. I was a little surprised, took the candy and put it in my mouth. Thank you, Jinu. As soon as I finished speaking, Li Ji's eyes lit up. Then, brother, can you give me a mustard seed bracelet? The atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. Li Lizzie's expression changed, and she reached out to teach him a lesson. You think you can exchange a piece of candy for a magical treasure? Who taught you manners? Li Ji was so frightened that he quickly hid to the side, while CZ and Qingyang couldn't help but chuckle. I waved my hand to stop Li Lizzie. Never mind, it's just a child's sentiment. I looked at Li Ji and smiled. I don't have a bracelet. Seeing his disappointed look, I pointed to the jade pendant at his waist. But this I can have. Li Ji quickly handed over the jade pendant. I infused it with a wisp of spiritual energy, and the pendant flashed with a faint light, instantly transforming into a storage space, which I then handed back. Li Lizzie was astonished. It can be done without a bracelet? I casually said. Anything that's tangible will do, even a stone. Li Ji couldn't wait to perform the blood oath ceremony and then tried storing the pastries. After succeeding, he was overjoyed. Thank you, brother! His little face was practically round with a smile. Just then, Tsitsi climbed onto the bed and whispered, Brother, Tsitsi also has a gift. As she spoke, she took out a small rattle drum and carefully handed it to me. I took the rattle drum and shook it gently, making a dong-dong sound. I looked at Tsitsi and asked softly, What kind of return gift do you want? Tsitsi shook her head and reached out to touch the splint on my leg. Tsitsi doesn't want anything. She just wants her brother to get better soon so that she can take me flying again. One sentence silenced the hall instantly. Li Ji looked down at the jade pendant in his hand, somewhat bewildered, as if he were rethinking the meaning of gift-giving. Li Lizzie glared at him, and Li Ji immediately shrank back, not daring to utter another word. I watched all this and smiled gently. Then I held Tsitsi in my arms and whispered, Okay, brother will be better soon. My tone was gentle, yet exceptionally firm. Inside the Xianda Hall of the East Palace, I had just finished comforting Cixi when the little girl immediately came up and kissed me, her eyes crinkling with laughter. "Brother is the best!" I gently patted her head, then glanced at Li Ji, who was fiddling with a jade pendant, and sighed inwardly. The contrast was too stark. No wonder everyone doted on their daughters. Just then, a loud laugh came from outside the hall. "Chengqian! Good grandson!" Before the words were finished, Li Yuan had already pushed open the door and entered the hall with a radiant face. He was carrying a bouquet bag in his hand, and when he walked to the couch, he poured out a pile of jade bracelets, which landed on the table with a crisp sound. Li Yuan lowered his voice and asked excitedly, "I heard your mustard seed bracelet can hold everything?" I nodded in confirmation. Li Yuan was overjoyed and slapped his thigh. "Quickly forge a few for my father! I'll wear them on both hands later and stroll around the Gamlu Palace, making that rebellious son drool." Li Lizzie, listening from the side, sighed helplessly and rubbed her forehead, while I smiled and said, "Grandpa, that's a good idea." With that, I directly selected 8 jade bracelets and prepared to refine them. As my mental energy was depleted, all 8 jade bracelets were quickly completed. Li Yuan immediately pledged his blood to the master, wearing 4 on each wrist, the 4 rings jingling as he moved. He grinned from ear to ear as he tried to put away the teacups, saying, "I'll return them to you after I've calmed down." Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed out of the hall. Li Lizzie watched his retreating figure and said softly, "Father, you look much better lately." I smiled. "Was something to look forward to, naturally you're full of energy." Inside the Ganlu Hall of the Taiji Palace, Li Shimin was discussing post-flood relief with Chang Sunwuji, Fang Xianling, and Wei Jing. Just as they were discussing the allocation of grain supplies, the hall door was suddenly pushed open. Li Yuan swaggered in. The officials hurriedly bowed, and Li Shimin also rose to greet him. Li Yuan casually sat down, deliberately placing his hands on the armrests. His sleeves slipped down, revealing 8 jade bracelets, their crisp clinking sounds particularly clear in the hall. At first, everyone was just puzzled. But Li Shimin gradually sensed something was wrong. He stared at the jade bracelets, and the more he looked, the more familiar they seemed. Instantly, he remembered the mustard seed bracelet from yesterday. When he realized that they were the same treasures, and there were 8 of them, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his face instantly turned ugly. Yesterday, he watched his wife and daughters play longingly, not getting a single one. Now, Li Yuan turned around and took 8. This disparity caused him to break down on the spot. Li Shimin gripped the edge of the imperial desk tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white, forcibly suppressing his anger. His face turned from red to black, and he almost overturned the table on the spot. Li Yuan had been observing him out of the corner of his eye. Seeing his expression, Li Yuan felt extremely pleased. He coughed lightly, a slight smile playing on his lips, clearly intending to add fuel to the fire. "Fuji!" Li Yuan suddenly spoke, interrupting Chang Sunwuji. Chang Sunwuji quickly bowed. "What are your orders, Your Majesty?" Li Yuan pointed to the account book in his hand. "Aren't you tired of carrying so much? Put it here with me." Although Chang Sunwuji was puzzled, he still put the account book on the coffee table. "The table is too small." Li Yuan shook his head, then waved his hand. Whoosh! The thick stack of account books vanished instantly. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Chang Sunwuji's eyes widened, and his official tablet fell to the ground. Fan Xianling plucked out a few hairs from his beard, completely unaware. Wei Sheng's mouth hung open, utterly lost in thought. Seeing this, Li Yuan was in high spirits and waved his hand again, and the account books reappeared. Chang Sunwuji's voice trembled. "Your Majesty, what kind of trick is this?" Li Yuan sighed, raised his hands, and revealed 8 jade bracelets. "These are precious treasures presented by Chengqian, called mustard seed bracelets. I said I didn't want them, but he insisted on giving them to me, and he gave me 8 of them." As he spoke, he looked at Li Shimin with a meaningful smile. "They're making my hands heavy, so annoying. What do you say, Li Shimin?" Li Shimin stared intently at the 8 bracelets, his face darkening, and could only grit his teeth and squeeze out. "Li Shimin is right." The atmosphere in the hall instantly changed. Chan Sunwuji and the other two knew perfectly well, this wasn't a display of treasures. It was clearly a ploy to sow discord between the emperor and his subjects. Wei Jing lowered his head, remaining silent, but inwardly sighed. Father and son, ruler and subject, all were entangled in a bitter struggle. Li Shimin's situation was truly dire. The jade bracelets clinked gently, producing a crisp sound. Li Yuan stroked his chin and straightened his sleeves, each movement seeming like a deliberate display of pride. Li Shimin's chest heaved as he forced a smile, saying, Li Shimin's magic weapon is indeed exquisite. Of course. Li Yuan sat down leisurely, and played with the teacups again. You all continue your discussion, I'll take a break. Chan Sunwuji and the other two exchanged glances, immediately found excuses to leave, and left faster than anyone else, afraid of being caught in the crossfire of this chaotic scene. Soon, only the father and son remained in the hall. Li Yuan stood up, patted his robes, and said, My wrists are sore, I'll go back to Din Palace to rest. He then laughed and left. Bang! No sooner had he left than Li Shimin kicked over the imperial desk, scattering memorials all over the floor. You unfilial son! This is outrageous! He was furious, pacing back and forth in the hall. They gave Guanin's maid, they gave my daughter, even the retired emperor had 8, but not me. Zhang Ainen huddled in a corner, not daring to breathe. Li Shimin suddenly stopped, his eyes blazing with anger. No! I am Li Shimin! Today I must have one! With that, he turned and left, heading straight for the East Palace. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside Xianda Hall was relaxed. I leaned back on the soft couch, a carving knife in my hand, ironwood and various tools laid out before me. Little Tsitsi leaned over the table, her eyes sparkling as she looked at me. Brother, are you done yet? Almost done. I smiled, my carving knife flying as wood shavings fell. With the help of top-notch woodworking skills, I hardly needed to think. Every cut was incredibly precise. Soon, I had carved several intricate parts. I assembled the parts one by one, and after a few clicks, a wooden toy with a push rod and carved butterflies took shape. The mechanism was extremely ingenious. The butterfly wings were connected to the wheels, and it would flap its wings and move with just a gentle push. Inside the Xianda Hall, sunlight streamed in. I placed a butterfly prop on the felt carpet and gently pushed it. The wooden wheel turned, and the wooden axle caused the butterfly to flutter its wings slowly, making it look as if it were alive. Wow! Tsitsi and Qingyang exclaimed in surprise, clapping their little hands loudly. So beautiful! Brother, you're amazing! I smiled and quickly made 2 more identical ones. Here, one for each of you. Li Lizzie was stunned for a moment, then said somewhat embarrassedly, Brother, I'm already so old. In your brother's eyes, you'll always be a child. I directly handed her the butterfly pusher. Li Lizzie gripped the lever, watching the fluttering wooden butterfly, her eyes slightly warming. Thank you, brother. The 3 girls ran around inside the hall, their clear laughter ringing out, and the wooden butterfly danced gracefully with their movements. In the corner, Li Ji watched longingly. He suddenly ran over and grabbed my sleeve. Brother! Ji Nu wants some too! I deliberately shrugged. We've run out of wood. Li Ji looked down and saw that there was indeed only a pile of sawdust left on the table. His eyes lit up immediately, and he patted his chest and said, Ji Nu, go find it. After saying that, he turned around and ran out, calling for Wang De to lead the way. Before long, Li Ji found a large piece of wood in the side storeroom. He took out his spatial jade pendant, closed his eyes, and with a thought, the piece of wood disappeared in a flash. It's in! Li Ji turned around triumphantly, only to bump into someone. Ji Nu, what are you holding? A deep voice rang out. Li Ji looked up, his face instantly turning pale. Father! Just then, Emperor Gaozong witnessed the wood vanish into thin air, and his eyes instantly burned with fervor. Show it to me. Li Ji clutched the jade pendant tightly. No! This was given to me by my elder brother! Upon hearing this, Father became even more excited. He immediately reached out and pried the jade pendant from Li Ji's hand. Father! Give it back! Li Ji cried out in agitation. Father, however, said seriously, You are still young. Such a treasure could easily distract you from your studies. I will keep it for you for now. With that, he put the jade pendant into his sleeve. Li Ji froze for a second, then burst into tears, sitting on the ground kicking his legs. Father, you're wicked! You stole my things! All the palace servants around him lowered their heads and pretended to be dead. Father's face flushed red, but he forced a stern expression. What kind of behavior is this? Someone, take Prince Jean back and have him copy the Analects 10 times. After saying that, he touched the jade pendant in his sleeve and left satisfied. Soon after, Empress Zhang's son arrived and picked up Li Ji, who was crying uncontrollably. What's wrong? Li Ji sobbed as he complained. Father took my jade pendant, and punished me by making me copy books. After hearing this, the mother fell silent. She rubbed her temples, looked in the direction of the Ganla palace, and said helplessly, The emperor himself actually stole from a 5-year-old child. She sighed and lowered her head to comfort Li Ji. Come on, let's go find your brother. We're not done with your father about this. Inside the Ganlo hall of the Taiji palace, the doors and windows were tightly closed, and the light was dim. Father sat behind his desk, staring intently at the jade pendant in his hand, his eyes gleaming, his breathing becoming rapid. Zhang Anan stepped forward with a silver needle, which Father snatched away, pricking his finger without hesitation and squeezing a drop of blood onto the jade pendant. But after several breaths, the jade pendant showed no reaction. He frowned and examined the jade pendant, muttering under his breath. Why isn't it moving? Zhang Anan cautiously suggested. Could it be that there's not enough blood? I thought this made sense, and immediately squeezed out several more drops of blood. 7 or 8 drops of blood stained the jade pendant red, but it remained unchanged. I was stunned on the spot, and began to doubt his own existence. Just then, the palace doors were pushed open, and the Empress Dowager led Li Ji in. Upon seeing the bloodstains on the imperial desk, she instantly understood the situation and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Is His Majesty trying to recognize a master? She asked, wiping her father's hands. Her father coughed twice, forcibly explaining that he was merely checking a magical artifact. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Ji poked his head out from behind and loudly proclaimed, Brother said this jade pendant has already recognized its owner. No one else's blood will do any good. The hall fell silent instantly. Father's expression froze. He looked down at the jade pendant, then at Li Ji, and finally at Mother, his voice hoarse. Mother sighed softly. Once it's bound to its owner, it's just ordinary jade to anyone else. Those words shattered Father's last shred of hope. Father's lips twitched, a lump forming in his throat. The Emperor, not only had he snatched his son's treasure, but he'd also wasted half a day's blood, only to gain nothing in return. He awkwardly wiped the jade pendant dry and handed it back to Li Ji, saying, Father was just checking it for you. Li Ji snatched it back, hugged it to his arms, and snorted angrily. The little guy clearly remembered this incident, hugging his mother and trying to leave, shouting that he would never play with his father again. Only his father remained in the hall, his expression growing increasingly desolate. He looked at the wound on his finger, sighed, and sat back on the dragon throne, appearing somewhat dejected. Seeing this, his mother softened her tone. Once Gao Ming calms down, he'll make you something even better. She gently comforted him. But his father shook his head with a wry smile, clearly not believing it. He'll do it for everyone, but not for me. Father's tone was full of helplessness and frustration, even a hint of defiance. Mother didn't try to persuade him further, but simply watched him quietly. She knew in her heart that this situation might not necessarily be a bad thing. My powerful rise not only stabilized the situation and extinguished Li Tai's ambitions, but also prevented the tragedy of brothers fighting each other in the future from repeating itself. Thinking of the old events at Xuanwu Gate, Mother felt a mix of emotions, but also became more determined. Compared to the potential bloodshed in the future, it was worth it for Father to suffer a little now. Silence fell over the hall, the atmosphere subtle and heavy. Looking at his silent mother, the father felt even more uncertain. He walked around the imperial desk, tugged at his mother's sleeve, and said in an unusually low voice, Guan Yinbi, I am still the emperor. You all have magical treasures, Even the Emperor Emeritus wears 8 bracelets, yet I have nothing. Is this acceptable? Seeing his appearance, his mother finally softened. Then what does your Majesty wish to do? His father immediately perked up. Accompany me to the East Palace. With you there, Gao Ming will have to give you some face, even if it's just a small favor. Mother nodded helplessly. Father immediately regained his swagger, waved his hand, and headed straight for the East Palace. Li Ji muttered to himself. If father can't get the child's slave, he'll go ask brother for it. Mother gently squeezed his hand, and he quieted down. Meanwhile, inside the Xianda Hall, Wang De came to report that the iron pot had been finished. I was somewhat surprised. It had only been less than 3 hours. Soon, the iron pot was carried into the hall. I hovered in the air to examine it, and saw that the pot's body was smooth and round, its inner wall gleaming, its thickness uniform, and even the handles were meticulously polished. I secretly praised it, thinking to myself, the craftsmen of the Tang Dynasty are indeed extraordinary. Lizzie leaned closer to look. Brother, this thing looks like a big basin. CZ tiptoed to take a look and immediately announced excitedly. It's a bathtub. CZ can take a bath in it. Everyone was taken aback. I burst out laughing, picked her up, and kissed her. Our CZ is the best at guessing. The little girl shook her head proudly. I explained that it was an iron pot for cooking, and then had someone build a stove outside the hall using blue bricks. Soon, the fire was lit, and the iron pot was placed securely on it. On the table were already prepared shredded beef, scallions, ginger, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, and dogwood. I hovered in midair, giving instructions. Build a strong fire, heat the wok first, then pour in oil to coat the wok. The oil sizzled as it hit the hot wok. Immediately afterward, I added the Sichuan peppercorns and dogwood, and a pungent aroma instantly rose up, making Lizzie take 2 steps back, but she couldn't help but continue watching. Add scallions, ginger, and garlic, sauté until fragrant. With a sizzle, the aroma exploded instantly. The next moment, the beef was added to the pot, making an even louder sound, and steam billowed up. The eunuch frantically stirred, and the beef quickly changed color, with the fat slowly seeping out. The aroma of meat, the savory sauce, and the spiciness intertwined and completely blended in the pot, the fragrance quickly spreading throughout the surrounding area. Wang De couldn't help but swallow, and Lizzie was also somewhat stunned. CZ and Qingyang were even more direct, standing on tiptoe and staring longingly. Brother, it smells so good. CZ is hungry. Add salt, add soy sauce, and it's ready. With my final command, a steaming plate of shredded beef was served, glistening with oil and emitting a wonderful aroma. And a few more bowls of rice, I ordered. Just as the fragrance filled the entire East Palace, my father and his family stepped through the palace gates. A gust of wind blew in, carrying with it the rich aroma of meat. I stopped abruptly, involuntarily taking a deep breath. What is this smell? How can it be so delicious? Hearing me say, You'll get better soon. Tsitsi's eyes lit up instantly. She leaned forward and gave me a quick kiss, smiling broadly. Brother is the best. I ruffled her hair and glanced at Li Ji, who was standing silently beside me. I couldn't help but think to myself, compared to Tsitsi, this kid is far inferior. Just then, a rich aroma wafted in from outside the palace. Father's stomach rumbled, his face stiffened slightly, and even Mother was momentarily stunned. She sniffed the air and exclaimed in surprise. What is that smell? How can it be so tempting? Li Ji was immediately drawn in, tilting his head back and inhaling deeply. Mother, it smells so good. I want to eat it. I frowned and sniffed carefully, his expression gradually becoming strange. This smell, like beef? Zhang Anan replied in a low voice. It does smell like beef, but the way it's prepared is unprecedented. At the mention of beef, Ai's expression immediately became complicated. The Tang Dynasty prohibited the slaughter of draft cattle, and as the emperor, he could only afford to eat it a few times a year, and he also had to endure Wei Gang's nagging. But now the aroma wafting from the eastern palace filled the entire courtyard, and he felt a surge of envy and longing. That rascal Gao Ming certainly knows how to enjoy life. His mother, seeing his expression, suppressed a laugh and said, Since you're here, why don't you go in and take a look? His father snorted coldly, forcing a show of authority. I want to see what punishment he should receive for eating beef. Despite this, his pace quickened considerably. The two entered the courtyard, where steam rose from a makeshift stove. Li Ji had already rushed over, standing on tiptoe, his mouth watering as he stared at the beef on the plate. Brother, what is this? Holding a wooden spatula, I said calmly. Just make something to eat. My mother looked at the iron pot and asked curiously, so I explained that it was a specially made new cooking utensil. My father wanted to take the opportunity to scold me, but remembering that he had other purposes for coming, he swallowed his words and only managed to squeeze out, "Oh." Before long, the rice was served. I immediately said, "Let's eat in the main hall." I even broke with custom and had everyone eat around the table. My mother sat down first, smiling. We're family, no need for formalities. My father also sat down, but his eyes were fixed on the plate of shredded beef. I picked up my chopsticks first, and Li Ji couldn't wait any longer, stuffing a mouthful into his mouth. He hissed from the heat, but still mumbled, "Delicious! So delicious!" CZ and Qingyang took a bite and immediately smiled with satisfaction. Brother's cooking is the best. I finally picked up a piece with his chopsticks, and as soon as it entered his mouth, he paused slightly. The next moment, he chewed much faster, and his eyes changed. This taste far surpassed any imperial meal he had ever had before. He glanced down at the white rice, then at the plate of beef, and, no longer caring about maintaining his composure, grabbed a large mouthful with his chopsticks. Just then, Li Ji also reached for his chopsticks, and theirs clashed. His father glared at him, but the little guy held on tightly, refusing to let go. I, too lazy to argue with him, grabbed an even larger portion and began to eat heartily. For a moment, the only sounds in the hall were the clinking of bowls and chopsticks and the chewing of food. I, on the other hand, ate slowly, not forgetting to serve food to Sitsi and Qingyang, my expression calm. Half an hour later, the plate of shredded beef was completely devoured, and even the sauce was scraped clean by Li Ji using it to mix with rice. Father wiped his mouth, leaned back in his chair, but his gaze was fixed on the iron pot outside the hall. Brilliant! Write down this cooking method for Father, so that the imperial kitchen can follow it. I picked up my teacup, not even lifting my head, and rolled my eyes. The air froze instantly. Father's face stiffened, his fingers clenched, and veins bulged, the emperor asking for a recipe, and his own son was turning him down. He was about to explode when his mother gently nudged him under the table. Meeting her gaze, his father forcefully suppressed his anger. He forced a smile and changed the subject. Gao Ming, how have you been lately? Does your leg still hurt? I put down my teacup and said calmly, Your Majesty, I am fine. I would be even happier if certain people stopped loitering around the Eastern Palace. My words were dripping with sarcasm. Father's face instantly flushed red. The mother stood by, serving tea and chuckling, making no attempt to smooth things over. Sitsi blinked her large eyes, asking curiously, Brother, is the person you're talking about Father? The hall fell silent instantly. Li Ji lowered his head, feigning death, while Li Lizzie immediately covered her face. I felt a lump in his throat. This little darling was full of thorns today. I laughed out loud and pinched Sitsi's cheek. Sitsi is so smart, guess what? Ice vision went black, and he could only pick up the empty bowl and pretend to eat, stirring the contents of the bowl with his chopsticks to cover up his embarrassment. The meal ended in this strange atmosphere. After cleaning up, Father stood up, glanced at the mustard seed bracelet on my wrist, and then looked at Mother. The latter gently shook her head. His heart sank. It seemed there was no hope for the bracelet today. I have official business to attend to. I'll be leaving now. His voice was hoarse as he turned and left, his back filled with resentment. Upon returning to Ganlu Palace, he had barely sat down when Zhang Ainen urgently reported. Your Majesty, Li Chengqian has returned to the capital with an urgent message. Summon him. Father immediately straightened his expression. Li Chengqian entered the palace, travel-worn but excited. He knelt on one knee and recounted the flood in Ningzhou and the miracles of the Crown Prince's decree. When he spoke of the people spontaneously building a shrine in his honor, The awe in his voice was impossible to conceal. His father remained silent for a long time, then softly said, "Good. The hearts of the army, the people, and the will of heaven are now on my side." He sighed, but his tone carried a hint of pride. "Fortunately, I have a wise ruler." After Li Chengqian left, the father instructed, "Go to the inner treasury and select a few fine jade artifacts. Send them to the Eastern Palace, and say they are a gift from me." As for the Eastern Palace, I simply had someone put the items down, not even bothering to glance at them. The next morning, sunlight streamed into Xianda Hall. I sat up from my bed, and with a thought, I levitated into the air. After washing and changing, I dismissed everyone, and the hall doors closed tightly. Anticipation shone in my eyes. System. Ding! Today's draw count has been refreshed. I rubbed my hands together. Draw! The next second, my eyes widened, and I blurted out a curse. Holy crap, this skill! Chapter 33, The Laws of Heaven and Earth. Successfully extracted. Gained ability, Law of Heaven and Earth. Ability analysis. The host can unleash their potential for a short period, transforming into a 6-zhang, approximately 20-meter, golden giant, accompanied by the phantom of a 5-clawed golden dragon. During this transformation, golden light shines everywhere, and the sound is like thunder, shaking the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. Absolute rule: anyone who witnesses the divine form will be suppressed by divine might, involuntarily kneeling and unable to muster the slightest thought of resistance. Li Chengqian suddenly sat up on the soft couch, breathing heavily. The laws of heaven and earth. This is a forbidden, ultimate move that Sun Wukong would only use when he was fighting Yang Jian to the death in his previous lives. Journey to the west. Even a great demon like the Bull Demon King could only be considered to know a little bit about it. He glanced at his mental strength, which was exactly 40 points. The system rules are clearly stated. When one's spiritual power exceeds 100, one's Dharma form can grow another 5 zhang, approximately 10 meters. Li Chengqian's heart was burning with desire, and he couldn't suppress the urge to try it. With a thought, his body lifted off the ground and floated towards the outside of the hall. "Your Highness!" Wang De, who was guarding outside the hall, saw the hall door open and Li Chengqian float out with his feet dangling in the air, and quickly went to greet him. Li Chengqian had no time to pay attention to him, his gaze fixed on the spacious courtyard of the East Palace. Just then, a figure emerged from the gate of the East Palace. Li Yuan strolled in with his hands behind his back and a pigeon-toed gait. The 8 mustard seed bracelets on his wrist clinked together, making a crisp, clinking sound. These past 2 days, Li Yuan has been making headlines at Den Palace. In front of his concubines, he put away teacups and pastries, having a great time and enjoying the amazement of everyone. Once the novelty wore off, he made a special trip to the East Palace to return the bracelet. At the same time, I also had an idea to discuss with my beloved grandson how to anger that rebellious son. "Chengqian!" Li Yuan shouted from afar. "Your grandfather has come to see you." Before he could finish speaking, Li Chengqian hovered in midair in the center of the courtyard, suddenly spreading his arms and shouting in his heart. "The laws of heaven and earth, open!" Boom! An extremely dazzling, almost tangible golden beam of light shot up from Li Chengqian's body, piercing straight into the sky. The entire Xianda Hall, and even most of the East Palace, was instantly enveloped in this dazzling golden light. Ouch! Li Yuan closed his eyes, startled by the bright light, and raised his sleeve to shield his face. Wang De and several eunuchs covered their eyes and retreated repeatedly. Amidst the golden light, Li Chengqian's body swelled up against the wind. 1 zhang, 3 zhang, 6 zhang. In the blink of an eye, a golden giant, 20 meters tall, stood in the courtyard of the East Palace. The giant's face was identical to Li Chengqian's, yet it exuded an unparalleled majesty that looked down upon all living beings. It radiated a sacred and inviolable golden light. Roar! A long, silent dragon roar, yet striking straight to the soul, resounded outwards. A phantom image of a 5-clawed golden dragon, tens of meters long, appeared out of thin air behind the golden giant. The golden dragon coiled and swam, its eyes wide open in anger, its whiskers fluttering, surrounding the giant. Divine might, like a prison, descends with absolute suppression. Wang De's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the blue bricks with a thud, his whole body trembling like a leaf. The eunuchs, palace maids, imperial guards, and even the birds flying around the East Palace all crashed to the ground at that moment, lying dead on the ground. Li Yuan lowered his sleeves. He opened his eyes, his gaze following the pair of enormous golden feet upwards until his neck ached, before he could finally make out the face of the towering giant surrounded by golden dragons. Li Yuan's mind went blank. That absolute pressure, originating from the depths of his soul, pressed down on his back. This. Li Yuan's lips trembled. He plopped down on the ground. The 8 mustard seed bracelets on his wrists clattered against the blue bricks, making a series of cracking sounds. At this moment, the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty had no thought of resistance. He felt only instinctive awe and submission. Meanwhile, outside the Eastern Palace, the city of Chang'an was bustling with the sounds of the early morning. Early risers, patrolling officers, and market-goers all stopped what they were doing. From the direction of the imperial city, a great golden light shone. A golden-armored giant, 6 zhang tall, broke through the morning mist, its upper body towering atop the palace wall. A 5-clawed golden dragon coiled behind it, its dragon power vast and mighty. The entire city of Chang'an fell into a deathly silence. Dragon! Golden dragon! It's His Highness the Crown Prince! His Highness the Crown Prince has revealed his divine form! I don't know who shouted it first. On the long streets, in the market towns, and in the restaurants, tens of thousands of Chang'an residents knelt on the ground like felled wheat. They clasped their hands together, pressed their foreheads against the cold stone slabs, and cowed out fervently. May His Highness the Crown Prince protect me! A true God has descended to earth. Heaven blesses the Tang Dynasty! The fervor of faith was ignited at this moment, transforming into a tangible wave of sound that swept across the entire city of Chang'an. Taiji Palace, Ganlu Hall. The atmosphere was solemn and oppressive. Li Chengqian sat upright behind his desk, his brows furrowed. Below, senior officials such as Chang Sunwuji, Fang Xianling, and Wei Jing stood on both sides, reporting on the tax situation of the autumn harvest in Jiangnan Circuit. Bang! The palace doors were smashed open with great force. A young eunuch tumbled and crawled into the main hall. He was running so fast that he tripped at the threshold. One of his shoes flew off, and he rolled twice on the carpet before stopping right in the middle of the civil and military officials. The court rules are strict, and such breaches of etiquette are a serious offense. Wei Jing immediately frowned and was about to reprimand him. Li Chengqian's gaze sharpened as he stared at the disheveled eunuch on the ground. What's the matter? Disrespectful behavior in front of the palace. Don't you want your head? The young eunuch lay on the ground, his body soaked in sweat. He raised his head, his face deathly pale, his lips trembling violently, and his finger pointing shakily towards the outside of the hall. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! The young eunuch stammered, his voice hoarse and strained. His Highness the Crown Prince, he... The young eunuch was so anxious that he kept rolling his eyes, unable to utter a single complete sentence. Among the military generals, Qing Yaojin is known for his quick temper. Seeing this, he thought that an assassin had entered the Eastern Palace or that the Crown Prince's leg injury had relapsed, so he immediately stomped his foot and spoke out in agitation. You neuter dog, did a cat bite your tongue? I, old Qing, will go see for myself. Qing Yaojin strode out of Ganlu Palace like a black bear. He stepped down the stairs, raised his head, and looked over the palace walls toward the East Palace. Qing Yaojin abruptly stopped in his tracks. His enormous, bell-like eyes widened to their limit, almost popping out of their sockets. His mouth was agape, his jaw seemed dislocated, and his Adam's apple bobbed wildly. Inside the main hall, Li Chengqian felt a sense of foreboding as he watched Qing Yaojin rush out and then fall silent. Jijie! What's going on outside? Li Chengqian shouted loudly. Qing Yaojin suddenly came to his senses. His Majesty! His Highness the Crown Prince has gotten so big! There's a golden dragon behind him. Chapter 34 The Crown Prince ascends to heaven? Then the King of Wei will have a chance. Qin Yaojin's shout completely stunned the Emperor and his ministers in the Ganlu Hall. It's gotten so big. And there's a golden dragon too? Li Chengqian could no longer sit still. He pushed aside the imperial desk and strode down the jade steps. Even the 12-tasseled crown on his head was slightly crooked. Chan Sunwuji, Fang Xianling, Li Jing, Yuqi Jingda, and other civil and military officials followed closely behind, surging out of Ganlu Hall like a tide. The crowd rushed to the square and looked in the direction Qin Yaojin was pointing. Clang! The ivory tablet in Fang Xuanling's hand fell to the ground. Li Jing gasped, his hands clenching into fists. Wei Zheng's legs went weak, and he instinctively grabbed the white marble railing beside him. 100 meters away, above the East Palace, a golden giant, 20 meters tall, stands between heaven and earth. A 5-clawed golden dragon coiled and swirled behind the giant, its golden light dyeing half the sky with dazzling brilliance. That absolute pressure, belonging to the laws of heaven and earth, transcended space and descended upon the Taiji Palace Square without reservation. Thump! When Yanba knelt down. Thump! Wang Gui, Daizhou, and others knelt down one after another. Even peerless warriors like Li Jing and Hou Junji, who had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, could not withstand the soul-piercing suppression at this moment, and their knees slammed heavily onto the stone slab. Li Chengqian stood at the very front. He stared intently at the divine image whose face was exactly the same as his eldest son's, his breath completely stopping. He did not kneel, not because he did not want to, but because the Emperor's obsession made him stiff under the pressure, and he could not even bend his knees. Li Chengqian's pupils trembled violently. Is this the immortal technique passed down by Laozi? Chan Sunwuji knelt to the side and behind Li Chengqian. He tilted his head back, looking at the lifelike golden dragon, his fingers unconsciously tightening. Hiss! Chan Sunwuji forcefully plucked a tuft of beard from his chin, yet felt no pain whatsoever. He swallowed hard, his voice dry and hoarse, trembling almost like a dream. Could it be that His Highness the Crown Prince is about to ascend to heaven in broad daylight and become an immortal? Taiji Palace Square. As soon as Chan Sunwuji spoke, the kneeling courtiers around him had different thoughts. Chen Yaojin grinned widely, revealing his teeth. He nudged Yuqi Jingda beside him with his elbow and whispered, Old Hei, did you hear that? His Highness the Crown Prince is going to become an immortal. My second brother's little illness is nothing in the eyes of a god. This is a sure thing. Yuqi Jingda stared with his bull-like eyes and nodded emphatically. On the other side, several censors from the Wei King's faction exchanged glances. Amidst their extreme reverence, they managed to squeeze out a trace of fanaticism. The Crown Prince ascended to heaven? If the Crown Prince were to ascend to the celestial realm in broad daylight, wouldn't the position of Crown Prince of the Tang Dynasty be vacant? Your Highness, the Prince of Wei, has a chance. These civil officials, in their desperate situation, came up with absurd ideas. They even began to plan in their minds how to petition for the re-establishment of the Crown Prince after the Crown Prince ascended to immortality. The Prince of Wei's residence. Li Tai slumped into the armchair. He tilted his head back, staring intently at the towering golden giant and the menacing 5-clawed golden dragon in the direction of the Eastern Palace. The extreme shock and fear drained the last bit of strength from his body. God! Li Tai's voice was hoarse, choked with sobs. Why are you so good to him? Immortal magic, golden dragon, Dharma form, how are we supposed to play like this? Duchuk knelt beside him, his hands supporting him on the ground, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He was unwilling to accept it. He had served the King of Wei for many years, and dreamed of becoming a minister who had helped him rise to power and reach the highest ranks of the court. Your Majesty, Duchuk said through gritted teeth, his voice trembling, I believe we still have a good chance. Li Tai suddenly turned his head and stared coldly at Duchuk. Judging from the Crown Prince's talent, I believe that your Highness will surely ascend to immortality in the future. Once your Highness ascends to immortality, this world will still be yours. We still have a chance. Du Chuk was unwilling to give up. Li Tai gave a bitter laugh. Opportunity? Are you going to use your head to seize this opportunity? Li Tai slumped back in his chair and waved his hand dismissively. Go and fetch paper and pen. Why does your Majesty need paper and pen? Write a congratulatory letter. Li Tai gritted his teeth, yet had no choice. Write a congratulatory letter to the Crown Prince. Congratulations to my elder brother on your great achievement in immortal arts. I will not compete anymore, I cannot compete. Now I only want to live well. When Du Chuk saw that Li Tai's eyes no longer held the same brilliance, he seemed to understand that everything was over. If he tried to persuade him again, he suspected that Li Tai might tie him up and send him to the East Palace. Helpless, he could only go and get paper and pen. The Eastern Palace. Li Chengqian looked down over the entire city of Chang'an. In the palace, in the market, and on the streets, countless dark-skinned people knelt on the ground. This absolute sense of control, of trampling all living beings underfoot, is more intense than any other form of power. Li Chengqian felt the surging spiritual power within his body and looked at the golden dragon circling around him. A crazy idea took root uncontrollably in his mind. Emperor of the Tang Dynasty? A great emperor throughout history? That's nothing. In the future, will I perhaps build a real heavenly court in this Tang Dynasty? A fanatical smile curled at the corners of Li Chengqian's lips. I want to be the Jade Emperor. Civil and military officials were all granted divine titles. Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde, these fierce generals, would later become the giant spirit god and Marshal Tianping in the heavenly court. Fan Xianling and Du Ruhui would become Venus. He wanted to turn this prosperous Zhongguan era into a mythical age. Li Chengqian did not continue to maintain this policy. With a thought, his massive Dharma form instantly collapsed. The golden light transformed into countless specks of light, dissipating in the morning breeze. The five-clawed golden dragon also let out a long roar and disappeared into the void. The overwhelming pressure dissipated rapidly. Li Chengqian slowly landed on the blue bricks of the courtyard. The surroundings were deathly silent. Wang De, the eunuchs, the palace maids, and the imperial guards remained prostrate on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Their bodies were still trembling uncontrollably, an instinctive reaction to facing the divine. Li Chengqian floated up in front of Li Yuan. Li Yuan was still sitting on the ground, panting heavily. The 8 mustard seed bracelets on his wrist clinked together, making a crisp sound. The founding emperor's gaze towards Li Chengqian at this moment had completely lost its previous casualness, leaving only pure awe. Grandpa, the ground is cold. Li Chengqian extended his hand. Li Yuan was stunned for a moment, then stood up with the help of Li Chengqian. He patted the dust off his buttocks and swallowed. Chengqian. Li Yuan's voice was still a little unsteady. Has your immortal technique made another great breakthrough? Li Chengqian smiled and nodded. Yes, I had a sudden feeling today. I couldn't stop myself and disturbed you, sir. Li Yuan took a deep breath, and the awe in his eyes was gradually replaced by excitement. Chengqian, your grandfather has an idea. Could you teach Grandpa? Li Yuan was thinking of showing off to Li Shimin every day. Chapter 35 Li Chengqian's domineering declaration. Li Yuan rubbed his hands together, his tone urgent. Father's requirements are not high. There's no need to make such a huge golden statue. As long as it can emit golden light, that will be fine. Li Chengqian looked at his grandfather, who was like a playful old man, and smiled helplessly. Grandpa, this immortal technique of mine was personally passed down by the old lord of the Great Void. It depends on fate and physical constitution, Li Chengqian said frankly. At present, I do not have the ability to pass on the immortal technique to others. Upon hearing this, a hint of regret flashed in Li Yuan's eyes, but he quickly let it go. If the methods of immortals could be taught casually, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Li Chengqian looked at Li Yuan, then changed the subject. However, my magical powers are still shallow. When my cultivation deepens in the future, I may be able to find a way to transform people. At that time, I will naturally be obliged to help you, father. Li Yuan's eyes lit up suddenly, and he slapped his thigh. Good. With you saying that, I'll be waiting. He suddenly leaned closer to Li Chengqian, lowered his voice, and his tone revealed an undisguised cunning and vengeful nature. Chengqian, we've made a deal. If you ever really have the ability to impart immortal techniques in the future, don't teach that rebellious son. As Li Yuan spoke, he snorted coldly in the direction of Taiji Palace. Then, my grandson and I will fly in the sky, leaving him all alone on the ground. Let him watch us become immortals and attain enlightenment, and that will infuriate him. Li Yuan could already picture Li Shimon's exasperated yet helpless expression in his mind, and he couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh. Li Chengqian smiled and nodded emphatically. It's a deal. Let father watch from below. The grandfather and grandson smiled at each other. After laughing, Li Yuan raised his hands and began to remove the mustard seed bracelets from his wrists. Ding dong! He took off all 8 crystal-clear jade bracelets and handed them to Li Chengqian. Take it, Li Yuan said casually. Li Chengqian did not accept it, but took half a step back. Grandpa, you don't need to return it. You can keep it to play with. That won't work. It was agreed beforehand that this bracelet was borrowed to spite that rebellious son. Now that the anger is over, it should naturally be returned to its rightful owner. Although Grandpa is old, he still understands these rules. How can an elder shamelessly snatch things from his grandson? Li Yuan put on a stern face and his attitude was resolute. Although his eyes revealed deep reluctance, he did not hesitate at all and directly stuffed the bracelet into Li Chengqian's hand. Li Chengqian held the jade bracelet, looked at Li Yuan's stubborn yet somewhat disappointed expression, and smiled. He picked out one of the jade bracelets and put it back on Li Yuan's wrist. Grandpa is a man of principle, and his grandson is naturally a man of filial piety as well. Li Chengqian chuckled. The tool that used to anger father has been returned, but this is a gift from your grandson to grandpa. Keep it to store some personal items, so you won't have to search for eunuchs for a cup of hot tea in the future. Li Yuan looked down at the solitary yet conspicuous jade bracelet on his wrist and paused for a moment. Immediately, the wrinkles on his face completely smoothed out, and he grinned from ear to ear. Ha ha! Good! Good! My grandson is the most thoughtful of all! Li Yuan happily rotated his wrist, starting to think about what he could pack into the Din Palace later. Just then, a series of hurried and disorderly footsteps came from outside the East Palace. Clever! A tearful cry pierced through the courtyard gate. Empress Zhangsun, lifting her elaborate skirt, practically ran into the courtyard. The jewels on her head swayed violently, and her hair even became slightly disheveled, completely losing her usual dignified demeanor as an empress. Li Lizzie held her tightly, her eyes also red-rimmed. 2 little dumplings, Cici and Xingyan, chased after them with their short legs, panting heavily. Mother! Li Chengqian stepped forward to greet him. Empress Zhangsun didn't even bother to bow to Li Yuan. She grabbed Li Chengqian's arm. She gripped her fingers so tightly that her nails almost dug into Li Chengqian's flesh. She looked Li Chengqian up and down, her gaze sweeping over him. Brilliant! Empress Changsuin's voice trembled, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. You made such a commotion, the whole of Chang'an saw it. Empress Zhangsun stared intently into Li Chengqian's eyes, her tone filled with deep fear. You've learned immortal techniques so quickly, and your supernatural powers are growing stronger and stronger. In the future, will you ascend to the celestial realm in broad daylight? Empress Changsuin's tears fell onto Li Chengqian's hand. She didn't care about any Dharma body or the golden dragon protecting her. She is a mother. All she knew was that immortals were detached from worldly affairs, living aloof and detached from the mortal realm. If Gao Ming becomes an immortal, then she, as his mother, will completely lose her son. The thought of being separated from her forever was more devastating than losing her leg. Li Lizzie stood to the side, and upon hearing her mother's words, tears also streamed down her face. She stepped forward and tightly gripped Li Chengqian's other sleeve. Brother! Li Lizzie's voice choked with sobs. The two little dumplings finally ran up to me. Sitsi and Qingyang looked up at their weeping mother and elder sister, completely bewildered by what had happened. Mother, don't cry. Cizi stood on tiptoe and reached out her chubby little hand to reach Chang Sunwugo's face, wanting to wipe away her tears. Looking at his mother and sister, who were crying their eyes out, and feeling the real warmth and strength in his arm, Li Chengqian was deeply touched in the softest part of his heart. Li Chengqian grasped Empress Jiangxun's hand with his other hand and gently patted Li Lizzie's head with his other hand. Mother Lizzie! Li Chengqian's voice was gentle, yet it carried a firm and resolute tone. Don't worry, Gaoming will not go anywhere. Gaoming will always be your son, your elder brother. Empress Jiangxun raised her head, her eyes blurry with tears, and looked at him. Really? What if Laozi summons you back? If he doesn't summon me, I won't go. A domineering smile curved at the corners of Li Chengqian's lips. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the vast eastern palace, over the distant Taiji Palace, and finally down to the endless streets and markets of Chang'an. What's so good about the immortal realm? It's desolate, lonely, and has strict rules. Li Chengqian's voice was deep, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Since I, Li Chengqian, was born and raised in the Tang Dynasty, this mortal world is my root. He turned around abruptly, staring intently at Empress Jiangxun. Mother, I'm not going to the immortal realm. I want to personally build this Tang Dynasty into an immortal realm. His words were spoken with resounding force. An invisible spiritual force leaked out slightly along with his surging emotions, causing a gentle breeze to rise in the courtyard and dispel the gloom in Chang Sunwugo's heart. Let's build the Tang Dynasty into a celestial realm. Such boldness and vision left everyone present stunned. Li Yuan stood to the side and heard those words clearly. His blood seemed to ignite at that moment. Good! 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 Li Yuan exclaimed 3 times, then slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. He truly is my grandson! He truly is a descendant of the Li family! To hell with the immortal realm, let's build our own! The look in Li Yuan's eyes when he looked at Li Chengqian had changed from pure awe to extreme fanaticism and pride. He truly is Lao Tzu's grandson. Empress Jiangxun stopped crying. Looking at her eldest son, who stood tall and full of vigor, the fear in her heart completely vanished, replaced by boundless pride. Her brilliance lies not only in her divine abilities but also in her ambition that even mortal emperors dare not imagine. Li Lizzie stared blankly at Li Chengqian. She felt that her brother was even more dazzling than the 20-meter-tall golden giant from before. Brother, you're so handsome! Li Lizzie murmured, her eyes filled with admiration. The solemn and moving atmosphere had just reached its peak. A small voice suddenly came from below. Sitsi tugged at Li Chengqian's sleeve, tilting her round face up, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother, brother! Cizi cried out in her childish voice. When the Tang Dynasty becomes a celestial realm, will Cizi become a little fairy? Will she be able to ride a big dragon and fly in the sky every day? Chiang also joined in the fun. I want to be a fairy too. I want to ride a dragon too. There was a moment of silence in front of the main hall. Then, Li Chengqian couldn't help but burst into laughter. He bent down and picked up Sitsi and Qingyang, one in each arm. Yes! When the Tang Dynasty becomes a celestial realm, Sitsi and Qingyang will be the most beautiful little fairies. Let the dragon be your mount every day! Li Chengqian gently bounced the 2 little bundles of joy in his arms. Giggle! Sitsi and Qingyang laughed happily. Empress Jiangxun and Li Lizzie also stopped crying and started laughing, while Li Yuan stroked his beard with a smile. Chapter 36. As expected of Wei Xin. He really dares to speak his mind. Taiji Palace Square. The officials remained kneeling on the ground, none daring to rise. Although the golden light from the direction of the eastern palace had dissipated, the lingering aura of that soul-piercing pressure still resonated in everyone's hearts. A burst of hurried footsteps broke the silence. Li Junxian, the commander of the 100 Cavalry Division, strode across the square. He didn't look at the kneeling officials, but walked straight to Li Chengqian and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty!" Li Chengqian's voice boomed, brimming with barely concealed excitement. "His Highness the Crown Prince just said." Li Chengqian asked curiously. "What did Gao Ming say?" Li Chengqian raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the courtiers who were all listening intently, and loudly repeated. "His Highness the Crown Prince told His Majesty the Empress that the celestial realm is desolate and lonely, with strict rules. His Highness was born and raised in the Tang Dynasty, and the mortal world is His Highness's root." The moment these words were spoken, the air in the square seemed to freeze. The ministers of the Wei King's faction suddenly raised their heads, their eyes widened, and they gripped the blue bricks on the ground with their hands. "Not going to the immortal realm?" Li Chengqian took a deep breath, raised his voice again, and shouted out Li Chengqian's exact words. "His Highness said he will not go to the immortal realm. He wants to personally build this Tang Dynasty into an immortal realm." Boom! This statement resonated throughout the Taiji Palace Square. The ministers of the Wei King's faction were ashen-faced, their strength drained away instantly. "It's over. It's completely over." They were just thinking that once the Crown Prince ascended to the Celestial Realm, Prince Wei, Li Tai, would be able to rightfully take over the Eastern Palace. But the Crown Prince didn't leave at all. Not only did he not leave, he wanted to stay in the mortal realm and transform the Tang Dynasty into a celestial realm. A Crown Prince with divine abilities, who is not attached to the celestial realm, and is determined to reform the Tang Dynasty. Who in this world can shake his position? Who dares to shake his position? The political life of the Wei King's faction was sentenced to death at this moment. In stark contrast to the despair of the Wei King's faction, an uncontrollable jubilation erupted from the ranks of military officers. Qing Yaojin suddenly sprang up from the ground. He slapped his thigh, his voice booming. "Excellent! What a brilliant idea to build the Tang Dynasty into a celestial realm! I, Old Qing, am truly impressed. Your Highness's ambition is simply amazing." Yu Qijingda stood up as well, his dark face turning bright red, and nodded repeatedly. "Your Highness the Crown Prince truly lives up to his title as His Majesty's eldest son. I admire your ambition." Generals such as Li Jing and Hou Junji rose to their feet, their eyes filled with fervor and awe. Soldiers value strength above all else, and Li Chengqian's absolute power and grand vision completely won over this group of the most elite and proud soldiers of the Tang Dynasty. Standing on the jade steps, Li Chengqian listened to the general's praise, and the pent-up frustration in his heart vanished. Pride. An unprecedented sense of pride. "That's my son! He's the Crown Prince I've chosen." Li Chengqian straightened his chest, put his hands behind his back, and raised his chin slightly. He glanced at the assembled officials, a smug smile playing on his lips. "Jijia is right." Li Chengqian spoke loudly, his tone full of pride. "Gao Ming has been exceptionally intelligent since childhood. Now that he has received the teachings from Laozi, he has not forgotten his roots. On the contrary, he is devoted to the Tang Dynasty and the country." Li Chengqian paused, then deliberately emphasized. "I have always known that Gao Ming is the most outstanding crown prince in the world. He truly deserves to be my most beloved child." Chan Sun Wuji stood to the side, his lips twitching slightly. His Majesty's ability to ride the coattails of others is becoming increasingly masterful. Yesterday he was slamming the table in anger at Ganlu Hall, and today he's the most beloved child. The courtiers all bowed their heads, preparing to shout that His Majesty was wise. Just then, a discordant voice rang out from the front of the civil servants' line. "Your Majesty is mistaken." Wei Jing, holding an ivory tablet, strode out of the ranks. He stood ramrod straight, his gaze meeting Li Chengqian's without any attempt to look away. Li Chengqian's smile froze instantly. He looked at Wei Gang's stern face, and his right eyelid twitched twice. "What is that old scoundrel up to now?" "Your Majesty says that His Highness the Crown Prince is your most beloved child, but I cannot agree with that. Your Majesty remembers it clearly. Not long ago, Your Majesty even considered bestowing the Wuda Hall upon Prince Wei for his residence." Wei Jing stood at the foot of the jade steps, his voice clear and resonant, each word carrying throughout the entire square. Wei Jing gave Li Shimin no chance to interrupt, speaking at breakneck speed. The Wood Hall is right next to the East Palace, a place of vital importance to the nation. Your Majesty insisted on having the Prince of Wei reside there, ignoring the Crown Prince's situation. Why didn't your Majesty say then that the Crown Prince was your most beloved child? Dead silence. Taiji Palace Square fell silent once again. The officials bowed their heads, even slowing their breathing. Everyone secretly gasped in shock. As expected of Wei Jing, he really dared to speak his mind. The Wood Hall incident is the most direct evidence of Li Shimin's favoritism towards Li Tai and his suppression of Li Chengqian. Everyone knows the truth, but no one dares to bring it up. Wei Jing not only spoke out, but also shattered Li Shimin's newly established image as a benevolent father in front of the entire court. Li Shimin stood on the jade steps, his smugness completely vanished. In its place came a mixture of embarrassment and anger, his face flushing red and then turning pale. He pointed at Wei Jing, his finger trembling. Wei Zhen! You! Li Shimin really wanted to curse. He, the mighty Khan, had just wanted to gain some prestige by invoking his son's power when this old scoundrel exposed his shortcomings in public. Wei Jing remained expressionless, holding his tablet with both hands and bowing slightly. I am merely stating the facts. His Highness the Crown Prince's current magnanimity is a blessing to the Tang Dynasty. However, your Majesty must not cover up past mistakes or forget past transgressions. A ruler should be fair in rewarding and punishing, and treat everyone equally. Li Shimin's chest heaved violently, and his molars clenched so tightly they made a grinding sound. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chan Sun Wuji quickly stepped out of the line. Lord Wei, you are too kind. The Prince of Wei and His Highness the Crown Prince are brothers born of the same mother. His Majesty naturally favors both of them. It's just that His Highness the Crown Prince bears the responsibility of being the heir apparent, so His Majesty's requirements are even stricter. Chan Sun Wuji stood between Wei Jing and Li Shimin, cupping his hands in greeting. Chan Sun Wuji provided a perfect way out. Li Shimin immediately accepted the situation. He snorted coldly, lowered his hand that was pointing at Wei Jing, and waved his sleeve. Fuji is right. The more I value the Crown Prince, the stricter I will be in disciplining him. Li Shimin put on a stern face and forcefully ended the topic. The court session is adjourned for today. Court dismissed. Having said that, Li Shimin didn't even look at Wei Jing, turned around and strode towards the inner palace. His pace was extremely fast, conveying an air of fleeing in panic. Wei Jing watched Li Shimin's retreating figure, a faint smile subtly playing at the corners of his lips. He put away his official tablet, turned around, and walked back to the queue. The courtiers bowed respectfully as they saw them off. Li Shimin descended the jade steps, but instead of returning to the Ganlu Hall, he directly instructed Zhang Anan. Go to the East Palace. He is now eager to see Li Chengqian. With his son possessing such great abilities and even making the bold statement that he would build the Tang Dynasty into a celestial realm, the father felt compelled to make a statement. I'll also see if I can take advantage of today's great atmosphere to get my hands on that mustard seed bracelet I've been longing for. Chapter 37 Li Tai bears thorns to plead guilty. Li Shimin walked with a brisk pace, and Zhang Anan, along with several eunuchs, barely managed to keep up with him by jogging. I just walked to the alley where Taiji Palace and East Palace meet. A group of people are walking towards us from the front. 4 burly eunuchs were carrying a sedan chair, hurrying towards the Taiji Palace. Du Chuk followed beside the sedan chair. Li Shimin stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowing slightly. Du Chuk looked up and saw Li Shimin, and was startled. He quickly took 2 steps forward and knelt on the ground with a thud. Your subject Du Chuk pays respects to your Majesty. The sedan chair stopped immediately. The sedan curtain was lifted by a trembling, fat hand. Li Tai sat in the sedan chair, exuding an aura of extreme weakness. Chike? Li Shimin stepped forward, looking at his chubby son in the sedan chair, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you resting at home? What are you doing in the palace? With the help of a palace attendant, Li Tai struggled to get out of the sedan chair. His legs went weak, and he knelt down in front of Li Shimin as soon as he landed. "Father!" Li Tai's voice was hoarse and had a strong nasal tone. He held a bright yellow folded document high above his head with both hands. A small patch of sweat dampened the edge of the document. "Your subject. Your subject saw your elder brother manifest his divine form in the palace." Li Tai swallowed hard, his tone filled with undisguised awe and fear. "Your subject was amazed by your elder brother's extraordinary divine abilities and specially wrote a congratulatory letter to send to the Crown Prince's palace to congratulate your elder brother on his great achievement in divine arts." Li Shimin looked at Li Tai kneeling on the ground with a deep gaze. He knew his second son all too well. He was intelligent, studious, and ambitious. Over the years, they have been cultivating relationships with court officials and recruiting talented individuals behind his back, eyeing the position of Crown Prince. But now, the ambition in Li Tai's eyes had completely vanished. Only pure fear and a strong will to survive remained. Li Shimin knew in his heart that Li Tai had completely admitted defeat. Faced with a powerful older brother who could transform into a 20-meter-tall golden dragon, any schemes or tricks became a joke. Li Tai's only thought now was to quickly pledge his loyalty, and save his life and wealth. Li Shimin reached out and took the congratulatory letter. He didn't open it to look, but simply patted Li Tai's shoulder gently. "Chike, you've done well." Li Shimin's voice softened. "I'm very pleased that you have this thought in mind." Upon hearing this, Li Tai's tense body finally relaxed a little, and his eyes instantly reddened. Li Shimin looked at him and said earnestly, "You and Gao Ming are brothers born of the same mother. Brothers are connected by blood. What's past is past. Go with your father to the East Palace and apologize to your brother in person." Li Shimin paused, his tone becoming slightly tempting. "Your elder brother has now received the inheritance of the immortals and has many good things at his disposal. As long as you sincerely admit your mistakes, your elder brother will naturally not forget you, his own brother, when good things come in the future." Li Tai suddenly raised his head, his eyes lighting up. "Your subject understands. Your subject will definitely apologize to your elder brother." Li Tai kowtowed heavily, his tone extremely firm. "Get up," Li Shimin said, raising his hand. The eunuch quickly helped Li Tai up. "Come, follow me to Xianda Hall." Li Shimin stuffed the congratulatory letter back into Li Tai's hand and turned to continue walking towards the Eastern Palace. Li Tai dared not ride in the sedan chair any longer. Dragging his weak legs, he followed closely behind Li Shimin. Before long, the father and son arrived outside Xianda Hall. The palace doors were wide open. The courtyard was bathed in bright sunlight. Li Chengqian was hovering in midair, holding several pieces of wood in his hand, seemingly carving something. Empress Zhang's son sat on a stone bench beside him, watching him with a smile. Li Yuan sat to the side, drinking tea and fiddling with the jade bracelet on his wrist. Xizhi and Qingyang were pushing a small wooden bird that Li Chengqian had given them, which could flap its wings on its own, in the courtyard, their clear laughter ringing out. The family was enjoying themselves immensely, and the atmosphere was incredibly warm and harmonious. Li Shimin stood outside the courtyard gate, watching this scene, and stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at Li Tai beside him, whose face was full of tension, and took a deep breath. "Let's go." Li Shimin stepped over the threshold and strode into the courtyard. Li Tai clutched the congratulatory letter tightly in his hand, head bowed, following behind Li Shimin step by step toward the elder brother who filled him with immense fear yet whom he had to look up to. Li Tai followed behind him, head bowed, his steps unsteady, looking like a plucked quail. The once harmonious courtyard suddenly became still. Empress Zhang's son put down her teacup, stood up from the stone bench, clasped her hands at her waist, and slightly curtsied. "Your Majesty, I greet you." Li Lizzie quickly pulled Qingyang back 2 steps and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, father." Li Yuan sat in the grand chair, not even lifting his eyelids, but simply raised his arm and turned the mustard seed bracelet on his wrist, making a crisp, clinking sound. When Li Shimin saw this, his eyelids twitched. Upon seeing this, Li Yuan immediately gave a wicked smile. At this moment, Li Shimin took a deep breath, then strode forward and grabbed Empress Xiangxuan's arm, saying, "Guanyanbi, you may rise." His gaze swept across the room and landed on Li Chengqian, who was suspended in midair, holding a carving knife in his hand. Before Li Shimin could speak, a small figure pushed a butterfly cart and tumbled to his feet. "Father! Father, you're here!" Cixi raised her lovely face, her big eyes curving into crescents. She proudly presented the wooden butterfly with flapping wings in her hand to Li Shimin. "Father, look! This is a little bird that my brother made for Cixi. It can fly by itself." Looking at his daughter's innocent and smiling face, Li Shimin's tense nerves relaxed slightly. He bent down, reached out and touched Cixi's twin buns, and forced a smile. "Cixi, you're so good, this thing is really exquisite." Cixi turned his head and saw Li Tai hiding behind Li Shimin. "Fourth brother is here too," Cixi greeted in a childish voice. Li Chengqian turned his gaze over at that moment. Li Tai shuddered. He didn't even bother to respond to his sister's innocent remarks. The absolute pressure from the golden giant seemed to still linger in his bones and blood, making it difficult for him to even breathe. Thump! Without any hesitation, Li Tai slammed his knees heavily onto the blue bricks. His obese body collapsed to the ground, his hands clutching the bright yellow congratulatory letter tightly above his head. Sweat streamed down his forehead, splashing onto the stone slab and leaving a ring of water. "Your subject, Li Tai, pays respects to your highness the crown prince." Li Tai's voice was terribly hoarse, with an uncontrollable tremor. "While I was at home, I personally witnessed my elder brother's divine form reaching the heavens and his divine power surpassing all others. I was deeply amazed and specially wrote this congratulatory letter to congratulate my elder brother on his great achievement in immortal arts." Li Tai swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. In the past, I was young and ignorant, and often offended you, elder brother. Today, I humbly beg for forgiveness, and I will accept your punishment without uttering a single complaint. After saying all that in one breath, Li Tai pressed his head firmly against the blue brick and dared not lift it again. Chapter 38. How could a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens care about ants? Empress Xiangxun gripped the silk handkerchief in her hand, her gaze filled with worry as she looked at her eldest son in midair. Li Lizzie bit her lower lip, so nervous that she held her breath. Li Shimin stood to one side, his hands behind his back, his fingers unconsciously clenching. He looked at Li Tai kneeling on the ground, then looked up at Li Chengqian. They all knew very well how Li Tai had been relentlessly pressing them over the past few years. He cultivated relationships with court officials and openly humiliated the crown prince in court. Those open and covert attacks would be difficult for anyone to forgive easily. Now that Li Tai has come to us of his own accord, if Li Chengqian were to seize the opportunity to make trouble, or even use his magic to cripple him, Li Shimin would not know how to stop him. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Li Chengqian looked down at Li Tai, who was kneeling on the ground. If it were when he had just transmigrated and bound to the system, and saw the culprit who had driven him to this dead end kneeling in front of him, Li Chengqian would definitely have kicked him without hesitation and made him pay back all the grievances he had suffered. But now, Li Chengqian looked at Li Tai's back, which was soaked with sweat, and at his shoulders, which were trembling like a leaf. He suddenly felt very bored. Would a giant dragon soaring through the 9 heavens care about an ant desperately kowtowing at its feet? "Wang De," Li Chengqian said calmly. "This old servant is here." Wang De bowed and quickly walked to Li Tai, took the congratulatory letter soaked with sweat with both hands, and turned to present it to Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian did not reach out to take it. He had no interest whatsoever in flipping through it to see what fancy words were written on it. "Qingke." Li Chengqian hovered in midair, his voice calm and undisturbed, as if discussing the weather. "Get up." Li Tai froze, raising his head in disbelief. "I have long since lost interest in you." Li Chengqian's gaze passed over Li Tai and landed on the distant palace wall. His tone was light, yet every word was firm and powerful. "Your prized talents, the court officials you've won over, and the throne you so desperately desire, in my eyes, they're not even worth this pile of sawdust on the ground." Li Chengqian withdrew his gaze, glanced down at him, and said, "From now on, behave yourself as the Prince of Wei." Boom! These words were like a resounding slap across Li Tai's face. Li Tai collapsed to the ground. He was relieved. Fortunately, Li Chengqian did not kill him or strike him with lightning, and his life was saved. But he felt an unprecedented, deep-seated humiliation. He always regarded Li Chengqian as his lifelong enemy. In order to defeat this elder brother, he exhausted all his efforts and even plotted while sleeping. But now, they're telling him, "You're not even qualified to be an opponent." This kind of complete disregard and dimensional reduction attack was more devastating to him than being killed outright. Li Tai's face was deathly pale, his lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a sound. Empress Jiangsun stood aside, silently relieved, but at the same time, she also understood the indifference in her son's eyes. Gao Ming wasn't being magnanimous, he genuinely didn't care anymore. Just then, Li Shimin made his move. He saw his most beloved second son slumped on the ground, his face ashen, his dejected appearance piercing Li Shimin's heart. Emperors are often suspicious, but fathers are protective of their children. Especially since Chike was the second son, just like him. This made him unconsciously favor the other side a little. Li Shimin instinctively strode forward, grabbed Li Tai's arm, and pulled him up from the ground. "Chike, hold on tight." Li Shimin gave a low rebuke, then raised his head and looked at Li Chengqian in midair. Li Shimin tried to smooth things over, but his tone carried a bias he himself was unaware of. "Gao Ming, you're being too harsh." Li Shimin put on a stern face and adopted the demeanor of a strict father. "Since Qin Ke has already admitted his mistake and even wrote a congratulatory letter to apologize, you, as his elder brother, should have the magnanimity of an elder brother." Li Shimin turned and patted Li Tai on the shoulder, saying loudly, "Chike, don't take it to heart. Your brother has just achieved immortality and is a bit arrogant, so he said the wrong thing. He didn't mean it that way at all. You are still brothers who are connected by blood." The air in the courtyard instantly dropped to freezing point. Empress Jiangsun suddenly closed her eyes and pressed her slender fingers hard against her throbbing temples. "Erlang, oh Erlang. Are you here to ease tensions or to make enemies? Gao Ming just let Qin Ke off the hook, and instead of going along with it, you accused Gao Ming in front of everyone of being petty and saying the wrong thing. You're not trying to comfort Qin Ke, you're stabbing Gao Ming in the heart." Empress Jiangsun sighed inwardly. Getting this father and son back together was harder than climbing to heaven. Li Chengqian was suspended in midair. He neither got angry nor argued back. Li Chengqian narrowed his eyes, his gaze lingering for a moment on Li Shimin's face, which was filled with, "It's only natural," before a faint, cold smile appeared on his lips. This is the heavenly Khan of the Tang Dynasty. A father who lives forever in his own logic, who always thinks he can balance everything, yet is always biased. Li Chengqian turned his head, his gaze passing over Li Shimin, and looked at Li Yuan sitting in the Grand Master's chair. Li Yuan held a teacup and was slowly skimming the tea foam. Noticing Li Chengqian's gaze, Li Yuan raised his eyelids, a mocking smile curving his lips, and then nodded slightly. Their eyes met, and everything was understood without a word. Li Chengqian withdrew his gaze, having already set the tone in his mind. "Next time, I must cooperate well with Grandpa. Ideally, this biased father should be so angry that he can't eat for 3 days. It would be even better if they died of anger." "Your Majesty is right," Li Chengqian said, his hands behind his back, his tone so calm that it betrayed no emotion. "I have learned a lot." Li Shimin was delighted to hear this. He thought Li Chengqian had listened and that his authority as a father was still intact. Li Shimin released Li Tai and strode up to Li Chengqian. He rubbed his hands together, his gaze unconsciously falling on the blank space on Li Chengqian's wrist, and then glancing at the jade bracelet on Li Yuan's wrist next to him. "Brilliant!" Li Shimin cleared his throat, his tone suddenly becoming gentle, even carrying a hint of flattery. "Father has come today for another matter." Li Shimin paused, then shamelessly said, "Look, your grandfather has a magic weapon, your mother has one, and your sisters all have them. As the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, I have nothing in my hands, making it inconvenient to even go to court to review memorials. Could you get one for father too? Li Chengqian looked at Li Chengqian with expectant eyes. Looking at the emperor before him, whose expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book, Li Chengqian's cold smile gradually widened. Want a bracelet? Li Chengqian asked. Li Chengqian hurriedly nodded and said, Yes. No. Li Chengqian rolled his eyes. You. Before Li Chengqian could finish speaking, he was stopped by Empress Zhangsun. Gao Ming, your mother and father are leaving now. Then Empress Zhangsun hurriedly pulled Li Chengqian away from Xianda Hall. If they stayed any longer, she was worried that Gao Ming would strike Erlang with lightning. Li Tai then hurriedly kowtowed and retreated in a panic. Li Chengqian shook his head and then went back to playing with his younger sisters. Inside the Rikzhengjian Hall. Guan Yinbi, haven't I offended Gao Ming again? After hearing his wife's words, Li Chengqian felt as if the sky had fallen. He hadn't thought of this when he spoke. Empress Zhangsun nodded slightly, while Li Chengqian was extremely annoyed. We absolutely cannot be so biased towards Qingke next time. Li Chengqian muttered to himself, while Empress Zhangsun looked at him suspiciously. As evening approached, Li Chengqian saw off Li Yuan and the others and prepared to wash up and rest. Hopefully I'll draw a good skill tomorrow. Chapter 39 The Heaven-Mending Hand. Li Chengqian is healed. The morning light pierced through the thin mist and shone on the glazed tiles of the Xianda Hall in the East Palace. Li Chengqian opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. A faint, calming incense filled the room. He didn't rush to use his levitation ability, but instead leaned back on the soft pillows and summoned the system in his mind. Extract. A semi-transparent light screen appeared, and the cards flipped rapidly, bursting out with dazzling 5-colored light. Successfully extracted. Gained ability, Sky-Mending Hand. Ability analysis. The host can convert spiritual energy into innate creative energy, and inject it into the patient's body to repair genetic defects and injuries at their source. The technique is accompanied by 5-colored flowing light. Treating serious illnesses can trigger celestial anomalies. Li Chengqian's eyes lit up. He lifted the quilt, his gaze falling on his right leg, which was wrapped in splints and thick gauze. Although he had been able to move freely thanks to his levitation ability these past few days, the feeling of not being able to stand firmly on the ground was still a regret. Li Chengqian reached out and ripped the rope securing the splint, peeling away the layers of gauze that bound his leg. His withered, twisted right leg was exposed to the air. The hand that patches up the sky. Li Chengqian silently recited the mantra in his mind, mobilizing his spiritual power. 5 streams of light, blue, red, yellow, white, and black, instantly emanated from his right palm. The light wasn't dazzling, but it exuded a sacred and vast vitality. He gently placed his palm on his broken right leg. 5-colored light flowed into the flesh and blood through the palm. There was no pain. An intense, tingling sensation spread from the depths of my bones. Li Chengqian clearly felt that the dislocated broken bones automatically joined together under the pull of the qi of creation, emitting a faint friction sound. The atrophied muscles were replenished, and the severed meridians were reconnected inch by inch. Within seconds, the 5-colored light receded and dissipated. Li Chengqian looked down. His right leg was smooth and the muscles were well proportioned, without a single scar. He used his legs to push off the bed and landed firmly on the cold gold bricks. He felt solid ground beneath his feet. He tried taking 2 steps. His steps were steady and unhindered. Squeak! The palace doors were pushed open. Wanda, carrying a bronze basin, led several eunuchs in with their heads bowed. Your Highness, it's time to wash. Wanda's words came to an abrupt halt. He looked up and saw Li Chengqian standing by the bed, the splint and gauze from his right leg scattered on the floor. Wanda was stunned for a moment. Then, the chief eunuch of the Eastern Palace did not make any alarming noises. He simply handed the copper basin to the eunuch next to him, took 2 steps forward, knelt down on both knees, and his face was full of joy. This old servant congratulates Your Highness on your excellent health. Your Highness's divine might is unparalleled, so a mere leg ailment is naturally nothing to worry about. Wang De kowtowed, his tone full of self-righteousness. Li Chengqian looked at Wang De on the ground and his lips twitched slightly. This old guy's adaptability is ridiculously strong these days. After witnessing flying, lightning, cloud creation, and the Dharma form, in the eyes of the people in the Eastern Palace, even if the Crown Prince were to pluck the sun off the ground and kick it like a ball, they would probably just applaud and cheer. Get up! Li Chengqian raised his hand. Send someone to the Duke of Yi's residence to summon Qin Xiong to Xianda Hall. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll just take care of his illness. This old servant obeys the decree. Wang De got up and immediately arranged for someone to deliver the message. Just as Li Chengqian finished washing up and changed into casual clothes, a burst of cheerful laughter came from outside the hall. Brother! A small pink figure stepped across the threshold first, and ran into the main hall with her short legs. Cixi opened her arms, instinctively wanting to pounce on Li Chengqian's bedside. She stopped abruptly halfway through her run. Cixi looked up with his round face and wide eyes at Li Chengqian, who stood steadily in the center of the hall. Li Lizzie and Xingyang followed closely behind and entered. Li Lizzie's gaze fell on Li Chengqian's right leg. Her steps froze on the spot, she covered her mouth with both hands, and her eyes immediately reddened. Brother, your leg is completely healed? Li Lizzie's voice trembled with extreme surprise. Li Chengqian smiled and nodded, then took 2 steps forward to show them. It's all done. Xingyang ran over, squatted down, touched Li Chengqian's right leg, and looked up happily, shouting, Brother can run now! Cixi's eyes darted around, then suddenly she put her hands on her hips, puffed out her little chest, and loudly announced, I knew it! It must have been Cixi who blew on my brother earlier and made all the pain disappear. Cixi is the best. The hall fell silent for a moment. Then, Li Chengqian, Li Lizzie, and the eunuchs beside them all burst into laughter. Yes, yes, yes! Li Chengqian bent down and picked up Cixi, kissing her on her chubby cheek. Thanks to Cixi's good breathing, my brother's leg recovered so quickly. Cixi giggled as she was praised, and clung to Li Chengqian's neck, refusing to let go. Li Chengqian held Cixi in one arm, turned to look at Li Lizzie, his eyes becoming gentle yet firm. Come on, your brother will take you to the Lijing Hall. What are you going to the Hall of State Affairs for? Li Lizzie wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Go and treat mother's illness. Li Chengqian spoke calmly. Li Lizzie was shocked. Empress Jiangxuan's illness would flare up every autumn and winter, causing her to have difficulty breathing and suffer greatly. The imperial physicians were at a loss, and could only keep him alive with herbal medicine. As a daughter, Li Lizzie watched her mother suffer countless times without being able to help, which became the biggest burden in her heart. Now my brother says he's going to get treatment for our mother. Brother, hurry! Let's go now! Li Lizzie hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed Li Chengqian's sleeve, and spoke urgently. Li Chengqian had a sudden thought. 2 clusters of pure white clouds materialized out of thin air inside the Xianda Hall and came to rest steadily in front of Li Lizzie and Xingyang. Then the white dragon that Wang De had created earlier also flew over. Li Chengqian carried the rhinoceros and mounted the dragon's back, while Li Lizzie and Xingyang also skillfully sat on the clouds. Walk! Driven by spiritual power, the white dragon and the clouds soared into the sky, transforming into several streaks of light that headed straight for the harem. Taiji Palace, Lijing Hall. The main hall was warmed by the burning of fine silver charcoal. Empress Jiangsun leaned back on her phoenix chair, holding an account book from the imperial treasury in her hand. Seated to the lower left was Consort Yang, dressed in an elegant palace gown. Consort Yang was the birth mother of Prince Li Kewu, and was originally a princess of the Sui dynasty. She was gentle and cautious in her actions, and never participated in the infighting and jealousy within the harem. My sister looks much better these past few days. Consort Yang picked up her teacup and spoke softly. Empress Jiangsun put down the account book, a smile she couldn't hide on her lips. Gao Ming has been coming to keep me company these past few days. I'm so happy, and naturally, I feel a bit better. When the Crown Prince was mentioned, a complex light flashed in Consort Yang's eyes. She heard everything that had happened in Chang'an these past few days, even though she was deep inside the palace. The Crown Prince not only had the power to summon wind and rain, but also revealed the Dharma body of heaven and earth. Consort Yang came to the Lijing Hall today to show Empress Zhang's son that she and her son had no intention of vying for the throne. Chapter 40. Treating Empress Zhangxuan's illness. As Empress Zhang's son and Consort Yang were talking, a palace maid, lifting her skirt, rushed into the main hall in a panic. "Your Majesty the Empress!" The palace maid knelt on the ground, speaking rapidly. "His Highness the Crown Prince, accompanied by the 3 princesses, has arrived riding on clouds." Empress Zhangxuan's smile deepened. Consort Yang immediately stood up, clasped her hands at her waist, and slightly curtsied. "Your Majesty the Empress, His Highness the Crown Prince has come with the princesses, presumably to discuss some family matters. I will not disturb you any longer and will take my leave." Empress Zhang's son did not try to stop her, and nodded, saying, "Take care, sister." Consort Yang left the Lijing Hall with her personal maid. Just as I stepped out the door, the sky suddenly darkened. Consort Yang raised her head and saw a huge white dragon hovering above the Lijing Hall, its head lowered, slowly descending onto the square in front of it. Li Chengqian, dressed in ordinary clothes, leaped off the dragon's back while holding the rhinoceros. Li Lizzie and Qingyang also drifted down from the clouds. Consort Yang's heart skipped a beat when she saw this scene. "Has His Highness's leg healed?" Consort Yang took a deep breath and, with her maids, quickened her pace as she left the Lijing Hall. She felt incredibly fortunate that she had taught Li Ke to be law-abiding and obedient over the years. No one can take the Tang Dynasty's empire from this divine prince. Inside the Lijing Hall. As soon as Li Lizzie entered the room, she lifted her skirt and ran towards Empress Zhang's son, disregarding her manners. "Mother! Mother!" Li Lizzie's voice was clear and crisp, revealing in barely suppressed excitement. Empress Zhang's son looked at her eldest daughter's appearance, and stood up with some confusion. "Lizzie, why are you in such a hurry?" Li Lizzie ran to Empress Zhang's son, grabbed her hand, and her eyes reddened. "Mother, my brother's leg is healed. He's completely healed. And, my brother came to treat you." Empress Zhang's son was stunned. She looked up at the entrance of the main hall. Li Chengqian, holding Cixi in one arm and Qingyang by the hand, stepped across the threshold. His steps were steady and powerful, and the disability in his right leg had completely disappeared. Empress Zhangxuan's gaze was fixed on Li Chengqian's right leg, her hands trembling uncontrollably. "Brilliant, your leg!" Li Chengqian walked up to Changsun Wugo and put the rhinoceros down. He looked into his mother's bloodshot eyes, which were filled with surprise, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. "Mother, my leg is healed," Li Chengqian said softly. Seeing this, Empress Zhang's son quickly and gently grasped Li Chengqian's hand, saying, "Good, good, good." Her eyes were slightly red. "Mother," Li Chengqian said, his voice steady, "I have come today to treat your illness." Empress Zhang's son was stunned. Qi stagnation. This was a stubborn ailment that had tormented her for over a decade, a condition that even the most skilled physicians in the Imperial Medical Academy were helpless against. Once it occurs, the patient experiences chest tightness, shortness of breath, and sleepless nights. Even breathing becomes excruciatingly painful. She knew her life was short. "Brilliant! My mother's illness." "Mother, please sit down." Li Chengqian interrupted her directly. Without offering further explanation, he instantly transformed his spiritual energy into innate creative energy. Buzz! Li Chengqian raised his right hand. In his palm, 5 streams of light, blue, red, yellow, white, and black, exploded without warning. The 5-colored light intertwined and flowed, not dazzling, but carrying a vast, sacred, and vibrant aura, instantly illuminating the entire Lijing Hall. "Wow!" Cixi, standing to the side, gaped, her large eyes reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. Qingyang's eyes widened, his mouth formed an O shape, and he stared blankly at the glowing hand. Li Lizzie stood a few steps away, her hands clasped together, tightly clutching a silk handkerchief, her eyes full of anticipation and smiles. She knew that if her brother had said it, he would definitely do it. After that, my mother was finally free from the suffering of that illness. Li Chengqian stepped forward and gently placed his right hand, which was shimmering with 5-colored light, on the back of Empress Zhang's son. The hand that patches up the sky. The 5-colored energy of creation flowed continuously from his palm into Chang's son Wugo's body. Empress Zhang's son trembled slightly. There was no pain. Only an extremely warm and mellow vitality rushed into her internal organs with overwhelming force. She clearly felt that the turbid air that had been lingering in her lungs for years, making her breathing heavy, instantly vanished under the wash of the 5-colored light. The withered and damaged meridians are revitalized, and congenital genetic defects are forcibly repaired. At the very same moment that Li Chengqian performed the procedure, above the Lijing Hall, the celestial phenomena suddenly changed. The once clear sky was suddenly filled with large swaths of colorful, auspicious clouds. The clouds rolled and swirled, their 5 colors, blue, red, yellow, white, and black, intermingling and illuminating the entire palace like a fairyland. At the same time, a faint, ethereal, and sacred melody echoed between heaven and earth. The instrument was indistinct, yet it struck the very soul, bringing a sense of peace. Taiji Palace, Ganlu Hall. Li Shimin sat behind his desk, discussing the autumn harvest taxation matters in Jian and with several important ministers, including Chang's son Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Wei Xing. The atmosphere inside the hall was solemn. Bang! The palace doors were suddenly pushed open, and Zhang Ainen rushed in. Your Majesty! Zhang Ainen's voice was shrill as he pointed outside the hall. A strange phenomenon has appeared in the sky above the Lijing Hall. Li Shimin's expression changed, and he suddenly stood up and strode out from behind the imperial desk. Chang's son Wuji, Fang Xianling, and others disregarded the proper etiquette between ruler and subject and rushed out of Ganlu Hall in quick succession. The crowd stood in the Taiji Palace square and looked up. Hiss! A series of synchronized gasps echoed across the square. The view from the direction of the inner palace, above the Ritzajong Hall. Colorful, auspicious clouds covered the sky and the sun, and the auspicious aura transformed into tangible halos that rippled in layers. The faint, ethereal music drifted on the wind into everyone's ears, cleansing their souls. This is... Fang Xianling opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Chang's son Wuji stared intently at the auspicious cloud, swallowing hard. His Highness the Crown Prince just rode the cloud to the Lijing Hall. What is His Highness doing? How could he have caused such a magnificent celestial phenomenon? Li Shimin's heart suddenly raced. Lijing Hall. Guanin's maid. Gao Ming went to the Lijing Hall, and then this strange phenomenon of gods and immortals appeared. Guaninbi! A crazy idea flashed through Li Shimin's mind. He no longer cared about the demeanor of an emperor, lifted the hem of his casual robe, and strode off like a madman towards the inner palace. Chang's son Wuji stood there, hesitating for a moment. The inner palace was a forbidden area, and officials from outside the court were not allowed to enter without permission. However, he was not only the current prime minister, but also the elder brother of Empress Zhang's son and the maternal uncle of Li Chengqian. Your Majesty, wait for me! Chang's son Wuji gritted his teeth, lifted the hem of his court robe, and ran after Li Shimin. Chapter 41 Gao Ming, can your immortal technique grant immortality? Fang Xianling, Wei Xing, and the others exchanged glances. They were officials from outside the capital, without the status of relatives of the emperor. Even if they were as curious as cats scratching at their hearts, they could only obediently stop and stand in the square to look up at the miracle. Inside the Lijing Hall, the 5-colored light gradually faded, eventually turning into specks of starlight and dissipating into the air. Li Chengqian withdrew his hand and exhaled a long breath. Empress Zhang's son sat quietly on the phoenix chair. Her eyes were closed, and her chest rose and fell steadily. Empress Zhang's son took a deep breath. The air entered my lungs smoothly and without obstruction, without the stinging pain of the past, and without the stuffiness that felt like being pressed down by a heavy stone. She opened her eyes, and her previously pale face was now rosy and radiant, exuding a vitality from within, as if she had instantly become 10 years younger. Mother! Lizzie could no longer hold back. She lifted her skirt and ran forward, squatting down in front of Empress Zhangsun, her voice trembling with tears. How are you feeling now? Cixi and Qingyang also ran over with their short legs. Two little girls, one on each side, gently held Empress Zhangsun's hand. Mother doesn't hurt anymore. Cixi tilted her head back, her big eyes full of anticipation. Empress Zhangsun grasped her three daughters' hands in return, tears welling up uncontrollably in her eyes. This is not sadness, this is ultimate joy. Mother is all right now. Empress Zhangsun's voice trembled slightly, but it was full of strength. Mother has never felt so good. This body is like being reborn. She raised her head and looked gently at Li Chengqian standing in front of her. Gao Ming, you've gone to a lot of trouble. Empress Zhangsun knew that using such a heaven-defying, fate-altering immortal technique would inevitably come at a price. Your Majesty, I am not tired. Li Chengqian smiled. As long as Mother is healthy, what is this little bit of exertion? Just then, a series of extremely chaotic and heavy footsteps came from outside the hall. Guan Yinbi! With an anxious shout, Li Shimin rushed into the main hall, panting. His traveling crown was askew to one side, and the collar of his everyday clothes was undone, showing none of the majesty of the heavenly Khan. Chan Sun Wuji followed closely behind, also panting heavily, his forehead covered in sweat. As soon as the two rushed into the hall, their eyes were instantly fixed on Empress Zhangsun, who was sitting on the phoenix throne. Li Shimin strode forward and knelt directly in front of Empress Zhangsun. He gripped Chan Sun Wugo's shoulders tightly with both hands, looking her up and down. His complexion was rosy, and his breathing was long and strong. Li Shimin turned his head, staring intently at Li Chengqian, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Gao Ming, your mother's illness, is it? Li Chengqian looked at the man before him, who had shed all his imperial defenses and was now only driven by the instincts of a husband, and nodded gently. It's completely gone, Li Chengqian said with certainty. From now on, Mother will live to be 100 years old and will be free from illness. Li Shimin was suddenly jolted. He turned back and looked at Empress Zhangsun. Empress Zhangsun reached out and gently straightened Li Shimin's crooked travel hat, her eyes full of tenderness. Second Prince, I am completely cured. Gao Ming has completely eradicated the root of my illness. Well... Li Shimin's lips trembled as he uttered two good-s. Ha 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 ha! Li Shimin suddenly stood up, threw his head back, and burst into loud laughter. Laughter reverberated throughout the hall, carrying a sense of exhilaration as if a huge weight had been lifted from his heart for over a decade. As he laughed, tears welled up in the eyes of this ruthless emperor who had killed his brothers and nephews without batting an eye at Xuanwu Gate. He raised his sleeve and hastily wiped his eyes. Only he knows how scared he has been all these years. He possessed the world, he owned the 4 seas, yet he couldn't save his wife's life. He woke up countless times in the middle of the night, listening to Empress Zhangsun's suppressed coughs, and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Now, that feeling of powerlessness has completely disappeared. Brilliant! Li Shimin turned around and strode up to Li Chengqian. He stretched out his hands and slapped Li Chengqian's shoulders hard. Father thanks you! Li Shimin looked directly into Li Chengqian's eyes, his tone extremely solemn. You are the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty, and even more so, my good son! Chan Sun Wuji stood to the side, looking at his rosy-cheeked sister, and then at the tall and upright Li Chengqian. His eyes were full of joy. The atmosphere inside the hall was extremely warm and inviting. Cixi looked at Li Shimin, who was both crying and laughing, tilted his head and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he ran to Li Shimin with his short legs, stretched out his chubby little hand, and tugged at the corner of Li Shimin's clothes. Don't cry, father, Cixi comforted in her childish voice. Your brother is amazing. He can emit 5 colors of light. Li Shimin looked down at his lovely daughter and picked her up in his arms. Yes. Your older brother is the best. Li Chengqian kissed the ox on the cheek. He held Cixi in his arms, turned to look at Li Chengqian, and the tears in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by an extremely ardent light. Li Chengqian took 2 steps forward. Brilliant! Li Chengqian lowered his voice, his tone slightly ingratiating. Your magic can even cure congenital ailments completely. Then, could it grant immortality? The warm atmosphere inside the hall froze instantly. Empress Jiangxuan's smile froze, and she helplessly rubbed her forehead. Chang Sun Wuji kept his eyes down, pretending he hadn't heard anything. Li Chengqian looked at his cheap father, who was taking an inch and then a mile, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Father! Li Chengqian spoke calmly. Ah! Li Chengqian exclaimed, his eyes filled with anticipation. It's not even dark yet! Li Chengqian rolled his eyes. Stop dreaming! The expectation on Li Chengqian's face froze instantly. He, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, humbled himself to seek immortality, only to be rebuffed by his son with the words, Don't dream about it before it gets dark. Pfft! Li Lizzie, standing to the side, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh out loud. Empress Zhang's son sat on the phoenix chair, watching her husband's discomfiture, and shook her head with a smile. Chang Sun Wuji stood to the lower end, his eyes fixed on his nose, seemingly lost in thought. He looked at his sister, whose face was rosy and full of life, and then glanced at Li Chengqian, who stood tall and straight. But his heart felt as bitter as if he had swallowed a large bowl of bitter herbs. He regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he should have stood firmly on the side of the crown prince when Li Tai pressed him so hard in court. He always thought that since he was the uncle of both of them, the Chang Sun family could maintain its wealth and status no matter who became emperor, so he chose to protect himself. Now it's all right. The crown prince obtained immortal magic, making his position as solid as a rock, and he could even arbitrarily show disrespect to the emperor. Because of their previous inaction, the Chang Sun family completely missed the best opportunity to rise to power. This must be remedied. Chang Sun Wuji's mind raced. Should I just go up and pledge my loyalty? If he were to act too deliberately, it would appear that the Chang Sun family was currying favor with the powerful, and the crown prince might not even be interested. He needed an anchor point, a legitimate and justifiable reason to approach the crown prince. The prince's new magic can cure chi ailments, and even regenerate broken legs. Broken leg. Chang Sun Wuji's eyes narrowed slightly. A crazy and ruthless idea took shape in his mind. Chong'er, I'm sorry you had to go through this. For the sake of the Chang Sun family's century-old legacy, I'll lend you one of your legs. He broke Chang Sun Chang's leg, and then shamelessly begged the crown prince for medical treatment. This is not only a perfect excuse, but it also allows Chang Sun Chong to stay in the Eastern Palace under the guise of recuperating from his injuries, giving him a significant advantage. As long as Chong'er can maintain a good relationship with the crown prince, the future of the Chang Sun family will be secure. Let's do it. Chang Sun Wuji made up his mind, his eyes regaining their calm and collected expression. Chapter 42 Chong'er, I'm sorry you had to go through this. Li Chengqian glanced at the sky outside the palace. Mother, Li Chengqian said, the Duke of Yi should be arriving at the Eastern Palace soon. Your son will return to Xianda Hall first. Empress Zhang's son nodded and said gently, Important matters are at hand. Go and get busy. Take care. Li Lizzie and her 2 little ones were very sensible and didn't clamor to go with them. Li Chengqian turned around, and with a thought, his body levitated into the air. He didn't even glance at Li Chengqian beside him, and flew straight out of the Lijing Hall, landing on the back of the giant white dragon that was circling in the square. The white dragon soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Li Chengqian's outstretched hand froze in midair. He was initially putting on airs, waiting for his son to bow and take his leave, but the son completely ignored him. Li Chengqian turned to look at Chang Sun Wuji, lowered his voice, and said with a hint of resentment, Fuji, look at this! Does Gao Ming even have any respect for me, his father, anymore? He left without even saying goodbye. Chang Sun Wuji was planning how to break his son's legs when he got home, but when he heard Li Shimon's complaint, he quickly composed himself. Your Majesty, please calm down. Chan Sun Wuji cupped his hands and tried to smooth things over in a serious manner. His Highness the Crown Prince must be in a hurry to return and treat the Duke of E. Doctors have the heart of parents, and His Highness was concerned about the illness, which is why he was momentarily negligent. In His Highness's heart, His Majesty is naturally the one he respects the most. Li Shimon snorted coldly and stepped down the steps. He stared in the direction Li Chengqian had disappeared without saying a word. Outside the Xianda Hall of the East Palace, Qing Yaojin helped Qin Qiong up. Qin Qiong's face was sallow, his breathing was heavy, and he seemed to be struggling with every step he took. But he pushed away Qing Yaojin's hand that was trying to carry him, gritted his teeth, and insisted on walking on his own. Second brother, slow down! Qing Yaojin was sweating profusely, carefully protecting him. We'll see His Highness the Crown Prince soon. You'll be fully recovered in no time. Qin Qiong, panting, stared intently at the plaque of Xianda Hall. Jijia. Qin Qiong's voice was weak, but it revealed the iron will of a soldier. His Highness the Crown Prince is willing to sacrifice his own lifespan to save me. This kindness is greater than the heavens. Even if I die on these steps today, I will stand and go in to express my gratitude. Qing Yaojin's eyes reddened, and he nodded emphatically. I understand. From now on, our lives are in His Highness's hands. Wanda turned his head around, his face beaming with smiles, his back bent low. Duke of Lu, Duke of E. Wanda turned to the side and gestured for them to enter. Wanda was overjoyed. With even these two pillars of the Tang military so devoted to the Crown Prince, who could possibly challenge his position in the Eastern Palace? The two stepped over the threshold and entered the main hall. Li Chengqian returned at that moment and stood in the center of the hall. He was not levitating. His feet were firmly planted on the golden bricks. Qin Qiong's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing this scene. The prince's leg is healed. Your subject Qin Qiong pays respects to Your Highness the Crown Prince. Qin Qiong pushed Qing Yaojin aside and knelt heavily on both knees. Your subject Qing Yaojin pays respects to Your Highness the Crown Prince. Qing Yaojin knelt down and kowtowed deeply. Li Chengqian stepped forward and helped Qin Qiong up with both hands. Dukey, you may rise. Li Chengqian looked at Qin Qiong's withered face. I have said before that I will take care of your illness. Qin Qiong's eyes welled up with tears. He gripped Li Chengqian's arm tightly, his voice trembling. Your Highness's kindness is immeasurable, even if I were to die 1,000 deaths. Li Chengqian smiled. The Duke of E has fought for our great Tang for many years. Li Chengqian released his grip and took a half-step back. I may lose a few years of my lifespan, but if it can restore the Duke of E, it will not matter. Qin Qiong and Qing Yaojin were deeply moved. Your Highness! The two knelt on one knee before Li Chengqian, and Qin Qiong wanted to say something, but Li Chengqian had already made his move. Li Chengqian raised his right hand. The hand that patches up the sky. Buzz. 5 streams of light, green, red, yellow, white, and black, instantly bloomed in Li Chengqian's palm. A vast and sacred aura of creation filled the entire Xianda Hall. Qing Yaojin's eyes widened, and his mouth opened so wide it could fit a fist. Qin Qiong stared at the hand radiating 5-colored light, his breath catching in his throat. Li Chengqian gently placed his hand on Qin Qiong's chest. 5-colored light flowed continuously from his palm into Qin Qiong's body. Qin Qiong felt an extremely pure heat rush into his limbs and bones. Those hidden wounds, bruises, and broken veins left from early battles melted away like ice and snow in the face of this power. The shriveled muscles began to fill out again, and the sallow complexion visibly regained its rosy hue. He could clearly hear the cracking sounds of his bones popping within his body. It was the sound of life being reborn. It only took 10 breaths. Li Chengqian withdrew his hand, and the 5-colored light dissipated. Qin Qiong stood still. He clenched his fists tightly, a long-lost surge of power from his peak period filling his entire body. He tried taking a deep breath. There was no cough, no chest tightness, and his blood and qi flowed smoothly, just like a fit 20-year-old. Second brother! Cheng Yaojin rushed forward, looking Qin Qiong up and down, so excited he was almost incoherent. You're better! You're completely healed! You look even stronger than me, old Qing! Qin Qiong ignored Cheng Yaojin. He took 2 steps back, lifted the hem of his long robe, and solemnly gave Li Chengqian a military salute. Your Highness's kindness in saving us is something Qin Qiong would gladly die for. Qin Qiong's voice boomed, echoing throughout the hall. From this day forward, the entire Qin family will follow your Highness's lead without question. Cheng Yaojin knelt down as well. The Qing family is the same. Wherever your Highness points, my old Cheng's axe will chop. Li Chengqian looked at the 2 great figures of the Tang Dynasty kneeling before him, a satisfied smile curving his lips. Please rise, your excellencies. Li Chengqian gestured with his right hand. The future of the Tang Dynasty will depend on you too. Your Highness, this humble subject. Qin Qiong remained kneeling, tears welling in his eyes, staring intently at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian personally helped Qin Qiong up, saying, Dukey, if you truly wish to thank me, then be prepared to fight for me in the future. Qin Qiong nodded. Yes, your Highness. The 2 then left. At this time, the Duke of Zhao's mansion. Chan Sun Chong was completely dumbfounded after hearing his father's words. Are you sure this will work? Are you sure His Highness the Crown Prince's magic can completely heal me? Chan Sun Chong swallowed hard. He thought his father's plan was a bit outrageous. Chong, just bear with it. At this moment, Chang Sun Wuji arrived with a wooden stick about the thickness of a calf. Chang Sun Chong slowly retreated. Father, how about we reconsider? No need to think about it anymore, it's too late today. I'll go to the palace to see His Highness tomorrow. As soon as Chang Sun Wuji finished speaking, he took action. Wait. Father, we're going to the palace tomorrow. Before Chang Sun Chong could finish speaking, his leg was broken by Chang Sun Wuji. Seeing his wailing son, Chang Sun Wuji said, Son, just bear with it. By the way, what did you just say? Why not call tomorrow morning? Chang Sun Chong gritted his teeth and spoke slowly. This? Chang Sun Wuji was stunned. Yes. I've never seen anyone treat their son so badly. Chang Sun Chong then fell into a coma. Chapter 43 To Hell with His Majesty. I'm the Crown Prince's man. The Duke of Zhao's mansion. Chang Sun Wuji sent someone to fetch a doctor to give Chang Sun Chong a simple bandage. At this time, Chang Sun Chong had also woken up. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to the palace to see the Crown Prince. Chang Sun Wuji's gaze was deep. Remember, when you arrive at the Eastern Palace, no matter how much pain you feel, you must be respectful to His Highness the Crown Prince and try to stay by his side. Chang Sun Chong was on the verge of tears, and could only nod emphatically. His own father had been too ruthless. How could he dare to utter a word of dissent now? The next morning. The Eastern Palace, Xianda Hall. Li Chengqian woke up from his sleep and stretched. System, extract today's abilities, he silently commanded in his mind. A screen of light appeared, and the cards flipped rapidly, bursting out with dazzling golden light. Successfully extracted. Gained ability, Abundant Harvest. Ability Analysis. The host can apply the Abundant Harvest status to a plot of farmland, increasing the seasonal grain yield 5-fold, with plump grains and no pests or diseases. A harvest talisman can be created and sent to distant locations. Currently, 1 point of mental energy can cover 100 acres. Limitations: cannot change weather or soil properties. The spell must be repeated the following year. Cannot permanently alter soil fertility. Li Chengqian's eyes lit up instantly as he looked at the panel. A bountiful harvest. The current grain yield of the Tang Dynasty is extremely low, with a yield of only 1 or 2 shur per mu. When faced with natural disasters or man-made calamities, people don't even have tree bark to eat. What if we combine abundant harvests and the Emperor's rule over the country? Tianxianjingui guarantees a year of favorable weather, no disease or disaster, and abundant harvests, directly increasing production fivefold. With the combined effect of these factors, the agricultural output of the Tang Dynasty could barely be compared to that of modern farmland in the 21st century. Grain was the lifeblood of feudal dynasties. Nice one. Li Chengqian smiled, in a great mood. He got out of bed and put on his everyday clothes. Wang De, Li Chengqian called out. The palace doors opened, and Wang De, carrying warm water, led several eunuchs in quickly. This old servant is here. Your Highness looks very well today. Wang De, all smiles, deftly helped Li Chengqian wash up. Li Chengqian wiped his face and casually asked, Wang De, do I have any imperial estates outside the city? Wang De paused for a moment, his movements slightly halting. Your Highness, there is such a place. It was purchased for you by Her Majesty the Empress with her own private funds in her early years. It is located in the south of the city and has about 500 acres of fertile land. Wang De answered respectfully. Li Chengqian raised an eyebrow slightly. Did your mother give it to you? And what about the Prince of Wei? Li Chengqian asked casually. How many imperial estates does that brat Li Tai own outside the city? A bead of sweat instantly appeared on Wang De's forehead. He swallowed hard and said in a low voice, Your Highness. His Highness Prince Wei has 18 imperial estates outside the city, all in excellent locations. The air inside the hall froze instantly. Li Chengqian stopped wiping his hands. He was the crown prince, the heir apparent of the Tang Dynasty, and he only owned one imperial estate, which was bought by his own mother with her private savings. A prince owned a total of 18 imperial estates, occupying the most fertile land outside Chang'an. 18? Li Chengqian threw the cloth into the copper basin, splashing a few drops of water, his tone turning cold. Given by Lier? Thump! Inside the main hall, the eunuchs and palace maids carrying basins of water and towels suddenly collapsed to their knees. Everyone pressed their heads tightly against the gold bricks, trembling all over. Lier! His Highness the Crown Prince actually addressed His Majesty by his given name. If these words were to get out, it would be a capital offense of treason. Those who hear this, 10 heads wouldn't be enough to cut off. Wang De also stood frozen in place. He stared at Li Chengqian's ambiguous smile, his mind racing. His Majesty's favoritism towards the Prince of Wei is a well-known fact throughout the court. Now that His Highness the Crown Prince has obtained immortal powers, he doesn't even respect His Majesty. This use of Lier is His Highness venting his dissatisfaction. Pretend you didn't hear? Or defend His Majesty? Wang De gritted his teeth and made a firm decision. To hell with your Majesty. This old servant is now the Crown Prince's man. The Crown Prince is a deity. How could you go wrong by following a deity? Yes. Wang De straightened up abruptly, his voice booming without a trace of fear. Your Highness guessed correctly, it was all given by Lier. The eunuchs kneeling on the ground were so frightened by Wang De's words that they almost fainted on the spot. Manager Wang has gone mad. Li Chengqian looked at Wang De, the coldness at the corner of his mouth dissipating, replaced by an appreciative smile. You old codger, you're getting bolder and bolder. Li Chengqian pointed at Wang De. Wang De chuckled and bent down. This old servant's courage comes from your Highness. This old servant only recognizes your Highness as my master. All right. Li Chengqian nodded in satisfaction. Prepare to lead the way. I'm going to visit the imperial estate in the south of the city today. With a bountiful harvest, it's natural to find a place to test its effects first. Those 500 mu of land were his experimental fields for changing agriculture in the Tang Dynasty. This old servant will make the arrangements immediately. Wang De was granted a pardon and turned to run away. Just as I reached the entrance of the hall, I bumped into 3 small figures. Eunuch Wang, why are you running so fast? Li Lizzie, holding Qingyang and Xixi's hands, looked curiously at Wang De, who was covered in sweat. Oh dear, Princess Changle. Wang De quickly bowed. His Highness the Crown Prince is leaving the palace for the imperial estate, and this old servant is just about to make preparations. Leave the palace? Li Lizzie's eyes lit up. She grew up in the inner palace and rarely had the opportunity to go out for some fresh air. Upon hearing that Li Chengqian was going to leave the palace, the desire to go out and have fun instantly rekindled within her. Li Lizzie led her two younger sisters into the main hall. Li Lizzie stepped forward and stood behind her two younger sisters. She wanted to go too, but due to the princess's reserve, she was too embarrassed to ask Li Chengqian directly. She lowered her head and blinked frantically at Qingyang. That means, quickly ask your brother for help, so that he can take us all with him. Qingyang was quick-witted and immediately understood her elder sister's meaning. She turned her head, just about to open her mouth and hug Li Chengqian's leg to act coquettishly. Just then, Cici tilted her head and looked at Li Lizzie with a puzzled expression. Big sister, what's wrong? Cici asked in a childish voice, her voice unusually loud in the hall. Do your eyes hurt? Why are you blinking so much? The hall fell silent for a moment. Qingyang opened his mouth, but the words were stuck in his throat. Li Lizzie's face flushed red to her ears, and she wished she could disappear into the ground. She awkwardly lowered her hand and glared at Cici reproachfully. Sister! Sister got sand in her eyes. Pfft! Li Chengqian couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw Li Lizzie's embarrassed appearance, and then looked at Cici's innocent expression. Ha ha! Li Chengqian laughed so hard he almost fell over. Lizzie, if you want to leave the palace, just say so. Why are you giving my sisters these meaningful glances? Li Lizzie stomped her foot in shame and indignation, clutching the hem of her clothes. Brother! You're still laughing! All right, stop laughing. Li Chengqian stopped laughing and reached out to ruffle Li Lizzie's hair. Since you want to go, let's go together. Go change into some comfortable clothes, and the four of us siblings can go for a walk outside the city today. Really? Li Lizzie looked up in surprise, her blush still lingering on her face. When has your brother ever lied to you? Li Chengqian waved his hand. Brother is the best. Cici cheered. Looking at his three younger sisters, Li Chengqian was in a great mood. Just then, a young eunuch rushed into Xianda Hall and knelt down to report. Your Highness, the Duke of Zhao, Chang Sun Wuji, requests an audience. He says he has urgent business and begs your Highness to save his life. Li Chengqian's eyes flickered slightly. Chang Sun Wuji? Calling for help? Chapter 44. Breaking the engagement with Lizzie. Li Lizzie and the other two were also very puzzled. Has something happened to your uncle's family? Li Lizzie felt a little worried at this moment. Li Chengqian shook his head, then said to the eunuch, Let him in. Before long, Chang Sun Wuji strode into the main hall. Behind him, two eunuchs carried a pale-faced, sweating young man on a stretcher. It was Chang Sun Chong. Chang Sun Wuji walked to the center of the hall, lifted the hem of his court robe, and knelt down straight down. Your subject, Chang Sun Wuji, pays respects to your Highness the Crown Prince and your Highness the Princess. Chang Sun Wuji was surprised to find Li Lizzie and the other two also there. Duke of Zhao, please rise. Li Chengqian slightly raised his hand. Upon hearing Li Chengqian's words, Chang Sun Wuji thought to himself, His Highness the Crown Prince is dissatisfied with the Chang Sun family. Your Highness, please have mercy and save my worthless and unfilial son. Chang Sun Wuji did not get up at this moment, but pleaded. Li Chengqian's gaze fell on Chang Sun Chong on the stretcher. The right pant leg was cut open, with a wooden board sandwiched between it, and bloodstains were visible through it. Broken leg. Uncle, what's wrong with my cousin? Li Lizzie, Cici, and Qingyang all felt a sense of fear when they saw Chang Sun Chong's injuries. Li Chengqian looked at Chang Sun Wuji's anxious face and a playful smile appeared on his lips. What a coincidence! He had just acquired the skill to treat illnesses when Chang Sun Chong got into trouble the very next day. Li Chengqian strongly suspected that Chang Sun Chong's leg had been deliberately broken. That old fox is so ruthless even to his own son. Indeed, the Jingguan era was not lacking in ruthless people. Duke Xiao, please rise. Li Chengqian said calmly. What's wrong, cousin? You were perfectly fine yesterday. Chang Sun Wuji, his eyes red-rimmed, sighed and said, Your Highness, this rebellious son was careless while riding his horse yesterday and broke his leg. The imperial physician said that the leg is probably beyond saving. I heard that Your Highness possesses extraordinary magical powers, so I have shamelessly come to beg Your Highness to save his life. Li Chengqian knew exactly what was going on, but he didn't expose it. My cousin is unlucky too. Li Chengqian stood up and walked to the stretcher. Chan Sun Chong trembled with pain, but still forced himself to bow and say, Your subject. Your subject greets Your Highness the Crown Prince. Li Chengqian nodded slightly. Li Chengqian looked at Chang Sun Wuji, who was kneeling on the ground with a face full of anxiety, and then at Chang Sun Chong, who was on the stretcher sweating profusely from the pain. He slowly said, Duke Zhao, I can cure my cousin's leg. Chang Sun Wuji was overjoyed and quickly kowtowed heavily on the gold brick. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you for your mercy. However, I have one request. Li Chengqian spoke in a flat tone. Chang Sun Wuji raised his head and declared without hesitation. Your Highness, whatever your command, I am willing to do anything to save Chong'er. Even if it means going through fire and water, I will not hesitate. He wasn't afraid that Li Chengqian had conditions, he was afraid that he didn't have any. Chang Sun Chong, wincing in pain, echoed, Your subject. Your subject is also willing. Li Chengqian looked at the father and son, his tone calm yet resolute. My request is very simple. I want your Chang Sun family to take the initiative to dissolve your engagement with Lizzie. Ah? Chang Sun Wuji was stunned. Chang Sun Chong forgot the pain in his leg and stared at Li Chengqian with a blank expression. Upon hearing this, Lizzie, who was standing to the side, blushed instantly, her fair cheeks turning red with embarrassment. She clutched the hem of her dress tightly with both hands, her heart pounding like a drum. She had always regarded Chang Sun Chong as her cousin, and was completely ignorant about this marriage arranged by their parents. Now that her brother had brought it up in public, she was naturally extremely ashamed. Just then, a gentle yet questioning voice came from outside the hall. Gao Ming, why would you want to cancel Lizzie's engagement when everything was going so well? Empress Zhang Sun entered Xian the hall, surrounded by several palace maids. She looked radiant today. Hearing that her elder brother had brought the injured eldest grandson to the East Palace, she decided to come and see him. Unexpectedly, she heard this as soon as she arrived at the door. When Li Chengqian saw his mother arrive, he bowed slightly and greeted her. Mother! Chang Sun Wuji quickly bowed and said, Your subject greets Your Majesty the Empress. Empress Zhang Sun waved her hand, her gaze falling on Li Chengqian, waiting for his explanation. The Chang Sun family was her maternal family, and a marriage between relatives would have been a wonderful thing. She wondered to herself if Chong'er had somehow offended Gao Ming. Li Chengqian's expression turned solemn as he explained, Mother Duke of Zhao. People generally believe that cousins are close relatives, a match made in heaven. However, in the immortal scriptures that Laozi passed down to me, it is clearly recorded that the union of men and women who are too closely related by blood is against the laws of nature. Defying the natural order? Chan Sun Wugo and Chan Sun Wuji exchanged a glance, both of them looking shocked. That's right. Cousins are closely related by blood. If they marry, their offspring are very likely to be born with congenital disabilities, mental retardation, or even die young. Even if a healthy child is born by chance, the child's constitution will be far weaker than that of an ordinary person. This is the curse of consanguineous marriage. Li Chengqian nodded and continued. The hall was completely silent. Empress Zhang Sun was terrified. She already had a chronic illness and was afraid of passing it on to her children. Now that she heard about the terrible consequences of incest, she dared not let Lizzie marry Chang Sun Chong. Brilliant! Is this true? Empress Zhang Sun's voice was strained. If Mother doesn't believe me, you can send the 100 cavalry to investigate secretly in the countryside. Li Chengqian said firmly. Investigate those families where cousins marry and see if their children have many illnesses. Facts speak louder than words. Empress Dowager Chang Sun immediately shook her head. Brilliant, of course your mother believes you. I just never imagined that such a common practice of marriage between cousins could bring such great disaster. Chan Sun Wuji knelt on the ground, his mind racing. He was not only a father, but also the prime minister of the Tang Dynasty. He keenly grasped the political value in this. For a long time, people have only believed that people of the same clan should not marry, but they have made it very easy for cousins to marry. Your Highness's words are like a wake-up call. Chan Sun Wuji kowtowed heavily, his expression excited. I always thought that people of the same clan could not marry, but I did not know that marriage between cousins could also be very harmful. Your Highness, I know what to do. I will immediately send people to the countryside to collect irrefutable evidence that illness is caused by consanguineous marriage. Once the evidence is conclusive, I will personally present a memorial in court, requesting Your Majesty to abolish the old custom of marriage between cousins, and on this basis, I will voluntarily resign from the marriage between Chong'er and Princess Chang'e. Chan Sun Wuji raised his head, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Chapter 45 Erlang, O Erlang, I cannot speak. Li Chengqian looked at Chan Sun Wuji, a smile of appreciation appearing on his lips. As expected of Chan Sun Wuji, his political skills are simply superb. If the engagement is called off directly, not only will the royal family lose face, but the Chan Sun family will also lose face. However, if Chan Sun Wuji raised the issue in court with the attitude of serving the country and the people and breaking bad habits, he could not only rightfully cancel the marriage, but also gain a huge wave of positive reputation for the Chan Sun family. I am very pleased that the Duke of Zhao is so righteous. Li Chengqian nodded. Li Lizzie stood aside, secretly relieved, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration as she looked at Li Chengqian. Her brother not only protected her, but also considered her future offspring. All right, enough of the small talk, let me treat my cousin's leg first. Li Chengqian walked to the stretcher and raised his right hand. The hand that patches up the sky. Buzz. 5 streams of light, green, red, yellow, white, and black, instantly bloomed in Li Chengqian's palm, filling the entire Xianda hall with a sacred and vast aura of creation. Although Chan Sun Wuji and Chan Sun Chong had heard of the Crown Prince's magical abilities, they were still stunned and breathless by the dazzling light when they saw it with their own eyes. Li Chengqian gently placed his hand on Chan Sun Chong's broken right leg. 5-colored light flowed into the wound from the palm. Chan Sun Chong felt a warm, tingling sensation instantly envelop the broken bone, and the excruciating pain vanished without a trace. He could even clearly hear the subtle sounds of bones rejoining and flesh growing back. In just a few breaths, the 5-colored light dissipated. Stand up and walk around. Li Chengqian withdrew his hand and said calmly. Chan Sun Chong looked at his right leg with some hesitation, and tentatively moved his toes, but surprisingly felt no pain at all. He swallowed hard, braced himself against the stretcher, and stood up. With both feet firmly planted on the gold bricks, I felt as stable as Mount Tai. Chan Sun Chong took 2 steps in disbelief, then couldn't help but jump around a few times. It's all healed. It's really completely healed. Chan Sun Chong was extremely excited. Thump! Chan Sun Chong's knees buckled, and he knelt heavily before Li Chengqian, clasping his hands in a deep salute, his eyes filled with fervor and awe. Thank you, Your Highness, for your life-saving grace. I am deeply grateful. Chan Sun Wuji watched from the side, and the weight in his heart finally lifted. At the same time, he secretly gave his son a wink. Chan Sun Chongfu was blessed with a profound understanding of the world. Having personally experienced this godlike method, his heart was already in turmoil. He thought to himself, if he could stay by His Highness's side, the Chan Sun family would surely rise to another level in the future. Wasn't this the moment his father broke his leg? Your Highness! I have just recovered from a serious illness and am deeply grateful for Your Highness's boundless grace. Although I am not very talented or learned, I have a lot of passion. I humbly request Your Highness's permission to remain in the Eastern Palace. Even if it means leading horses and serving tea and water, I would be willing to do so, just to serve Your Highness. Chan Sun Chong knelt on the ground, his voice earnest. Li Chengqian looked at Chan Sun Chong kneeling on the ground, then glanced at Chan Sun Wuji, who was trying to appear calm, and chuckled inwardly. The father and son's act of feigning injury was quite convincing. However, Li Chengqian realized that he did need some manpower. Since you have this intention, then stay in the Eastern Palace. Li Chengqian's tone was calm, yet it exuded an unquestionable authority. However, I do not tolerate idlers here. Since you have stayed, you must follow my rules. Your subject obeys. Your subject will be willing to give your life, even unto death. Chan Sun Chong was overjoyed and kowtowed repeatedly. Chan Sun Wuji also knelt down and bowed, saying, Thank you for your kindness, your highness. Li Chengqian waved his hand. All right, uncle, go back and prepare the petition for annulment. I still need to take Lizzie and the others out of the palace. Chan Sun Wuji clasped his hands in a fist salute to Li Chengqian, Chang Sun Wugo, and the others. He straightened up and gave Chang Sun Chong a stern look that said, Get things done. He turned and strode out of Xianda Hall, taking the opportunity to mentally review his draft of the annulment. Empress Chang Sun watched Chang Sun Wuji walk away, then turned to Li Chengqian. Gao Ming, why are you in such a hurry? Where are you taking Lizzie and the others? Li Chengqian smiled and said casually, Mother, I have just acquired a new ability. I plan to go to the imperial estate in the south of the city to test it out. New ability? Empress Zhang Sun became interested. Li Chengqian nodded. A bountiful harvest. Applying this method can increase the yield of grain from 100 acres of farmland fivefold, and the crops will be plump and free from pests. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Empress Zhang Sun was stunned. Li Lizzie's mouth dropped open, her eyes wide. Brother! Production has increased fivefold? Doesn't that mean that everyone in the world will be able to eat their fill from now on? As long as there is enough land, we can have enough to eat, Li Chengqian said confidently. Empress Chang Sun took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart. A five-fold increase in grain production. This wasn't just a miraculous feat. It was an unparalleled miracle capable of completely solidifying the foundations of the Tang Dynasty. But then, Empress Zhang Sun felt a sudden tightness in her chest. She recalled the conversation she had just had with Li Chengqian about the number of imperial estates. The crown prince, the heir apparent of the Tang Dynasty, only owned one imperial estate, which was bought with his own private funds. Meanwhile, Prince Wei, Li Tai, owned a full 18. Empress Zhang Sun sighed heavily in her heart. Second prince, there's a limit to your favoritism. If you had ever bestowed even a single imperial estate upon Gao Ming before, I could swallow my pride and speak well of you. But in this situation, how can I possibly bring myself to say such a thing? Excellent. Empress Zhang Sun stood up and straightened her skirt. This is a matter of great importance concerning the lives of all people. I also want to see it with my own eyes. Take me with you. Li Chengqian nodded. Okay. Afterwards, they all changed into casual clothes. Upon returning to Xianda Hall, Li Chengqian had a sudden thought. Inside the main hall, steam billowed and instantly condensed into 4 pure white clouds. The cloud cluster hovered steadily in midair, at just knee height. Sitsi and Xingyang cheered and skillfully climbed onto their own little clouds. Li Lizzie also lifted her skirt and sat down lightly. Chan Sun Chong looked at the cloud that had drifted in front of him and swallowed hard. He braced himself on the edge with both hands and carefully moved up to it. As soon as I settled down, the cloud swayed slightly. Chan Sun Chong froze in fright, his hands gripping the edge of the misty clouds tightly, his face turning pale. This was his first time experiencing flying through the clouds, and he was so nervous that he didn't even dare to breathe. Chan Sun Wugo sat on a cloud, looked at Chan Sun Chang's nervous appearance, and smiled gently. Chonger, don't be afraid. High-level immortal techniques are very reliable, so relax. Chan Sun Chong nodded quickly and stammered. Yes. Your Majesty the Empress. Empress Zhang Sun feigned displeasure. You child, there are no outsiders here. Your father is my own elder brother, why call him Empress? Call him Aunt Dot. Chan Sun Chong scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Auntie. Li Chengqian turned to Wang De and said, Lead the way. Wang De quickly climbed onto a small cloud. He lay on the cloud, his hands gripping the edge tightly. Wang De prayed silently in his heart, God help me, may the brothers of the guard ride fast. We must get there before Yunduo and clean up all that mess at the imperial estate in advance. Let's go, Li Chengqian ordered. 4 white clouds rose into the sky, transforming into streaks of light that shot straight up into the heavens and sped toward the south of the city. Taiji Palace, Ganlu Hall. Li Shimin sat upright behind his desk, holding a memorial in his hand, without turning a single page for a long time. In the center of the main hall, Li Junxian, the commander of the 100 Cavalry, knelt on one knee, his head bowed, his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat. You just said that Gao Ming asked Wang De how many imperial estates he owned outside the city? Li Shimin put down the memorial, his voice low and deep. Yes, Li Junxian said, his voice tight. Li Shimin's eye twitched slightly. He certainly knew how many imperial estates Li Chengqian owned. 1. It was Empress Zhang's son who couldn't stand it, and used her own money to buy it back then. What did Wang De reply? Li Shimin asked. Li Junxian swallowed hard. Chief Steward Wang reported truthfully. He said that His Highness only had one place. Then, His Highness asked Prince Wei how many places he had. Li Shimin's breath hitched. 18 places. He felt a burning sensation on his cheeks. In order to appease Li Tai, he would reward him generously whenever Li Tai asked for a reward. Almost all of the most fertile land outside Chang'an was allocated to the Prince of Wei's residence. The contrast is too stark. Brilliant, what do you mean? Li Shimin placed his hands on the imperial desk, his knuckles turning white. Li Junxian lowered his head even further, his voice barely audible. His Highness the Crown Prince asked, was it given by Li Heir? Bang! Li Shimin slammed his hand on the imperial desk. The inkstone overturned, and ink splattered all over the floor. You unfilial son! You unfilial son! Li Shimin trembled with rage, pointing towards the palace gate and cursing. Does he even have any respect for me as his father? Does he even have any respect for the Emperor of Tang? He calls me by my own name, and even gave me a nickname. Li Junxian knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Li Shimin cursed for a while, then sat back on the dragon throne, panting heavily. He knew in his heart that Li Chengqian was venting his dissatisfaction. Upset. An overwhelming sense of frustration welled up inside me. Why didn't you think of granting Gao Ming a few imperial estates back then? Even if he had only given 3 or 5 punishments, he wouldn't have been caught up by this kid and called him Li Heir today. Enough. Li Shimin rubbed his throbbing temples, forcibly suppressing his anger. He possesses magical powers, so it's normal for him to have a bad temper. What about Wang De? As the chief steward of the Eastern Palace, didn't Wang De try to dissuade him when he heard such treasonous words? Li Junxian shuddered, his scalp tingling. He knew that what followed was the real death knell. Your Majesty. Li Junxian's voice trembled. Chief Steward Wang, he did not dissuade him. Didn't you try to stop him? Li Shimin's brows furrowed. Has this old dog lost his tongue? No. Li Junxian gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and said directly, not only did Steward Wang not try to stop you, but he also loudly answered Your Highness. He said, Your Highness guessed correctly, it was all given by Li Heir. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Even the air seemed to have stopped moving. Li Shimin was stunned. His mouth was agape, and his eyes remained blank for a full 3 breaths. Then, a furious rage 10 times more intense than before surged straight to the top of his head. Castrated dog! Li Shimin suddenly stood up and kicked over the imperial desk in front of him. The heavy rosewood table crashed onto the gold bricks with a deafening roar. Memorials, writing brushes, and imperial seals were scattered all over the floor. How dare he! A crippled eunuch dares to call me Li Heir along with Gao Ming! Li Shimin's eyes were bloodshot, like a furious lion. He paced back and forth in the hall, drew the Emperor's sword hanging on the wall, and chopped down the wooden frame next to it with one stroke. Rebellion! They've all rebelled! I'm going to kill him! I'm going to exterminate his entire family! Guards! Bring that old dog Wang De back to me and have him torn to pieces! Li Chengqian roared hysterically. He could tolerate his son calling him Lier, because they were blood relatives and his son had some kind of divine power. But how dare a eunuch, a servant, defecate on the head of the heavenly Khan? Li Chengqian knelt on the ground and forced himself to speak. Your Majesty, please calm down! Wang De is currently sitting on the cloud that His Highness the Crown Prince has gathered, and is going with His Highness to the imperial estate in the south of the city. Li Chengqian's hand, holding the sword, froze in midair. Moreover, Li Chengqian swallowed hard. After hearing Wang De's words, His Highness the Crown Prince not only did not punish him, but also praised Wang De for becoming bolder. Wang De said, he said that his boldness was given to him by His Highness, and he only recognized His Highness as his master. Clang! The Emperor's sword fell to the ground. Li Chengqian deflated like a punctured ball. He slumped onto the dragon throne, his face ashen. Kill Wang De? How to kill? That old dog is now clearly Li Chengqian's #1 lackey. If he sent someone to capture Wang De and execute him, Li Chengqian would definitely dare to summon that 20-meter-long golden dragon on the spot and tear the roof off the Taiji Palace. Frustrated. An unprecedented sense of suffocation gripped Li Chengqian's chest, making it hard for him to breathe. As the emperor of the mighty Tang Dynasty, it was bad enough that his own son cursed Lier, but now even the dog beside his son was cursing him, and he had to swallow his pride and endure it. What's the point of being emperor, me? Li Chengqian raised his head and looked at the carved dragon and phoenix decorations on the lamppost. Li Chengqian knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word. After a long while, Li Chengqian took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the humiliation in his heart. What are they doing at the imperial estate in the south of the city? Li Chengqian asked in a hoarse voice. Li Chengqian quickly replied, Your Majesty, I heard from the eunuchs of the Eastern Palace that His Highness the Crown Prince has obtained a new magical technique called Abundant Harvest. It is said to be able to increase the grain yield of 100 acres of farmland fivefold in the current season, and prevent pests. His Highness has taken the Empress and the princesses to the imperial estate to test the technique. 5 times? Li Chengqian sat up abruptly, his frustration instantly replaced by extreme shock. The grain production of the Tang Dynasty has always been his biggest worry. If it could really increase fivefold, the national strength of the Tang Dynasty would skyrocket, and it would no longer have to rely on the weather for its livelihood. Prepare the horses! Li Chengqian kicked aside the memorials on the ground and strode out of the hall. I'm going to the south of the city myself. I want to see if this bountiful harvest is really as miraculous as it sounds. Chapter 46: A Successful Emperor, a Failed Father. A few white clouds pierced the sky above Chang'an. Li Chengqian stood with his hands behind his back on the clouds. The group headed out of the city. The 12 main streets and 108 wards of Chang'an City were silent at this moment. Countless people stopped what they were doing and knelt down on both sides of the street in a dense, dark mass. There was no commotion, only the dull thud of heads hitting the ground. This was reverence for the gods. Pinkangfang, a secluded crossroads. 5 carriages without any insignia came to a standstill. Sitting inside the carriage was the current clan leader of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. They rushed to Chang'an from all over the country overnight, hoping to take advantage of the political turmoil in the court to put pressure on the imperial power. The head of the Chui clan in Qinghe lifted the curtain. He looked up, his cloudy eyes reflecting the few white clouds flying steadily in the sky. In a carriage nearby, the patriarch of the Lu clan of Fanyang leaned out halfway. The 2 old men looked at each other across the train carriage. The head of the Chui family was trembling so badly that he immediately lowered the curtain. It's unplayable. What is the foundation that their aristocratic family is so proud of? It is the inheritance of Confucian classics for hundreds and thousands of years, the monopoly of land throughout the country, and the political network of disciples and former officials spread throughout the court and the countryside. But these things are worthless in front of the prince who flies in the sky. The Li Tang imperial family was incredibly lucky. Go to each family's residence. The Chui family patriarch's voice was hoarse as he ordered the coachman outside, Pass down the order. From this day forward, any member of the family in Chang'an who dares to utter a single word against the crown prince will have their legs broken and be expelled from the clan." The carriage slowly started moving and headed deeper into the neighborhood. South of the city, the crown prince's estate. 500 acres of fertile land were flat and open, and people were standing in the fields. The Eastern Palace guards, who had arrived early to clear the area, were now lined up outside the gates of the imperial estate. They stood ramrod straight, chests held high, their eyes radiating fervent pride. Li Chengqian, the manager of Huangzhuang, stood trembling on the open ground with over 100 farmers. The sky suddenly darkened for a moment. A few white clouds, carried by a strong wind, landed steadily in the center of the open space. Li Chengqian's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the muddy ground. The farmers behind them were so frightened that they turned pale and prostrated themselves on the ground. "This humble subject kowtows to your Majesty the Empress. Kowtows to His Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness the Princess." Li Chengqian pressed his forehead firmly to the ground, his voice distorted. They received a message from the guards saying that the Crown Prince was coming to inspect the area. No one told them that the prince had flown there. Empress Jiangsun raised her hand and said gently, "Rise, all of you. We're just here to observe the farming activities. There's no need to panic." The farmers helped each other to their feet, not daring to look directly at Li Chengqian, only daring to steal glances at the gradually dissipating white clouds. Li Chengqian's gaze swept across the crowd. "Who is in charge?" Li Chengqian asked. Li Chengqian scrambled out of the ranks and knelt down again. "This humble citizen, Li Chengqian, is hereby appointed as the steward of the imperial estate. Take me to the farmland to take a look," Li Chengqian instructed. Li Chengqian quickly got up and bent over to lead the way. Wang De was extremely quick-witted. He turned around and waved to the farmers who were still in a daze. "Follow me. His Highness is considerate of farmers. When he asks you questions, answer truthfully." The farmers dared not slack off and followed closely behind the guards. The group walked along the ridges between the fields. In early winter, the winter wheat has just sprouted some tender green shoots, sparsely lying on the dry, hard yellow soil. Li Chengqian stopped and looked at the wheat field in front of him. He mobilized the mental energy in his mind. Just then, the thunderous sound of horses' hooves suddenly came from the distant official road. A pure black steed galloped in, its rider dressed in bright yellow civilian clothes. It showed no sign of slowing down, and charged straight at the gate of the royal estate. Li Chengqian led a dozen elite cavalrymen in a desperate pursuit. "Brilliant! Wait!" Li Chengqian shouted at the top of his lungs from his horse, his voice filled with extreme anxiety. Li Chengqian rushed along, afraid of missing such a miracle. Hearing the shouts, Li Chengqian turned around and looked at Li Chengqian, who was getting closer and closer. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. "Wait. You want to watch? I'll make sure you don't get to watch properly." Li Chengqian withdrew his gaze, completely ignoring Li Chengqian's shouts, and suddenly raised his right hand. "Abundant harvest of grains." Buzz. An extremely dazzling golden halo erupted from Li Chengqian's center. The golden light spread rapidly along the ground, instantly covering the entire 500 acres of Huangzhuang farmland. There was no blinding light, only an extremely rich and pure earthy fragrance that suddenly filled everyone's nostrils. "Whoa!" Li Chengqian suddenly tightened the reins. The horse reared up on its forelegs and stopped at the edge of the field. Li Chengqian dismounted, barely able to stand, his eyes fixed on the wheat field ahead. A miracle unfolded before everyone's eyes. Those winter wheat sprouts that didn't look very promising started to grow wildly the moment they came into contact with the golden light. Its roots penetrate deep into the soil. The stems grow taller and thicker at a rate visible to the naked eye. The leaves, which were originally only the size of a fingernail, quickly unfurled and turned dark green, with a healthy sheen on their surface. In just a few breaths, 500 acres of dry, hard yellow land have been transformed into a vibrant green sea. Each wheat seedling was ridiculously robust, brimming with vitality. Not a single plant was sick, and not a single insect was found. Emperor Li Chengqian of the Tang Dynasty was stunned. Empress Zhongsun covered her mouth. Lu Yanchen and hundreds of farmers knelt on the edge of the field and wept bitterly. They had farmed all their lives and had never seen crops growing so horribly. With such wheat seedlings, next year's harvest will be an unimaginable astronomical figure. Li Chengqian, his eyes bloodshot, strode into the wheat field. He didn't care at all that the mud had dirted his dragon robe. He simply squatted down and, with trembling hands, picked up a wheat seedling. The leaves are thick and the stems are tough. Amazing! Amazing! Li Chengqian's lips trembled as he turned to Li Chengqian, who had rushed over. Chengqian, look! The thickness of these wheat seedlings. If they were to bear ears of wheat, how heavy they would be! Li Chengqian knelt on one knee in the field, his face equally fervent. Li Chengqian suddenly stood up, took 3 steps in 2, and rushed out of the wheat field to Li Chengqian. He rubbed his hands together, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Brilliant! Li Chengqian exclaimed fervently. Your abundant harvest magic is truly miraculous. I just saw it, and the crops are growing 5 times as fast as I'd imagined. Li Chengqian paused, then tentatively asked, Is this magic difficult to perform? Can it be used on other imperial estates as well? Or can it be deployed directly on the Guanzhong plain? Empress Zhongsun stood aside, looking at her husband's appearance, and sighed inwardly. They've arrived. Erlang is good in every way, but he is a complete failure as a father. Li Chengqian looked at Li Chengqian. No, Li Chengqian said calmly, uttering just 2 words. Li Chengqian's smile froze. Why? Is it because your magical power has been depleted too much? If you need any nourishing medicinal herbs, the Imperial Treasury has them all. I will have them sent over immediately. Chapter 47 Love from Grandpa, Lier the Clown. It's not a matter of magical power. Li Chengqian put his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the 500 acres of wheat field in front of him, his tone filled with undisguised sarcasm. I only have this one imperial estate. And it's so small, only 500 acres, what kind of magic could it take? As for other places. Li Chengqian looked directly into Li Chengqian's eyes and twitched the corner of his mouth. That's someone else's territory, why should I waste my energy? The air fell silent instantly. Lu Yanchen and the farmers buried their heads in the soil, not daring to even breathe. Chan Sun Chong wished he could dig a hole and bury his head in it. Only Wang De kept his head down, his lips curling up wildly as he desperately tried to suppress his laughter. Li Chengqian's expression froze completely. He opened his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, but he couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. He was publicly humiliated. He was publicly ridiculed. This kid is still holding a grudge. They're still using the fact that the king of Wei owns 18 imperial estates to shut him down. Li Chengqian felt a burning pain in his cheeks. But can he get angry? No. After all, he was really in the wrong. Empress Zhongsun stepped forward, gently tugged at Li Chengqian's sleeve, and smoothed things over, saying, Second brother, Gao Ming has just recovered from a serious illness, and it is inevitable that he will be exhausted from performing the magic. This matter needs to be discussed in detail. Li Chengqian seized the opportunity to back down, coughed twice, and looked away. The Empress is right. Li Chengqian gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Gao Ming, you should rest first. As for the matter of this land, I will figure something out. Li Chengqian didn't even glance at Li Chengqian. He turned around, took Cixi and Qingyang's hands, and tilted his head towards Li Lizzie. Come on, your brother will take you to the estate for a stroll. Chan Sun Chong hurriedly followed, not daring to stay with Li Chengqian for even a moment longer. The 4 siblings, along with Chan Sun Chong, walked along the ridges of the fields straight towards the farmer's residential area, leaving the dignified emperor of the Tang Dynasty standing there. Li Chengqian stood in the wind, watching Li Chengqian's back as he walked away without looking back. His face turned pale and then red, and he gripped the reins tightly in his hand. Empress Zhongsun slowly walked forward, looked at her husband's discomfiture, and asked softly, Second brother, how do you plan to compensate Gao Ming? Qi has 18 imperial estates, so I will give Gao Ming 20 of them. Even better than Qingqiu's. Is that enough? Li Shimon's chest heaved slightly as he spoke with a touch of imperial grandeur. Upon hearing this answer, Empress Zhang Sun sighed deeply. A hint of disappointment, hard to conceal, surfaced in her gentle eyes. Li Shimon was stunned. What? 20 isn't enough? Looking at the man before her, who was decisive in killing but extremely oblivious to family affection, Empress Chang Sun said softly. Second brother, this is not a matter of how many imperial estates there are. She wanted to speak up and point it out, but she swallowed the words back down. She knew Li Shimon too well. Erlang was used to ruling the world with the balancing act of an emperor, and he was also used to treating his children in the same way. Even if I explain it to him in detail, he still can't realize his problem from the bottom of his heart. Some cracks cannot be filled simply by bestowing a few estates upon someone. Empress Zhang Sun shook her head, said nothing more, lifted her skirt, and followed in the direction of Li Chengqian and his siblings. Li Shimon stood there, his brows furrowed into a tight knot. 20 imperial estates would be an enormous fortune in the Tang Dynasty. Guan Yanbi was already planning to give Gao Ming even better treatment than Qi, so why did she look so disappointed? He turned to Zhang Anan, who had been following cautiously behind him, and asked in a deep voice. Anan, you tell me. Why is the Empress still disappointed when I gave her 20 imperial estates? Zhang Anan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cautiously pondered. Your Majesty, perhaps. Her Majesty the Empress means that your sincerity is insufficient? Not sincere enough? Li Shimon frowned even more deeply. 20 imperial estates. How much is that worth? And this is considered a lack of sincerity? He really couldn't understand it. Meanwhile, far away in the Taiji Palace of Chang'an City, Emperor Emeritus Li Yuan was lying on his armchair, listening to the report from the old eunuch beside him. The report was about what Li Chengqian had learned this morning in Xianda Hall about cursing Li Er. Ha ha! Li Yuan slapped his thigh with laughter after hearing this and sat up straight from his armchair. Li Er, you little bastard, you've finally met your match. You deserve to be scolded by Gao Ming. After laughing, Li Yuan's expression instantly turned serious, and a fierce, protective glint flashed in his eyes. My grandson is a deity who received the teachings from Laozi. How can he put up with such a cowardly act as Li Er? Go! Find all the land deeds for those 15 imperial estates under my name and send them to the Xianda Hall of the Eastern Palace immediately. Li Yuan waved his hand and roared with boundless pride. Etc. 15 isn't enough. That little bastard Li Er gave Li Tai 18. How can Gao Ming have less than him? The old eunuch was startled, and before he could speak, Li Yuan added. Open my private treasury! Apart from those rare treasures that are difficult to sell in the short term, empty all the gold, silver, and silk inside. Immediately send men to the outskirts of Chang'an to buy me a manor at any cost. You must gather 10 before nightfall, and 25 imperial estates, and send them all to Gao Ming. Li Yuan stood up abruptly, paced back and forth in the hall, and gritted his teeth before issuing an order. The Emperor Emeritus, that's. The old eunuch turned pale with fright. Enough nonsense. I'll take care of my own grandson. Get to work. Li Yuan's eyes widened in anger. Inside the imperial estate in the south of the city, Li Chengqian, accompanied by his younger sisters, walked through the simple farmhouses and fields. He noticed that although there was a river next to the imperial estate, the riverbed was much lower than the farmland. Along the way, we saw many roads that had been trodden out by farmers. It is easy to imagine that they used to carry heavy wooden buckets, fetching water from the river one bucket at a time, and then struggling to climb the slope to irrigate the higher farmland. Li Chengqian stopped in his tracks, and the knowledge of top-level carpentry instantly began to operate in his mind. A highly sophisticated mechanical blueprint took shape in his mind, a wind-powered water wheel. By using wind power to drive a huge wooden water wheel, water can be automatically drawn from a low place to a high canal, completely freeing up manpower. Continuing forward, Li Chengqian peeked out and looked at a farmhouse by the roadside. In the courtyard stood a very simple wooden loom, which a peasant woman was struggling to operate, taking a long time to weave only a few inches of cloth. Li Chengqian thought to himself, it would be a waste to use his top-notch woodworking skills only to make a few small toys. If these resources were used to improve agricultural tools, build large-scale water conservancy facilities, and improve textile machines, they would fundamentally change the lives of ordinary people in the Tang Dynasty. At this moment, Empress Zhangsun walked over from behind. She looked at Li Chengqian, who was deep in thought, and Li Lizzie, who looked shocked, and asked gently, Gao Ming, Lizzie, what have you noticed while you've been looking around this manor? Mother, life is so hard for ordinary people. They toil all day long, yet they can only wear coarse linen clothes, and they have to carry water by the bucket. If we encounter a year of famine, I really don't know how we will survive. Looking at the farmers toiling in the fields, Li Lizzie's eyes reddened, and her voice was soft yet filled with compassion. Empress Zhangsun nodded with satisfaction. It was truly remarkable that her eldest daughter, born deep within the palace, possessed such compassion. Then, she turned to look at Li Chengqian, her eyes filled with anticipation. Gao Ming, what about you? Mother, I feel sorry for you because you can't fill your stomach. I just saw that the river is too low, and it is time-consuming and laborious for people to carry water. Your subject intends to personally design and build a large-scale facility called a wind-powered water wheel. With the help of the wind, the river water can be drawn up the high slope for irrigation day and night. And that loom, its structure is too cumbersome. I intend to improve it as well. Li Chengqian pointed to the river in the distance, his tone calm yet extremely penetrating. Upon hearing this, Empress Zhangsun's eyes shone with immense joy and relief. She had thought that once her son mastered divine abilities, he would become arrogant and look down on ordinary people like ants. But she never expected that Gao Ming's heart could still hold the most vulnerable people in the world. At that moment, Li Shimin, who was quietly following behind a few steps away, happened to hear these words. Li Shimin stared wide-eyed in astonishment at his eldest son's retreating figure. There are no flowery words or empty expressions of pity. Upon identifying a problem, immediately propose a practical solution and intend to implement it personally. What a pragmatic and formidable level of execution! My son Gao Ming, has he really become this outstanding? Li Shimin murmured to himself. At this moment, his pride as emperor was overshadowed by his son's pragmatic talent for governing the country, and he felt a sense of inferiority. Li Shimin left first. After inspecting the imperial estate, Li Chengqian once again conjured white clouds, took his mother and sisters into the air, and returned to the eastern palace. Chang Sunchong, on the other hand, returned to the Duke of Zhao's mansion by himself. The group had just stepped into Xianda Hall. A eunuch, his face flushed and scrambling with excitement, rushed forward to greet him. Your Highness! What a joyous occasion, Your Highness! When the Emperor Emeritus heard that you owned few imperial estates, he was so angry that he sent you all 15 of them. The eunuch pointed to the table in the center of the hall, on which was a thick stack of land deeds stamped with a large red clay seal. Not only that, the retired emperor also sent people to empty his private treasury and urgently bought 10 large estates from those nobles in half a day. The deeds to all 25 imperial estates are here. The eunuch's voice echoed throughout the hall. Li Chengqian walked to the table and stared blankly at the stack of land deeds, still bearing the scent of ink and the marks of age. Have they squandered their private treasury? They even brought out their coffin money? His initial closeness to Li Yuan was partly motivated by a desire to amuse himself, and find an ally to prank Li Heir. But now, looking at this unreasonable and all-consuming favoritism, Li Chengqian's heart felt as if it had been struck heavily by something. Regardless of Li Yuan's initial intentions, Li Chengqian was deeply moved by the unreserved protection and attitude that belonged to his grandfather. Li Chengqian took a deep breath, a gentle light appearing in his eyes, and gently stroked the land deeds. At that moment, Li Shimin, who had just stepped into the gate of Xianda Hall, happened to see this scene. He looked at the moved expression on Li Chengqian's face, then at the glaring stack of land deeds on the table. Li Chengqian suddenly turned his head and looked at Empress Zhang's son standing to the side. In my mind, the disappointed look in Guanyanbi's eyes flashed through my mind. At that moment, Li Chengqian was struck dumb, and suddenly understood everything. Why was Guanyanbi disappointed? Because Li Chengqian was scheming. There were 18 kinks, so he gave Gao Ming 20. He was trying to maintain a balance. He was using the mindset of an emperor making deals to measure his fatherly love. And what about his father, Li Yuan? He was acting as a grandfather, sparing no expense and even selling his possessions to stand up for his grandson and avenge him. What Gao Ming wanted was never a certain number of acres of land, but rather an unconditional and unreserved favoritism. Li Chengqian stood blankly at the palace gate, feeling his cheeks burning. Faced with Li Yuan's unconditional affection, his so-called compensation seemed like a huge joke. Chapter 48. The children's version of the anti-Li heir alliance is established. Li Chengqian stood frozen outside the threshold, his gaze passing through the palace gate and fixed on the thick stack of land deeds on the table. 25 imperial estates. He emptied his private coffers and gave away everything he had. Li Chengqian felt a tightness in his throat, and a huge rock lodged in his chest. Empress Zhang's son had walked up to him at some point, followed his gaze, and then sighed softly. Your Majesty. Empress Jiangxuan's voice was extremely soft, yet every word was clear. Do you understand now? Li Chengqian's lips moved. He turned his head and looked into his wife's clear and bright eyes. The pride in his eyes faded little by little, replaced by a deep sense of dejection. I understand, Li Chengqian said in a hoarse voice. He didn't step into Xianda Hall again, but turned around and walked out along the alley. His back was slightly hunched, and his steps were heavy. There was an indescribable sense of desolation and loneliness about it. As her husband walked away, Empress Zhang's son thought to herself, Erlang, I hope you truly understand this time. Inside the hall, Li Chengqian walked to the table, picked up the top land deed, and looked at it. It bears not only the official red seal of the government, but also the private seal of the retired emperor. 25 imperial estates were scattered across the most fertile areas outside Chang'an. This gift is far too generous. Wang De. Li Chengqian put down the land deeds. Go prepare the carriage and send these land deeds back to Taiji Palace intact. I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept them. Just as Wang Digang was about to respond, Li Lizzie quickly stepped forward and grabbed the land deeds. Brother, you mustn't. Li Lizzie looked up, her expression serious. This is a token of my father's affection. If you don't accept it, he will think you are unwilling to be close to him, and he will be sad. Empress Zhang's son stepped across the threshold and happened to hear these words. She smiled and walked forward. Lizzie is right. You've made a good choice, please accept it. It's an elder's gift, and I cannot refuse it. Your grandfather is so bored at Taiji Palace these days, he just hopes to have some fun with this little thing. Empress Zhang's son walked to the table and patted Li Chengqian's hand. Li Chengqian looked at his mother and said, But this has almost emptied my father-in-law's private treasury. What's the harm in that? Empress Changxuan's eyes crinkled with amusement, her tone slightly mischievous. If you feel bad about it, just visit your grandfather more often at Taiji Palace and make him happy. If you have nothing else to do. Empress Zhang's son paused, her gaze sweeping across the direction Li Chengqian had left outside the hall, and teased. Take your grandfather with you, and go and annoy your father more often. Pfft. Li Lizzie couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh out loud. Upon hearing this, Tsitsi, who had been following behind, instantly brightened up. The little girl hopped over on her short legs, grabbed Li Chengqian's knees with both hands, and shouted in her childish voice. Tsitsi can do it too! Tsitsi will help Grandpa pull Grandpa's beard next time. Upon hearing this, Qingyang, not to be outdone, squeezed to the front and raised her little pink fist. Qingyang will help too! Qingyang can go pull father's hair! The hall was silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. Li Chengqian bent down, scooped Tsitsi into his arms, and pinched her chubby little face. How can you be so cute? Tsitsi covered her mouth with both hands, then suddenly opened them, revealing a few gapped teeth, and giggled. Hee hee, Tsitsi is the cutest! Me too! Me too! Qingyang jumped up and down anxiously below. Li Chengqian reached out his other hand and scooped Qingyang up as well, holding her in his arms on either side, laughing heartily. Good, 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 our Qingyang is the cutest too. Next time, let's all go and pull father's beard together. Wanda stood aside, watching this scene, his face crinkling with laughter. In the corner, the eunuch responsible for recording the daily life of the crown prince was now holding a brush, his hand trembling like a leaf, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He wailed inwardly. Your Majesty, what sins have you committed? The Empress led the way, the crown prince stirred up trouble, and even the two little princesses tried to pull your hair. How are you going to live like this? After a period of merriment, Empress Zhang's son noticed that Li Chengqian looked tired, so she took Li Lizzie and the two little ones back to the inner palace. The hall fell silent once more. Li Chengqian put his two younger sisters down, and the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a focused expression. He walked behind his desk, sat down, and spread out a sheet of fine Xian paper. He picked up his brush and dipped it in ink. Li Chengqian did not pause at all, his brush strokes moving swiftly across the Xian paper. The lines are so precise, as if they were measured with a ruler. The first picture shows a wind-powered water wheel. The second picture shows a flying shuttle loom. The complicated pedals and shuttle-throwing actions of the traditional Tang Dynasty loom were removed and replaced with a shuttle device using a chute and a rope. With just one person operating it, the weaving speed can be increased several times. The two drawings were finished, some revisions were made, and the ink was still wet. Li Chengqian put down his pen and blew on the ink on the paper. Wang De. This old servant is here. Wang De quickly stepped forward. Go to the Ministry of Works. Li Chengqian pointed to the blueprints on the table. Tell the Minister of Works that I want two things made. Have him find all the most skilled craftsmen in the Ministry of Works and the Directorate of Works. Remember, only the very best. This old servant obeys the decree. Wang De bowed and accepted the order, then turned and quickly left the main hall. Half an hour later. The Imperial City, the main hall of the Ministry of Works. Duanlun, the Minister of Works, sat behind his desk, flipping through the Water Conservancy reports submitted by various prefectures and counties, his brow furrowed. The Tang Dynasty's infrastructure was too weak, repairs were needed everywhere, and there was a shortage of money and manpower everywhere. At this moment Yen lied, who was sitting below, frowned. Minister Duan, the dam on the other side of the Wei River has already been cleared of manpower from the imperial workshops. Yen lied sighed. Duanlun was about to lose his temper. Imperial edict has arrived. No, His Highness the Crown Prince's oral decree has arrived. Wang De's high-pitched voice rang out from outside the lobby. Duanlun and Yen Lide were startled, stood up abruptly, and quickly went out to greet them. The Vice Minister of Works, the directors of various departments, and the assistant directors all knelt down on the ground. His Highness the Crown Prince has given an order. The Crown Prince's palace needs 2 new items made, and the Ministry of Works and the Directorate of Works are ordered to immediately select several of the most skilled craftsmen to go to the Xianda Hall to assist them. Wang De stood on the steps, holding a whisk in his hand, his chin slightly raised, and spoke slowly and deliberately. The words had barely left his lips. The entire lobby of the Ministry of Works fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly, and their breathing became rapid, as if they were working bellows. To the East Palace? To make items for His Highness the Crown Prince? Who is the Crown Prince? That was a living immortal who had received the teachings of a celestial being and could fly through the heavens on lightning. Serving the gods is such a glorious thing. If you do a good job, and His Highness gives you a few pointers, you might just get some immortal energy, and live a long life. In the crowd, an old carpenter with a callous face and bloodshot eyes suddenly ripped open the collar of his coarse work clothes and shoved aside the young craftsman blocking his way. Steward Wang! I will go myself. I've been a carpenter for 40 years, and even nobles in the palace praise the works I've made. In the Ministry of Works workshops, whose craftsmanship can surpass that of a villain?" The old carpenter roared, spitting everywhere. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged craftsman holding a carving knife nearby immediately became anxious. He kicked over the wooden table next to him, scattering planes and chisels all over the floor, and started cursing at the old carpenter. "Li Chengqian, you old bastard! Have you no shame? Your old skills are outdated. How dare you show them off in front of His Highness? When it comes to carving, who in the workshop can compare to me?" The other party was cursing loudly. "Bullshit!" Li Chengqian glared, rolled up his sleeves to reveal the bulging muscles on his arms, and said, "Carpenter Zhao, how dare you belittle my skills? Today I'll show you what real talent is. Come on. You think you can scare me, you old codger?" Carpenter Zhao didn't back down either, gripping his carving knife and charging forward. The two already had a grudge over competing for good timber in the workshop, and now, for the sake of a spot to work at the Eastern Palace, both old and new grievances surged up in their hearts. One was a veteran craftsman in the workshop, and the other was a promising newcomer. The two actually started fighting right there in the workshop's main hall. "You grabbed my clothes, I snatched your carving knife, and we rolled on the ground, tearing at each other. Wood planes flew everywhere, ink lines clattered wildly, and wood shavings mixed with dust were scattered all over the ground. Instead of trying to stop the fight, the surrounding craftsmen also got angry and pushed and shoved each other to get in front of Wang De, shouting out their own names to volunteer. "Steward Wang! Choose me! My family has been carpenters for 3 generations, and I am skilled in carving dragons and phoenixes. Get out of my way! Steward Wang, I could carve a lifelike dragon pattern with my eyes closed. You should choose me." The main hall was in complete chaos, with screams, curses, and the clanging of tools all mixed together, echoing throughout the workshop. "We'll fight tooth and nail to get it." Duanluan and Yen Lide were both affected, and they were knocked down by the falling objects. At this moment, Wang De stood on the steps, dumbfounded as he watched the group of usually calm and capable craftsmen fighting each other like bloodthirsty men. He swallowed hard, took 2 steps back, afraid of being hit by the flying wood plane. The title of Immortal Prince is truly terrifying in its destructive power. Half an hour later. The Eastern Palace, Xianda Hall. Li Chengqian leaned back on the soft couch, looking at the 2 people standing in the center of the hall, his lips twitching slightly. Duanluan's left eye socket was bruised and swollen like a steamed bun. Yen Lide's official hat was gone, his hair was disheveled, half of his cheek was swollen, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Despite their bruised and swollen faces, the 2 men stood tall, their eyes fixed on Li Chengqian with fervent zeal, as if ready to go through fire and water for the crown prince at any moment. "You!" Li Chengqian pointed to their faces. "Did you fall on the road?" Duanluan's lips twitched, then he replied loudly. "Your Highness, it was just a friendly exchange of skills between the Ministry of Works, a momentary lapse. It's nothing serious." "Yes. Let's exchange skills," Yen Lai chimed in. Li Chengqian's lips twitched. He stopped asking about these things and directly picked up the 2 blueprints on the table, flicking his wrist. The 2 sheets of Xian paper seemed to have eyes. They flew steadily over a distance of 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, and landed precisely in front of the 2 people. "Take a look at this," Li Chengqian said calmly. "Can it be made?" Duanluan and Yen Lide quickly squatted down, and each grabbed a drawing. I only glanced at it. Their pupils suddenly contracted, and their breathing stopped for a moment. Duanluan stared intently at the gear transmission structure of the wind turbine, his hands trembling violently, his eyes almost touching the paper. Yen Lide stared at the chute design of the shuttle loom, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Chapter 49. Li Er changes his strategy. Duanluan was the Minister of Works, and he knew the water conservancy projects of the Tang Dynasty like the back of his hand. Many areas cannot be irrigated. Looking at the blueprints in front of him, he felt that things would change in the future. The huge sails could be converted into power, driving the huge wooden wheels covered with water buckets. As long as there is wind, this machine can tirelessly transport river water from lower elevations to higher elevations. No human or animal power is needed. Your Highness! If this giant ship is completed, hundreds of thousands of acres of dry land on both sides of the Wei River can be transformed into irrigated land. This is a divine object that has saved countless lives. Duanlun suddenly raised his head, his voice trembling, and even his dark eye twitched. Beside him, Yen Lide stared intently at the blueprints for the flying shuttle loom, panting heavily. He recognized the value of this thing at a glance. Traditional looms require the weaver to throw the shuttle in one hand and catch it in the other. The width of the woven cloth is limited by the length of the weaver's outstretched arms. This results in extremely low efficiency. However, the drawing shows that grooves were added to both sides of the loom. A pull rope controls the shuttle to move back and forth in the chute. The weaver only needs to sit in the middle, pull the rope with one hand and push the wooden frame with the other. It eliminates the need for shuttle throwing and receiving, making it several times faster than existing looms. Moreover, as long as the chute is long enough, it can weave extremely wide pieces of cloth. Your Highness, what are the names of these two divine objects? Yen Lide swallowed hard, his eyes burning with fervor. Wind-powered water wheels, flying shuttle looms. Li Chengqian leaned back on the soft couch, his tone calm. If you can understand them, then build them. Build them right here in the square outside Xianda Hall. I want to see the real thing as soon as possible. I obey the decree. Duanlun and Yen Lide shouted in unison. The two then left the area. Taiji Palace, Ganlu Hall. The main hall was dark, with no lights on. Li Shimin sat alone on the dragon throne. He had no interest in even opening the pile of memorials on his desk. His mind was filled with the land deeds of the 25 imperial estates inside the Xianda Hall. And then there was the look of disappointment in Empress Zhangxun's eyes when she left. Frustration. An unprecedented sense of frustration enveloped this emperor who was considered one of the greatest emperors in Chinese history. He was invincible in conquering the world and governed it with great efficiency, but he was utterly defeated when facing his eldest son. Ananda. Li Shimin's hoarse voice broke the deathly silence. Zhang Anan emerged silently from the shadows, bowed, and said, "This old servant is here. Tell me, how should I compensate Gao Ming?" Li Shimin rubbed his throbbing temples, his voice filled with deep weariness. "How can I ease the tension with Gao Ming?" Zhang Anan remained silent for a moment. He knew that the emperor was asking him, an old servant, for advice. "Your Majesty, this old servant dares to ask. His Highness the Crown Prince now possesses magical powers. He can command the wind and rain at will. If you were to deliberately bestow gold, silver, jewels, and land now, it would be as if you were conducting a business transaction." Zhang Anan lowered his voice, carefully choosing his words. Li Shimin paused. "Doing business?" "Yes. There are 18 bluebirds, so I will give 20 to Gao Ming." What kind of fatherly love is this? It became even more unbearable after being entrusted by his own father. "Then what's your opinion?" Li Shimin lowered his hand and looked at Zhang Anan. "A steady stream. His Highness is, after all, your own flesh and blood. Don't treat him as an important minister who needs to be appeased, just treat him as an ordinary son. Go out and see more. People are all made of flesh and blood. In time, His Highness will naturally understand your good intentions. This matter cannot be rushed." Zhang Anan replied softly. Li Shimin remained silent for a long time. After a long while, he exhaled a long breath and straightened his back. "You're right. I was too aloof before." Li Shimin stood up, walked to the entrance of the main hall, and looked at the night outside. "What's going on at the Eastern Palace?" "Your Majesty, Minister Duan Master Craftsman Yen, along with dozens of the best craftsmen from the Ministry of Works, have arrived at the square outside Xianda Hall," Zhang Anan quickly reported. "They said His Highness has provided blueprints, and they need to build a water wheel and a loom overnight." "Water wheel? Loom?" Li Shimin frowned slightly. "Why would a living god who controls thunder make these wooden contraptions?" Could it be that Gao Ming can use magic to make the water wheel and loom even more powerful? Li Chengqian then voiced his guess. This old servant does not know. I will go and see for myself first thing tomorrow morning. Li Chengqian made up his mind. No matter what Gao Ming creates, he always has to join in the fun and try to get closer to him. Your Majesty, it would be best to invite the Empress as well, Zhang Anan quickly added. Li Chengqian paused for a moment, then nodded. He thought to himself, I need to change my approach. He planned to bring his Guanyin along when he visited Li Chengqian in the future. The next morning, inside the Xianda Hall, Li Chengqian awoke from his sleep. A faint, calming incense lingered around his nose, and the muffled thuds of wood colliding could be heard faintly from outside the hall. Bite. Today's draw count has been updated. Should we proceed with the extraction? A monotonous, mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Extract. Li Chengqian silently recited it in his heart. A translucent, dark blue light screen appeared, the cards flipped rapidly, and their edges burst forth with dazzling golden light. Successfully extracted. Reward received, mental strength plus 10. Li Chengqian raised an eyebrow and glanced at the panel. Name, Li Chengqian. Mental state, 50, adult standard value is 10. Li Chengqian was not disappointed that he did not draw any new skills. On the contrary, I felt extremely at ease. Many of my skills require mental energy, so increasing my mental energy is a good thing. Li Chengqian got out of bed and let the eunuchs help him put on his everyday clothes. A thought arose. Both feet are half a foot off the ground. Li Chengqian stood with his hands behind his back and floated steadily out of the Xianda Hall. On the plaza outside the palace, wood chips flew everywhere, and the atmosphere was bustling with activity. Dozens of shirtless craftsmen were wielding saws and planes. The early winter morning was bitterly cold, but the craftsmen were drenched in sweat, their coarse cloth trousers soaked through. In the center of the square, a huge wooden wheel hub, 3 zhang tall, has been erected. It resembles the skeleton of a prehistoric beast, exuding the fresh scent of raw wood. The area around it was filled with extremely smooth gears and huge blades. On the other side, a uniquely shaped wooden loom equipped with a sliding groove has been assembled. Your Highness! Someone shouted out. The entire square fell silent instantly. All the craftsmen seemed to be frozen in place, suddenly dropping their tools and kneeling down in unison. His forehead was pressed firmly against the cold stone slab. No one dared to look up. But everyone's body was trembling slightly, and their breathing was rapid. That was extreme fanaticism and all. This is the living immortal who received the teachings from Laozi. He is the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty, who can unleash thunder with a mere wave of his hand. To be able to work for such a deity is a testament to the good deeds accumulated by their ancestors for 8 lifetimes. Li Chengqian hovered in midair, looking down at everyone. Get up, all of you! Li Chengqian's tone was gentle, exuding the composure of a superior. How's the progress? Chapter 50 The Xi Qingyang Incident, Li Air, a leaky little cotton-padded jacket. Duanluan, with the bruise still lingering under his eye, quickly walked to the area directly below Li Chengqian. Your Highness! We have been working day and night without a moment's rest. Duanluan pointed to the huge hub. The frame of the windmill has been completed. Then he turned and pointed to the loom. This fine shuttle loom is now completely finished. Your Highness, after we assembled it last night, we tried pulling the shuttle in the air. That speed, it's absolutely terrifying. I dare to swear on my life that if this product is widely adopted, the production of cloth in the Tang Dynasty will be incomparable. Duanluan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. Li Chengqian nodded in satisfaction. The artisans of the Tang Dynasty never lacked practical skills, but rather a vision and blueprints that transcended their time. Once they've given you a direction, their ability to execute it is terrifying. Find some silk thread and hemp thread. Li Chengqian landed on the ground. Let's test the machine. I will make the arrangements immediately. Yan Li quickly ran to the side and called several craftsmen to get the thread. Just then, a series of rapid footsteps came from the entrance of the square. Li Chengqian, dressed in a bright yellow casual robe, strode over. Empress Zhang's son followed beside him. Behind them, Li Lizzie, holding Qingyang and Cixi's hands, looked around curiously. This time, it was Li Chengqian who took the initiative to go to the Lijing Hall and brought his wife and daughters with him. He remembered Zhang Ainan's advice. Instead of putting on airs like an emperor, he acted like an ordinary father, bringing his whole family to see what his son was tinkering with. As soon as Li Chengqian stepped into the square, he stopped abruptly. He looked up at the wooden skeleton, which was 3 zhang tall and resembled a giant fortress, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Brilliant! What is this? Li Chengqian pointed to the water wheel frame and couldn't help but ask. Li Chengqian turned his head and looked at Li Chengqian and his family who were walking towards him. He didn't bow, but a faint smile appeared on his lips. Mother, you've come at just the right time. Li Chengqian did not explain the water wheel, but pointed to the flying shuttle loom next to him that had already been loaded with hemp thread. This stuff can increase the production of cloth in the Tang Dynasty tenfold. Li Chengqian's pupils suddenly contracted. Empress Chang's son suddenly stopped in her tracks. 10 times? The 2 simple words struck the square, making Li Chengqian's eardrums ring. The production of cloth in the Tang Dynasty has always been a major challenge. Ordinary people couldn't afford silk, so they mostly wore linen. But even with coarse linen, they could only weave a few bolts a year. The production time for a single bolt of cloth is too long, and the labor costs are extremely high. Now, Li Chengqian pointed to a wooden frame and said it could increase tenfold. Li Chengqian completely disregarded Li Chengqian's earlier disregard for him. He stared intently at the flying shuttle loom equipped with a sliding groove, his breathing rapid. Duanluan and Yan Li, standing to the side, straightened their backs even more, their bruises on their faces unable to conceal their pride and the fervor in their eyes for Li Chengqian. While the adults' attention was completely drawn to the loom, the 2 little girls, Cixi and Qingyang, exchanged a glance. The 2 of them thought about what happened yesterday. They didn't understand anything about 10 times the production. All they remembered was that yesterday in Xianda Hall, their elder brother said they would bully their father together. The 2 little girls let go of Li Lizzie's hand and ran to Li Chengqian's side with their short legs. Father! Father! Cixi stretched out his chubby little hand and patted Li Chengqian's knee. Qingyang also looked up, her big eyes blinking as she looked at him. Li Chengqian snapped out of his reverie, looked down at his 2 exquisitely beautiful daughters, and his cold, hard imperial face softened instantly. He squatted down, smiling lovingly, and asked, What's wrong? Cixi, Qingyang, do you want your father to hold you? The words had barely left his mouth. The 2 girls acted simultaneously with remarkable coordination. Cixi grabbed a tuft of beard from Li Chengqian's chin with her small hand and pulled hard. Qingyang's small hand precisely grabbed a strand of hair from Li Chengqian's temple and yanked it sharply. Ouch! Caught off guard, Li Chengqian gasped in pain, his body jerked backward, and he landed hard on his buttocks on the stone slab. Got it! Cixi and Qingyang cheered and ran away. The 2 men held their trophies high in their hands, a few black and white beards and a small tuft of hair. Like 2 little swallows eager for credit, they flew straight towards Li Chengqian. Brother! Brother! Cixi pounced on Li Chengqian's lap, raising her little hands. We bullied father! Cixi plucked his beard. Qingyang followed closely behind, excitedly shouting. Qingyang pulled out his hair. Brother, look! The square fell silent instantly. Duanluan and Yan Li were so frightened that their legs went weak and they knelt on the ground, wishing they could bury their heads in their crotches. This is a heinous act, like plucking a dragon's whiskers. They saw something they shouldn't have seen. Will they be silenced? Li Chengqian sat on the ground, mouth agape, chin in hand, completely dumbfounded. He, the mighty Khan of the great Tang Dynasty, who had fought his way through thousands of troops and whose swords and spears had not even scratched him, had his beard and hair pulled by his 2 or 3-year-old daughters today. Ha ha! Li Chengqian looked at the spoils of war in his two younger sisters' hands, then at the emperor who was sitting on the ground questioning his existence, and burst into laughter. He bent down and scooped up both Cixi and Qingyang at the same time, holding them in his arms on either side. Well done! Li Chengqian didn't hold back his praise, reaching out to flick the two little girls' noses. Truly worthy of being your brother's good sisters. Standing to the side, Empress Jiang's son looked at her husband's comical yet aggrieved appearance, and couldn't help but cover her mouth with a silk handkerchief and burst out laughing. Li Shimin wanted to cry but had no tears. The little cotton-padded jacket is leaking air, and it's leaking completely. They all sided with that rebellious son. Can he get angry? Cannot. Those were his two most beloved youngest daughters. He could only get up from the ground with a dark expression, dust off his dragon robe, and pretend that nothing had happened. Since you have made such a great contribution, your brother has decided to give each of you a treasure today. Li Chengqian held his two younger sisters in his arms, speaking to them with doting affection. What treasure? The rhinoceros's eyes were sparkling. My brother will use his magic to make a permanent mount for each of you. They will be with you forever. Li Chengqian said. What shape do you want? Brother will have someone make it for you. Li Chengqian asked. Upon hearing this, Li Lizzie, who was standing to the side, widened her eyes instantly. A permanent cloud mount? Can the shape be customized? Li Lizzie felt a pang of annoyance. If she had known that plucking ice beard could be exchanged for such a wonderful treasure, she should have acted first. She's the eldest sister, much stronger than Cixi and Qingyang, she can definitely pull out more. Looking at his daughter's excited expressions, Li Shimin felt a pang of jealousy. He also wanted a permanent cloud mount, but he couldn't bring himself to do it, and he didn't dare to pluck his own beard. Chapter 51 The Jingguan Loom? That's a superb loom. Brother, I want a little rabbit. Qingyang was the first to speak, gesturing with his hands to resemble long ears. Okay. Li Chengqian nodded. Brother, CZ wants a dragon. A big white dragon that can fly. Cixi waved her little hands and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's expression changed. The dragon is the symbol of the emperor. It is the absolute representative of imperial power. Apart from the emperor, who would dare to ride a dragon? Even for a princess, this is a grave offense of overstepping the bounds. Li Shimin instinctively took a step forward, opening his mouth to stop him. Cixi, you mustn't. Okay. I'll be the dragon. Li Chengqian interrupted Li Shimin directly, his voice not loud, but it carried an undeniable domineering air. He glanced coldly at Li Shimin, his eyes seeming to say, my sister can ride whatever she wants. All those damn rules are invalid here. Li Shimin was taken aback by that look and swallowed the rest of his words. He glanced at Li Chengqian, then at Cixi, whose face was full of expectation, and finally could only sigh helplessly and acquiesce. We can't beat them, we simply can't beat them. A thought arose. The water vapor in front of Li Chengqian's main hall quickly gathered and condensed into 3 extremely solid white clouds in the blink of an eye. These 3 white clouds floated in midair, no longer in the loose misty state they had been before, but rather as solid objects, radiating a lustrous sheen. Wang De! Li Chengqian shouted. This old servant is here! Wang De had been waiting nearby and immediately ran over upon hearing the summons. You're skillful. Go and shape these 2 clouds, one into a rabbit and the other into a dragon. Make them lifelike. Li Chengqian gave the instructions. Wang De was a renowned craftsman in the Eastern Palace. He was the one who sculpted that 10-meter-long white dragon. This old servant obeys the decree. Wang De walked happily to the white cloud and began to work. Li Chengqian turned his head and looked at Li Lizzie, who was standing expectantly beside him. He looked at his younger sister, who seemed to want to speak but was too shy, and a smile crept onto his lips. Li Chengqian pointed to the remaining white cloud and raised an eyebrow at Li Lizzie. Li Lizzie instantly understood, and a radiant smile bloomed on her fair face. Thank you, brother! Li Lizzie lifted her skirt and ran quickly to Wang De's side, her voice clear and crisp. "Steward Wang, I want a big tiger. A really imposing one." "All right. Your Highness, just watch." Wang De's hands flew across the clouds, like those of a top-notch sculptor. The three siblings huddled around Wang De, chattering as they watched the clouds change shape in the old eunuch's hands. Li Chengqian stood aside, completely becoming an outsider. He sighed and withdrew his envious gaze. "Since my position in the family is beyond repair, I might as well do something worthwhile." Li Chengqian turned his head, tugged at Chan Sun Wugo's sleeve, and gestured towards the flying shuttle loom. Empress Zhang Sun understood immediately. Erlang was too embarrassed to ask Gao Ming directly, so he wanted her to come out and test him. "Brilliant!" Empress Chan Sun walked to the loom, reached out and touched the extremely smooth wooden groove, and asked gently, "Can this thing really increase production tenfold?" Li Chengqian turned around, looked at his mother, put away his previous arrogance, and nodded, saying, "If mother doesn't believe me, let the craftsman try it, and we'll know." "Minister Duan, Master Craftsman Yen," Li Chengqian said, looking at the two kneeling men. "Get up and get to work." Duan Luan and Yen Lide felt as if they had been granted a pardon, and quickly got up. Yen Lide stepped forward personally. He sat on the wooden stool of the loom, his feet firmly planted on the base. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I am about to begin." Yen Lide took a deep breath. Yen Lide gripped the sliding wooden frame with his left hand and yanked the rope on the side of the chute with his right. Whoosh! The shuttle, loaded with hemp thread, blurred into a streak within the chute, instantly darting from left to right. It moves so fast that it is almost impossible to detect with the naked eye. Yen Lide used his left hand to pull the wooden frame closer to his chest, pressing the weft thread tightly. Then he pulled the rope again with his right hand. Whoosh! The shuttle then flew back from the right side to the left side. Swish! 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 The sounds of the wooden frames clashing together mingled with the whooshing of the shuttles cutting through the air. Without the complicated shuttle throwing and receiving actions of traditional looms, Yen Lide's operation was extremely smooth. The linen was seen spreading across the loom at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 inch, 2 inches, half a foot. Li Chengqian stared wide-eyed at the tumbling wooden shuttle, his breath catching in his throat. Empress Zhang Sun was also so shocked that she couldn't speak. She had presided over the silkworm rearing ceremony in the imperial harem for many years and was extremely familiar with weaving. On a traditional loom, even a skilled weaver couldn't weave this much in half a day. Yen Lide, a grown man, wove a foot-long piece of smooth linen in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. This isn't just 10 times the original amount, it's lightning fast. Stop! Li Chengqian spoke. Yen Lide stopped what he was doing, his head covered in sweat, but his eyes gleamed with an extremely fanatical light. He stood up, took 2 steps back, and made room for him. Li Chengqian strode forward, his hands trembling as he stroked the piece of hemp cloth that had just been woven. The stitches are fine, even, and tight. There are no flaws. A divine artifact. This is a true national treasure. Li Chengqian's voice was dry, and he suddenly turned to look at Li Chengqian. With this, the Tang Dynasty's cloth would pile up like mountains. Not only could ordinary people keep warm, but they could even use the money to trade for cattle, sheep, and horses from neighboring countries. This is a powerful tool capable of changing the fate of the Tang Dynasty. Brilliant! Does this loom have a name? Li Chengqian's voice carried a hint of pleading that even he himself didn't realize. He wanted to name this loom, so he named it the Zhengguan loom. Looking at Li Chengqian's anxious appearance, Li Chengqian guessed what Li Chengqian was thinking. So he smiled and looked at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian was overjoyed to see Li Chengqian like this. Empress Zhang Sun immediately guessed Gao Ming's inner thoughts. Li Chengqian smiled and said, "It has a name, it's called the Gao Ming loom." Li Chengqian was stunned. He hadn't expected Gao Ming to have the same idea as him. Her own Zhengguan loom was gone. However, he thought that if this loom was so powerful, then the water wheel must be no simple matter either. So he hurriedly asked, "Hasn't this water wheel been retrieved yet?" "This is called the Chengqian wind-powered water wheel." Li Chengqian immediately shut him down. "You!" Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian, his face turning black with anger. "Puff!" Empress Zhang's son looked at Li Chengqian and Li Shimin and couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Duanluan, Yan Lied, and the others stood by, not daring to speak. Then Empress Zhang's son said, "Brilliant! The two names you chose are excellent." "Mother, that's what I think too." Li Chengqian glanced at Li Shimin out of the corner of his eye and saw his dark, brooding face. He couldn't help but smile. Chapter 52. Li Er wants a share of the pie. After laughing, Empress Chang's son turned her gaze to the massive wind-powered water wheel frame. "Brilliant! This Chengqian wind-powered water wheel should be powered by the wind, but does that mean that in the future, irrigating farmland will no longer require human or animal power?" Li Chengqian nodded and said, "That's right, mother. As long as there is wind, the huge blades on the water wheel will drive the gears, lifting the river water from the lower reaches to the higher canals day and night. Human power is finite, but the power of the wind is inexhaustible. If these two divine items could truly be promoted to every prefecture and county of the Tang Dynasty, then the people of the world would no longer have to suffer from hunger and cold." "Brilliant! You have rendered a service to the Tang Dynasty for generations to come." Empress Zhang's son listened with a mixture of relief and emotion in her eyes. Li Shimin listened attentively and nodded repeatedly, his keen political sense immediately grasping the key point. If these two things are promoted, the national strength of the Tang Dynasty will surely experience an explosive surge. Guanyin is absolutely right. Brilliant! This kind of national treasure should indeed be promoted to the world as soon as possible. However, this promotion is a very complicated and multifaceted matter. How about this, Father? I will arrange manpower for you, and have the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue work together to promote these water wheels and looms throughout the land. What do you think?" He immediately stepped forward, beaming with a smile as he echoed his sentiments. Li Shimin had his own plans. As long as he takes on the promotional work, his political achievements will eventually have some connection to the emperor. However, Li Chengqian interrupted him without any mercy. "No need." Li Chengqian glanced at Li Shimin, his tone indifferent. "I have people in my hands." "Someone's there?" Li Shimin was taken aback. "Who is it?" "Chang Sun Chong." Li Chengqian uttered 3 words. "Chomer? How old is he?" "He was just studying at Hongwen Academy before. He has never experienced this kind of training. These water wheels and looms are connected to the interests of water conservancy and mulberry and hemp industries in various places. The local officials and powerful families there are deeply entrenched. If a mere young man like him goes there, I'm afraid he won't be able to stabilize the situation at all." Li Shimin frowned and subconsciously retorted. After listening, Li Chengqian suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Can't stabilize the overall situation?" Li Chengqian put his hands behind his back, his eyes revealing an overbearing arrogance. "Chang Sun Chong is doing things for me, representing my will. He doesn't need to reason with those local officials and powerful families, much less deal with them. Anyone who dares to outwardly comply but inwardly defy me when promoting these two divine artifacts, or dares to obstruct me." Li Chengqian slightly raised his chin, his tone chilling. "I will simply strike them dead with a bolt of lightning." The air in the plaza of the main hall seemed to drop to freezing point instantly. Duanluan and Yan Lai trembled in fright, and lowered their heads even further. Li Shimin fell completely silent. He opened his mouth, wanting to refute him with the political maneuvering of an emperor, but found himself speechless. In the past, if the imperial court wanted to promote such a new agricultural tool that would affect the interests of powerful families, the 5 clans and 7 noble families would definitely have secretly sabotaged it, dug pits for it, and even used their local power to seize all the credit and benefits of these 2 magical tools for themselves. If Li Shimin wanted to implement this policy, he had to repeatedly negotiate and compromise with them. But now, Li Chengqian's proposed solution is extremely simple and crude. he was struck dead by lightning. These unreasonable magical methods are precisely the Achilles heel that aristocratic families fear most. The 5 clans and 7 noble families may be able to manipulate power and influence among mortals, but in front of living gods who can summon heavenly thunder and manifest in divine forms, they wouldn't dare utter a single fart. Looking at his domineering son, Li Chengqian felt a surge of intense envy. If only I, as the emperor, could command such obedience and fear from those powerful clans. Just as Li Chengqian was feeling a pang of sadness, the clear cheers of 3 little maids came from the side. "Wow! What an adorable little bunny!" Qingyang exclaimed excitedly as he spun around in circles, looking at the cloud-shaped bunny with its long ears. Li Lizzie also lost her usual reserve and sat on the back of a tiger made of white clouds. Although the tiger was made of clouds, its texture and expression were lifelike. The most exaggerated one was CZ. The little girl was riding on the back of a miniature white cloud dragon, holding onto the dragon's horns with her 2 little hands, giggling as she floated around in midair. "Flying dragon! CZ's dragon is the most powerful!" Seeing the bright smiles on his 3 younger sisters' faces, the coldness in Li Chengqian's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by endless tenderness. He turned to look at Empress Jiangsun, who was standing to the side with a smile in her eyes, and said, "Mother, since my sisters have all been made, I'll have one to make you a mount too. How about a phoenix?" Upon hearing this, Empress Jiangsun's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, and she nodded with a smile. "All right, then I'll benefit from your skill." Li Chengqian smiled slightly and had a thought. The water vapor above the square gathered frantically, and in the blink of an eye, a solid white cloud, several times larger than before, appeared in midair. "Wang De, sculpt a phoenix that is 10 meters long." Li Chengqian gave the instructions. "This old servant obeys. I guarantee to satisfy Her Majesty the Empress." Wang De was so excited that his face was flushed. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and his hands flew rapidly across the huge cloud. The old eunuch's craftsmanship was indeed superb. In just a short while, a 10-meter-long phoenix with outstretched wings, distinct feathers, and a noble and holy demeanor was formed. It floated quietly in front of Chang Sun Wugo, exuding a radiant, ethereal aura. So beautiful! Empress Chang Sun couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke the wings of the cloud phoenix, her eyes filled with affection. "Wang De, thank you for your hard work." Empress Chang Sun turned to look at Wang De and said gently. Wang De was so frightened that he immediately knelt down and kowtowed. "Your Majesty, you flatter this old servant. To be able to serve your Majesty is the blessing this old servant has accumulated over many lifetimes, and it is what this old servant should do." The family was enjoying a happy time together, but Li Chengqian, who was standing to the side, was staring wide-eyed. A 10-meter-long phoenix! How majestic it must be to fly in the sky! Looking at the rooster cheering on the back of the dragon, at Li Lizzie riding a tiger, and then at the noble and sacred phoenix, Li Chengqian felt an itch in his heart that was like a cat's claws scratching at him. He wants one too. Even if it's not a dragon, a qilin or a tiger would be fine. Li Chengqian rubbed his hands together, staring longingly at Li Chengqian, but Li Chengqian had his back to him, intently teasing the rhinoceros riding on the dragon's back, not even glancing at him out of the corner of his eye. Li Chengqian became anxious. Unable to bring himself to ask his son directly, he could only turn to Empress Jiangsun for help. Cough, cough. Li Chengqian clenched his fist and coughed forcefully twice, frantically giving Empress Jiangsun meaningful glances. "It means, Guanyinbi, please speak up for me. I want one too." Chapter 53 Li Yuan, Gao Ming, can you let your grandfather see your grandmother again? Empress Changsun was admiring her cloud phoenix when she heard a cough and paused slightly. She had already caught a glimpse of her husband's comical, impatient yet forcefully composed demeanor out of the corner of her eye. But she simply lowered her eyelids, pretending not to hear at all, and continued to smile as she watched Li Chengqian and his 3 daughters play. Empress Jiangsun knew exactly what was going on. Gao Ming's resentment towards Erlang had not yet subsided, and the matter of the 25 imperial estates had only just passed. If he were to help Erlang ask for a celestial mount at this moment, Not only would Gao Ming feel disappointed, but Erlang would also definitely not get a good outcome, and might even be publicly rebuked again. This wise empress of all time knew better than anyone what to say and what not to say. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing that Empress Jiang's son did not react, Li Shimin assumed she hadn't heard him, so he raised his voice and coughed until his face turned red. Empress Jiang's son remained unmoved. She even turned around, lifted her skirt, and gracefully sat on the back of the 10-meter-long cloud phoenix. Li Shimin stood frozen in place, his coughing abruptly ceasing. He looked at his wife's gentle yet deliberately avoided profile, and then at his eldest son who completely ignored him. The flame of hope that had just ignited in his heart was instantly extinguished. He knew it was hopeless. Suddenly, a mournful wail came from outside the square. Report! An old eunuch dressed in the robes of the Den Palace rushed into the square, stumbling and crashing heavily onto the stone slabs, drawing blood from his forehead instantly. Your Majesty! Your Highness! Your Highness the Crown Prince! The Emperor Emeritus has suffered a relapse of his illness and has fainted. The air in the plaza of the main hall suddenly froze. Swift wind. In the Tang Dynasty, this was a fatal disease. Once it took effect, it could cause mild symptoms such as facial paralysis or hemiplegia, or even death on the spot. The comical and eager look on Li Shimin's face vanished instantly, replaced by extreme terror. Quickly, summon the imperial physician! No, Gao Ming, go check on your father-in-law. Let's go! Li Chengqian didn't waste any words, his eyes sharpening. He scooped up the rhinoceros, swayed slightly, and landed steadily on the back of the 10-meter-long cloud dragon. Li Lizzie and Qingyang reacted quickly, each urging their cloud tiger and cloud rabbit to take flight. Empress Zhang's son paled, and lifting the hem of her elaborate palace dress, she nimbly leaped onto the enormous phoenix. Guan Yinbi! Take me! Li Shimin was sweating profusely with anxiety. He rushed towards Yufeng and reached out to grab the shimmering feathers that Yufeng was hanging down. However, Empress Zhang's son was preoccupied with her father-in-law's safety and didn't notice her husband's cries. A thought struck her. Whoosh! Yufeng let out a clear and melodious phoenix cry, transformed into a streak of light, soared straight into the sky, closely followed behind Li Chengqian's cloud dragon, and disappeared above the East Palace in the blink of an eye. Li Shimin's hand froze in midair, grabbing a handful of cold wind. He looked up at the incredibly stylish cloud trails in the sky, then looked at his empty hands, and was so angry he jumped up and down. Zhang Anan! Where's the horse? Bring me the horse! The Tang Emperor roared hoarsely. Den Palace, sleeping quarters. The strong, bitter smell of medicine and the deathly silence made it hard to breathe. 7 or 8 of the imperial physicians, the top physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau, knelt before the dragon bed, their faces ashen and their bodies trembling like leaves. The Emperor Emeritus's eyes were tightly closed, his face was as pale as paper, and his breathing was extremely weak. Li Chengqian arrived with Empress Zhang's son and others, and immediately inquired about Li Yuan's situation. Your Highness, the Emperor Emeritus's illness is raging fiercely, the evil wind has entered his brain, and we are powerless to help. The imperial physician kowtowed repeatedly, his voice filled with desperate sobs. Everyone step back. Li Chengqian's voice was cold and sharp, carrying an undeniable divine pressure. The imperial physicians, as if granted a pardon, scrambled to retreat to the corner. Li Chengqian strode to the bedside and looked at the dying Li Yuan. Without any hesitation, he raised his right hand and placed it directly on Li Yuan's chest. The hand that patches up the sky. Buzz. 5 colors of light, blue, red, yellow, white, and black, burst forth in Li Chengqian's palm. A sacred and vast aura of creation instantly filled the entire sleeping quarters of the Den Palace. Visibly, Li Yuan's ashen face began to regain its color. With his blocked meridians forcibly cleared, Li Yuan regained his vitality under the nourishment of innate life force. In just a dozen or so breaths, the 5-colored divine light was contained within. Li Yuan took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, and then slowly opened his eyes. Grandpa! Li Chengqian, and Cici all rushed to the bedside. Empress Zhang Sun quickly stepped forward, her eyes red-rimmed. "Father, you scared me to death!" Li Yuan's gaze swept across everyone's faces, finally settling on Li Chengqian. Suddenly, the eyes of the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty reddened. Turbid tears slid down his cheeks and disappeared into his graying temples. He reached out shakily and grabbed Li Chengqian's wrist tightly. "Chengqian!" Li Yuan's voice was extremely hoarse, filled with a deep sorrow and vicissitude that struck the soul. "Grandpa just saw your grandma." The hall fell silent instantly. "Grandma, Empress Taimu of the Tang Dynasty, Nado." Upon hearing this, Empress Zhang Sun could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. She sat down on the edge of the bed and gently patted Li Yuan's hand. "Father, that was a dream. You have powerful immortal magic protecting you, so you will surely live to be 100 years old." Li and the other maids also wiped away their tears and sobbed softly. Just then, a series of extremely chaotic and heavy footsteps came from outside the bedchamber. Li Shimin rushed into the main hall, panting. Even the hem of his casual clothes had come undone, and his forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. When Li Shimin saw Li Yuan lying on the couch with his eyes open and a rosy complexion, he breathed a long sigh of relief, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. He steadied himself, hurried to the bed, his lips trembling as he tried to comfort her. "Father!" But he had only uttered 2 words when his feet froze on the spot. He dared not go forward. He was afraid of seeing the disgust in his father's eyes, afraid of being scolded as a rebellious son, and afraid of being pushed away by his father again at this most vulnerable moment. Li Shimin stood stiffly 3 steps away, his hands clenched into fists, like a child who had done something wrong and was waiting for judgment. Li Yuan didn't even glance at Li Shimin out of the corner of his eye. He still gripped Li Chengqian's hand tightly, tears streaming down his face, his voice filled with almost pleading expectation. "Dao Ming, you have now received the teachings of Laozi, you are a true immortal. I do not ask for immortality, I only ask one thing of you." Li Yuan paused, his voice choked with emotion. "In the future, could you use your magic to let Grandpa see your grandma again?" Boom! These words were like a bolt of lightning from the heavens, striking Li Shimin squarely on the head. Li Shimin's face turned deathly pale instantly, devoid of any color. P.S. Main character panel. Name, Li Chengqian. Age 15. Basic stats, Constitution, 7, Adults, 10, Spirit 50 Adults, 10, Speed 7, Adults, 10. Skills, Levitation, Lightning, Cloud Riding, Sky Opening Technique, Top-Tier Carpentry, Celestial Manifestation, Sky Mending Hand, Abundant Harvest, Heavenly Law for Protecting the Nation. Chapter 54 Old Ginger is Spicier, Li Yuan is possessed by the movie star. Li Shimin's tall body swayed suddenly, and he staggered back half a step. Mother. The image of Empress Do's kind face instantly flashed into his mind. But then, that kind face was replaced by a sky full of blood. The flashing swords outside Xuanwu Gate, and the gruesome sight of Li Jianqing and the Yuanji lying in pools of blood, tore at his nerves like a nightmare. If Mother was indeed summoned back to the mortal world by Gao Ming using his magic. If only her mother knew that she had personally killed her eldest and 4th sons. What kind of expression would she have? Was it shock? Angry? Or utterly disappointed? Li Shimin lowered his head and stared intently at the gold bricks at his feet. His breathing became extremely heavy, and his shoulders trembled slightly uncontrollably. This Khan, who had killed countless people on the battlefield, had his inner defenses completely shattered at this moment, and fear and guilt overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. Empress Zhang Sun keenly noticed her husband's unusual behavior. She knew Li Shimin too well. The Xuanwu Gate incident was a dead end that Erlang could never overcome in his life, and it was also the deepest ulcer in his heart. Empress Zhang Sun stood up, quietly took 2 steps back, and came to Li Shimin's side. She reached out her warm hand and tightly grasped Li Shimin's cold and sweaty hand, lowering her voice and speaking in an extremely gentle yet firm tone. "Erlang, don't be afraid. If your mother knew about the current prosperity of the Tang Dynasty, she would understand your predicament. Li Chengqian nodded stiffly, but his bloodshot eyes were still filled with an inescapable fear. At the bedside, looking at his grandfather, who was weeping uncontrollably, Li Chengqian felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Although he transmigrated from another world, the blood ties of this body are real. Don't worry, grandfather. Li Chengqian grasped Li Yuan's hand in return, his expression extremely solemn. Grandson's immortal skills are still shallow, but as long as Laozi imparts the art of communicating with the spirits in the future, grandson will definitely allow grandfather and grandmother to reunite. Upon hearing this promise, Li Yuan's grief seemed to be greatly soothed. He nodded repeatedly, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve. Good child, your grandfather didn't spoil you for nothing. Just then, Li Yuan turned his head slightly to ensure that Li Chengqian and Empress Zhang's son could not see his face. Then, the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty, who had just been weeping bitterly and was heartbroken, winked his left eye at Li Chengqian in a very playful and quick manner. Li Chengqian's solemn expression froze instantly on his face. His pupils dilated suddenly, his mouth opened slightly, and he stared incredulously at the old man in front of him, whose eyes gleamed with cunning and smugness. Holy crap! Li Chengqian roared inwardly. It was all an act. That old man's heartbroken act just now was all an act. He didn't really want to see Empress Do at all. He deliberately brought up the topic precisely the moment Li Chengqian arrived. He knew all too well where Li Chengqian's Achilles' heel was. The Xuanwu Gate incident led to fratricide, leaving him ashamed to face his birth mother. Li Yuan wanted to stab this rusty knife deep into Li Chengqian's most painful wound, and then twist it around vigorously. Just for revenge. Just to see Li Chengqian break down and suffer a setback. Li Chengqian glanced at Li Chengqian, who was standing not far away, still with his head down and his body trembling slightly, and couldn't help but gasp. Those who became the founding emperors were all cunning and capable individuals. This acting skill, this ability to manipulate people's hearts, is simply unparalleled. Looking at his grandson's shocked expression, Li Yuan subtly curled a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, then quickly resumed his weak and sorrowful demeanor, closed his eyes, and let out a long sigh. Chengqian, your grandfather is tired and wants to rest. Li Chengqian's lips twitched twice. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner complaints, and cooperated with the performance of this movie star's grandfather. Grandpa, please rest well. Your grandson will come to see you again tomorrow. Li Chengqian stood up and turned to look at Li Chengqian and Empress Zhang's son. Father, mother, grandfather needs to rest. Let's go out first. Li Chengqian was granted a general amnesty. He didn't want to stay in this bedchamber for even a second longer. He took a deep look at his father on the bed, then turned and hurried out the door as if fleeing. Li Chengqian carried the baby at the back of the group. Before leaving, he turned back to look at Li Yuan on the couch. The old man was half closing his eyes and making a very subtle gesture at him. Li Chengqian twitched the corner of his mouth and stepped out the door. Since this old man wants to play, then I, as his grandson, will have to cooperate with him more in the future. Outside Din Palace. Brilliant! Empress Zhang's son looked at Li Chengqian with an extremely serious expression. Tell your mother the truth, about the matter your father-in-law just asked you about. How long will it take you to master that immortal technique that allows you to see the spirits of the dead? These words were spoken. Li Chengqian, standing in front, suddenly shuddered. He didn't turn around, but his previously tense shoulders instantly stiffened, as if he had been frozen in place. Breathing has stopped. Li Chengqian's ears perked up uncontrollably, and all his attention was focused on the conversation behind him. Li Chengqian held the baby in one hand, his gaze sweeping over his mother's slightly worried face, then past her, landing on Li Chengqian's stiff back. The image of Li Yuan's extremely mischievous and cunning wink flashed through his mind just now in the bedchamber. Since the old man has set the stage, I, as his grandson, must make this performance a success. Mother, this matter of immortality depends entirely on the opportunity bestowed by Laozi. Li Chengqian's tone was calm, even somewhat casual. Your son truly does not know at the moment. Hearing the words, I don't know. Li Shimon's tense shoulders visibly relaxed. He exhaled a long breath that had been trapped in his chest, and his clasped fingers loosened. Fine. As long as it's not now, as long as there's still time, he can make some more preparations. However, Li Shimon hadn't even caught his breath yet. Li Chengqian's voice rang out again, accompanied by an extremely irritatingly loud panting rhythm. However, Li Chengqian drawled, a wicked smile curving his lips. No one can say for sure about immortal techniques. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. Li Shimon's hands, which he had just loosened, suddenly clenched again. It's also possible. Li Chengqian looked at Li Shimon's back, his voice rising a few decibels, emphasizing each word. The next second, this technique of communicating with the spirits will suddenly appear in my mind. These are all unpredictable things. Whoosh! Li Shimon suddenly turned around. The face of the Tang Emperor was now completely bloodless, a deep, ashen blue. He stared intently at Li Chengqian, his lips trembling slightly, his voice hoarse and strained. Gao Ming, you mean you might do it at any moment? Yes. Li Chengqian met Li Shimon's terrified gaze with a smile and nodded, his tone extremely certain. Perhaps in the next second, I will be able to invite Grandma up here so that she can be reunited with Father. Father, are you happy? Chapter 55 Possessed by the God of Luck Summoning Souls. Happy? Li Shimon felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, and even his scalp tingled. He could almost see Empress Do standing in front of him, pointing her finger at him, and demanding to know where Jianqing and Yuanji were. Li Shimon felt completely unwell. His legs went weak, and his vision blurred. The mighty Khan was now overcome with an urge to flee. Empress Zhongsun couldn't bear to see her husband in such a miserable state. Mother, your son is taking my sisters back to play. Li Chengqian raised his hand. Water vapor surged. Giant cloud dragons, cloud tigers, and cloud rabbits appeared out of thin air. Li Chengqian, carrying the rhinoceros, leaped onto the dragon's back, while Li Lizzie and Qingyang skillfully climbed onto their own mounts. Father, mother, I take my leave. Before the words were finished, 3 white clouds shot into the sky, transformed into 3 streaks of light, and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The area outside Din Palace fell completely silent. Li Shimon looked at the dissipating clouds in the sky and suddenly swayed. Empress Zhongsun reacted quickly and grabbed his arm. Guanin's maid. Li Shimon grabbed Empress Zhongsun's hand tightly with his own. His palms were covered in cold sweat. The emperor, who remained unfazed amidst thousands of troops, now had a barely concealed tremor in his voice. What do you suggest I do? Li Shimon looked at Empress Zhongsun, his eyes filled with extreme panic. If mother really comes back, how can I face her? If she asks about my elder brother and 4th brother, what will I say to her? Empress Zhongsun grasped Li Shimon's hand in return, her tone extremely calm and resolute. Your Majesty, what's done is done, and there's no going back. Your panic now is of no use. Then what should I do? Li Shimon asked, as if grasping at a straw. Governing the world. Empress Zhongsun looked into Li Shimon's eyes and said, word by word. What my mother longed for most before she passed away was peace and tranquility for the people. What you can do now is to govern this Tang Dynasty far better than the sages of the past. Let the territory of the Tang Dynasty be infinitely vast, and let the people of the Tang Dynasty have full granaries. Let there be no more famine or war in this world. Empress Zhongsun emphasized her words. Only in this way, when your mother truly stands before you, will you have the confidence to tell her that what you did back then was for the sake of the Tang Dynasty. You proved with an unprecedented golden age that you are the one most suitable to sit on the dragon throne. This is the only explanation you can give your mother. These words struck Li Shimon's mind like a resounding bell. Fear, panic, and guilt were forcibly crushed in this moment. Instead, there was an extremely fanatical obsession. Right. Guanyin is right. I cannot change the past, but I can change the future of the Tang Dynasty. As long as I create an unprecedented golden age, Mother will surely forgive me. The panic in Li Shimin's eyes quickly faded, and the majesty and decisiveness of an emperor once again filled his deep eyes. I understand. Li Shimin released Empress Jiangxun's hand and straightened his back. He turned his head to look in the direction of the imperial city. Return to Gamla Palace. Li Shimin strode towards the Gamla Hall with extremely long strides, exuding the aura of a workaholic who wanted to completely drain himself. Empress Jiangxun stood there, watching her husband's retreating figure, and sighed softly. In fact, weren't her words just a way of comforting herself? She was also a witness to the Xuanwu Gate incident, and she was afraid to face her mother-in-law's questioning. Brilliant! Empress Jiangxun looked up at the sky and prayed silently in her heart. You must learn that soul-summoning magic later. Your father and mother are really not ready yet. At the same time, inside the sleeping quarters of Din Palace, Li Yuan was sitting cross-legged on the large dragon couch at this moment. He held a delicate osmanthus cake in his hand, took a big bite, and chewed it with relish. Ha! Li Yuan swallowed the pastry, slapped his thigh, and laughed heartily. Li-er! Did you see his face just now? It was as white as a sheet of paper. That little bastard was scared to death. The old eunuch standing to the side quickly handed over a cup of warm water, and echoed with a smile. The Emperor Emeritus is blessed with great fortune, and His Highness the Crown Prince's magic is even more wondrous. This time, His Majesty has truly been outmaneuvered by you. That's right. Li Yuan took the teacup and took a big gulp. If I can't deal with him, can't Gao Ming? This kid deserves to suffer like this. Li Yuan laughed heartily, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. But, as he laughed, his voice gradually faded. The hall fell silent once more. Li Yuan slowly put down his teacup, the smile on his lips gradually fading. He turned his head and looked at the empty bedroom, at the magnificent yet cold furnishings. The old eunuch keenly sensed the change in atmosphere, quickly lowered his head, and stepped aside, not daring to even breathe loudly. Li Yuan reached into his robes, fumbled around for a moment, and pulled out an old sachet. The silk threads of the sachet have faded somewhat, and the mandarin duck pattern on it is now blurry. This was sewn by Empress Do herself before her death. Li Yuan's rough fingers gently caressed the edge of the sachet. He had indeed offended Li Shimin. However, when he shouted, "Let Grandpa see your grandma again," in front of Li Chengqian, his heart really ached. Adieu! Li Yuan's voice was extremely low, revealing a deep sense of weariness and desolation. You left too soon, you didn't see these beasts killing each other. If you were still here, how could this Tang Dynasty, this family, have become like this? Li Yuan leaned against the bed railing and closed his eyes. He once possessed the world, but lost his home. His gentle and intelligent wife, who had been by his side offering advice when he raised an army in Jinyang, had been gone for far too long. Gao Ming is a good boy, Li Yuan murmured to himself. If he can really learn that method of communicating with the spirits. I really miss you. Inside the Din Palace, only an old man remained, sighing in solitude. The next morning. The Eastern Palace, Xianda Hall. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, casting dappled shadows on the floor tiles. Li Chengqian woke up from his sleep, stretched, and felt refreshed. The mental energy he had expended treating Li Yuan the previous day had been fully restored after a night's rest. He leaned against the headboard and habitually summoned the system in his mind. Bite. The monotonous mechanical voice rang out precisely on time. Today's draw count has been updated. Should we proceed with the extraction? Extract, Li Chengqian murmured. In the void before them, a semi-transparent, ghostly blue light screen instantly appeared. At the center of the light screen, the phantom of a card began to spin rapidly, its edges bursting with dazzling light. Successfully extracted. Gained ability, summoning souls. Chapter 56. Was Gao Ming doing this on purpose? Li Chengqian's gaze swept over the newly appeared skill descriptions. Ability analysis allows the user to extend their mental energy into the underworld, locking onto the souls of the deceased and briefly recalling them to the mortal realm. The recalled souls appear as semi-transparent phantoms. They can be spoken to but cannot be touched. Restrictions: summoning a soul requires 20 points of spirit power, and 1 point is consumed every 10 minutes thereafter. Li Chengqian leaned against the headboard and pondered for a moment. His current maximum mental strength is 50 points. After deducting the 20 points for activation, he has 30 points left. This means he can keep the recalled souls in the mortal realm for a full 300 minutes, which is 2.5 hours. 5 hours. That's enough to hold a thoroughly enjoyable trial of the dead. This skill came at just the right time. Li Chengqian's lips curled up little by little, revealing an extremely wicked smile. I still vividly remember Li Shimon's terrified appearance in the Den Palace yesterday. I casually said yesterday, "Maybe I can invite Grandma up here in the next second." And today the system delivered the skill directly to my hands. It's like being blessed with incredible luck. Outside the hall, the sun was shining brightly. Wang De, accompanied by several eunuchs, stood under the eaves. Through the half-open window, he could see Li Chengqian sitting on the bed, smiling broadly. The eunuchs looked at each other in bewilderment. "Chief Steward Wang, His Highness seems to be in a very good mood today?" A young eunuch lowered his voice. Wang De flicked the whisk in his hand, his brows furrowing slightly. Having followed Li Chengqian for so long, he knew this crown prince all too well. "Your Highness usually smiles gently. That's because you're in a good mood. But if someone were to laugh like this, then someone is definitely going to be in big trouble. Moreover, the one who usually suffers the misfortune is often of extremely high status. For example, a certain emperor. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask." Wang De glared at the little eunuch. "Wang De." Li Chengqian's cold voice came from inside the hall. "This old servant is here." Wang De shuddered and quickly pushed open the door, bending over as he walked to the bedside. Li Chengqian lifted the brocade quilt, his feet half a foot off the ground, and hovered steadily in midair. Li Chengqian straightened the cuffs of his casual clothes, his tone as calm as if he were instructing what to eat that evening. "Go to the Lijing Hall to inform Mother, and go to the Din Palace to inform Father. Tell him that I have mastered a new immortal technique that can summon the souls of the dead back to the mortal world." Wang De suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide open like copper bells. Summoning the dead? The old eunuch's mind went blank for a moment, and he instantly remembered the request the retired emperor had made in the Din Palace yesterday. "Your Highness, is it true?" Wang De's voice trembled. "When have I ever lied?" Li Chengqian glanced at him. "After you have informed them, go to the Taiji Hall in person. Father should still be in court right now. Tell him to come to the Xianda Hall for a gathering after court." "Should we go to the Taiji Hall and publicly inform His Majesty?" "This isn't a trip to deliver good news. It's clearly a trip to deliver a death warrant to the Heavenly Khan. This old servant obeys the decree." Wang De did not hesitate and immediately withdrew. Lijing Hall. Empress Zhang's son was sitting in front of her dressing table, with palace maids helping her comb her long hair. A palace eunuch knelt outside the beaded curtain and repeated Li Chengqian's words verbatim. A deathly silence fell over the main hall. The wooden comb in the palace maid's hand froze in midair. She didn't even dare to breathe. Empress Zhang's son looked at herself in the bronze mirror, her expression extremely complicated. "I just explained it yesterday, and you already know it today? What a coincidence. Gao Ming did this on purpose, didn't he?" Empress Zhang's son sighed, her voice filled with deep helplessness. The eunuch buried his head in the gold bricks and dared not utter a word. When gods fight, how dare a mortal eunuch like him interrupt? Empress Zhang's son stood up and waved away the palace maids. She knew that Gao Ming was doing this for himself, and also to vent his anger for the Emperor Emeritus. Erlang's past suppression of the Crown Prince and his favoritism towards the Prince of Wei have ultimately brought about the most severe backlash. "Prepare the sedan chair." Empress Chang's son rubbed her temples. "Go to Xianda Hall." "Oh, right, summon all the princes and princesses to Xianda Hall." Empress Zhangsun hoped that this would divert some of Erlang's firepower. Din Palace. Li Yuan was leaning back in his recliner listening to music. Upon hearing the report from the palace eunuch, the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty suddenly jumped up from his reclining chair. What did you say? Gao Ming can summon spirits? Li Yuan grabbed the eunuch by the collar, a terrifying glint flashing in his cloudy old eyes. Your Majesty, what His Highness the Crown Prince said is absolutely true. Li Yuan released his grip, his body trembling violently. He did indeed harbor resentment towards Li Chengqian yesterday, but his longing for his wife was also genuine. Adieu. Li Yuan's eyes instantly reddened, and tears streamed down his face. He didn't even bother to put on his shoes properly, slipping on one cloth slipper as he rushed out of the bedroom. Quickly! Go to the East Palace! Prepare a carriage for me! No need for a carriage, bring a sedan chair! Hurry! Li Yuan moved with incredible speed, roaring loudly. Taiji Hall. The morning assembly was halfway through. Li Chengqian sat upright on the dragon throne, his expression majestic. After Empress Zhangsun's guidance last night, he has forcibly suppressed his inner fear and devoted all his energy to government affairs. He wants to use his political achievements to numb himself. Your Majesty, a disaster has occurred in Longyu Province. The Ministry of Revenue has allocated grain and fodder, but local officials have reported that there is a trend of displaced people gathering in Guangzhou. Minister of Revenue Dai Zhou is presenting a memorial to the throne. Send more manpower and set up soup kitchens along the way. We must not allow the refugees to live in chaos. Li Chengqian made a deep and resolute decision. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard outside the heavy doors of the Taiji Hall. Wang De rushed in, clutching a whisk in his hand and covered in sweat. All the civil and military officials in the hall turned their heads to look at the chief eunuch of the Eastern Palace. Dai Zhou also stopped reporting. Li Chengqian frowned slightly. Wang De is a shrewd man. Why would he come to Taiji Hall at this time? Could it be that something has happened in the Eastern Palace? Wang De then clasped his hands in a salute. He raised his head, meeting the gazes of the entire court, and loudly reported in his high-pitched voice. Your Majesty! His Highness the Crown Prince has sent this old servant to report that His Highness has just mastered a new immortal technique. Upon hearing this, a slight commotion arose within the Taiji Hall. Chan Sunwuji, Fang Xianling, and the others exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Has His Highness the Crown Prince mastered a new magical technique? Previously it was levitation, lightning, the energy of creation, and abundant harvests. What kind of miraculous trick has been used this time? Li Chengqian's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained the composure of an emperor. Oh? What kind of magic has Gao Ming learned this time? Li Chengqian asked. He silently prayed, please, it's not some kind of supernatural magic to summon spirits. Wang De swallowed hard, his voice echoing through the hall. His Highness the Crown Prince says that he can now perform the art of summoning souls. He can call the souls of the deceased back to the world of the living from the netherworld. Dead silence. The entire Taiji Hall instantly fell into a deathly silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's breath caught in their throats at that moment. Chan Sunwuji's eyes widened, and he almost dropped the scepter in his hand. Fan Xuanling's mouth was agape, and he couldn't close it for a long time. Among the military generals, Qin Yaojing's eyes widened as he turned to look at Qin Qiong and Yu Qijingde beside him, exclaiming in a low voice. Heavens! Calling back the souls of the dead? Your Highness is truly worthy of being called back to life. Is this far from bringing the dead back to life? Qin Qiong took a deep breath, his eyes filled with awe. The officials were shocked by the incredible power of this magical technique. Chapter 57 Chengqian, where is your elder brother Jianqing? However, when Li Chengqian, sitting on the dragon throne, heard the words, recall to the mortal world, his mind went blank, as if a bolt of divine lightning had struck him directly on the top of his head. Li Chengqian's face lost all color at a visible speed. Pale as paper. His tall body swayed violently on the dragon throne, his hands gripping the edge of the imperial desk so tightly that his knuckles turned bluish-white from the excessive force. Last night's fear returned like a tsunami, instantly shattering the dam of his rationality. Gao Ming understood. He really did it. I just explained it yesterday, and you already know it today? Gao Ming definitely did it on purpose. Li Shimin roared inwardly. What a coincidence. This must be some kind of magic that rebellious son obtained from Laozi specifically to get revenge for his past favoritism. He just wants to see me make a fool of myself. He just wants to call mother up to judge me. Li Shimin felt extremely short of breath, as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest. He didn't even dare to imagine what it would be like to arrive at Xianda Hall and see the phantom of Empress Do standing in front of him, asking him, "Where are Dalong and Silang?" The officials in the hall finally recovered from their shock. They were just about to congratulate the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty on acquiring this divine skill when they suddenly realized that His Majesty the Emperor, sitting on the dragon throne, was in a very strange state. There was no ecstasy. There was no arrogance. Only unconcealable fear and weakness. His Majesty? Chan Sun Wuji tentatively called out. Li Shimin turned a deaf ear. He raised his right hand with trembling hands and waved to Zhang Ainen, who was standing below the jade steps. When Zhang Ainen saw the emperor's expression, he was so frightened that he ran up the jade steps in 3 quick steps. "Help me up!" Li Shimin's voice was dry and hoarse, conveying a deep sense of powerlessness. Zhang Ainen quickly reached out and supported Li Shimin's arm. With Zhang Ainen's help, Li Shimin struggled to stand up from the dragon throne. His legs went weak uncontrollably, and he nearly fell over. "Dismiss the court." Li Shimin squeezed out the 2 words through gritted teeth. He didn't even glance at the officials in the hall, leaning half his body against Zhang Ainen, and staggered and walked towards the back of the hall in a very disheveled manner. Go to Xianda Hall." Li Shimin gave the order in a low voice, his tone filled with a tragic determination to face death. Inside the Taiji Hall, the civil and military officials stared dumbfounded at the emperor's departing figure, who seemed to be fleeing, exchanging bewildered glances. What's wrong with your Majesty?" One of the imperial censors couldn't help but speak up. "His Highness the Crown Prince has mastered such extraordinary magical arts. This is a miracle of the Tang Dynasty, and an honor for the royal family. Even if His Majesty is unhappy and holds a grand banquet for his ministers, surely he wouldn't be this frightened?" Chan Sun Wuji frowned and turned to look at Fang Xianling and Wei Jing. "Xianling, Xuanqing, look at this," Chan Sun Wuji asked in a low voice. Fang Xianling shook his head. Wei Jing stood still, gazing intently in the direction where Li Shimin had disappeared. This upright official, who had stood silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. "To make His Majesty lose his composure so much that he even neglects the morning court session." Wei Ying's voice was low but clearly reached the ears of the surrounding high-ranking officials. "The only soul His Highness the Crown Prince can summon is probably his closest relatives." Closest relatives. These 4 words were uttered. Chan Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Cheng Yaojin and others were all shocked. 3 words almost simultaneously flashed through their minds. Empress Do. The atmosphere inside the Taiji Hall instantly became extremely eerie. Everyone shut their mouths. They finally understood why the Emperor's legs had gone weak with fear. "Your Highness is not demonstrating magical powers. You are clearly putting a knife to the neck of the Heavenly Khan. Let's go." Chan Sun Wuji lowered his head and walked quickly outside. This ultimate battleground for royalty is something those of us who are subjects should avoid as far away as possible. On the alleyway of Taiji Palace, with Zhang Ainen's support, Li Shimin walked step by step toward the Eastern Palace. The early winter wind blew on his face, but it couldn't dispel the restlessness and fear in Li Shimin's heart. The outline of Xianda Hall has already come into view. Li Shimin stopped and looked at the magnificent palace, swallowing hard. He knew that on the other side of the threshold, his father, his Guanyinbi, and his cunning son who possessed magical powers were all waiting for him. Li Shimin leaned mostly on Zhang Ainen. He stared at the vermilion palace gate, his legs feeling like lead, unable to move an inch. Just then, a series of footsteps came from the other end of the alley. Empress Zhangsun, dressed in a magnificent palace gown, walked at the very front. Behind her followed a large group of people. Prince Li Kewu, Princess Gaoyang, Princess Qinghe, almost all the princes and princesses of the Tang Dynasty were summoned. Li Shimon's eye twitched slightly. He knew that Guanyin had called her whole family, hoping to use the large number of people to dilute the potential deadly situation and share the burden with him. But Li Shimon only felt his scalp tingling even more. How could he possibly maintain his imperial dignity by being tried in front of so many of his children? Li Tai walked among the crowd, his face deathly pale. He was originally claiming illness at the Prince of Wei's residence when he heard that someone from the Eastern Palace had come. He was so frightened that he refused to move, fearing that Li Chengqian was going to settle scores with him. Only after learning that it was Empress Zhangsun who sent the person did he dare to enter the palace. "Mother," Li Tai said in a low voice, his teeth chattering. "What happened? Why did you come to the East Palace?" Empress Zhangsun glanced at him and explained. "You'll find out soon enough." Li Tai shrank back, not daring to ask any more questions. He looked up and saw Li Shimon leaning against a eunuch outside the palace gate, his face pale. Li Tai's brain went completely blank. What's wrong with I? The great Khan of the Tang Dynasty could barely stand. Li Ke, Gao Yang, and the others also noticed Li Shimon's unusual behavior and stopped in their tracks, their eyes filled with shock. They wanted to step forward to pay their respects, but were stopped by Empress Zhangsun's eyes. "The Emperor Emeritus has arrived!" A sharp shout came from behind. 8 strong eunuchs carried a sedan chair and practically ran over. Before the sedan chair had even come to a complete stop, the curtain was suddenly ripped open. Li Yuan jumped down without even putting on his shoes properly, wearing only one cloth slipper. "Father!" Li Shimon called out subconsciously. Li Yuan suddenly turned his head. Looking at Li Shimon's weak and frightened appearance, a hint of pleasure flashed in his cloudy old eyes. "Humph!" Li Yuan snorted heavily, completely ignoring Li Shimon. He turned and strode across the threshold of Xianda Hall, his voice filled with undisguised urgency and excitement. "Brilliant! Brilliant!" Empress Zhangsun took a deep breath and led the princes and princesses inside. Li Shimon gripped Zhang Ainan's arm tightly, his fingernails almost digging into the old eunuch's flesh. He gritted his teeth, dragging his weak legs, and shuffled into the main hall. Inside the main hall, Li Chengqian stood with his hands behind his back and his feet half a foot off the ground, quietly suspending himself in midair. He was dressed in a black casual robe, and there was no fluctuation of air around him. He just floated there against all reason. As soon as Li Ke, Gao Yang, and other princes and princesses entered the hall, their pupils suddenly contracted. This was the first time they had ever seen the prince who had mastered immortal arts. Li Ke bit his lip hard, suppressing the shock in his heart. Li Tai was trembling like a leaf. He no longer has the courage to even look up at Li Chengqian. "Grandpa, you've arrived!" Li Chengqian looked down at him, his tone indifferent. Li Yuan rushed to Li Chengqian's feet in 3 quick steps. He tilted his head back, his hands trembling violently, and his eyes instantly reddened. "Brilliant!" Li Yuan's voice was hoarse, tinged with pleading. "Can you really let Grandpa see your grandma again?" The air inside the hall instantly dropped to freezing point. The princes and princesses looked up abruptly, their faces filled with disbelief. "See the old lady? Empress Mu? She's long gone." Li Shimon leaned against a red lacquered pillar at the edge of the main hall. Upon hearing this, his vision blurred and his breathing stopped completely. Li Chengqian glanced at Li Shimon, who was about to collapse, and a very faint smile appeared on his lips. "Able." Li Chengqian nodded. A thought arose. 20 points of mental energy are deducted instantly. Summoning souls and spirits, activated. The once warm air inside the hall suddenly turned cold. A visible gray mist seeped out from the cracks in the floor tiles and quickly gathered in the center of the hall. Only a ghostly aura, striking straight to the soul, made everyone present tremble to the bone. The gray fog churned, and the temperature continued to drop. Li Ke and the others were shivering from the cold, but they stared intently at the cloud of gray mist. At the center of the gray fog, a semi-transparent phantom began to slowly condense. First came the elaborate palace dress, then her dignified figure, and finally, a face exuding gentleness and nobility. Empress Mu Ne Do. The phantom hovered silently 3 inches above the ground. Her eyes were closed, and she emanated a faint glow, as if she did not belong to this world. Ah Do! Li Yuan's knees buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. Tears streamed down his face. He reached out his withered hand, wanting to touch the illusory figure, but stopped in midair, afraid of disturbing her. Li Shimin closed his eyes tightly, buried his head in his chest, and huddled behind a pillar, trembling so much that even Zhang Ainen could barely support him. In the center of the main hall, the long eyelashes of the illusory image of Empress Do trembled slightly. She slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were initially unfocused, but then gradually became clear. She lowered her head, looking at her translucent hands, and then glanced around the hall. This is... Empress Do's voice was ethereal and otherworldly, with an unreal reverberation. Where? Her gaze shifted, finally settling on the elderly man with gray hair kneeling at the front. Empress Do was stunned. She carefully examined the wrinkled face, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Fourth Prince? Empress Do called softly, her voice full of doubt. How come you have aged so much? Li Yuan was the 4th child in his family. Upon hearing this call, Li Yuan wept like a child. He scrambled forward a couple of steps, sobbing uncontrollably. Adieu! It's me! It's me! Empress Do frowned slightly. She looked at the magnificent golden hall around her, then at the young people kneeling on the ground, and became even more puzzled. Didn't I die? Empress Do looked at Li Yuan. Fourth Prince, have you come down here too? Is this the underworld? Li Yuan shook his head frantically, wiping away tears as he explained. No! I'm not dead! Adieu, you're in the mortal realm. This is the Eastern Palace of Taiji Palace. The mortal realm? The Emperor? Empress Do was taken aback. Li Yuan quickly pointed to Li Chengqian in midair. That's our grandson. Chengqian. He received the teachings from Laozi and became a living immortal. He used his magic to call you up from below. Following Li Yuan's finger, Empress Do looked up at Li Chengqian, who was suspended in midair. Li Chengqian slowly descended and landed on the ground. He bowed respectfully to the phantom image of Empress Do, performing a junior salute with utmost decorum. Grandson Li Chengqian greets Grandma. Empress Do looked at the handsome young man before her, her eyes filled with love and wonder. Is this Shimon's child? Empress Do's illusory figure drifted closer, her ethereal fingers tracing Li Chengqian's outline in the air. He's grown so much. Good child, truly a good child. Upon hearing the name, Shimon, Li Shimin, who was hiding behind a pillar, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Empress Do turned around and scanned the kneeling crowd with her gaze. Where is Shimon? Empress Do asked gently. His son has become so accomplished, where has he gone? Empress Chang's son turned her head and looked in the direction of the pillar. Li Ke, Li Tai, and others also subconsciously turned their heads. Empress Do's gaze followed the crowd's eyes and locked onto the figure who was leaning against the eunuch and curled up in a ball. She floated over. Li Shimin felt a chilling aura approaching. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to open his eyes. Ah, mother! Li Shimin's lips trembled as he managed to squeeze out 2 words. The mighty heavenly Khan was now weeping uncontrollably, his face streaked with tears, utterly pathetic. Empress Do looked at Li Shimin's appearance, and a pang of heartache flashed in her eyes. Shimin, why are you trembling like this? Empress Do sighed. You child, you've always been sentimental. Why are you crying like this just to see your mother? Li Shimin opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. He felt as if his internal organs were being boiled in oil over a raging fire. Empress Do didn't think much of it. She turned her head and looked around, her eyes carefully searching through the crowd. No. Still no. Empress Do's brows gradually furrowed. She turned around, looked at Li Yuan kneeling on the ground, and then at Li Shimin. The air inside the hall was deathly still at that moment. Even the sound of breathing disappeared. Empress Do looked at Li Shimin, her voice still ethereal, yet tinged with doubt and anticipation. Shimin, where is your elder brother Jianqing? As for Li Yuanji, she didn't even want to mention him. Li Yuan and Li Chengqian gave a thumbs up. Good question. Chapter 58 Jianqing's life is hard. You must take good care of his bloodline. Shimin, where is your elder brother Jianqing? The ethereal and otherworldly voice echoed throughout the hall. The air inside Xianda Hall seemed to freeze completely at that moment. Li Shimin opened his mouth. A dry, clucking sound came from his throat, but he couldn't piece together a complete syllable. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, forming large droplets that trickled down his nose and chin, landing one after another on the gold brick. He leaned against the red-painted pillar, his legs too weak to support his weight. Zhang Anan tried his best to support him under his armpits, but the old eunuch himself was trembling so much that he could hardly stand. The older princes and princesses behind them, including Li Ke and Gao Yang, all wished they could bury their heads in the ground. They finally understood. They understood why their mother had summoned them all to the Eastern Palace in such a hurry. This wasn't to observe their elder brother, the Crown Prince's magical abilities. They were there to act as human shields for their father, to share the burden of his attacks. When Empress Do saw that Li Shimin did not answer for a long time, she assumed that he was too sad and speechless for a moment. She turned her head, her semi-transparent gaze sweeping over the group of kneeling young people. Are these children Jianqing and Shimin's? Empress Do's illusory figure floated 2 feet closer. The princes all shrank back in unison. Empress Do's gaze swept around, finally settling on the largest person in the crowd. She extended a translucent finger and pointed at Li Tai. Is this child Jianqing? Empress Do asked with certainty, her eyes filled with affection. He's chubby and round, just like Jianqing when he was little. Li Yuan, who was kneeling at the very front, twitched his lips twice. He cursed inwardly. This kid is nothing like Jianqing. Jianqing was skinny when he was a kid, nothing like this fat kid. When Li Tai was publicly called out, his mind went blank. He was already unsteady on his knees, and this time his legs collapsed, and he became a limp mess, his obese body trembling violently on the gold bricks. Li Tai wanted to cry. He entered the Eastern Palace today fearing that his elder brother, the Crown Prince, would settle old scores with him. Now, all thanks to his grandmother's words, he's been removed from the Emperor's household register. Father doesn't dare to get angry at Grandma now, but once Grandma is gone, will he still be able to keep his own body? Li Shimin stared at the illusory image of Empress Do, tears streaming down his face. He still couldn't utter a sound, only shaking his head in despair. Li Chengqian stood with his arms crossed, silently suspended in midair. Looking at Li Tai's miserable state, almost wetting his pants, and then at Li Shimin's deathly pale face, he felt extremely satisfied. This was the price of the Xuanwu Gate incident. Li Chengqian turned his head and looked at Li Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground. The grandfather and grandson's eyes met in midair. Li Yuan subtly raised his left eyebrow. Li Chengqian returned an approving look. Empress Zhang's son looked at her husband's swaying body and knew he was on the verge of collapse. She took a deep breath, lifted the hem of her elaborate palace dress, took 2 steps forward, and stood firmly in front of Li Shimin. Mother! Empress Zhang's son said softly, and performed a proper bow. Li Shimin watched his wife's retreating figure, and his tears flowed even more fiercely. In the crucial moment, it was Guan Yinbi who stood in front of him. Empress Do stopped what she was doing and looked Zhang Sun go up and down. What a beautiful young lady, Empress Do said gently. You are Shimin's. Your Majesty, I am Lady Chang's son, wife of Emperor Taizong of Tang. Lady Chang's son replied softly, trying to make her voice sound steady. Good, good, good. Empress Do nodded repeatedly, her face full of a gratified smile. Shimon is blessed to have married such a good wife. But only 3 breaths later, the smile on Empress Do's face vanished. Her gaze moved down from Empress Shamsuan's face and landed on the dress she was wearing. It was a bright yellow pheasant robe that only the Empress could wear, embroidered with 9 phoenixes with outstretched wings in gold thread. Although Empress Do never served as Empress during her lifetime, she came from a prominent family and was well versed in etiquette and rules. This kind of clothing is definitely not something an ordinary princess could wear. This is a regulation that only the most noble woman in the world can enjoy. She turned her head sharply and stared intently at Li Chengqian, who was hiding behind Empress Zhangsun. She had been so focused on Li Chengqian's face that she had overlooked his attire. At that moment, the bright yellow casual clothes and the 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered in dark gold thread on the shoulder caught her eye. 5-clawed golden dragon. The Emperor's attire. Dragon robe. Phoenix crown. The air inside the hall instantly froze to its limit, as if even time itself had stopped flowing. Empress Do was not surprised that the Li family eventually seized power. After all, the Sui dynasty's fate was sealed, and it was inevitable that a different family would become emperor. The only difference is that the emperor was Shimon. Empress Do's illusory image flickered violently. The temperature inside the hall dropped again, and the gray mist churned even more violently. The Sui dynasty, is it over? Empress Do's voice trembled. Li Yuan nodded vigorously at this moment. It's over. Adieu, our Li family has taken over the world. Empress Do did not show any joy. She looked at Li Yuan, then at Li Chengqian, and finally her gaze settled on the dragon robe on Li Chengqian. The Li family seized power, and the 4th son was the founding emperor. The fact that Chengqian was wearing a dragon robe indicates that the 4th son had already abdicated. However, according to the ironclad rule of ancestral succession, the eldest son of the legitimate wife should inherit the throne. Will it be completed? Empress Do asked the question again. This time, her voice lacked its previous gentleness, instead conveying a deep sorrow and unease. Before anyone could answer, she gave her own logically deduced answer. After me, did Jianqing also pass away? 2 translucent tears welled up in Empress Do's eyes, hanging in the air. He didn't live to see the day our Li family ruled the world? Empress Zhangsun opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. What could she possibly say? The reason you say Jianqing was healthy and without illness is because your 2nd son, dressed in a dragon robe, shot him through the throat with an arrow. Empress Zhangsun lowered her head, avoiding Empress Do's gaze. Li Chengqian clung tightly to the pillar. Empress Do looked at the silent crowd and assumed they had tacitly accepted Jianqing's early death. She floated back to the center of the main hall, her gaze sweeping over Li Ke, Li Tai, and a group of princes and princesses. Oh well, it's fate. Empress Do sighed, her tone filled with endless desolation and resignation. Then she raised her head, a glimmer of hope rekindling in her eyes. Which of Jianqing's children are they? Empress Do waved to the crowd, her voice urgent. Quickly, let Grandma take a look. Jianqing has had a hard life, you must take good care of his bloodline. Inside the main hall. Dead silence. Absolute silence. Li Chengqian's mind went blank for a moment, and his rationality completely collapsed. Where are the children who have been built? He killed them all. Not a single one was spared. How was he supposed to answer that? Chapter 59. The truth comes out, and Empress Do is utterly disappointed. Li Chengqian crossed his arms, looking at everything before him, forcibly suppressing the smile on his lips. Take care of? They must have been very well taken care of. We have no worries about food or drink, but it would be even better if our cousins were still alive. A smile appeared on Li Chengqian's face. Rear. Li Ke Gaoyang, and a group of princes and princesses kept their heads bowed. Li Tai collapsed to the ground, his fat jiggling uncontrollably. Li Ke bit his lip, a metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. All they want to do now is escape. This is not a place for them at all. Hearing even one more word is excruciating torture. Just then. Ah! Li Chengqian could no longer withstand the suffocating pressure. He flung Zhang Ainan's arm away and lunged forward with his tall body. Bang! His knees slammed heavily onto the hard gold bricks. The great Khan of the Tang Dynasty crawled forward 2 steps using both hands and feet, and pounced directly at the illusory image of Empress Do in midair. He opened his arms, wanting to hug his mother's legs tightly, wanting to bury his head in his mother's arms and cry like he did when he was a child. Bring your arms together. There was no tactile sensation. Li Chengqian's arm passed directly through the semi-transparent gray phantom. He lost his balance and fell to the ground in a very awkward manner. His chin hit the stone slab, leaving a bloody mark. Erlang! Empress Zhongsun exclaimed in surprise. She lifted the hem of her bright yellow ceremonial robe, quickly knelt down beside Li Chengqian, and put her hands under his armpits to help him up. With his wife's help, Li Chengqian straightened up, still maintaining his kneeling position. He looked up at the faint image of his mother so close to him. Tears and snot mingled together, covering that dignified face. Mother! Li Chengqian's voice was hoarse, and every word carried a heavy, bloody stench. My brother's children are all gone. They're all gone. The moment those 3 words were uttered, the temperature inside the hall plummeted once again. Empress Do's illusory image suddenly froze. She froze in midair, her once gentle and loving face instantly losing all color. It's gone now. The children who were born are gone too. Chengqian was wearing a dragon robe. Empress Do came from a prominent family, and was accustomed to the intrigues and schemes within the high walls of the palace. These seemingly disparate pieces of information, pieced together, require no explanation whatsoever. An extremely bloody word instantly filled her mind. The throne. For the throne. Chengqian. Empress Do's voice was no longer ethereal, but instead conveyed a deep sorrow and utter despair. She looked at her second son kneeling on the ground, her semi-transparent body flickering violently. That's your own brother, born of the same mother! Empress Do raised her translucent hand and slapped Li Chengqian hard across the face. The hand swung down. A chilly mist rose up. It passed right through Li Chengqian's cheek. Unreachable. Untouchable. Empress Do looked at her transparent palm, her eyes filled with desolation. She didn't even have the right to discipline this rebellious son anymore. How could you be so cruel? Empress Do's question echoed in the hall. Why won't you even leave behind a single member of your brother's bloodline? Li Chengqian opened his mouth. He wanted to explain. He wanted to say that Jianqing and Yuanji had set up an ambush at Kunming Pool to kill him, that Jianqing had poisoned his wine, and that if he didn't kill them, he, Cham Sun would go, Chengqian, and Tyre would be the ones to die. But he couldn't utter a single word. In the presence of his mother, all political maneuvering and life-or-death struggles seemed ridiculously pale. Empress Do's extremely unfamiliar and disappointed gaze directly tore through Li Chengqian's last psychological defenses. He would rather his mother slap him hard enough to make his head bleed than suffer this silent, agonizing torture. Li Chengqian lowered his head and burst into tears. Empress Zhongsun knelt to one side, tightly holding Li Chengqian's hand, tears streaming down her face. Empress Do withdrew her hand and stopped looking at Li Chengqian. She turned around, her gaze passing over Li Yuan kneeling on the ground and landing on Li Chengqian, who was suspended in midair. She keenly sensed something was amiss. Shiro's attitude towards this grandson was different. It's not simply because the other party knows magic. There was no distance between the two. In fact, Silang had just winked at his grandson. This tacit understanding was more like that of comrades in arms plotting something together. Empress Do floated down in front of Li Yuan. Shiro. Empress Do stared at Li Yuan's graying hair. You were the emperor then. Why didn't you stop him? Li Yuan's facial muscles twitched twice. He lowered his head, avoiding his wife's gaze. Regret and guilt instantly welled up inside him. Li Yuan's voice was hoarse, and his hands gripped the fabric on his knees tightly. He didn't know how to explain it. He wanted his 2 sons to keep each other in check, but who knew, things would go wrong. Li Yuan closed his eyes, He had opportunities. He could have severed Li Shimin's military power much earlier, or deposed Li Chengqian much earlier. But he didn't. He wanted to use the balancing act of an emperor to control his two most outstanding sons. Let yourself continue to enjoy supreme power. As a result, the balancing act became a death sentence. Just then, Li Chengqian spoke. He slowly descended, his feet firmly planted on the gold bricks. He straightened the cuffs of his dark-colored casual clothes, his expression calm. Grandma, this matter cannot be solely blamed on Grandpa. Li Chengqian spoke calmly, sounding as if he was helping an elder out of a predicament. At that time, Oing had no other choice. Li Chengqian looked at Empress Do and said, word by word. Father led his troops and set up an ambush at Xuanwu Gate. Li Chengqian continued, his voice extremely clear. As soon as my eldest uncle and fourth uncle entered the gate, Father shot an arrow through my eldest uncle's throat. My eldest uncle and fourth uncle died on the spot. Li Shimin stared wide-eyed at Li Chengqian. This is hardly a rescue. This is clearly stirring up trouble. Empress Do's illusory image swayed violently. Not only that. Li Chengqian didn't give Li Shimin a chance to react. He turned to Li Yuan and said in a calm tone, Father also sent Yuqi Jingda, who was wearing blood-stained armor and carrying a horse spear. He charged straight into the palace. Li Chengqian pointed at Li Yuan. At that time, the old man had no choice but to take a few ministers and board a boat to hide in the middle of the sea. Yuqi Jingda stood on the shore, forcing Father to hand over his military power. Father has even blocked Father's escape route. The hall fell silent once more. Li Yuan nodded frantically. He was wrong, but putting aside the practical issues, was Li Shimin, this rebellious son, not wrong? After hearing these words, Empress Do fell completely silent. She turned her head and stared intently at Li Shimin, who was kneeling on the ground. He led troops to kill his brother. He sent generals to force his father to surrender. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. This is her second son, who was the most loyal and obedient back then. Li Shimin. Empress Do's voice was extremely cold, devoid of any warmth. Li Shimin trembled and looked up. You have disappointed me greatly. Chapter 60 proposes to revive Li Chengqian in the future. When Li Shimin heard his mother's cold and emotionless pronouncement, it was as if the last bit of his energy had been drained from him. He slumped onto the gold bricks, his eyes vacant, his once upright spine completely bent over, as if he had lost his soul, with only endless despair and regret gnawing at his heart. Empress Jiangsun felt her heart ache as she looked at her husband in such a miserable state. She knew all too well Erlang's feelings for his mother. This word, disappointment, was more fatal than any of the hidden arrows shot at him that day at Xuanwu Gate. Mother, things aren't entirely hopeless. Look at Gao Ming, he's now received the teachings from Laozi and even knows heaven-defying immortal arts like summoning souls. In the future, with your advanced magical powers, you will surely possess the immortal arts of bringing the dead back to life and reshaping the physical body. Empress Jiangsun spoke urgently, her voice filled with pleading and expectation, trying to grasp at the last straw. Empress Jiangsun gripped Li Shimin's cold hand tightly, turned to look at the phantom of Empress Do, and said firmly, At that time, let Gao Ming use his magic to revive my elder brother, fourth brother, and their children. Our family will surely be reunited, with no more grudges. Upon hearing this, the previously stagnant air in the hall seemed to be infused with a breath of fresh air. Empress Do's illusory image trembled violently, and her originally desolate eyes instantly burst forth with an extremely bright light of hope. She turned her head, her semi-transparent eyes fixed on Li Chengqian. Resurrection? A miraculous resurrection? If she had heard this before, she would have thought it was nonsense. But now, his own soul, which should be in the underworld, is truly floating in the eastern palace of the Tang Dynasty. If the soul can be summoned back, then why can't the physical body be reconstructed? Li Yuan, who was standing to the side, was also shocked. He looked at Li Chengqian, his withered hands gripping Li Chengqian's arm tightly, his beard trembling with excitement. Resurrect Adu. Resurrect Jianqing. Resurrect Jianqing's children. If he could really do that, then this retired emperor would have no regrets in his life. Brilliant! Li Yuan's voice trembled, his eyes filled with anticipation. Empress Zhangsun turned her head, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, and cast an extremely earnest, almost pleading look at her eldest son. She knew that this was not only her mother-in-law and father-in-law's wish, but also the only way to resolve her husband's lifelong inner conflict. Li Chengqian observed the expressions on the faces of everyone in the main hall. He looked at the tears in his mother's eyes, and the softest part of his heart was touched. Although he doesn't currently have the skill to revive the dead, the system refreshes every day, so who dares to say he won't be able to draw it in the future? Li Chengqian looked at Empress Zhangsun and finally nodded with utmost solemnity. Seeing Li Chengqian nod, Empress Zhangsun breathed a long sigh of relief, and tears welled up in her eyes. Empress Do was so excited that her illusory figure trembled slightly, and she clasped her hands together, repeatedly chanting, "May God protect us!" It was at this extremely moving and hopeful moment. Li Yuan seemed afraid that Li Chengqian might harbor resentment towards Li Jianqing and be unwilling to contribute in the future, so he quickly moved his eyes and whispered in Li Chengqian's ear. Then, the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty, in a voice that could be clearly heard in every corner of the Xianda Hall, exclaimed excitedly in what was called whispering in secret, a voice so loud it was audible throughout the entire Xianda Hall. "Brilliant! Listen to Grandpa! After you learn the magic of resurrection, first revive Adu, and then revive your uncle. Then, the three of us, grandfather, grandson, and granddaughter, will get back at that rebellious second son. We'll find all sorts of ways to teach him a lesson every single day." Inside the main hall. Dead silence. Absolute silence. Empress Zhangsun's tears were forced back into her eyes. The princes and princesses behind them, including Li Ke and Gao Yan, lowered their heads even further, but if you looked closely, you could see that their shoulders were shaking uncontrollably. His mouth twitched. Everyone's lips were twitching uncontrollably. When Li Shimin heard his father's deafening words about the conspiracy, he froze completely. He looked up at Li Yuan in disbelief, his expression more interesting than if he had swallowed a fly. "So you resurrected my brother just to gang up on me?" As Li Chengqian listened to the old man's extremely unreliable suggestion, an image involuntarily flashed through his mind. His uncle Li Jianqing was resurrected, and then together with the old man, they would point their fingers at Li Shimin and berate him every day, and Li Shimin wouldn't dare to talk back. The scene was absolutely spectacular. "Okay." Li Chengqian's lips curled up wildly, and he nodded without hesitation. "Ha ha! Good! Good grandson!" Li Yuan burst into laughter upon hearing Li Chengqian's agreement, slapping his thigh and laughing like a playful old man. Empress Do, suspended in midair, stared at the grandfather and grandson who were singing in unison. She was first stunned, then suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder Xilang treated his son Shimin with such coldness, and no wonder Xilang and his grandson Xinqian had such a close relationship. Their understanding was so perfect that they seemed to be cut from the same mold. It turns out that the old man and the young boy had both been angered by Shimin and had formed a united front. Empress Do turned her head, and her gaze towards Li Chengqian was instantly filtered through a thick layer of emotion. That was an extremely intense expression of love and heartache. She floated in front of Li Chengqian, her translucent fingers gently stroking his cheek from a distance, her tone full of pity. "Grandma's good grandson, you child, you must have suffered a lot of grievances from that rebellious son Shimin over the years, right? His temper has made you suffer." Li Shimin knelt on the ground, witnessing this scene, and his heart utterly broke down. "It's over. It's all over. Father already disliked me, and now even mother has completely sided with that cunning boy." Looking at her husband's utterly dejected and aggrieved expression, Empress Zhangsun felt both annoyed and amused. She reached out and secretly squeezed Li Shimin's hand hard. "The meaning couldn't be clearer, Erlang, you see? Gao Ming is now a true god with his father and mother backing him up. If you ever dare to show favoritism again, or dare to make him suffer any injustice, Gao Ming won't even need to lift a finger. His father and mother will nag you to death. You must make it up to Gao Ming properly in the future. Feeling his wife's hint, Li Chengqian could only swallow bitterly and lower his head resignedly. Seeing that Empress Do felt sorry for Li Chengqian, Li Yuan immediately seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to file a complaint. Ah Do! You have no idea how much this boy has suffered. That unfilial second son is so biased. Gao Ming is the eldest son, the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty. And what did the second son do? He gave all the good things to the second son. He didn't even care when Gao Ming broke his leg. Li Yuan pointed at Li Chengqian and began to accuse him, spitting as he spoke. As he spoke, Li Yuan searched the crowd with remarkable precision and pointed to Li Tai, the Prince of Wei, who was lying paralyzed on the ground. It's all because of that fat kid. Li Yuan pointed at Li Tai, gritting his teeth. Second brother, in order to promote that fat kid, he practically forced Gao Ming to the point where he could barely walk. If Gao Ming hadn't been so ambitious and obtained Laozi's immortal powers, who knows how badly he would have been bullied by now. Empress Do's phantom suddenly turned her head and, following Li Yuan's finger, stared intently at Li Tai on the ground. Li Tai was lying on the ground pretending to be dead when he suddenly felt an extremely cold gaze lock onto him. He was so frightened that his fat body trembled, and he abruptly raised his head. Empress Do looked at Li Tai's chubby face, which was full of fear, and recalled Li Yuan's accusations just now. Her eyes instantly turned extremely disgusted. Fine. Empress Do sneered, her tone filled with undisguised disgust. I could tell just now that this boy had shifty eyes and was definitely not a good person. He looks so wealthy, yet his heart is so vicious, even scheming against his own elder brother. Li Tai stared wide-eyed, his mind completely blank. He looked at the old woman in midair, tears welling up in his eyes, and inwardly uttered a desperate lament. Grandma! Please, can't you be reasonable? Just now you pointed at me and said that this child is chubby and round, and looks just like my uncle when he was a child. You can tell at a glance that he is my uncle's son. How come I've suddenly become a shifty-eyed bad person? This double standard is coming on way too fast. Li Tai was so aggrieved that tears were about to fall, but he didn't dare to argue back. He could only bang his head hard against the gold brick, feeling utterly dejected. He knew that from this day forward, he had completely lost his right to breathe in the Tang Dynasty royal family. Chapter 61 Weijing, Emperor Li Chengqian of Tang, have you forgotten your ambition? Empress Zhangsun stood up. She looked at her father-in-law, who was weeping, and then at the complex-looking phantom of her mother-in-law in midair. She then curtsied with utmost propriety. Father, mother, Zhangsun Wago said softly, your daughter-in-law will take the children and leave first. You two haven't seen each other for many years, and you must have many private things to say to each other. Li Yuan waved his hand. He now only has eyes for Empress Do, and doesn't want to pay attention to anyone else. Let's go. Li Chengqian waved to his younger siblings. Li Ke and the others felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They scrambled to their feet and quickly retreated from Xianda Hall, their backs bent. Li Tai scrambled to catch up at the very back, tripping as he stepped across the threshold, falling and getting bruised and battered. He didn't even bother to brush off the dust, and ran off with his head down. Outside the hall, the sun shone brightly. Li Chengqian landed on the ground. He reached out his hand, a thought flashing through his mind. The remaining water vapor in the air quickly condensed, turning into several palm-sized clouds, like little dogs and cats, which danced around Xixi and Qingyang. Wow! A little puppy! The little ox, with its short legs, stretched out its chubby little hands to grab the clouds in the sky. Qingyang followed the cloud-like kitten, her clear laughter echoing in the courtyard of the East Palace. The other younger princesses and princes also joined in the departure. Li Chengqian leaned against a pillar, watching his younger siblings play, a gentle smile on his lips. The relaxed and pleasant atmosphere here is a completely different world from the Xianda Hall, which is just a door away. Taiji Palace, with its side passageways. With Zhang Ainan's support, Li Chengqian walked step by step toward the Ganlu Hall. Empress Zhongsun watched her second son leave. She took half a step forward, but then pulled back. She knew she couldn't persuade Li Shimin now. What Li Shimin needs now is not himself, but that man, Wei Jing. Only he could wake Li Shimin up with his words. Therefore, Empress Zhongsun immediately sent a palace attendant to find Wei Jing. At this moment, Zhang Ainen held Li Shimin's arm tightly, and the old eunuch's back was already soaked with cold sweat. He dared not utter a word, and could only do his best to steady the emperor. Back to Ganlu Palace. Li Shimin slumped onto the large dragon throne. He neither picked up the mountain of memorials piled on his desk nor asked anyone to serve him tea. He just stared blankly at the carved dragons and phoenixes on the main hall, his pupils unfocused. A cup of tea's time has passed. A eunuch tiptoed into the main hall, knelt beside Zhang Ainen, and reported in a low voice. Duke Wei Jing of Jing requests an audience. Zhang Ainen frowned. He turned to look at Li Shimin on the dragon throne. The emperor is in such a dazed state that he has no interest in seeing his court officials. I won't see him. Li Shimin's voice was dry, revealing deep exhaustion. Let him go back. The eunuch kowtowed and got up to prepare to deliver the imperial decree. Bang! The heavy doors of the Ganlu hall were pushed open from the outside. Wei Jing, dressed in court attire, strode across the threshold. He stood tall and straight, his face cold and stern, completely ignoring the imperial guards and eunuchs who tried to stop him. Lord Wei! His Majesty has said he will not see you. Zhang Ainen hurried forward and lowered his voice to dissuade him. Wei Jing pushed Zhang Ainen's arm away and walked straight to a spot 3 steps away from the imperial desk, where he stood still. He raised his head, his gaze sharp, and stared directly at the dejected man on the dragon throne. Your Majesty! Wei Jing's voice boomed, echoing throughout the hall. Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Tang! Former General of the Heavenly Strategy, what has happened to you? Li Shimin's eyelids twitched slightly. He slowly lowered his head, looking at Wei Jing below the steps. Those eyes, which were once filled with imperial majesty, were now bloodshot. Wei Jing frowned deeply when he saw Li Shimin's appearance. A flicker of heartache crossed his eyes, but more so, a burning anger at his son's perceived lack of progress. Your Majesty, I do not know what you have experienced in the Eastern Palace, Wei Jing said, straightening his back and speaking with a firm voice. But I do know that as the Heavenly Khan and the ruler of the Great Tang, you should not be like this. Wei Jing stepped forward and looked directly into Li Shimin's eyes. The people of the world are still watching you. The vast land of the Tang Dynasty is still waiting for you. You cannot show such weakness while sitting on this dragon throne. You don't know anything. Li Shimin abruptly sat up. He slammed his hands on the imperial desk with a loud thud. Veins bulged on his forehead as he roared hoarsely at Wei Jing. You know nothing! You're just standing here spouting these high-sounding words. Li Shimin's chest heaved violently. He pointed in the direction of the Eastern Palace, his voice trembling violently due to extreme emotional turmoil. Gao Ming! Gao Ming has learned the magic of summoning souls! He called his mother up from below. Li Shimin gasped for breath, clutching his hair with both hands, and closed his eyes in anguish. My mother asked me where my elder brother was. My mother asked me where Jianqing's children were. I couldn't answer. I couldn't answer a single word. The Ganlu hall fell into a deathly silence. When Zhang Ainen heard these words, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He turned around very sensibly, and waved to all the eunuchs and palace maids in the hall. In the blink of an eye, the main hall was emptied. Zhang Ainen slammed the heavy doors shut from the outside. In the empty hall, only Li Shimin's heavy breathing and Wei Jing's calm breathing could be heard. Wei Jing stood still, his expression unchanged. He looked at Li Shimin, who was on the verge of collapse, and sighed inwardly. Just as he had guessed in the Taiji Hall, His Highness the Crown Prince had indeed brought out the spirit of Empress Mu. This move, which cuts off the Emperor's lifeline, directly struck at his most fatal weakness. Wei Jing adjusted the wide sleeves of his court robe. Your Majesty, Wei Jing spoke, his voice flat and cold, You killed your brother and forced your father to abdicate, seizing the throne. That is a fact. Li Chengqian suddenly raised his head. His face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. If you did it, you have to admit it. Wei Jing gave Li Chengqian no chance to breathe and continued to attack him directly. It is only natural that Empress Mu was disappointed in you. You killed her eldest son and youngest son, and slaughtered their bloodline. Li Chengqian gripped the edge of the imperial desk tightly with both hands, his fingernails scratching the wood with a harsh sound. But what are you like now? Wei Jing sneered, his tone full of mockery. Because of your mother's disappointment, you're going to abandon the Tang Dynasty? You're going to wallow in self-pity in this Ganlu hall and become a useless person? Wei Jing stepped forward, placed his hands on the edge of the imperial desk, and looked down at Li Chengqian. If you truly succumb to despair and cease all concern for state affairs, I dare to guarantee that 100 years from now, in the annals of history, your name, Li Chengqian, will be written on the same page as Emperor Yan of Sui. You were both illegitimate rulers, you were both incompetent emperors. I am not Yang Guang. Li Chengqian gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words. Then stand up and prove it to the world. Wei Jing shouted sternly. Prove it to Empress Mu. The throne you obtained through bloodshed can bring an unprecedented golden age to this world. Chapter 62 Wei Jing, you old scoundrel. Li Chengqian was stunned. He looked into Wei Jing's extremely bright eyes, and suddenly the words that Empress Zhang's son had said to him last night flashed through his mind. To govern the world. We will prove ourselves with an unprecedented era of prosperity. Li Chengqian released his grip. He leaned back in his chair, his voice still weak, but now tinged with a newfound light. Wei Zhen. Li Chengqian looked at him. Do I really still have a chance to save this? Will my mother forgive me? Wei Jing straightened up. He looked at the emperor before him, who seemed utterly insecure, and shook his head. Whether Empress Mu will forgive you, I do not know, Wei Jing said in a calm tone. But I do know that His Highness the Crown Prince is only disappointed in you, not desperate. Li Chengqian's pupils contracted slightly. Your Majesty, think carefully. Wei Jing pointed towards the direction of the Eastern Palace. His Highness the Crown Prince possesses extraordinary magical powers. He can summon wind and rain and bring down divine thunder. If he truly hates you, his father, to the core, and if he truly wants to seek justice for the Emperor Emeritus and for himself. Wei Jing paused for a moment, then spoke slowly and deliberately. His Majesty would have been struck by lightning and turned into a charred corpse by now. Li Chengqian was startled. His Highness the Crown Prince did not take action. Wei Jing continued his analysis. He summoned Empress Mu to punish you for your past favoritism. But at the same time, he was also pressuring you. Forcing me? He's forcing you to confront your sins, forcing you to devote all your energy to the fate of the Tang Dynasty. Wei Deng's gaze was profound. His Highness the Crown Prince is giving you a chance. He's giving you the opportunity to atone for the sins of your first half of life through your diligent efforts in the second half. Li Chengqian's chest heaved violently. The emptiness and despair in his eyes began to fade little by little. Gao Ming didn't kill him. Gao Ming kept his throne. Wei Zheng is right. As long as he can create an unprecedented golden age, as long as he can expand the territory of the Tang Dynasty infinitely, and make the people's granaries full. One day, he will be able to hold his head high in front of his mother. Li Chengqian suddenly stood up. He reached out and wiped away the tears on his face, then slapped his cheeks hard with both hands. The Emperor's Majesty gradually returned to that tall body. He looked at Wei Jing standing below the steps and exhaled a long breath. Minister Wei, Li Chengqian said in a steady voice, tinged with sincerity. Thank you. Thank you for waking me up with your scolding. Wei Jing straightened the wide sleeves of his court robe, his expression remaining cold and stern, without the slightest ripple of emotion. Your Majesty is too kind. Speaking frankly and offering advice is the duty of a subject. Wei Jing clasped his hands together, and replied in an extremely calm tone. Moreover, I only used 20% of my strength just now, not even going all out. Your Majesty's ability to realize this is truly a blessing for the Tang Dynasty. The air in the hall froze for a moment. The emotion that had just welled up in Li Shimon's heart was abruptly choked up by these words. His lips twitched violently twice, and his face instantly turned bright red. That old scoundrel! I thanked him politely, but he still felt he hadn't had enough of scolding me? Li Shimon pressed his hands on the imperial desk, barely suppressing the urge to smash the inkstone beside him. Wei Jing didn't even glance at Li Shimon's expression, and simply bowed, saying, "Since your majesty is well, this humble subject will take his leave." After saying this, Wei Jing turned around and strode out of Ganlu Hall, his back as straight as a pine tree. Li Shimon watched Wei Jing leave, gritted his teeth, turned around and shouted loudly towards the outside of the hall. "Zhang Anan!" The palace doors were quickly pushed open, and Zhang Anan scrambled in, his face full of anxiety. "This old servant is here." "Grind the ink!" Li Shimon sat back on the dragon throne, grabbed the mountain of memorials, and ordered, "Bring over all the memorials sent by the Secretariat and the Chancellery today." Zhang Anan was taken aback, then overjoyed. "The tireless and energetic General Tian Se has returned." Li Shimon picked up the vermilion brush, his eyes sharp as knives. "So what if he's skilled in magic? So what if he can summon his mother? I am the emperor of this great Tang Dynasty. I am determined to use this mortal body to create an eternal golden age that even the gods cannot find fault with." The Eastern Palace, Xianda Hall. Wei Jing stepped over the high threshold and entered the main hall. When Empress Zhang Sun saw him enter, she immediately stepped forward and asked anxiously in a low voice, "Duke Xing, how is His Majesty?" Wei Jing clasped his hands together respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, His Majesty has regained his fighting spirit and is currently reviewing memorials in the Gamla Hall." Empress Zhangsun's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. Wei Jing raised his head, his gaze passing over Empress Zhangsun and looking towards the center of the hall. Li Chengqian was controlling several lifelike cloud-shaped beasts. Cici, Qingyang, and other princes and princesses chased and frolicked below, their clear laughter echoing throughout the hall. Wei Deng's brows gradually furrowed into a deep frown. Such extraordinary magical arts, which reach to the heavens and the earth, are not used to control the Yellow River floods or to reclaim wasteland to benefit the people, but are instead used to perform magic tricks to amuse children. What a waste! Empress Changsun took in Wei Yang's expression, and her heart skipped a beat. She knew this Duke of Jing all too well. When his temper flared, he'd dare to curse even the emperor himself. Gao Ming still harbors resentment towards Erlang, which is precisely the time for him to act as he pleases. If Wei Jing were to step forward and offer his advice at this moment, the situation would likely become unmanageable. "Duke of Jing!" Chan Sun Wugo was about to speak to stop him. Wei Jing immediately withdrew his gaze and bowed deeply to Empress Zhangsun. "Your Majesty, I have official duties to attend to and must take my leave now." After saying this, Wei Jing turned and left, his pace even faster than when he came. Empress Zhangsun stood there, stunned. Wei Jing was not foolish. He was an upright official, but not a stupid one. Everyone in the court knew of Wei Ting's gruesome death after being struck by lightning. The Crown Prince now wields divine lightning and has just brought out the retired Emperor and Empress Mu to establish his authority. He is currently riding high. At this point, going to the Crown Prince to preach about loving the people is not called honest advice. It's called courting death. Li Chengqian came to Empress Zhangsun's side. He watched Wei Zheng's hurried departure and then turned to look at Empress Zhangsun. "Mother!" Li Chengqian's lips curled into a playful smile. "Duke Yang's gaze at me just now seemed to suggest he wanted to impeach me?" Empress Dowager Changsun stepped forward and straightened his collar. "Gao Ming, that's just how the Duke of Jing is. Your father has been scolded by him a lot over the years, so don't take it to heart." Li Chengqian nodded noncommittally. At that moment, the door to the inner sanctuary was pushed open. Li Yuan's eyes were red-rimmed, but a relaxed smile graced his face. Empress Do's translucent silhouette floated silently beside him. The two had clearly finished pouring out their hearts to each other. Empress Do floated up to Li Chengqian, her eyes full of love and protection. "Brilliant!" Empress Do's voice was ethereal, yet carried an undeniable confidence. If your father ever dares to upset you again, or ever shows favoritism to that chubby boy, just go straight to Grandma. See how I scold him. Chapter 63. Chang Sun Wuji was terrified. Li Chengqian smiled and nodded. Grandson will remember. If father bullies me, I will definitely ask grandmother to stand up for me. Li Yuan stood aside, looking at the phantom image of Empress Do, a trace of heartache flashing in his eyes. He turned to look at Li Chengqian and said solemnly, Brilliant! Let your grandmother go back to the underworld first. Li Yuan sighed and explained, Adu, the yang energy in this mortal realm is too strong. You are currently only a soul, and if you stay here too long, I fear it will damage your very essence. If it affects Gao Ming's ability to use his immortal magic to revive you in the future, then it would be a great loss. Although Li Yuan desperately wanted his wife to stay by his side, he cared more about Empress Do's safety. Upon hearing this, Li Chengqian nodded in agreement. Grandpa is right. Li Chengqian raised his hand. Grandma, you should go back and rest first. When your grandson finds a way to reshape the physical body, he will bring you back. Empress Do looked at her sensible grandson and affectionate husband, and nodded gently. All right. Fourth Prince, you must also take care of yourself. Li Chengqian had a sudden thought. Severing mental energy. The gray mist inside the hall quickly dissipated. Empress Do's illusory image transformed into specks of light and completely merged into the void. Li Yuan stared in the direction where his wife had disappeared, and stood there for a moment, lost in thought. Grandpa, let's go back to Din Palace and rest, Li Chengqian said. Li Yuan composed himself and patted Li Chengqian on the shoulder. Good grandson. Your grandfather is going back now. Remember our agreement. Having said that, Li Yuan put his hands behind his back and strode out of Xianda Hall. Empress Zhang Sun also led the princesses back to the Lijing Hall. The main hall returned to tranquility. Li Chengqian stretched and turned to walk towards his bedchamber. Today's performance was extremely enjoyable. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the carved window lattice and fell on Li Chengqian's bed. He opened his eyes on time and summoned the system in his mind. Bite. Today's draw count has been updated. Should we proceed with the extraction? Extract, Li Chengqian murmured. A translucent, ethereal blue light curtain appeared. The cards flipped rapidly, their edges bursting with dazzling golden light. Successfully extracted. Gained ability, telepathy. Li Chengqian's gaze swept over the skill analysis. Ability analysis allows the user to establish an invisible mental link with a designated target, enabling two-way voice communication. The voice is transmitted directly into the target's mind, preventing eavesdropping. The target can respond verbally or with thought. Restrictions. The initial range is within Chang'an City. For every additional point of spirit power gained, the range expands by 50 li. Li Chengqian leaned against the headboard and said with a smile, This time, I'm not blessed with good fortune. This sound transmission technique has extremely high strategic value. In this era of cold weapons where messages relied entirely on fast horses, single-line encrypted instant communication meant absolute intelligence superiority and control. Several names flashed through Li Chengqian's mind. Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and Chang Sun Wuji. He decided to find someone to test the effects of this magic first. The Duke of Zhao's mansion. Inside the study, the air was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. Chang Sun Wuji sat in the grand chair, looking at Chang Sun Chong sitting in the chair with an extremely serious expression. Chomer, your leg has been healed by the Crown Prince's magic and is no longer a problem. Chang Sun Wuji earnestly instructed. The Crown Prince's abilities are now extraordinary. He can not only summon wind and rain, but also summon the souls of the dead. No one in the Tang Dynasty can withstand such divine power. Chang Sun Chong nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with awe. You must stay and serve in the Eastern Palace wholeheartedly, Chang Sun Wuji emphasized. The future of the Chang Sun family rests entirely on the Crown Prince. Whatever task the Crown Prince assigns you, you must handle it flawlessly, without the slightest hint of disobedience. Chang Sun Chong solemnly clasped his hands in a fist and said, "Father, rest assured I am the Crown Prince's man in life and in death." The words had barely left his mouth. An extremely clear and familiar voice suddenly exploded in the depths of Chang Sun Chong's mind without warning. "Chang Sun Chong, come to Xianda Hall to see me immediately." Chang Sun Chong shuddered violently, as if struck by lightning, and sprang up from his chair before slumping back down. "Who?" Chang Sun Chong was terrified, gripping the armrests of his wheelchair tightly with both hands, his head darting around like a rattled drum. The study was empty except for him and Chang Sun Wuji. Chang Sun Wuji frowned and sternly rebuked. "Chomer! What kind of behavior is this, shouting like that? How have I always taught you to remain calm in times of great importance?" Chang Sun Chong was deathly pale. He raised his hand, trembling, pointing to his head, his voice cracking. "Father, it wasn't me who was being naughty. His Highness the Crown Prince's voice just entered my head." "What did you say?" Chang Sun Wuji put down his teacup, the porcelain making a crisp sound as it collided with the table. Chang Sun Chong swallowed hard, his voice still trembling. "Father, His Highness the Crown Prince's voice just now echoed in my head. He said that I should go to Xianda Hall to see him immediately." Chang Sun Wuji suddenly stood up. He strode up to Chang Sun Chong and stared intently into his son's eyes. There was no trace of lying. Chang Sun Chong would never dare to joke about such a thing. Chang Sun Wuji turned his head and looked at the tightly closed doors and windows of the study. The most elite guards of the Duke of Zhao's mansion stood outside the door, so that not even a fly could get in. The Eastern Palace is located more than half of Chang'an City away from here, transmitting sounds across distances, reaching directly into the mind. Chang Sun Wuji gasped, feeling a cold sweat break out on his back, and a chill ran down his spine to the top of his head. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. If the Crown Prince can transmit his voice directly into Chonga's mind, then can he also hear what other people are thinking? Could it also monitor everyone in Chang'an at any time? If that were true, wouldn't the Crown Prince have absolutely no secrets about the Tang Dynasty's court and all the powerful families in the world? Does His Highness the Crown Prince know about those little tricks they've been secretly doing? Chang Sun Wuji closed his eyes, took 2 deep breaths, and forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. "Chonger!" Chang Sun Wuji opened his eyes, his tone more stern than ever before. "This must be His Highness the Crown Prince's magic. Since His Highness has summoned you, there must be an extremely important task for you to undertake." Chang Sun Chong nodded repeatedly and stood up, supporting himself on the armrest. His right leg had been completely healed by the power of creation, and he could move freely again. "You shall enter the palace immediately." Chang Sun Wuji reached out and straightened Chang Sun Chong's collar. "Remember your father's words. Whatever His Highness asks you to do, even if it means dismantling the Taiji Palace, you must do it without hesitation." "I understand." Chang Sun Chong solemnly clasped his hands in a fist salute, then turned and strode out of the study. Chang Sun Wuji watched his son leave, walked to the window, and pushed open half of the window frame. The cold wind blew on his face, but he didn't notice it. "The world is really about to change," Chang Sun Wuji muttered to himself. Chapter 64. The Powerful Families Arrive. Xianda Hall. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Chang Sun Chong stepped over the threshold and bowed deeply with utmost propriety. Li Chengqian sat behind his desk, his voice calm. "No need for formalities." Li Chengqian went straight to the point. "I have summoned you here today to entrust you with a task that concerns the very foundation of the Tang Dynasty." Chang Sun Chong shuddered and immediately straightened his back. "Please give your orders, Your Highness. The entire Chang Sun family is willing to die for Your Highness." Li Chengqian pointed at the table, and Wang De immediately took 2 blueprints and walked to Chang Sun Chong. "These are the blueprints for the Chengqian wind-powered water wheel and the Gaoming loom dot." Li Chengqian leaned back in his chair. "The water wheel will ensure uninterrupted irrigation, and the loom will increase cloth production 10-fold. I need you to take charge and promote these 2 things in Guangzhou and even throughout the entire Tang Dynasty." Chang Sun Chong accepted the blueprints with both hands. He was the eldest son of Chang Sun Wuji, who was grooming him to be his successor, and he had an extremely keen political sense. He only had a moment to process what was so terrifying about those two things. A loom that increases output tenfold. This is no wooden artifact, it's clearly a man-eating beast. In the Tang Dynasty, cloth and silk could be used directly as hard currency, just like money. Once this product is widely adopted, the price of fabric will inevitably plummet. Who has the most cloth hoarded? 5 surnames and 7 prominent families, the gentry of Jiangnan. Your Highness. Chang Sun-chung took a deep breath, his expression solemn. The appearance of such a divine artifact is a blessing for all the people. However, the cloth industry is extremely complex. The powerful families and clans have stockpiled a vast amount of silk. Once this loom is introduced, it will be tantamount to directly undermining their foundation. They dare not do anything to His Highness openly, but they will certainly use all sorts of dirty tricks in secret. Burning down workshops, assassinating craftsmen, cutting off timber supplies, the resistance to promoting this will be enormous. Chang Sun-chung swallowed hard and mustered his courage to voice his concerns. Li Chengqian looked at Chang Sun-chung, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Resistance? Li Chengqian stood up, his feet half a foot off the ground, hovering in midair. Just go ahead and do it. You represent my face. He looked down at Chang Sun-chung, his tone revealing pure domineering indifference. If they keep an eye on things obediently, I'll consider them sensible. If any powerful family dares to make underhanded moves behind my back, dares to touch a single hair on my head, dares to burn one of my looms. Li Chengqian extended his right hand, and a dazzling azure arc of electricity instantly shot out from his fingertips, emitting a chilling crackling sound. I will personally fly over their ancestral home, and use heavenly lightning to blast their entire clan into charred remains. Lightning illuminated Li Chengqian's cold, handsome profile. Chang Sun-chung's eye twitched violently. The image of Wei Ting being chopped into a piece of charcoal outside the Taiji Hall flashed through his mind instantly. Reasoning? No, His Highness the Crown Prince has no interest in playing political games right now. Your subject obeys the decree. Chang Sun-chung loudly accepted the order, his confidence instantly returning. With such a powerful figure backing him up, what is there for him to fear from powerful families? Go ahead, Duanlun and Yen Lide are in the workshop outside the palace. They have already made a prototype, go and hand it over. Li Chengqian waved his hand. Chang Sun-chung withdrew from Xianda Hall. The area outside the hall has now been converted into a temporary workshop. As soon as Chang Sun-chung entered, he saw Duanlun, the Minister of Works, and Yen Lide, the chief craftsman, squatting in front of a huge wooden machine. Both of them had sunken eyes, huge dark circles under their eyes, and bruises from a fight a few days ago still lingering on their faces. Minister Duan, Master Craftsman Yen. Chang Sun-chung stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. Duanlun turned around, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with an extremely fanatical light. Young Master Chang Sun! Come and see! Chang Sun-chung looked at the Chengqian wind-powered water wheel and Gaoming loom that had been assembled in front of him. The massive gears mesh with extreme precision, and even without wind, a gentle push from a person is enough to make the entire machine run smoothly. You two have worked hard. Chang Sun-chung took out the Crown Prince's order. His Highness has entrusted me with the entire responsibility for the promotion. I will take these 2 prototypes away today. Duanlun touched the wood of the water wheel with great reluctance and sighed. Go. His Highness instructed that you can take 20 craftsmen from the Ministry of Works to train apprentices first. Chang Sun-chung didn't stand on ceremony. He gathered 20 of the most skilled craftsmen, hired more than a dozen large carts, and set off from the capital in a grand procession. For the first step in the promotion, Chang Sun-chung chose a large estate owned by the Chang Sun family, located 30 miles south of the city. This area is entirely populated by contracted farmers of the Chang Sun family, making it the most suitable initial training and manufacturing base. When the convoy arrived at the village, it was nearly dusk. Chang Sun-chung acted swiftly and decisively, immediately ordering the clearing out of the largest granaries in the manor, and converting them into temporary workshops. The master craftsman from the Ministry of Works began directing the farmers to unload and assemble the vehicles. "Young master." A guard hurried into the granary, his expression extremely tense. "A group of people has arrived outside. Judging from their clothing and carriages, they are from the Chui family of Qinghe. The leader is Chui Hongdu." Chang Sun Chang's heart sank. So fast? He had only been out of the capital for less than 2 hours, and the noses of the 5 surnames and 7 noble families were already so sharp. The person in charge of the Chui family in Chang'an personally led a team to attack the Chang Sun family's estate. "Have all the guards draw their swords!" Chang Sun Chang's eyes turned cold as he strode out. "I want to see if Chui Hongdu is really tired of living, daring to touch His Highness the Crown Prince's things." Outside the gate of Wangzi, the torches illuminated the surroundings. Chui Hongdu, dressed in a brocade robe, stood in the cold wind. Behind him followed dozens of large trucks, and standing beside the trucks were hundreds of men dressed in coarse cloth short jackets, with large knuckles on their hands. Chan Sun Chong led dozens of armed guards out, exuding a murderous aura. "Lord Chui," Chan Sun Chong said, his hand on the sword at his waist, his tone extremely unfriendly. "It's getting late. What is your intention in bringing so many people to surround my Chang Sun family's estate?" Chui Hongdu was taken aback for a moment when he saw Chang Sun Chang's tense expression, but then quickly put on an extremely gentle, even somewhat obsequious smile. He strode forward, abandoning even the airs of a noble family, and directly cupped his hands in greeting to Chang Sun Chong. "Young Master Chang Sun, you've misunderstood. It's a huge misunderstanding." Chui Hongdu waved his hands repeatedly. Chang Sun Chong frowned, his hand still on the hilt of his sword. "A misunderstanding? I heard that you, young master, have accepted His Highness the Crown Prince's commission to build some kind of water wheel and loom." Chui Hongdu pointed to the hundreds of men behind him, his tone extremely sincere. How could the Chui family of Qinghe stand idly by on such a great undertaking that benefits the country and its people? Chang Sun Chong was stunned. "These are all the master craftsmen and skilled carpenters that the Chui family can gather in Chang'an and the surrounding areas. A full 300 people." Chui Hongdu patted his chest. "I not only brought the people, but I also brought my own food and wages. And those dozens of carts behind are all top-quality timber. They're a free gift for you, young master. Moreover, our patriarch has already sent a letter to request that carpenters be drawn from the clan and various places to assist young master Chan Sun." Chapter 65 My Chui clan of Qinghe will be His Highness the Crown Prince's dog. Chan Sun Chong opened his mouth, but his mind couldn't quite process what he was seeing. A gift? Money? Timber? When did the 5 surnames and 7 noble families become so philanthropic? This group of people are the kind of people who eat meat without spitting out the bones. "Lord Chui, what are you doing?" Chan Sun Chong asked, his face full of suspicion. Chui Hongdu stepped forward, lowered his voice, and pleaded with extreme humility. "Young Master Chang Sun, let's not beat around the bush. My Chui family wishes to serve His Highness the Crown Prince. We just don't have the connections." Ever since the Crown Prince transformed into a 20-meter-tall golden-armored giant in the Eastern Palace and publicly summoned the deceased wife of the Emperor Emeritus for a chat, the heads of the 5 clans and 7 noble families gathered together, so frightened that they could barely hold their teacups. "How can we fight like this? If someone gets upset, they can just fly over and unleash lightning. If someone is in a bad mood, they might even summon the spirits of your ancestors and ask you, this unfilial descendant, how you manage the household. Faced with such absolute supernatural power, what are family backgrounds and connections in the imperial court? They're all worthless. Their only thought now is to get on the bus as quickly as possible. Even if it means being a dog for the Crown Prince, you still have to fight for a front-row seat." "Young Master Chang Sun." Chui Hongdu expertly pulled a gift list from his sleeve and stuffed it into Chang Sun Chang's hand. "Please accept this small token of my appreciation. I only ask that you put in a good word for the Qinghe Chui family before His Highness the Crown Prince in the future. If you could introduce us to someone, I would be eternally grateful." Chang Sun Chong held the thick gift list and glanced down at it. There are thousands of acres of fertile fields south of the city and 10 shops in the West Market. This is a real investment. Chan Sun Chong raised his head and looked at the top aristocratic family who had once been so disregarded even by his father, Chang Sun Wuji, now looking at him with an extremely ingratiating gaze. I understand Lord Chui's sincerity. Chan Sun Chong sheathed his sword, tucked the gift list into his sleeve, and put on an extremely official smile. Since Patriarch Chui has sent carpenters, let them enter the manor. I will report to His Highness truthfully. Thank you, young master! Thank you, young master! Chui Hongdu was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly. Just then, a long string of torches lit up on the distant official road. Accompanied by the sound of horses' hooves, a large banner embroidered with Lu family of Fanang fluttered in the wind. Chui Hongdu's expression changed, and he cursed inwardly. That old dog surnamed Lu has a really sharp nose. He actually came to deliver a gift too. As Chang Sun Chong watched the convoy getting closer and closer in the distance, the corners of his mouth turned up in a wild grin. On the official road, the caravan of the Lu family of Fanyang arrived in an instant. Li Chengqian, the Lu family's manager in Chang'an, dismounted and strode to the gate of the estate. He glanced at Chui Hongdu standing beside Chang Sun Chong, their eyes meeting in midair, and they nodded in perfect unison. On the surface, they were amicable, but inwardly they were both cursing each other, as cunning old foxes who came as soon as they sensed something. Before Li Chengqian could even exchange pleasantries, a long string of torches lit up along the distant official road. The leaders of the 5 clans and 7 prominent families, including Jing Yuanzhu of Xingyang, Wang of Taiyuan, and Li of Vaojun, arrived at the manor of Chang Sun Chong with a large convoy of cars and craftsmen, as if they had made an appointment beforehand. In addition, representatives from more than a dozen prominent families, large and small, in Chang'an City were all crowding outside the gate. Young Master Chang Sun! The Lu family of Fanyang has sent 200 top-notch carpenters and 10 cartloads of the finest Phoebesian non-wood. Young Master Chang Sun, the Jing family of Xingyang is willing to contribute 100,000 strings of cash to fully assist His Highness the Crown Prince in promoting Xinji. Young Master, these are the contracts for 3 timber yards belonging to the Wang family outside the city. They are at your disposal. A group of aristocratic nobles who usually held themselves in high esteem and didn't even respect the royal family were now frantically handing out gift lists and rosters to Chang Sun Chong, like vendors scrambling to sell vegetables in a market. Those fawning, ingratiating smiles and those extremely humble postures made Chang Sun Chong feel an absurd sense of unease for a moment. The most powerful clans in the Tang Dynasty are lining up to become the Crown Prince's lackeys. And they were even afraid they wouldn't get the job. However, Chang Sun Chong was, after all, Chang Sun Wuji's eldest son, whom he was grooming as his successor. He took a deep breath and quickly regained his composure. He knew that these people revered not him, Chang Sun Chong, but the living godlike prince who could transform into a 20-meter-tall golden-armored giant and summon souls. I accept your kind intentions on behalf of His Highness the Crown Prince. Since you all wish to contribute to the people of the Tang Dynasty, then leave the craftsmen and timber behind. As for who contributed the most, His Highness will keep a clear account of it. Chang Sun Chong straightened his back, naturally adopting the demeanor of the Crown Prince's representative, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. Upon hearing this, the crowd showed no dissatisfaction whatsoever. On the contrary, they felt as if they had been granted a pardon and repeatedly bowed and thanked him, fearing that Chang Sun Chong would not accept them as his men. That night, the actions of the aristocratic families outside the manor in the south of the city were reported in great detail to the emperor in the Ganlu Hall through a secret report from the 100 Cavalry Division. Li Shimon's lips twitched as he looked at the long list of aristocratic families who had sent people and money in the secret report. These old dogs, their bones have gone soft so quickly. They've already knelt down so fast. Li Shimon sneered and threw the secret report aside. When he first ascended the throne, he racked his brains trying to appease these powerful families, but they were outwardly respectful while secretly hindering him at every turn. Gao Ming has only shown off a few of his magical skills, and this group is practically emptying their pockets to send to the Eastern Palace. However, after the cold laugh, Li Chengqian felt an extremely strong sense of urgency. Gao Ming not only possesses magical powers, but he has also invented a loom that increases production tenfold and a wind-powered water wheel. Even the powerful families have been subdued by him, and have started to get down to business. How could he, as the father and the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, be outdone by his son? Zhang Anan! Li Chengqian suddenly straightened up, his eyes bloodshot but shining with extreme excitement. This old servant is here. Go! Brew me a pot of the strongest tea. It needs to keep me awake. Li Chengqian grabbed the mountain of memorials piled up beside him, picked up his vermilion brush, and said, I'm not sleeping tonight. Gao Ming has already started working. I can't fall behind. Seeing the emperor, who seemed to have returned to his days as General Tian Se and exuded the aura of a workaholic, Zhang Anan quickly bowed and ran to make tea. Time flies, and the next morning arrived in the blink of an eye. The Eastern Palace, Xianda Hall. Li Chengqian woke up from his sleep and habitually summoned the system in his mind. Bite. Today's draw count has been updated. Should we proceed with the extraction? Extract. The cards on the light screen flipped, but instead of bursting out with dazzling light, they transformed into a gentle blue light that merged into Li Chengqian's brow. Successfully extracted. Gained, plus 10 spirit points. Li Chengqian raised an eyebrow. Although he didn't draw any new skills, increasing his mental strength limit was equally important. Chapter 66 New Skill: The Prelude to Building a Heavenly Palace. He glanced at the panel and saw that his mental strength had now reached a full 60 points. It's a good time to do something that benefits the people. Li Chengqian leaned against the headboard, the image of the honest and passionate eldest son of the Duke of Lu appearing in his mind, and his mental energy instantly locked onto the target. Meanwhile, at the Duke of Lu's residence, Cheng Chumo was wearing a bright, shining suit of armor, carrying a horizontal sword, preparing to go on duty. He had just stepped into the courtyard when, without warning, an extremely clear and cold voice suddenly rang out from the depths of his mind. Cheng Chumo, come to Xianda Hall to see me immediately. Cheng Chumo shuddered violently, nearly dropping the sword in his hand. He looked around like a fool, but apart from a few servants sweeping the floor, there wasn't a soul in sight. Your Majesty, Your Highness? Cheng Chumo swallowed hard and asked tentatively. Yes, it's me. Come immediately. Li Chengqian's voice boomed in his mind again. My God! A living god has appeared! Cheng Chumo gasped, his eyes instantly flashing with an extremely fanatical light. He no longer cared about going on duty. He grabbed the knife and ran wildly towards the gate. Stop! A loud shout came from behind. Qin Yaojin had just gotten up and was about to practice his boxing when he saw his silly son rushing out like he was being chased by a dog, without even saying hello. You little brat! You're not saying a word to your father now, are you? Qin Yaojin was so angry that he glared and rolled up his sleeves, then strode after the boy, ready to give him a profound lesson in fatherly love. Without turning his head, Cheng Chumo ran wildly while shouting at the top of his lungs. Father! His Highness is calling me! His Highness wants me to go to Xianda Hall! Bullshit! Qin Yaojin stopped in his tracks, scratching his head in confusion. Why haven't I seen any eunuchs from the Eastern Palace come to deliver the imperial decree? Has this little brat gone mad? Although he was cursing, Qin Yaojin didn't dare to stop him when he heard that it was the Crown Prince who had summoned him. He could only watch helplessly as his son disappeared into the street corner like a gust of wind. Half an hour later, Cheng Chumo rushed into Xianda Hall, panting heavily. This humble general, Cheng Chumo, pays his respects to Your Highness the Crown Prince. Cheng Chumo knelt on one knee, looking at Li Chengqian sitting behind the desk with extreme admiration. The ability to transmit thoughts directly in one's mind, this kind of divine skill is simply amazing. Get up. Li Chengqian nodded slightly. Chumo, I'm giving you a task. Take some men to the outskirts of Chang'an and buy all the coal mountains that you can find. Coal Hill? Cheng Chumo was taken aback, his face full of confusion. Your Highness, why are you buying that coal? Although it can be burned, it produces poisonous fumes. If you're not careful, it can suffocate you to death. In the Tang Dynasty, coal was called stone coal. Although some people were already using it, carbon monoxide poisoning was frequent due to incomplete combustion and a lack of ventilation equipment. It was considered a worthless commodity and was not used by wealthy families. I naturally have a way to solve the problem of toxic fumes. This is called honeycomb briquette. It is made by crushing coal, mixing it with a certain proportion of yellow mud and water, and pressing it into a cylinder with holes. This not only makes it more durable, but also produces an extremely strong fire. Li Chengqian took out a pre-drawn blueprint and handed it to Chengqian. Li Chengqian then pointed to another object on the drawing. This is a stove and an exhaust pipe. Seal the stove and make a pipe out of sheet metal or clay to vent the toxic fumes directly outside. This way, heating the house will be foolproof. Chengqian looked at the blueprints, and although he didn't quite understand them, he was greatly impressed. Winter is just around the corner. Li Chengqian sighed, his tone tinged with pity. Every winter, many people outside Chang'an freeze to death. With these honeycomb briquettes and stoves, fewer people will freeze to death this winter. This matter concerns the lives of the people, so you must handle it properly. Upon hearing this, Chengqian clasped his hands in a fist salute, knelt heavily on one knee, and said in an extremely loud voice, "This humble general obeys. Your Highness is benevolent, and even if this humble general runs himself ragged, he will certainly handle this matter perfectly." After saying that, Chengqian grabbed the blueprints and rushed out of the main hall. "Gao Ming, you've grown up." An extremely gentle voice came from outside the hall. Empress Zhangsun, dressed in an elegant palace gown, walked out with a smile in her eyes. She had overheard Li Chengqian and Chengqian's conversation clearly while she was outside. Li Chengqian stood up, stepped forward to help his mother, and smiled self-deprecatingly. "Mother, you flatter me. I've had immortal powers for so long, but it seems I haven't really done many practical things for the people." Empress Zhangsun covered her mouth and chuckled elegantly. "Thinking about it, it's true. Ever since Gao Ming learned the immortal arts, apart from quelling the flood in Yingzhou, it seems he's spent all his time targeting your father." When his mother exposed him to his face, Li Chengqian touched his nose, looking unusually embarrassed. "However, your mother is proud of you. Your concern for those people who will freeze to death in winter shows that you not only have the abilities of a god, but also the heart of a benevolent ruler. I can rest assured that I am entrusting the Tang Dynasty to you." Empress Zhangsun reached out and gently straightened Li Chengqian's collar, her eyes filled with love and pride. The mother and son talked in the hall for a while, and then Empress Zhangsun left. The next day arrived. Li Chengqian opened his eyes on time and summoned the system with anticipation. Byte. Today's draw count has been updated. Should we proceed with the extraction? Extract! On the semi-transparent light screen, the cards flipped rapidly, their edges suddenly bursting with an extremely dazzling golden light. This was a sign of the birth of a top-tier skill. Successfully extracted. Gained ability, Jade Terrace Emerald Green. Li Chengqian's eyes narrowed as he quickly scanned the skill analysis. Ability description. The host can convert spiritual energy into earth-forming spiritual energy, condensing physical land within the azure sky to serve as the foundation of a celestial palace. The land floats at a designated height, and vegetation can grow on its surface, allowing for the construction of palaces. Limitation: 1 unit of mental energy can only generate 50 square meters of land. Upon seeing the description on the panel, Li Chengqian suddenly sat up from the bed, his eyes flashing with an extremely fanatical light. "Good heavens!" Li Chengqian couldn't help but exclaim. "Solid land is being created in the heavens! This is no ordinary jade terrace, it's clearly the foundation stone for building the heavenly court." He quickly made a decision in his mind. I currently have 60 points of mental energy. If I use them all to cast this skill, I can directly create a 3,000 square meter floating island above Chang'an City. Although it cannot build a complete city, it is more than enough to create a small heavenly palace square that will amaze the world. Chapter 67: The Immortal Island Emerges. Inside Xianda Hall, Li Chengqian got up from his bed. He stepped out of the bedroom, ready to go out and make a big splash. "Brother!" A clear, childlike voice came from the courtyard. Cixi, with her short legs, lifted the hem of her pink ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, and ran up the steps, grabbing Li Chengqian's left leg. She tilted her head back, her chubby little face full of excitement. Qingyang followed closely behind and grabbed Li Chengqian's right hand. Li Lizzie walked at the back, dressed in a light yellow palace dress, her steps light and graceful. Their cloud mounts floated at the very back. "Brother, we've come to visit you." Li Lizzie walked closer, her gaze sweeping over Li Chengqian. With her keen observation, she immediately noticed that Li Chengqian was dressed impeccably today, his eyes gleaming with a sense of readiness. Li Lizzie stopped and her tone became more sensible. "Brother, do you have important business to attend to? If so, I'll take Cixi and Qingyang back first and come back later." Li Chengqian lowered his head and ruffled Cixi's twin buns, shaking his head with a smile. "It's all right. I just had something to take care of. You've come at the right time. I'll take you to a fun place." Upon hearing fun places, CZ and Qingyang's eyes lit up instantly. Li Lizzie also showed an expectant look. Li Chengqian gestured for the three of them to ride the cloud mounts that he had previously tailored for them. The three girls skillfully climbed onto their respective mounts. Li Chengqian himself also embarked on his own cloud dragon. Rise! 4 clusters of clouds rose from the ground and soared into the sky. The buildings of the East Palace quickly shrank in the field of vision. The outlines of the 108 wards of Chang'an City gradually became clear. The altitude continues to rise. 100 meters. 300 meters. 600 meters. The clouds hovered 600 meters above the ground. The morning sun shone brightly on the 4 siblings without any obstruction. Cixi clung to the edge of the cloud, looking down curiously, pointing at the ant-sized pedestrians below, and giggling. Li Chengqian stood still. His gaze was fixed on the area directly above the Xianda Hall. "Jade Terrace is piled with green." Li Chengqian silently recited this in his heart. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged wildly. To the utter astonishment of Li Lizzie and the other two, a rich, earthy yellow light suddenly emanated from the void ahead. Lights intertwine and condense. In the previously empty sky, a handful of soil appeared out of nowhere. The soil spread and expanded rapidly outwards. 10 square meters. 100 square meters. 3,000 square meters. In just 10 breaths. A huge circular piece of land, with an area of 3,000 square meters and a thickness of 10 meters, was suspended very stably in the air at a height of 600 meters. This isn't over yet. The surface of the soil is turning green. Green grass sprouted from the soil and quickly covered the entire ground. One by one, the saplings sprang up from the ground, their branches and leaves spreading out, and in the blink of an eye, they grew into a lush forest. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. High in the sky, life is vibrant. Li Lizzie opened her mouth wide, covered her lips tightly with both hands, and could not make a sound. Qingyang's eyes widened, and his little hands gripped the ears of the cloud tiger tightly. Cixi stared blankly at the woods in front of him. "Ah, brother." Li Lizzie's voice trembled as she pointed to the floating island in front of her. What is this?" "This is the fairy island that my brother created," Li Chengqian said calmly. He slightly hooked his finger, controlling the 4 clouds to drift forward and land steadily on the grass at the edge of the island. Stepping on the real soil and feeling the weight beneath their feet, Li Lizzie and the other two still felt like they were in a dream. Cixi was the first to react. She cheered, jumped off the cloud, and plunged into the grass in front of her, rolling around a few times and getting covered in grass clippings. "It really is soil! Brother, you're amazing!" The little ox raised its mud-covered hands and cheered loudly. Qingyang also ran over and chased after Cixi on the grass. Li Lizzie stood beside Li Chengqian, looking at her brother with eyes full of admiration. At this moment, the Eastern Palace Xianda Hall is located 600 meters below. Wang De suddenly felt the light around him dim. Wang De looked up at the sky. Clang! The thing in his hand fell to the ground. Wang De's legs went weak, and he knelt directly on the bluestone slab. He looked up, staring intently at the enormous, sky-covering island directly above the Xianda Hall. The bottom of the island shows the texture of rocks and soil, with lush green vines hanging down from the edges. A fairy island. His Highness the Crown Prince has created a fairy island! Wang De's voice was hoarse as he slammed his head to the ground. His Highness the Crown Prince's magical power is boundless! The eunuchs and palace maids around him all knelt on the ground and kowtowed frantically. The impact of the immortal island is far greater than the abilities Li Chengqian had previously demonstrated. Din Palace. Li Yuan was sitting in the courtyard drinking morning tea. An old eunuch rushed in, stumbling and scrambling, pointing at the sky and stammering. Li Yuan put down his teacup and looked up. He squinted, looking at the enormous silhouette floating above the East Palace. Li Yuan stroked his white beard, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Good lad! Gao Ming is about to start building the Celestial Court. Li Yuan slapped his thigh. Once he finishes building the palace, I'll be the first to move in. Let the second sun down there be green with envy. Lijing Hall. Empress Zhang's son stood under the eaves. She gazed at the miracle in the sky, her hands clasped in front of her. She was not panicked. Her eyes only showed deep satisfaction and pride. Immediately afterwards, Empress Chang's son rode the Cloud Phoenix, the mount that had been prepared for her, and headed to the sky. Taiji Hall. The morning court session is in progress. Minister of Civil Affairs Dai Zhou is reporting on the autumn harvest situation in various parts of Guangzhou. Suddenly, the imperial guards outside the palace erupted in an extremely noisy commotion. The sound of armor clashing echoed throughout the room. Li Shimin frowned, and his face instantly darkened. Zhang Anan! Go out and see what's going on. Why are the imperial guards making such a commotion? Li Shimin shouted sternly. Zhang Anan accepted the order and quickly ran out of the Taiji Hall. The next second, Zhang Anan ran back. His face turned deathly pale, and he scrambled over the threshold, collapsing directly in front of the imperial desk. Your Majesty! Heaven! Heaven! Zhang Anan pointed outside the palace, speaking incoherently. Li Shimin suddenly stood up, strode down the steps, and headed straight for the outside of the palace. Chan Sunwuji, Fang Xianling, Wei Jing, Cheng Yaojing, and other civil and military officials followed closely behind, pouring out of the Taiji Hall. Everyone stood in the spacious square of the Taiji Hall, and raised their heads in unison. The Taiji Hall is very close to the East Palace. From their position, the floating island, which covered an area of 3,000 square meters, was clearly visible to everyone. A huge shadow was cast on the red walls and yellow tiles of the Taiji Palace. Trees growing along the edge of the island sway in the wind. The entire court of civil and military officials fell silent. Chang Sunwuji plucked a few whiskers, completely unaware of the pain. Fang Xianling stared with his mouth agape, his usual composure completely gone. Wei Jing stared intently at the island, all the remonstrances he had prepared in his mind shattered into dust. Chapter 68 Li Yuan's New Idea. Mommy! Qing Yaojin's loud shout shattered the silence. The Duke of Lu stared wide-eyed at the island in the sky, his voice booming so loudly it could be heard throughout the entire square. Your Highness, have you created a fairy island out of thin air? If we could live on it and breathe in some immortal energy, wouldn't we live to be 100 years old? May you live a long and healthy life. Upon hearing these 4 words, the breathing of all the officials present instantly became extremely heavy. The eyes of both civil and military officials turned red. Power and wealth are worthless in the face of lifespan. Since His Highness the Crown Prince can create a fairy island, he can naturally bestow divine titles upon him. If one could latch onto the Crown Prince's coattails and secure an official position on this immortal island, wouldn't that allow one to escape the mortal realm and attain immortality? Within the ranks of aristocratic officials, Cui Hongdu of the Cui clan of Qinghe and Li Chengqian of the Lu clan of Fanyang exchanged a glance. They both saw an extremely crazy determination in each other's eyes. Now, they've made their decision. Upon returning, immediately send a message to the family, ordering the most direct descendant of the clan to be sent to Chang'an, and to bring out all the most precious and rare treasures from the family treasury. They want to be His Highness the Crown Prince's most loyal dogs. Anyone who dares to oppose the Crown Prince will be torn apart by the powerful families. Li Chengqian stood at the very front of the crowd. He looked up at the fairy island, his hands clenched tightly inside the wide sleeves of his dragon robe. Brilliant! Li Chengqian murmured to himself, his voice extremely complex. Have you truly begun, preparing to build the Tang Dynasty into a celestial realm? At this moment, Li Chengqian saw that Yunfeng, who belonged to his wife, had already flown up. He thought to himself, tonight I'll have Guanyin take me up there. The great Tang Dynasty is ordained by heaven. His Highness the Crown Prince is a true immortal descended to earth. An imperial censor knelt down and kowtowed frantically towards the direction of the eastern palace. This kneeling acted as if it had toppled the domino effect. Suddenly, hundreds of the most outstanding officials and representatives of powerful families of the Tang Dynasty knelt down in unison on the square of the Taiji Hall, shouting, "Long live the Emperor!" Their voices shook the heavens. Especially those officials from aristocratic families, their eyes were red as rabbits at this moment. Power? Wealth? Compared to immortality and blessed lands of immortals, they're nothing. Quickly! Send a message back to your family immediately after the court session. His Highness the Crown Prince has built a fairy island, so he'll definitely build palaces on it. He'll bring all the finest golden Nanma and Hitian jade bricks from the family treasury to Chang'an. Anyone who dares to be reluctant, I'll go back and chop them to pieces. An official from the Cui clan of Qinghe lowered his voice and roared at his colleague beside him. Yes! We'll go bankrupt to build a heavenly palace for His Highness the Crown Prince. As long as we can have a shrine for sweeping the floor on the immortal island, it's worth emptying our coffers. Li Chengqian stood on the steps of the imperial palace, looking down at the officials who had gone mad, his hands clenched into fists inside the sleeves of his dragon robe. He looked up at the towering, sunless island, and felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, a feeling more intense than drinking 10 vats of aged vinegar. Gao Ming, that kid, made such a big commotion without making a sound. A fairy island. That's the legendary place where immortals live. While he, the father, was still toiling away on earth reviewing memorials, his son was already building a heavenly palace on the celestial map. Meanwhile, in a village 30 miles south of Chang'an City, Chang Sunchong was busy with hundreds of top craftsmen when suddenly, a deafening shout erupted from the crowd. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the enormous, conspicuous black shadow in the sky above Chang'an. Although it was 30 miles away, the outline suspended in midair was still clearly discernible. As Chang Sunchong looked up at the celestial island in the sky, his awe of Li Chengqian had transformed into an extremely pure faith. 600 meters above the sky, on the fairy island, Empress Chang's son rode the cloud phoenix, piercing through the thin clouds, and landed very smoothly on the grass at the edge of the island. Even the usually dignified and composed Empress Wendy couldn't help but gasp when she actually stepped onto this real piece of soil that seemed to float in the sky. Mother! Sitsi and Qingyang cheered and rushed into Chang's son Wugo's arms. The two little girls were covered in grass clippings, but their smiles were extremely bright. This really is soil and vegetation. Empress Zhang's son squatted down, stroking the grass beneath her feet with utmost care, her beautiful eyes filled with awe. Mother, this is just a foundation. After some time, when my magical powers have improved further, I will use the immortal woodworking techniques to build a real magnificent palace and a celestial palace on this. When the time comes, let Grandpa and Grandma move in. Li Chengqian wore a gentle smile. Empress Zhangsun stood up, her eyes filled with satisfaction and pride. She gently straightened Li Chengqian's collar and said, "You're very thoughtful. However, with all the commotion you've caused, your father down there must be worried sick." As for Li Chengqian, She didn't mention him at this moment. It wasn't the right time yet. Li Chengqian stood on the edge of Qitian Island, looking down at the outline of the Tang Dynasty Imperial Palace. With a slight thought, his immense mental power instantly locked onto Li Yuan, who was looking up into the Den Palace. "Grandpa!" A cool and calm voice resounded deep within Li Yuan's mind. Li Yuan was startled, then his old face broke into a wide smile. He knew that this was a magical trick by his beloved grandson. "Clever!" Li Yuan shouted at the top of his lungs towards the sky. "Your grandson will take you up." As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely thick white cloud descended from the sky and landed precisely at Li Yuan's feet. Without hesitation, Li Yuan stepped on it. The clouds, soft yet incredibly supportive, quickly rose from the ground, soaring 600 meters into the sky. The gale was blocked by an invisible barrier at the edge of the clouds. A moment later, Li Yuan landed steadily on the grass of the fairy island. He stepped onto the solid ground, took a deep breath of the cool, pure air from high above, and stretched his limbs exaggeratedly. "Good! Excellent!" Li Yuan laughed, and patted Li Chengqian on the shoulder. "Brilliant! This place truly lives up to its name as a fairy island. As soon as I arrived, I felt all the chronic illnesses of the past few decades disappear, and I feel completely relaxed." Empress Zhang's son smiled faintly to herself. There was no celestial aura at 600 meters in the air. It was just her father-in-law's wishful thinking. After praising the immortal island, Li Yuan's eyes darted around, and he skillfully moved closer to Li Chengqian, nudging him with his shoulder and raising an eyebrow towards the Taiji Palace below. "Brilliant! This fairy island is so spacious and the scenery is so beautiful." Li Yuan lowered his voice, his tone revealing undisguised cunning. "Your younger brothers and sisters must be feeling quite stifled in the palace. Why don't you bring them all up here for a visit?" Li Chengqian instantly understood when he saw the old man's expression of enjoying the show. It seems that the old man felt Li Shimin hadn't suffered enough of a shock down below, and was preparing to undermine him completely, leaving him utterly isolated. Chapter 69. The whole family went to the immortal island. Guess who didn't come? What Grandpa said makes sense. A bright smile appeared on Li Chengqian's lips. He closed his eyes, and his spiritual power spread rapidly towards the Taiji Palace below, like an invisible spider web. In the inner palace, in Consort Yang's sleeping quarters, Consort Yang was standing in the courtyard, staring in awe at the enormous shadow in the sky. "Your Highness, I invite you and Li Ku to come up and have a look." Li Chengqian's voice exploded in Consort Yang's mind. Consort Yang was startled, then her eyes flashed with extreme joy. His Highness the Crown Prince was actually willing to take her to the immortal island. It wasn't just Consort Yang. Consort Yin, Consort Wei, and a group of princes and princesses including Gao Yang, Li Ke, and Li Yin all simultaneously heard Li Chengqian's voice transmission in their minds. The next moment, above Taiji Palace, dozens of white clouds fell like shooting stars, landing precisely in the courtyards of the various sleeping quarters. Princess Gaoyang screamed with excitement and threw herself onto the clouds without any decorum. Amidst gasps and laughter, dozens of clouds rose from the ground, carrying almost all the concubines, princes, and princesses of the Tang Dynasty's harem, and flew grandly towards the fairy islands 600 meters above the ground. 2 people were missing, though. One was Li Tai, who was paralyzed and trembling in the Wei Prince's mansion. The other one is Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang Dynasty, standing in the Taiji Hall Square. Taiji Hall Square. The entire court remained gazing at the sky, their necks aching, yet no one dared to lower their heads. They watched as dozens of clouds rose from various parts of the palace, carrying familiar figures to the fairy island. Within the military commander's camp, Cheng Yaojin rubbed his sore eyes, nudged Yuqi Jingda with his elbow, and lowered his voice, but it was still loud enough to leak air. "Old Hey, am I seeing things? Were those Consort Yang and His Highness the Prince of Shu flying up just now?" Yuqi Jingda replied sullenly, his face dark. "Are you seeing things? Not only Consort Yang, but I think Consort Wei and Princess Gaoyang went up too. I reckon all the mistresses of the harem went up." Qin Yaojin gasped, shrank his neck dramatically, and glanced at Li Chengqian, who was standing at the very front, with a very subtle look in his eyes. Was it just His Majesty's family, except for Prince Wei and His Majesty, who didn't go up? Although the voice was lowered, it still reached the ears of the surrounding courtiers clearly in the extremely quiet square. The officials exchanged bewildered glances, then all turned their gazes toward Li Chengqian's retreating figure. Each gaze held a mixture of sympathy, shock, and a barely concealed hint of schadenfreude. Li Chengqian heard Xing Yaojin's mutterings and felt the hundreds of extremely complex gazes behind him. Anger? No. At this moment, Li Chengqian felt surprisingly calm. He didn't even have the energy to be angry. From the moment Gao Ming summoned Empress Mu, his psychological defenses were already being rebuilt. The living deity in heaven who can create fairy islands is his son. No matter how much trouble they cause, the meat stays in the pot, and the Tang Dynasty's rule remains as stable as Mount Tai. As for being isolated, I'm used to it. Li Chengqian silently uttered a bitter complaint in his heart. Anyway, whatever good things there are, the old man and Guanyin have them all, while I can't even get a storage bracelet. Now the whole family is going to heaven, leaving me behind. Isn't that reasonable? Li Chengqian turned around, his face as calm as a stagnant pool. He looked down at the officials below, each with a different expression, and suddenly swung the wide sleeves of his dragon robe. Court adjourned. After uttering those two words, Li Chengqian didn't even glance at the celestial island in the sky. With extremely steady, even resolute steps, he headed straight for the Ganlu Palace. He has only one thought in mind right now: approving memorials to the Emperor. When you are an emotionless machine that reviews official documents, as long as the Tang Dynasty is strong enough, and as long as a golden age arrives, one day he will be able to stand confidently before Gao Ming and his mother. As soon as Li Chengqian left, the powerful ministers in the square were in an uproar. Quickly! Back to the manor! Bring out all the gold bricks from the warehouse! His Highness the Crown Prince wants to build a palace on the Immortal Island, and the Chui family of Qinghe must provide all the materials for one of the main halls. The officials dispersed like a tide, and the entire city of Chang'an was plunged into unprecedented fervor and activity because of this floating fairy island. 600 meters in the air. On Qingtian Island, laughter and cheers echoed through the sky. When Consort Yang, Consort Yin, and the others stepped onto the fairy island, they were all shocked to see the real plants and soil around them. Then they were overjoyed. They all walked up to Li Chengqian and bowed with utmost respect. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. The princes and princesses born out of wedlock, including Li Ke and Gao Yang, now looked at Li Chengqian with the fervent devotion of someone looking up to a god. Li Chengqian nodded slightly, indicating that everyone should dispense with formalities. Xizhi and Qingyang were already leading Gaoyang to chase cloud-like beasts on the grass, while Empress Zhang's son was surrounded by a group of concubines, listening to their extremely enthusiastic flattery and praise. Li Yuan walked to the edge of the island with his hands behind his back, glanced down, and then looked away with great satisfaction. Brilliant! Li Yuan walked to Li Chengqian's side and pointed to the ground beneath his feet. Although this island is not small, it may not be enough if we want to move the entire heavenly palace here in the future. Will this immortal island be expanded in the future? Upon hearing this, the surrounding concubines, princes, and princesses immediately fell silent, all perking up their ears. Who wouldn't want their own palace on this fairy island? Li Chengqian looked at Li Yuan, then glanced around at everyone, and nodded calmly. It will naturally expand. Li Chengqian stood with his hands behind his back, gazing intently at the high sky above. Grandpa, my immortal techniques are still in the accumulation stage. This 3,000 square meter island is just a foundation for me to settle down. Li Chengqian's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying an extremely powerful sense of oppression. When my grandson's magical powers are fully developed in the future, I will build the 9 heavens above Chang'an City. 9 heavens! These 3 words exploded in everyone's minds like a thunderclap. Consort Yang covered her mouth, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Li Ke was so excited that he trembled all over and clenched his fists tightly. Li Chengqian turned his head to look at Empress Dowager Chang's son and Li Yuan, his tone softening. Each realm has different scenery and palaces. Every island needs a name. When the time comes, please ask mother and father to come and choose the names for the 9 heavens and those floating islands. Upon hearing this, Empress Jiangxuan's beautiful eyes shone with an extremely bright light. She smiled and nodded. All right, mother will definitely consult ancient books and choose some good names that are worthy of this blessed land of immortals. Li Yuan was so excited that his beard stood on end, and he laughed and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. If I can bestow a name upon the immortal island in this lifetime, my death will be worthwhile. Just then, a delicately sculpted little dumpling rushed over like a cannonball. Tsitsi hugged Li Chengqian's leg tightly, tilting her little face up with her big eyes full of anticipation. Brother! Can a rhinoceros also have a fairy island? It should be filled with sweet fruit trees. Qingyang and Li Lizzie also walked over quickly. Brother, I want one too. Qingyang tugged at Li Chengqian's sleeve. Although Li Lizzie didn't speak, the longing in her eyes was extremely obvious. 5-year-old Li Ji, panting heavily, came up to him and said, Brother, I also want a small island where I can hide wood. Looking at his younger siblings, Li Chengqian's coldness melted away completely, and he affectionately patted Tsitsi's head. All right, all of that is fine. When the time comes, your brother will build an island for each of you, and you can decorate it yourselves. Upon receiving the promise, the little ones cheered with joy. Chapter 70 The First Heaven, Qing Tian. The princes and princesses born out of wedlock, including Li Ke, Li Yin, and Gao Yang, watched this scene with extreme envy. Their eyes were full of longing, but they wisely kept their mouths shut, and not one of them dared to step forward. They knew very well that they were not born to Empress Wendy, and that being invited by His Highness the Crown Prince to experience this blessed land was already an immense blessing. As a person, one must have self-awareness. Looking at Li Ke and the others, Consort Yang felt relieved. If His Highness the Crown Prince doesn't give it to them, they absolutely cannot accept it. At this moment, Li Yuan looked at the ground beneath his feet and stroked his chin. Brilliant! The 9 heavens are still under planning, but this first immortal island beneath our feet can be considered the first heaven, right? It needs a name first, doesn't it? Li Yuan asked. What name do you plan to give it? Li Chengqian glanced at the vast Tang Dynasty below, then at the endless sky above. Let it be called Qingtian. Li Chengqian's voice was calm, yet it exuded an undeniable domineering aura. By the mandate of heaven, I will suppress all ages. Li Yuan pondered it carefully, then suddenly clapped his hands and burst into laughter. Excellent! What a wonderful Qingtian! Qingtian, what a grand name! On the fairy island, everyone echoed in unison, and words of praise were heard endlessly. Li Yuan stood on the grass, stroked his chin, and looked around. Brilliant! This first island beneath our feet, serving as the foundation, should have its own name, shouldn't it? Li Chengqian pondered for a moment, then glanced down at the Tang Dynasty imperial city. Then he called out Taihe. Empress Jiang's son stood to the side, a hint of admiration flashing in her beautiful eyes. She parted her lips slightly, her voice gentle yet carrying the confidence of the Empress Dowager of the Tang Dynasty. May the world be at peace and prosperous. This name is excellent. When the world achieves ultimate harmony, the country will naturally be prosperous and the people at peace. Li Yuan clapped his hands and laughed. Good! Taihe Island! Today, I benefited from my grandson's good fortune and am standing guard on Taihe Island for the first time. Everyone nodded in agreement, and words of praise poured in. It's getting late. With a slight thought, Li Chengqian unleashed a surge of immense spiritual power once more. Dozens of clouds rose up and carried everyone back to the various courtyards of Taiji Palace with great smoothness. As soon as Consort Yang's feet touched the bluestone slabs of her bedchamber, she let out a long breath. She stretched her shoulders, her eyes filled with surprise and delight. Your Majesty, what's wrong? The personal maid quickly stepped forward to help him up. Consort Yang waved her hand, her expression excited. I feel so much lighter. The unease I've been feeling these past few days has vanished. There must be some celestial energy swirling around this immortal island. After spending just a short while there, it feels like I've been reborn. Consort Yin, Consort Wei, and others standing nearby nodded in agreement, their faces flushed, clearly convinced. Where does the ethereal aura come from at an altitude of 600 meters? It was simply that the air was fresher at higher altitudes, and their blind worship of the prince's magical powers created a strong psychological suggestion. But this idea of baptism by immortals would soon spread like wildfire throughout the harem and even the entire city of Chang'an. The Eastern Palace, Xianda Hall. Li Chengqian, accompanied by Li Yuan, Empress Zhang's son, and his 3 younger sisters, had just stepped into the palace gate. Wang De then jogged up to greet him. Your Highness! Your Highness the Crown Prince! Wang De knelt down with a thud, his face flushed. Something terrible has happened outside. Li Chengqian walked behind the desk and sat down, his expression calm. What's the panic? Speak. Wang De swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Your Highness, the Right Guard Commandant outside Chang'an has reported that the aristocratic families have gone mad. They've brought hundreds of carts and bought up all the high-grade timber, Hetian jade bricks, and glazed tiles inside and outside Chang'an. Now those convoys are all stuck outside the imperial city, stretching for 10 miles. The leaders are all heads of the 5 clans and 7 noble families, insisting that they want to build a heavenly palace for His Highness as a gift. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan burst out laughing. He walked to a nearby armchair, sat down, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said sarcastically, Brilliant! It seems those old dogs from the 5 clans and 7 families are determined to curry favor with you. These ancient families, who used to look down on even me and my second brother, are now behaving like limp skewers in front of you. Li Yuan felt extremely pleased to see these once arrogant and powerful clans bowing their heads. Empress Chang's son frowned slightly. Brilliant. It's a noble family's property. Taking it might be too hot to handle. Li Chengqian leaned back in his chair, a cold smile playing on his lips. Mother, you are overthinking it. Li Chengqian tapped his fingers lightly on the table. They send it, I will accept it. I won't refuse anything that's free. Wang De, convey my decree, accept it all. Have them pile all the materials up at Chansuan's estate in the south of the city. This old servant obeys the decree. Wang De kowtowed and excitedly ran off to relay the order. Meanwhile, outside the Duke of Lu's mansion in Chang'an, Cheng Chumo, dressed in bright armor and with a sword at his waist, mustered 50 personal guards and prepared to leave the city to carry out the task of buying a coal mounted, assigned by Li Chengqian. He had just mounted the horse and hadn't even had a chance to shake the reins. Young master! Wait! Young master, please wait! A series of extremely shrill screams came from the street corner. Cheng Chumo looked closely and saw a dozen or so middle-aged men dressed in brocade robes, surrounded by a group of servants, scrambling and crawling toward him. Leading the group was Chui Fu, the chief steward of the Qinghe Chui family in Chang'an. He lost a shoe while running, but he didn't bother to pick it up. He rushed to Cheng Chumo's horse and grabbed its leg. Whoa! Cheng Chumo was startled and quickly pulled on the reins. Manager Chui? Are you out of your mind? What are you doing, crawling under my horse's hooves? Chui Fu raised his head, his face full of fawning smiles, his fat cheeks bulging together. Young master! I heard that you have accepted His Highness the Crown Prince's mission and are going out of the city to search for Shirtan Mountain? Cheng Chumo frowned, gripping the hilt of his sword warily. What business is it of yours? What His Highness's business? Get out of the way! It's important! It's extremely important! The steward of the Lu family of Fanang squeezed forward and shouted urgently. Young master, our family owns 3 coal mines outside the city. They have extremely high yields. Our master said that we will give them all to His Highness the Crown Prince. Nonsense! Your Lu family's coal is full of impurities. Chui Fu retorted, raising his voice. Young master, our Chui family owns 5 coal mountains outside the city. We'll give the entire set, including the miners and carts, to your highness. We won't accept a single penny. Our Wang family also has some. We'll donate 10. The dozen or so stewards of the powerful families immediately started arguing, almost coming to blows in the street over who would be allowed to send the coal out of Coal Hill. Chengqian sat on horseback, completely dumbfounded. He scratched his head and shouted, "Shut up, all of you! His Highness said it's for purchase. I brought the money. Who asked you to deliver it to me?" The moment those words were spoken, the room fell into a deathly silence. Chui Fu knelt down on the bluestone slab with a thud, tears welling up in his eyes. "Young master!" Chui Fu cried, snot and tears streaming down his face. "His Highness the Crown Prince needs coal. It's like our Chui family's ancestral graves are emitting auspicious smoke. We dare not accept money." "Yes, young master." The steward of the Lu family also knelt down. Please accept it. If you give money, you'll be slapping the face of the Lu family of Fanong. Please, young master, do me the honor of accepting this." Suddenly, a dozen or so stewards from powerful families who usually swaggered around Chang'an City knelt down in front of Chengqian's horse, kowtowing frantically. Chengqian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he watched this scene. Chapter 71. Li Er begs to go to the island, but Chan Sun refuses. Chengqian gritted his teeth and looked at everyone. "Fine. Since you insist on giving it to me, I'll accept it on behalf of His Highness. Bring me all the land deeds." The stewards, overjoyed, pulled out thick land deeds from their pockets and eagerly stuffed them into Chengqian's hands. After handing over the land deed, Chui Fu discreetly pulled out an extremely translucent mutton-fat jade pendant from his sleeve and slipped it into the gap in Chengqian's armor, lowering his voice. "Young master, you've worked hard. This is a small token of appreciation for your tea. I hope you will put in a good word for the Chui family before His Highness." Seeing this, the Lu family steward slapped a deed for a prime shop in the West Market onto Chengqian's thigh. "Young master, buy some tea." In less than half an incense stick's time, Chengqian's arms were stuffed with all kinds of jade, land deeds, and gold leaves. The managers left with profuse thanks, as if they had gotten a great deal. Chengqian sat on horseback, looking down at the priceless, red envelopes in his arms, then turned to look at the guard beside him and twitched the corner of his mouth. "Damn it!" Chengqian swallowed hard, unable to help but complain. Who would have thought that these once high and mighty aristocratic families would now have to kneel on the ground and stuff red envelopes into the Crown Prince's hands to give him gifts? Director Ching is preparing to recruit people to work. At this moment, someone arrived, followed by hundreds of burly men dressed in shorts. Qin Huayu, Yuchi Baolin, and Du He dismounted. "Chu Mo!" Qin Huayu strode forward and grabbed Qing Chu Mo's reins. "His Highness assigned you a task, and you actually want to hog it all by yourself?" Du He, fanning himself with a folding fan, sidled up with a grin. "Exactly. How can we brothers be absent when serving His Highness the Crown Prince? I even brought my family's retainers, a full 300 men." Yuchi Baolin was even more direct. He waved his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, and said, "My father said that from now on, my life belongs to the Crown Prince. If you don't take me with you, I'll beat you up." Chengqian stared wide-eyed at his childhood friends. He knew these guys had all come because they'd caught a whiff of his charm. His Highness the Crown Prince was practically a god now. Who wouldn't want to show off in front of such a powerful figure? "All right." Chengqian waved his hand. "You guys get a share. His Highness needs something called honeycomb briquettes and a blacksmith's furnace. Let's get started." The hundreds of servants of the Duke's mansion immediately sprang into action. They found an open space outside the city and began to cut down trees, build sheds, and establish a simple workshop. Qin Huayu was meticulous and was in charge of directing the people to haul coal from the coal mountain. Du He, quick-witted, went to the city and hired a blacksmith at a high price to make a furnace exhaust pipe. Yuchi Baolin and Chengqian then led their men to crush the coal and mix it with yellow mud and water, according to the proportions on the blueprint. The stewards of the powerful families never left. Chui Fu, along with dozens of servants from the Chui family, squatted outside the workshop. He watched Chengqian and the others working enthusiastically, and he was so anxious that he kept rubbing his hands together. "Go!" Chui Fu kicked the servant beside him. Go to the river to fetch water. Can't you see the young masters are short of water while mixing mud? Hurry up! Not to be outdone, the Lu family steward immediately ordered his family members to help move the broken coal. For a time, on this wasteland outside the city, the top noble second-generation members and stewards of the most prestigious families of the Tang Dynasty were bustling about, trying to get a few pieces of coal for the crown prince. Night falls. The Eastern Palace, Xianda Hall. Sitsi rubbed his eyes and yawned widely. The little girl had been playing all day and was so sleepy that she could barely stand, so she clung to Li Chengqian's lap. Empress Zhang's son stepped forward and picked up Sitsi. Gao Ming, it's getting late. Your mother should take them back to rest first, Empress Zhang's son said gently. Qingyang took Li Lizi's hand, nodded obediently, and said goodbye. Li Yuan sat in his armchair, stretched, stood up, and patted his robes. I'm going back now. Gao Ming, I'll come see you again tomorrow, and we'll discuss the blueprints for the 9 heavens. Li Chengqian nodded in agreement. Take care, grandfather. Take care, mother. After everyone left, the main hall fell silent. Li Chengqian returned to his bedchamber, washed up, and lay down on the bed to rest with his eyes closed. I'm already looking forward to learning my new skill tomorrow. Lijing Hall. Empress Zhang's son settled her 3 daughters in the princess's courtyard, instructed the palace maids to take good care of them, and then turned back to her own bedroom. She reached out and pushed open the palace door. The hall was dark, with no lights on. Just as Empress Zhang's son crossed the threshold, a figure suddenly darted out from the corner. Guan Yinbi! Empress Zhang's son was startled and almost cried out. She looked closely and saw Li Shimin dressed in dark casual clothes, rubbing his hands together, looking at her with a big smile. Erlang? Empress Zhang's son patted her chest and glared at him, annoyed. What are you doing hiding here in the middle of the night instead of lighting a lamp? Li Shimin quickly approached Empress Zhang's son, took her hand with practiced ease, and lowered his voice. I have sent Zhang Anan and the others to guard outside. Empress Zhang's son walked to the table and lit the candle. The dim light illuminated Li Shimin's face, which was filled with expectation and embarrassment. Speak plainly, Erlang. Empress Zhang's son sat down. Li Shimin pulled over a brocade stool and sat down next to Empress Zhang's son. He, the mighty heavenly Khan, now spoke with a hint of flattery. Guan Yinbi, could you take me to the celestial islands in the heavens? Empress Zhang's son was stunned. Seeing that she didn't speak, Li Shimin hurriedly added. I heard from Consort Jiang and the others that the fairy island is filled with immortal energy, and taking a breath there can add 10 years to your life. I'm not greedy, I'll just go up and take a couple of breaths and then come down. After hearing this, Empress Zhang's son couldn't help but burst out laughing. She shook her head, her tone helpless. Erlang, these are all rumors spread by the ladies in the harem. That fairy island is only 600 meters in the air. Apart from soil and vegetation, where would any fairy energy come from? Let alone the idea that one breath of it can make you live for 10 years. Li Shimin was taken aback. The expectation in his eyes vanished almost instantly, replaced by a deep sense of disappointment. He sighed, and his shoulders slumped. Even without any celestial aura, I still want to go up and take a look. Li Shimin's voice was muffled. Today, the whole family went up, including Gao Yang and Li Yin. I'm the only one left in the Taiji Hall. Empress Zhangxuan's heart softened when she saw her husband's aggrieved expression. Chike didn't go either, did she? Empress Zhang's son comforted her softly. Li Shimin snorted coldly. How can Chike be the same as me? Li Tai, I don't deserve the right to breathe. Empress Zhang's son sighed. She knew that although Li Shimin complained, he actually longed to be integrated into this family with magical powers, rather than being isolated. Second Prince. Empress Zhang's son grasped Li Shimin's hand. The immortal island was created by Gao Ming using his magic. Without his permission, I cannot take it upon myself to bring you up there. Li Shimin stared at her longingly, utterly despairing. Chapter 72 Heaven and Earth have no gods, only I am an immortal. However, Empress Zhangxuan's tone shifted, a sly glint in her eyes. While I cannot take you to the immortal island, I can take you for a flight in the sky. Li Chengqian suddenly raised his head, his eyes instantly bursting with extreme joy. Really? Li Chengqian grabbed Empress Jiangxun's wrist tightly with his other hand. Empress Jiangxun stood up and pulled him towards the outside of the palace. The cloud phoenix that Gao Ming made for me can carry people and fly as long as I have a thought. The moon is very beautiful tonight. I will take you to see the night view of Chang'an City. The two walked into the spacious courtyard of the Rikzhongden. Empress Jiangxun brought Li Chengqian to Yunfeng. Li Chengqian's breathing quickened. He reached out and touched Yunfeng's wings with extreme care. Erlang, come on up. Empress Jiangxun lifted her skirt and gracefully sat sideways on Yunfeng's back. Li Chengqian swallowed hard. He, a dignified emperor on horseback, was now somewhat flustered. He lifted his leg and awkwardly straddled her, his hands gripping the cloud-like shape around Yunfeng's neck tightly. This is the first time my son has ever ridden on a white cloud, even though he has known magic for so long. Rise, Empress Dowager Jiangxun said softly. With a flap of its wings, the phoenix took off. A strong feeling of being pushed back came over me. The wind whistled in my ears. In just a few breaths, Yunfeng soared into the air to a height of 300 meters. Jiangxun Wugo controlled the cloud phoenix, which hovered steadily above the Taiji Palace. Erlang, open your eyes and look, Empress Jiangxun said softly. Li Chengqian slowly opened his eyes. He lowered his head. The lights of all 108 wards of Chang'an were displayed before his eyes with exceptional clarity. The scattered lights complemented the stars in the sky. Juke Avenue is wide and flat, and the Wei River ripples in the sunlight. The magnificent landscape of the Tang Dynasty was presented to this emperor from an unprecedentedly grand perspective, without reservation. Li Chengqian's chest heaved violently. He released his grip on Yunfeng's neck and slowly straightened up. The wind was blowing his casual clothes. He looked down upon the empire he had personally built, and the resentment, jealousy, and fear in his heart were completely dispelled by the magnificent scenery. Guan Yinbi! Li Chengqian opened his arms wide, his voice booming with boundless pride. Do you see this? This is my great Tang! Empress Jiangxun sat in front, turned around to look at her spirited husband, and a very gentle smile appeared on her lips. Your Majesty, I saw it. Empress Jiangxun nodded. Li Chengqian looked up at the celestial island higher up, casting a huge shadow under the moonlight. His eyes were no longer filled with jealousy, but with pure fighting spirit. If Gao Ming can create a celestial realm, then I can create an unprecedented golden age in the mortal world. Li Chengqian roared loudly, venting all the emotions that had been building up in his heart over the past few days. A phoenix soared in the night sky. Just as Li Chengqian was filled with heroic spirit, Yunfeng suddenly jolted violently. Li Chengqian slipped and fell with a thud onto Yunfeng's back, clinging tightly to Empress Jiangxun's waist. Guan Yinbi! Stay calm! Stay calm! Li Chengqian's voice cracked, and his imperial majesty vanished instantly. Empress Jiangxun suppressed a laugh and patted his hand that was wrapped around her waist. Don't panic, Erlang, it's just a strong wind. High in the sky, the Emperor and Empress rode the wind for a nighttime stroll. Meanwhile, inside the Xianda Hall of the Eastern Palace, Li Chengqian woke up. He stood at the window, looking at his mother and Li Chengqian in the sky, but he said nothing. Yunfeng gave it to her mother herself, and he wouldn't care what her mother did with it. Besides, even oxen and horses need a break after work, let alone an emperor who is like an ox or horse. The two remained in the air for a while before beginning their descent. It then landed smoothly in the spacious courtyard of Risseiden. Li Chengqian flipped and leaped down. The moment his feet touched the bluestone slab, his leg muscles tensed, and he stood up straight with remarkable stability. The excitement from the nighttime aerial tour had not yet subsided. His chest heaved slightly as he turned around and extended his right hand. Empress Jiangxun placed her hand on his wrist and landed lightly. Guan Yinbi! Li Chengqian took her hand in his. His voice was deep, with a long-lost warmth and relaxation. It's late, let's rest. A blush crept onto Empress Jiangxun's cheeks. She didn't pull her hand away, but gave him a reproachful look and nodded gently. The two walked hand in hand into the bedroom. The palace doors closed. The candlelight flickered for a moment before going out. The ruler of the Tang Empire, on this night, completely let down his guard and weary spirit from the day. The next morning. The Eastern Palace, Xianda Hall. Li Chengqian opened his eyes right on time. He leaned against the headboard and summoned the system in his mind. Bite. Today's draw count has been updated. Should we proceed with the extraction? Extract, Li Chengqian murmured. A translucent, ethereal blue light curtain appeared. The card flipped rapidly, its edges bursting with dazzling golden light. Successfully extracted. Gained ability, exorcism. Li Chengqian's eyes narrowed, and his gaze quickly swept over the skill analysis. Ability description: the host can transform their mental energy into divine command thought, establishing a temporary master-servant relationship with lower-ranking deities within a certain radius, forcibly commanding them to obey their orders. The commanded deity must be within the scope of its divine jurisdiction. Core concept: by virtue of his princely status and the power of immortality, he can command the gods to obey him. Limitations: initially you can command the earth god, mountain god, city god, and underworld messengers. Current range: 100 li, approximately 50 kilometers, centered on the host. After your mental strength exceeds 100, you can command higher-level deities. Exorcising the spirits. Li Chengqian uttered these two words softly. A very domineering ability. It wasn't a request, it wasn't a worship, it was a forced coercion. He sat up and closed his eyes. 60 points of mental energy erupted instantly, transforming into invisible ripples that swept outwards like a tsunami from the Xianda Hall as its center. Taiji Palace, East and West Markets, and 108 wards. The spiritual power penetrated the city walls, penetrated deep into the underground of the market, and swept over every temple and ancestral hall. He's exorcising a spirit. However, a few seconds passed. There was no movement. In Chang'an, apart from the life force and vitality of millions of living people, there was no supernatural spiritual fluctuation feedback. There was no local earth god leaning on a cane, no ghost messengers holding iron chains, and no city god sitting high in the temple. Could it be that the imperial dragon aura of Chang'an is too strong, suppressing these low-level deities? Li Chengqian opened his eyes, his brows furrowing slightly. He lifted the brocade quilt. With his feet half a foot off the ground, he floated directly out of the bedroom. Outside the palace, Wang Dijing was waiting with several eunuchs carrying washing utensils. Upon seeing Li Chengqian emerge, everyone knelt down in unison. Your Highness. Wang Dijing was about to speak. I'm going out alone, you don't need to come with me. Li Chengqian uttered a sentence, and then had a thought. The dragon that Wang De had made earlier floated over. Li Chengqian stepped onto the dragon's head. Yunlong let out a silent roar, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the clouds in an instant. Wang De tilted his head back, swallowed the rest of his sentence, and obediently cowed out on the bluestone slab. High in the sky, the wind howled. Li Chengqian rode a cloud dragon, heading south. It flew 30 miles out of Chang'an City. Below is a continuous stretch of barren mountains and wilderness. This place is far from human habitation, lacking the oppressive aura of the imperial city and the bustling incense offerings. This is the perfect location for testing. The dragon hovered 100 meters above the mountain. Li Chengqian put his hands behind his back and poured out all 60 points of mental energy without reservation. Activate the power to exorcise spirits! An invisible spiritual storm swept down. It penetrates the dense canopy of trees and runs deep into the rock and soil. Every inch of land and every mountain within a radius of 100 miles was within his absolute perception range. He waited quietly. The wind rustled through the leaves. Wild animals roamed the forest, and birds took flight in fright. Besides that, there's still nothing. No mountain god appeared, and no earth spirit emerged. Li Chengqian was unwilling to accept this. He urged the cloud dragon to fly south for another 100 miles. This time, he stopped above a huge lake with abundant water vapor. He used his exorcism technique once again. The result remained dead silence. Apart from the fish and turtles swimming in the water, no water god or river god's spirit responded to his call. Standing atop the dragon's head, Li Chengqian looked down at the shimmering lake below and finally understood. It's not that there are no gods in Chang'an. Li Chengqian muttered to himself, his voice extremely calm. It's that there are no gods in this Tang Dynasty, in this world. There is no heaven, no underworld, and no gods or Buddhas filling the sky. If we must say there is a god, then it is Li Chengqian. Chapter 73 Li Yuan prepares to fight to the death. Li Chengqian looked at the two words, exorcise gods, on the panel and his lips twitched slightly. Without God, what am I to drive? In this world, wouldn't this skill be utterly useless? He shook his head and prepared to ride the clouds back to Chang'an. Just as he turned around, a sharp flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. There are no gods in this world. Then I will become a god. Li Chengqian's eyes blazed with an extremely dazzling light. He finally saw through the true core of this exorcising spirit's skill. This is not meant to command any ready-made, ethereal wild deities. This is what the system prepared for him, absolute control over the entire heavenly court in the future. Once the 9 heavens are completed and he has acquired the skill to bestow divine titles, he can grant supernatural powers to the civil and military officials of the Tang Dynasty, and even to those deceased heroes, and confer upon them the title of gods. Once they accept the imperial decree and become gods, they will be subject to absolute suppression and forced command by the exorcism skill. This is a contract of servitude for a future deity. Similar to the investiture of the gods? I see. Li Chengqian burst into laughter. His laughter echoed through the clouds. Li Chengqian then headed towards Chang'an. However, on the way, Li Chengqian saw the Changsun family's manor. The Changsun family's estates stretched out in one continuous stretch, with open spaces piled high with timber, and hundreds of people moving about among them. So Li Chengqian decided to go and see what was going on. Changsun Chong stood on a high place, holding blueprints in his hand, assigning tasks to several master craftsmen from the Ministry of Works. A huge shadow was cast across the sky. Changsun Chong looked up. A giant dragon formed from white clouds broke through the clouds and slowly descended. Li Chengqian stood with his hands behind his back atop the dragon's head. The wind blew his crimson gauze robe. Your Highness! Changsun Chong immediately dropped the blueprints in his hand, ran down the embankment, and slammed his knees heavily on the muddy ground. The surrounding noise stopped abruptly. The stewards sent by the aristocratic families, the master craftsmen from the Ministry of Works, and the farmers from the village all had their minds go blank when they saw the real dragon in the clouds. A living god! Someone shouted. Suddenly, hundreds of people knelt down on the ground. Their foreheads were pressed firmly against the mud, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Li Chengqian took a step forward, his body detached from the dragon's head, and landed steadily on the ground. Stand up and answer. Li Chengqian looked at Changsun Chong. Changsun Chong stood up and patted the dirt off his knees. His back was slightly hunched, maintaining absolute respect. How's the progress here? Li Chengqian asked. Changsun Chong turned to the side and pointed to the work shed behind him. Your Highness, I have divided the manpower into 2 groups. One group is led by the chief craftsman of the Ministry of Works and is building the core framework of the first batch of wind-powered water wheels. The other group consists of skilled workers sent by various aristocratic families. I have them learn from them first and master the mortise and tenon structure so that they can start working independently tomorrow. Li Chengqian looked in the direction he pointed. The huge water wheel axle had already taken shape. The arrangements were very good. Well done. Li Chengqian withdrew his gaze and gave his evaluation. Changsun Chong's breath hitched. He knew he had taken the first step steadily. Li Chengqian turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the craftsmen and farmers kneeling all over the ground. Everyone please rise. Li Chengqian's voice was not loud, but it clearly carried throughout the entire room. No one dared to make a move. Chan Sun Chong immediately turned around and shouted, "His Highness has ordered you to rise." The group then cautiously got up, still keeping their heads down, and not daring to look directly at Li Chengqian's face. "The water wheels and looms you built are crucial to the livelihoods of millions of people in the Tang Dynasty," Li Chengqian said calmly. "I am just passing by today and I have come to see you. You have worked diligently, and I will not treat you unfairly. The people of the Tang Dynasty will also be grateful to you." As soon as he finished speaking, suppressed sobs erupted from the crowd. An old carpenter with gray hair knelt down again with a thud and kowtowed 3 times. "It is my ancestors' graves that have been blessed to be able to serve His Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness praises me so much, even if I die now, it will be worth it." "Yes. If a living god praises me, I can live at least 10 more years," a man shouted in a gruff voice. The fervor spread rapidly among the crowd. Li Chengqian did not linger. He turned and stepped onto Yunlong. The dragon soared into the sky, reaching straight into the heavens. Chan Sun Chong looked up at the white dragon disappearing into the horizon, took a deep breath, and turned around to look at the craftsmen whose faces were flushed and full of energy. Chan Sun Chong quickly calculated in his mind. His Highness the Crown Prince's prestige has completely transcended the realm of ordinary imperial power. It is an absolute faith. Chan Sun Chong drew his sword and tapped the wooden post beside him with the back of the blade. "Did you all hear His Highness's words? Get to work. Anyone who dares to slack off, I'll chop him up." "Yes," came the resounding reply. The Eastern Palace, Xianda Hall. Li Chengqian rode a cloud dragon and landed in the courtyard. As soon as he landed, he sensed that something was wrong in the atmosphere of the courtyard. Li Yuan stood in the very center. He was gripping a long sword tightly in his hand. Li Yuan's hands were trembling, causing the tip of his sword to sway back and forth, but he did not retreat. He stared intently at the sky with his old eyes. Empress Zhang Sun stood behind Li Yuan, with Li Lizzie and Qingyang by her side. Li Ji hid beside her legs, peeking out half his head. Cixi stood at the very front. The little girl held a twig she had picked up from somewhere, assuming a defensive stance. "Grandpa, Mother!" Li Chengqian dispersed the cloud dragon and strode forward. "What are you doing?" Seeing that Li Chengqian was safe and sound, Li Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. He loosened his grip, and the longsword clattered onto the bluestone slab. "Brilliant!" Li Yuan strode over and looked Li Chengqian up and down. "You just flew out of Chang'an without a word. I thought you had sensed the emergence of some great demon. Are you all right?" Li Yuan was panting heavily. He's old, and his biggest fear is death. But just now, he was really prepared to fight the monster to the death with his sword. Empress Zhang Sun stepped forward and carefully examined Li Chengqian's robes. Only after confirming that there was no bloodstain did she feel relieved. "Brother!" Cixi ran over with her short legs, hugged Li Chengqian's leg, and raised the tree branch in her hand. "Cixi will protect brother! Cixi will fight monsters with Grandpa!" Li Chengqian looked down at the little dumpling on his lap, then at the long sword on the ground. A warm feeling welled up in my heart. In his past life, he was an ordinary office worker who had to bear his illnesses and fevers alone. Now, in this cold-hearted Tang Dynasty royal family, he has genuine favoritism. Li Er was indeed a terrible father, but his father-in-law, mother, and his younger siblings truly cherished him. Li Chengqian bent down, picked up Cixi, and ruffled her hair. "Grandpa, Grandma, you're overthinking it," Li Chengqian laughed. "Where would a monster come from around Chang'an? Then what were you rushing off to just now?" Li Yuan stared wide-eyed. "Wang De said you didn't say anything and just shot into the sky and ran away." Chapter 74 I am the Son of Heaven, I do not seek fame or fortune. Li Chengqian carried the baby to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down. Empress Zhang Sun and Li Yuan also sat down, while Li Lizzie, Qingyang, and Li Ji stood to the side. "I went out to verify something." Li Chengqian's smile faded, and his expression turned serious. "What is it?" Empress Dowager Changsun asked. Li Chengqian looked at everyone and said calmly, "Today I have obtained a magical technique that allows me to command mountain gods, local deities, city gods, and ghost messengers." Li Yuan's eyes lit up. "Great! With this magic, you can manage everything that happens underground. But I just flew out of Chang'an and used this immortal technique in the desolate mountains and deep lakes." Li Chengqian paused for a moment. Everyone pricked up their ears. "And then what happened?" Li Yuan hurriedly pressed for more information. No response. Li Chengqian looked directly into Li Yuan's eyes. "There is no mountain god, no land god, no river god, and no ghost messengers." Empress Changsun looked puzzled. "How is this possible? Since ancient times there has been a custom of worshipping mountain gods and land gods. Is it because your magic power is insufficient?" Li Chengqian shook his head. "It's not a matter of magical power," Li Chengqian said firmly. "I have covered the area within 100 miles with my spiritual power, searching every inch of land. There are no such gods in this world." The courtyard fell into dead silence. Li Lizzie covered her mouth. This news was too shocking. The people of the Tang Dynasty revered ghosts and gods, but now the Crown Prince says that there are no gods in the world. Li Yuan stood frozen in place. His hand, which was stroking his beard, froze in midair. After a long while, a terrifying glint suddenly flashed in Li Yuan's cloudy old eyes. That was the keen insight and ambition of the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty. "Brilliant!" Li Yuan stared at Li Chengqian, his voice low yet tinged with madness. "You mean, there are no other gods or immortals in this world besides you?" Li Chengqian nodded. "There is no heavenly court, no underworld." Li Chengqian's tone was calm, yet carried an overbearing air of control. "Heaven and earth have no gods." Li Yuan suddenly stood up. He kicked the long sword off the ground. "Ha!" Wild laughter echoed through the courtyard of Xianda Hall. Li Yuan laughed until tears almost came out. He pointed to the sky and then to Li Chengqian. "Good! Excellent!" Li Yuan strode up to Li Chengqian and patted him heavily on the shoulders. "Since there are no gods in this world, then our Li family will become gods ourselves." Empress Jiangsun was startled when she heard this. She looked at her father-in-law and son and instantly understood what they meant. "Brilliant!" Li Yuan leaned closer, lowered his voice, and said with a mix of calculation and excitement, "You mentioned building the 9 heavens before, and I was worried that those old immortals in the heavenly court would cause trouble. Now it's all right. This world is just an empty shell." Li Yuan straightened up, hands on his hips. "You build the 9 heavens. You become the Jade Emperor. I'll be your retired emperor. No, any other kind of divine general will do. All your younger brothers and sisters can be appointed as fairies or minor deities." Li Yuan became more and more excited as he spoke. Li Chengqian smiled as he looked at the old man's expression. "Grandpa is right." Li Chengqian stood up, holding the baby, and glanced at the sky above Chang'an. "Since there are no gods in heaven and earth, then I will establish a heavenly court and appoint all the gods. The Tang Dynasty, both in heaven and on earth, must listen to me." Empress Jiangsun looked at her eldest son. Sunlight shone on his profile, and Empress Jiangsun smiled. Cixi couldn't understand what they were saying. All she knew was that her brother was very powerful, so she leaned over and kissed Li Chengqian on the cheek. "Brother will become a high-ranking official. I want to be the little fairy who manages the fruit trees." Li Chengqian laughed heartily. "Okay, whatever you say." Li Chengqian held the baby Cixi, his gaze deep and thoughtful. "Once I obtain the power to become a god, what kind of scene will the Tang Dynasty court be like? Those powerful and influential families would probably even dig up their ancestors' ashes to offer as a sacrifice for a divine position that grants immortality." Before the laughter in the courtyard had subsided, the gate of Xianda Hall was suddenly pushed open. Li Shimin, dressed in a bright yellow casual robe, strode into the courtyard. Fine beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, and the hem of his dragon robe billowed in a gust of wind, indicating that he had run there. "Brilliant!" Li Shimon's chest heaved as he spotted Li Chengqian sitting at the stone table. I heard in the Taiji Hall that you hurriedly flew out of Chang'an early this morning. Has something happened? He had just returned to the Ganlu Palace after court when Zhang Ainen urgently reported that the Crown Prince had ridden a cloud dragon out of the city and his whereabouts were unknown. Li Shimon didn't even bother to read the memorials and rushed straight to the Eastern Palace. Li Yuan sat on the stone bench, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and glanced at him sideways. What's the rush? The sky isn't going to fall. Empress Zhangsun stepped forward, took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Li Shimon's forehead, and lowered her voice. Second Prince, don't panic. Gao Ming is just going out to verify a magic technique. There are no great demons in this world. Li Shimon breathed a sigh of relief. He walked to the stone table, sat down, picked up the tea that Empress Changsun had poured, and drank it all in one gulp. What kind of immortal technique requires flying out of Chang'an to test it? Empress Changsun glanced at Li Chengqian. She continued, Gao Mingxin acquired a new art of exorcising spirits and wanted to test whether he could command the mountain gods and local deities. However, he discovered that there were no gods in this area, or even in the entire world. No gods? Li Shimon was stunned. That's right. Heaven and earth are just an empty shell. Li Yuan chimed in, his old face full of excitement. So I'm discussing with Gao Ming that since there are no gods in heaven, our Li family will build our own heavenly court. Gao Ming will set the rules and appoint all the gods. The heavenly court of the Tang Dynasty, conferring titles upon all gods. The keen intuition of the greatest emperor in history made Li Shimon instantly realize the suffocatingly vast power behind these words. Once Gao Ming truly establishes the heavenly court and seizes the power to bestow titles upon the gods, the imperial power of the Tang Dynasty will completely surpass the mortal realm, and even surpass life and death. At that time, let alone 10,000 generations, the Tang Dynasty's legacy will last for 10,000 generations without any problem. Li Shimon's eyes blazed with an extremely dazzling light. He suddenly stood up, placed his hands on the stone table, and was about to say something grand and impressive. But he suddenly froze. Li Shimon glanced at Li Yuan, whose face was full of excitement, and then at Li Chengqian, whose expression was calm. A bucket of cold water was poured over his head. Gao Ming didn't even give him a storage bracelet, and he didn't take him with him when he went to the Immortal Island. If a heavenly court were to be established and gods were to be appointed, would there be a place for me, as the father, among all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens? The ecstasy on Li Shimon's face froze instantly, and then collapsed at a visible speed. He coughed dryly, sat back down on the stone bench with extreme stiffness, and rubbed his hands on his knees. Ahem. Establishing a heavenly court is an unprecedented undertaking. Li Shimon forced himself to adopt the airs of an emperor, but his tone carried a hint of bitterness. Brilliant, this matter requires careful consideration. If there is anything the court needs to do, please don't hesitate to ask. Your father will certainly cooperate fully. Li Yuan sneered mercilessly. Second brother, are you afraid that Gao Ming will forget you when he confers titles on gods? Li Shimon blushed and retorted with a stiff neck. Father is joking. I am the emperor of the great Tang Dynasty. How could I covet such empty titles? Chapter 75, Scattering Beans to Create Soldiers. Seeing Li Shimon's stubbornness, Li Chengqian smiled slightly but did not expose him. Lunch was served in Xianda Hall. The family sat around a table, eating the dishes that Li Chengqian had stir-fried in an iron wok. Li Shimon channeled his grief and anger into his appetite, and ate 3 large bowls of rice. After the meal, knowing he wouldn't get a good reception, he made an excuse about being busy with official duties, and filled with resentment, and an even stronger competitive spirit, hurried back to the Ganlu Hall to review memorials. Empress Zhangsun returned to the inner palace with Li Lizzie and the other 2. The Xianda Hall fell silent once more. Not long after, heavy footsteps were heard outside the hall. Qing Chumo strode into the main hall, knelt on one knee, and clasped his hands in greeting. This humble general pays his respects to your highness the crown prince. Get up and speak. Li Chengqian sat behind his desk, flipping through the book in his hands. How's the honeycomb briquette matter going? Chengqian stood up, his face beaming with excitement. Your Highness, everything is done! The stewards from those aristocratic families are even more dedicated than we are. They built over a dozen large sheds overnight. Last night they produced the first batch of honeycomb briquettes, and they also made over 100 iron stoves. I personally tested them. The fire is extremely strong, and with the exhaust pipes, there isn't a trace of toxic smoke in the room. How's the output? As long as we have enough manpower, we can make tens of thousands of yuan a day. Li Chengqian put down the scroll and nodded slightly. Well done. Continue to recruit people and expand the scale. Also, go to Chang'an City and post a notice specifically to recruit people who usually make a living by cutting and selling firewood to work. Chengqian paused for a moment, then scratched his head. Your Highness, making these honeycomb briquettes is physically demanding. Only strong young men can do it. Many of those firewood sellers are elderly or weak. Why hire them? Once honeycomb briquettes become widespread in Chang'an, they'll be cheap and of good quality. Who would still buy firewood? Li Chengqian said calmly. If their livelihood is cut off, we have to give them a way to make a living. Let them go to the coal yard to mix mud and carry it, and pay them at market price. Chengqian suddenly realized. He looked at Li Chengqian with awe in his eyes. His Highness the Crown Prince had divine abilities, yet he still cared about the lowest level wood seller. Your subordinate obeys! Chengqian clasped his hands in a deep fist salute. After reporting the official business, Chengqian did not leave. He stood there, fidgeting with the hem of his clothes, looking as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Is there anything else? Li Chengqian asked. Chengqian gritted his teeth and knelt down on one knee again with a thud. Your Highness, this humble general begs your Highness for a great favor. Please save my childhood friend, Niu Jianhu. Li Chengqian's eyes flickered slightly. Niu Jianhu is Niu Jinda's only son. I recall that Niu Jianhu lost a leg in an accident years ago? Li Chengqian asked. Exactly. Chengqian's eyes reddened slightly. Jianhu was originally a fierce general, but because he lost his leg, he can only stay in his mansion all day drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Your Highness was able to heal Chang's son Chang's broken leg, so this humble general dares to beg your Highness to give him a chance as well. Why doesn't Niu Jina come to beg in person? Uncle Niu has been ordered by His Majesty to lead troops to Jiannan Circuit to quell the rebellion of the Liao people in Jiaozhou and Lingzhou. He is not in Chang'an at the moment. Chengqian hurriedly explained. Li Chengqian tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The military forces, including Qing Yaojin and Qin Qiong, have already submitted to their side. Niu Jinda was also a rare and formidable general of the Tang Dynasty. Saving his son was a surefire way to make money. Go and bring him here, Li Chengqian said. Chengqian was overjoyed, kowtowed, and rushed out like a gust of wind. In less than half an hour, Chengqian helped a burly young man who was using a single crutch into the main hall. Niu Jianhu was pale, his right leg was bare below the knee, and his trouser leg was tied tightly with hemp rope. As soon as he entered the hall, he threw down his cane, knelt on one knee, and kowtowed heavily. Your subject Niu Jianhu pays respects to your Highness the Crown Prince. Li Chengqian didn't waste any words. He stood up, walked to Niu Jianhu, and stretched out his right hand, hovering it above the severed end of Niu Jianhu's right leg. Li Chengqian's mind raced. The heaven-mending hand. 5-colored light poured out from Li Chengqian's palm, like a dazzling cocoon of light, instantly enveloping Niu Jianhu's severed leg. The essence of creation seeps into the flesh and blood. Under Chengqian's extremely shocked gaze, the tightly bound trouser leg was stretched open by an invisible force. Amidst the 5-colored light, the fleshy buds wriggled wildly, the white bones extended downwards, and the meridians, blood vessels, and muscles rapidly reorganized and grew as if peeling away layers of silk. In no time at all, the light faded. A perfectly intact and powerful right leg landed firmly on the bluestone slab of Xianda Hall. The main hall was deathly silent. Niu Jianhu stared blankly at his right leg. He tentatively moved his toes, and the real sensation shot straight to his brain. He suddenly stood up, threw away his cane, and stomped his feet hard twice on the spot. Bang! Bang! A dull echo reverberated through the hall. My legs have grown back. Niu Jianhu burst into tears. He turned around abruptly, slammed his knees to the ground, and frantically called out to Li Chengqian. Bang! 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 He bumped his forehead and scraped his skin, blood flowing down his nose, but he was completely unaware. Your Highness's kindness in saving me is something I could never repay, even if I were to be shattered to pieces. Niu Jianhu's voice was hoarse, filled with absolute fanaticism. From this day forward, my life belongs to your Highness. If your Highness commands me to go through fire and water, I will not even flinch. Li Chengqian looked at him and said calmly, I don't need you to go through fire and water. I need you to do something for me. Your Highness, what are your orders? Niu Jianhu raised his head. Li Chengqian turned and walked back to his desk, picked up a drawing and handed it to Chengchumo. This is movable type printing. The books in the Tang Dynasty are all handwritten now. I want you to get a batch of jujube wood, pear wood and boxwood, find top craftsmen to carve the characters in reverse on small wooden blocks, type them up, and then print them on paper. Chengchumo took the blueprints, glanced at them, and his mind went blank. He may be simple-minded, but he's not stupid. Once this thing is made, books can be printed in thousands. Your Highness, if movable type printing is invented, all the poor scholars in the world will be able to afford to study. Chengchumo swallowed hard, instinctively feeling a trace of worry. But Your Highness, this will probably offend the 5 clans and 7 noble families to death. They monopolize the world's book collections. Chengchumo suddenly stopped mid-sentence. The image of the stewards of the Chui family of Qinghe and the Lu family of Fanyang kneeling under the hooves of horses outside the city yesterday, crying and begging for coal and bribes, flashed through his mind. Chengchumo slapped his forehead and grinned. This humble general is confused. Chengchumo laughed loudly. Those old dogs from the aristocratic families are all kneeling outside the manor, serving as His Highness's lackeys. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to stop His Highness. Not only will you not dare to stop me, Li Chengqian said with a cold smile. As long as you spread the word that I am going to print books, within 3 days the heads of the 5 clans and 7 noble families will personally bring the rare, out-of-print copies passed down from their ancestors to the Eastern Palace. Chengchumo nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. The 2 men accepted the order and left with great enthusiasm. As night fell, Chang'an fell silent. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the window lattice and fell on the bed in Xianda Hall. Li Chengqian opened his eyes right on time. Bite. Today's draw count has been updated. Should we proceed with the extraction? Extract. A deep blue light screen appeared, the cards flipped rapidly, and dazzling golden light burst from their edges. Successfully extracted. Gained ability. Scatter beans to create soldiers. Li Chengqian's eyes lit up as he scanned the skill analysis. Ability description. The host uses a soybean as a medium, infusing it with spiritual energy. The soybean transforms into a golden armored warrior the moment it hits the ground. The warrior is 8 feet tall, fully clad in golden armor, and possesses no pain, no emotions, absolute loyalty, and tireless power. Limitation. Each point of spirit power can summon 10 golden armor warriors. Current spirit power, 60, maximum capacity, 600. Li Chengqian looked at the panel and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Isn't this just like having ready-made heavenly soldiers and generals? Wang De. Li Chengqian pushed open the door. Wang De immediately bowed and greeted him, saying, This old servant is here. Go to the imperial kitchen. A hint of anticipation flashed in Li Chengqian's eyes. Give me a handful of the plumpest soybeans. Chapter 76 Li Yuan, Gao Ming, are you trying to seize the throne? The Eastern Palace, Xianda Hall. Wang De was extremely efficient. Before an incense stick had burned, he was panting as he carried a bamboo basket, about half his height, into the courtyard. The basket was filled with plump, round soybeans. The eunuchs and palace maids were waiting outside the hall, whispering amongst themselves as they looked at the basket of soybeans. "Steward Wang, what does His Highness need so many soybeans for?" A young eunuch was curious. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask." Wang glared at him, but he himself was also having doubts. A palace maid covered her mouth and chuckled, secretly delighted. "In my opinion, His Highness is about to use that abundant harvest magic again. Yesterday it was wheat, today it's beans. In the future, our Tang Dynasty's granaries will probably be overflowing." Wang De listened and nodded in deep agreement. His Highness the Crown Prince cares deeply for the common people. With the soybean production doubling, the people will have one more mouth to feed. The palace doors were pushed open. After washing up, Li Chengqian came out dressed in casual clothes. "Your Highness, the soybeans have arrived. They were all carefully selected by the Imperial Kitchen, and every single one is plump." Wang De immediately went to greet them. Li Chengqian walked to the bamboo basket. He glanced down, stretched out his right hand, and casually grabbed a few from the basket, 17 in total. Li Chengqian arrived at the open space in the center of the courtyard. The eunuchs and palace maids held their breath and stared wide-eyed, waiting to witness the miracle of the soybeans sprouting and the vines growing wildly. Li Chengqian remained calm. He opened his palm, and 17 points of spiritual energy instantly flowed into the soybean in his palm. "Go!" Li Chengqian flipped his wrist. 17 soybeans traced a parabola in the air and landed with remarkable precision on the bluestone slab. Clatter. The soft sound of beans falling to the ground was particularly clear in the quiet courtyard. No green shoots broke through the soil. No vines spread. Just as everyone was filled with doubt. Boom! 17 extremely dazzling golden beams of light shot into the sky from the bluestone slab without warning. A sudden gust of wind arose, rustling the leaves of the trees in the yard. Within the golden light, 17 extremely imposing figures rapidly expanded and solidified. The light faded. 17 giant men, each 8 feet tall, stood like iron towers in the courtyard of Shienda Hall. They were clad in extremely heavy, golden lamellar armor, the plates gleaming in the sunlight. His face was covered by a cold metal mask, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes that exuded an absolute murderous aura. The 17 people moved in perfect unison, without making a single extra sound, like 17 killing machines that had crossed over from an ancient battlefield. Quiet. A deathly silence. One of the eunuch's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, his crotch instantly becoming wet. The palace maid who had just guessed it was a bountiful harvest now covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. "Heavens, heavenly soldiers!" The palace maid's voice trembled, filled with extreme awe and fear. "Heavenly soldiers and generals!" Wang De stood frozen in place. He stared at the golden-armored warriors, who were even more imposing than Cheng Yaojin, and his mind went blank. Not farming? Is it about building troops? His Highness the Crown Prince casually scattered a handful of beans, and a divine army appeared. Wang De swallowed hard, bent his knees, knelt on the ground, pressed his forehead against the bluestone slab, and kowtowed frantically. His Highness the Crown Prince possesses boundless magical power. Divine weapons have descended upon the world. Heaven blesses the Tang Dynasty. The palace servants in the courtyard seemed to awaken from a dream, and they all knelt down in a rush, kowtowing repeatedly. Li Chengqian ignored their fervor. He hovered in midair, arms crossed over his chest, scrutinizing the golden-armored warrior before him with utmost care. The defense looks good, and the strength should be considerable as well. Li Chengqian made his own assessment. The system description states that these warriors are painless, emotionless, absolutely loyal, and tireless. This is simply the most perfect assassin, and also the most perfect laborer. Li Chengqian's fingers twitched slightly. Take 3 steps forward. He gave the instructions in his mind. Clang! 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 17 golden-armored warriors marched forward in perfect unison. Their heavy boots slammed against the bluestone pavement with a sickening creak. After 3 steps, it stopped abruptly. like an arm controlling its fingers. Not bad. A satisfied smile appeared on Li Chengqian's lips. The only pity is that these strongmen are made from soybeans. Although they are incredibly strong, they are still foot soldiers and cannot fly. If they could fly, they would truly be heavenly soldiers and generals. Li Chengqian stroked his chin. However, this is not a difficult task. He has the ability to ride clouds. By simply placing a cloud under the feet of each golden-armored warrior and granting them the authority to control the cloud, the first organized air force of the Tang Dynasty was born. Li Chengqian was planning the future organization of the heavenly generals. Suddenly, a series of extremely hurried footsteps came from outside the gate of Xianda Hall. Brilliant! I pondered that blueprint for the 9 heavens all night long. Li Yuan strode into the courtyard. The words were abruptly cut off before they could be finished. Li Yuan's gaze swept past the kneeling palace servants and fixed intently on the 17 8-foot-tall giants, gleaming with golden light and exuding murderous aura. He stopped in his tracks. Li Yuan's cloudy old eyes widened instantly, and an extremely terrifying glint appeared in his eyes. That was the instinctive reaction of a founding emperor. Army! An extremely elite, heavily armored army, armed to the teeth. And it just appeared out of nowhere in the courtyard of the East Palace. Li Yuan's breathing instantly became extremely heavy. He turned his head sharply, looking at Li Chengqian, who was suspended in midair. The shock on his face quickly turned into extreme ecstasy, even with a hint of madness. Clever! Li Yuan rushed forward, kicked aside the eunuch blocking his way, and lowered his voice, but his tone was trembling with excitement. You've finally figured it out? Li Chengqian was taken aback. What have you figured out? The throne! Li Yuan slapped his thigh, pointing at the golden-armored warriors. You've even brought out such divine weapons, what else are you trying to do but seize the throne? Li Yuan became more and more excited as he spoke, and he even started rolling up his sleeves, as if he had become 20 years younger. I've disliked the second brother for a long time. He hogs that position all day and favors Chingke, making you suffer so much. Li Yuan moved closer to Li Chengqian, his eyes flashing with an extremely dangerous light. Gao Ming, don't worry about it. Your grandfather will help you. Grandpa, you still have men on your side. As long as you give the order, my grandson and I will work together from the inside and outside to drag the second son down from the Taiji Hall today. Li Yuan was so excited that his beard stood on end. He never imagined that in his lifetime he would be able to personally orchestrate a coup, and that the target would be none other than his rebellious son Li Shimin, who had ousted him from the throne. This is even more enjoyable than being a god. Li Chengqian looked at Li Yuan, whose face was full of excitement, and his lips twitched slightly. Just how deep was this old man's resentment towards the heir? Upon seeing the army, his first reaction was to drag his grandson to rebel against his own son. Chapter 77. Wasn't Li Shimin the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty? Grandpa! Li Chengqian raised his hand and rubbed his temples with utter helplessness. You've misunderstood. A misunderstanding? Li Yuan's eyes widened. You've brought this person out here, and you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? This is just a new magic technique I just learned, called scattering beans to create soldiers. Li Chengqian pointed to the bamboo basket on the ground. Look, these are made from these soybeans. Li Yuan turned his head and glanced at the basket of soybeans, then looked at the 8-foot-tall golden-armored warriors. He stepped forward and, with utter disbelief, tapped the breastplate of one of the strongmen. Clang! The dull thud of metal colliding. It feels extremely hard and cold to the touch. Li Yuan gasped, looking at Li Chengqian as if he were a monster. Made from soybeans? Li Yuan swallowed hard. Li Chengqian nodded. Gao Ming, how many of these can you conjure up right now? Li Yuan thought that if they could produce large quantities, wouldn't the Tang army be able to use soybeans as a substitute in the future? And he can only summon 600 at the moment, Li Chengqian said. That's a bit too little. Li Yuan felt it was a pity. You don't need many of these, just 10,000 will be enough to sweep the entire world. Li Chengqian looked at Li Yuan, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. However, grandfather, Li Chengqian leaned forward, looking at him with a half-smile. You just said that you still have people in your hands? Li Yuan was taken aback by the question. Then, he straightened his back, stroked his gray beard, and an extremely arrogant expression appeared on his face. Of course. Li Yuan snorted coldly, his tone extremely arrogant. Boy, your father is indeed powerful, having conquered half of the Tang Dynasty. But your grandfather Mi is, after all, the founding emperor. Upon hearing this, Li Chengqian couldn't help but laugh. There was once a joke circulating online that said, wasn't Li Shimin the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty? However, Li Yuan didn't notice Li Chengqian's smile at this moment, and continued talking to himself. Back when the uprising started in Taiyuan, what storms hadn't I weathered? How could I possibly not have some trump cards up my sleeve? Li Yuan slightly raised his chin, giving off a come and asked me. Look. Looking at him like this, Li Chengqian quickly recalled the military and political structure of the early Tang Dynasty. Auntie, are you referring to the Imperial Guard you formed back then? Could it be that Grandpa is hiding one? Li Chengqian looked Li Yuan up and down with a somewhat suspicious gaze. Li Yuan's smug expression froze instantly. A subtle smile played on Li Chengqian's lips as he continued to deliver the final blow. I have heard that although the Yuan Tsong Imperial Guard is nominally your unit, most of them are veterans selected from many battles back then. Most of these people followed I in the Battle of Luoyang and the suppression of Wan Shichong. Li Chengqian picked up his teacup, his tone extremely calm, yet every word was piercing. Saying they are your people, I feel they are more like ice-old subordinates and fanboys. Grandpa, are you sure that if you raise your voice, they will follow you to beat up father, instead of tying you up and sending you to the Gamlu Palace to collect a reward? Puff! Li Yuan spat out the mouthful of tea he had just taken a sip of. He coughed violently, his old face turning bright red instantly. Whether from choking or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. You little bastard! Li Yuan pointed at Li Chengqian, his fingers trembling, unable to utter a single rebuttal for a long time. Ahem! Li Yuan awkwardly lowered his hand, forcing himself to save face. I was referring to a hidden move I made outside the pass back then. How could those bastards who sided with that rebellious son be comparable to me? Li Yuan's face flushed as he looked at Li Chengqian's ambiguous smile. He coughed twice, forcibly suppressing his embarrassment, and rummaged in his robes for a long time. Smack! Li Yuan tossed a black token, either gold nor wood, engraved with strange totems, onto the stone table. These are the 1,000 elite warriors I personally selected before your father rebelled back then. Li Yuan snorted coldly, his tone revealing a hint of arrogance. They've been kept in the old camp in Jinyang, and even the second prince doesn't know them. They only recognize this badge, and every single one of them is a skilled fighter who has seen blood. Li Chengqian's gaze fell on the token. He is indeed short-handed right now. The framework of the Heavenly Court needs to be set up, and various industries in Chang'an City need to be established. He can't rely on himself to use his magic for everything, or depend on those fools like Qing Chumo. Having 1,000 absolutely loyal bodyguards working in secret can save him countless troubles. Since you don't need it, then I'll take it. Li Chengqian unceremoniously put the token into his sleeve. My heavenly court is newly established, and needs some mortals to run errands. Li Yuan waved his hand. Take it. However, you'll need to lend me 10 of these golden-armored warriors. Li Chengqian looked at the 17 golden-armored giants standing in the courtyard, somewhat puzzled. What does grandfather want them for? Li Yuan grinned, revealing an extremely arrogant smile, even the wrinkles on his face exuding a cunning and ruthless aura. The second prince sits in the Taiji Hall all day putting on airs, really thinking he's something special. Li Yuan pointed at the golden-armored warriors, rubbing his hands excitedly. I'll take these 10 heavenly soldiers and let them stroll in front of him. Let him see what real pomp and circumstance is. Let's see if he can still maintain his imperial airs. Li Chengqian chuckled. The old man was addicted to showing off. He didn't stop him. His fingers twitched slightly. The 10 golden-armored warriors turned around in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized and without making a sound, and stood directly behind Li Yuan. "Let's go! Follow me to the Taiji Hall!" Li Yuan, full of vigor, strode out of Xianda Hall with his hands behind his back. Clang! 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 10 towering, golden-armored giants, each 8 feet tall, followed closely behind with heavy strides. Their heavy boots slammed against the cobblestones, producing a teeth-grinding screech. The air was thick with murderous intent. The spectacle was immense. Wang De swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. The retired emperor led the heavenly soldiers created by the crown prince to disrupt His Majesty's affairs. The Tang Dynasty's imperial palace is truly never at peace. Li Chengqian withdrew his gaze, turned around, and walked back to his desk to sit down. Niu Jianhu went to work on movable type printing. Within a few days, a large number of books could be printed at a very low cost. But books alone are not enough. The literacy rate in the Tang Dynasty was shockingly low. Ordinary people couldn't even write their own names. The reason why powerful and aristocratic families could maintain their high status was because they monopolized the right to interpret written language through their family traditions. Even if students from poor families obtained books, they couldn't even pronounce the words correctly, let alone understand them. To completely break the monopoly of aristocratic families, a simple and easy-to-understand method of phonetic notation and a comprehensive dictionary are needed. Pinyin. If we can develop the pinyin system and compile a dictionary, everyone in the world only needs to learn a few dozen pinyin letters to look up words in a dictionary and recognize characters on their own, without having to seek help from those renowned scholars and Confucian masters. Chapter 78. The chance to make a name for oneself in history should naturally be left to one's younger sister. Who should be chosen to compile this dictionary? Li Shimin appointed a group of officials to serve in the Eastern Palace for him, including Kong Yingda, Zhang Xuansu, and Yu Jining. The faces of these people flashed through Li Chengqian's mind, and his eyes instantly turned cold. These pedantic scholars, nominally grand tutors to the crown prince, are in reality a bunch of fame-seeking opportunists. In the past, if the original owner went hunting or listened to music, these people would act as if their father had died, weeping and writing memorials to impeach him. They weren't teaching the crown prince at all. Instead, they were using his reputation to build their own lasting fame for speaking out and offering honest advice. Entrust them with the monumental task of compiling the first phonetic dictionary, a feat worthy of being hailed as a saint and remembered in history. Dream. Li Chengqian tapped his fingers lightly on the table. I would rather feed my merits to the dogs than give them to these ungrateful wretches. A clear laugh echoed from the courtyard. Li Lizzie led Xingyang, while Cici ran ahead and crossed the threshold. Brother! Cici, with his short legs, pounced on Li Chengqian's lap. Li Chengqian picked her up and his gaze fell on Li Lizzie. Princess Chanlo of the Tang Dynasty was proficient in all the arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and possessed an extremely delicate and intelligent mind. A smile appeared on Li Chengqian's lips. Li Lizzie felt a little uneasy under his gaze. She reached up and touched her cheek, somewhat puzzled. Brother, is there something dirty on Lizzie's face? No. Li Chengqian pointed to the chair opposite him. Sit down. Your brother has a momentous matter that will go down in history, and I'm entrusting it to you. Li Lizzie paused for a moment, then obediently sat down, her expression becoming serious. Brother, please speak. Li Chengqian picked up a brush and wrote more than 20 strange symbols on the rice paper. This is called pinyin. Li Chengqian pushed the xian paper in front of Li Lizzie. This is a method of phonetic notation that your brother has learned. As long as you learn the pronunciation of these symbols and combine them together, you can spell out the pronunciation of all Chinese characters in the world with extreme accuracy. Li Lizzie looked down at the symbols on the xian paper, her face full of confusion. Li Chengqian pointed to one of the characters. Take this character Tian. Using these two symbols, T and Ian, put them together, it becomes Tian, T and Tian. He patiently taught me the pronunciation rules of several basic initials and finals. Li Lizzie was extremely talented. In less than half an incense stick's time, she had already mastered the core logic of spelling. She tried to spell a few uncommon characters, and her pronunciation was extremely accurate. Li Lizzie stopped what she was doing and suddenly looked up. Her eyes were wide open, and her breathing became extremely rapid. She had been well versed in literature since childhood and knew all too well what this meant. The current phonetic notation method in the Tang Dynasty is the Fanxia method, which uses 2 Chinese characters to annotate the pronunciation of 1 Chinese character. It's extremely cumbersome and prone to errors. But this pinyin is simple, direct, and accurate. Brother! Li Lizzie's voice trembled as she gripped the edge of the xian paper tightly with both hands. If this knowledge spreads, poor scholars across the land will no longer need to beg noble families to teach them to read. Not bad. Li Chengqian leaned back in his chair, his tone flat. Niu Jianhu is already setting up a printing workshop. We have the books, and we have the pinyin. Now, all we need is a dictionary that includes pinyin and definitions for all Chinese characters. Li Chengqian looked at Li Lizzie and said, I am going to entrust this task of compiling the dictionary to you. Li Lizzie was so frightened that she stood up immediately. Compile a dictionary. Since ancient times, this has been a sacred undertaking that only the most learned scholars of the time could participate in. Which of the participants in the previous dynasties, Qianyun, was not a renowned Confucian scholar? How could a 14-year-old princess dare to undertake such a monumental task that would go down in history? Brother, this is too heavy. Li Lizzie waved her hands repeatedly, her tone flustered. Lizzie is just a woman, lacking in talent and learning, and is simply not up to the task. The Crown Prince has Grand Tutor Kong and Grand Master Yu. They are truly great scholars. No. Li Chengqian interrupted her. Kongingda? Yu Jining? Li Chengqian sneered. A bunch of hypocrites who climbed up by stepping on my back. Even if I burn this dictionary, I won't leave them with a single trace of their reputation. He looked at Li Lizzie, his tone softening, yet still carrying an undeniable domineering air. You are my own sister. My immortal techniques and achievements will naturally be left to my family. I don't care what the world thinks. If I say you're capable, then you're capable. Cixi raised her little hand in Li Chengqian's arms. Big sister is the smartest. Big sister can definitely do it. Qingyang also ran over and grabbed Li Lizzie's hand. Sister, we'll help you too. Seeing the absolute trust in Li Chengqian's eyes, Li Lizzie's fear gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented surge of passion. Were princesses of the Tang Dynasty only meant to be tools for political marriages, or to embroider and raise birds in the deep palace? Li Lizzie took a deep breath, her eyes becoming extremely determined. Brother, I'll take it. Li Lizzie nodded emphatically. Li Chengqian smiled. That's right. If you need anything, just tell Wang De. If you need money, you can withdraw it freely from the Eastern Palace's treasury. After a moment's thought, Li Lizzie said, Brother, compiling a dictionary is a huge project, and I certainly can't do it alone. Since we're not using those great scholars like Kong Ingda, can I ask someone else for help? Who do you want? The sisters in the princess's courtyard. Li Lizzie's eyes lit up. Although Gaoyang and Bailing are mischievous, they can read. And then there are the female tutors who teach us. Most of them come from prestigious families and are very knowledgeable. It's only because they are women that they can only teach us in the palace. If they were to participate in compiling books, they would definitely give it their all. After hearing this, Li Chengqian clapped his hands and laughed. Great! Great idea! The first dictionary in the Tang Dynasty to be used throughout the land was compiled by a group of princesses and female teachers. This is simply the harshest slap in the face to those aristocratic Confucian scholars who spout benevolence, morality, and male superiority. Do as you say. Li Chengqian waved his hand. From today onwards, the side hall of the East Palace will be vacated and used as your library. Anyone who dares to utter a word of criticism, I will rip out their tongue. Li Lizzie's cheeks flushed with excitement. She curtsied deeply, forgetting even about Cixi and Xingyang, and grabbed the sheet of xian paper covered in pinyin, then turned and ran outside. She was going to gather people and embark on this monumental undertaking that would overturn the literary and cultural traditions of the Tang Dynasty. Meanwhile, at the Taiji Hall, Li Shimin sat upright on the dragon throne, frowning as he listened to Fang Xianling report on the taxes levied in the Guangzhou region. Suddenly, a series of extremely heavy and orderly footsteps came from outside the hall. Clang! 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 The sound was so loud that it could be clearly heard even inside the Taiji hall. All the civil and military officials turned to look outside the hall. Li Chengqian frowned, about to lose his temper. Second brother! Stop listening to your lousy ledger! Come out and see what I've brought! Li Yuan's loud voice came from outside the hall. Immediately afterward, under the extremely terrified gazes of Zhang Anan and the imperial guards, Li Yuan strode into the Taiji hall with his hands behind his back. Behind him, 10 giant metal men, each 8 feet tall and clad in golden armor, violently squeezed into the palace gate. Golden light flashed, and a murderous aura soared to the sky. 10 golden-armored warriors stood in the center of the Taiji hall, resembling 10 insurmountable iron towers. The air inside the hall froze instantly. The tablet in Fang Xuanling's hand fell directly to the ground. Qing Yaojin stared wide-eyed at the golden-armored warriors, his mouth practically watering. Elite troops. If I had soldiers like these under my command, how many fewer brothers would have died in battle back then? Li Chengqian suddenly stood up from the dragon throne, his legs under the dragon robe slightly weak. He looked at Li Yuan, then at the giant men in golden armor, his voice hoarse. Father, what is this? Li Yuan raised his chin and let out an extremely arrogant sneer. These are the heavenly soldiers and generals that Gao Ming just created. Li Yuan pointed at the golden-armored warrior. Chapter 79, Yao Jin was defeated in one move. Li Yuan's words, heavenly soldiers and divine generals, silenced everyone in the Taiji hall. Li Chengqian stood in front of the dragon throne, his eyes fixed on the 10 golden-armored warriors. Heavenly soldiers and divine generals. Moreover, it appeared in the Eastern Palace. If Gao Ming really wants that position, does he still need to wait? Li Chengqian's heart sank. But the next moment, he suppressed the thought. The throne? Gao Ming probably wouldn't even consider it. This judgment made Li Chengqian's feelings even more complicated. The most painful thing for an emperor is not that his son wants to seize the throne. Rather, it was because his son was so powerful that he didn't even bother to fight for the throne. Inside the hall, several officials from aristocratic families exchanged glances. Their eyes flashed very quickly. If His Highness the Crown Prince wishes to ascend the throne ahead of schedule, shouldn't they prepare earlier? For example, could you help His Highness the Crown Prince invite His Majesty off the dragon throne? For example, could we simply tie His Majesty up and send him to the Eastern Palace? The more they thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. In any case, the true destiny of the Tang Dynasty doesn't seem to lie on the dragon throne, but in the Eastern Palace. Li Chengqian was unaware that in the eyes of several powerful officials, he had gone from being the heavenly Khan to being something to be offered up. He stared at the golden-armored warrior and asked in a deep voice, Father, where did these heavenly soldiers come from? Li Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, his face full of smugness. Where else could they come from? Gao Ming is filial and afraid that I am getting old and have no one to protect me, so he insisted on giving me 10 heavenly soldiers. As he spoke, Li Yuan sighed. I declined for a long time. Li Chengqian's eyelids twitched. You declined? Your smile is so wide it almost reaches your ears. Li Yuan continued. But Gao Ming is such a filial son, no matter how I try to persuade him, he won't listen. I have no choice but to reluctantly accept him. Inside the Taiji hall, many ministers bowed their heads. It's not about reverence. I was afraid of laughing out loud. Li Chengqian sat back on the dragon throne, his face turning pale and then black. He would have been jealous if he had heard something like that before. Now he was even more certain. That old man borrowed it on purpose. She came here specifically to be jealous of him. At this moment, Chen Yaojin, standing in the ranks of the military officers, could no longer hold back. He stared at the golden-armored warrior, his eyes flashing with an alarming light. The retired emperor! Qing Yaojin stepped forward, clasped his hands in a fist and said, "Your subject has a request that may be made." Li Yuan glanced at him. "What do you want to do?" Qing Yaojin grinned and said, "I would like to exchange a few blows with this heavenly soldier." Upon hearing this, a collective gasp filled the hall. Li Shimin also became interested. He desperately wanted to know just how strong these golden-armored warriors were. Li Yuan stroked his beard. He wanted to know too. After all, these 10 heavenly soldiers would be a source of pride for him in the future. Whether a brand can maintain its image depends entirely on its strength. Approved. Li Yuan waved his hand and said, "But Lao Qing, don't blame me for not reminding you. These are skilled heavenly soldiers, not your personal guards." Qing Yaojin patted his chest. "Your Majesty, rest assured, while I may not be good at much else, I'm certainly skilled at taking a beating." Yuqi Jingde immediately laughed and scolded. "Old Qing, what you said is quite honest." The military officers immediately burst into laughter. Li Jing couldn't help but shake his head. Fan Xianling picked up the tablet that had fallen to the ground and whispered to Chang Sun Wuji, "The Duke of Lu is testing the strength of the heavenly army on behalf of all the civil and military officials." Chang Sun Wuji nodded. "It's also to test it on behalf of His Majesty." Li Shimin did not refute. He really needs an answer. Soon, everyone moved to the square outside the Taiji Hall. The Imperial Guards quickly cleared the area. Chen Yaojin changed into a set of gleaming armor, held a long spear, and strode out. With a clang of armor, he looked like a tiger rolling out of the battlefield. Yuqi Jingde crossed his arms and shouted, "Old Qing, hold on! Don't let yourself get taken down in one move!" Qing Yaojin turned around and spat. "Old Black, shut up! Wait until I'm done fighting, then it's your turn." Yuqi Jingde chuckled. "I'm not in a hurry, I'll watch you get beaten up first." The military officers burst into laughter again. Even Li Shimin showed a slight smile. This kind of scene has been a long time coming. After the Xuanwood Gate incident, many things changed. But these old buddies' tendency to undermine each other hasn't changed. Li Yuan stood on the steps and pointed. A golden-armored warrior stepped forward. Clang! It only took one step. The ground seemed to shake. Qing Yaojin's smile faded somewhat. He is a veteran of the battlefield. He could tell at a glance whether the thing in front of him exuded murderous intent. And it's very heavy. This was not the murderous aura of an ordinary soldier. This is the power of an inanimate object that has no fear, no hesitation, and no way out. Qing Yaojin gripped his spear tightly and said in a deep voice, "Forgive me!" Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed out. The spear pierced the air, aiming straight for the chest of the golden-armored warrior. This shot wasn't flashy. Fast, ruthless, and steady. Ordinary warriors would have to dodge or parry this shot. But the golden-armored warrior did not dodge. It didn't even raise its hand. The spear tip pierced the breastplate hard. When the sparks exploded, the spear curved into an arc. Qing Yaojin's expression changed. The next moment, the golden-armored warrior moved. It lifted its leg. One kick. There are no special moves. There was no power buildup. It's that simple to kick it out. Bang! Qing Yaojin was sent flying backwards. The bright armor clanged in the air. He flew more than 30 feet away, crashed heavily to the ground, and slid a short distance before stopping. The square fell silent instantly. The smile on Yuqi Jingde's face froze. Li Jing's eyes narrowed. Although Qin Qiong is not here, if Qin Huaiyu were, he would probably be speechless on the spot. Qing Yaojin's martial prowess was absolutely top-notch in the Tang Dynasty. Even if he's not the best in the world, he's definitely not someone anyone can defeat in one move. But now, he's been kicked away. The golden-armored warrior stood still. He didn't even take a second step. Know your place! Li Shimin's expression changed. Yuqi Jingde was the first to rush over. Old Qing! Is he dead? Qing Yaojin lay on the ground, baring his teeth. Don't move! Don't move! Yu Qijingda's outstretched hand froze in midair. Qing Yaojin hissed. His ribs, they're probably broken in several places. Good heavens, this thing is inhuman! After he finished speaking, he struggled to lift his head and look at the golden-armored warrior. This divine general, I, Lao Qing, am convinced. He swallowed hard. May I ask how much force you used just now? All the officials and civil and military officers turned to look at the golden-armored warrior. The golden-armored warrior remained silent. It raised its right hand. Extend 3 fingers. 3. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the square. 3-part strength. He used only a fraction of his strength to kick Qing Yaojin and break his ribs. What if it's 10 times the strength? Qing Yaojin would probably be cut in 2 on the spot. Yu Qijingda's Adam's apple bobbed. He looked down at Qing Yaojin, his tone unusually serious. Old Qing, I won't laugh at you anymore. Qing Yaojin groaned in pain. If you dare laugh, I'll curse your ancestors even while I'm lying down. Li Jing stared at the golden-armored warrior, remaining silent for a long time. If the Tang Dynasty had 1,000 soldiers like this, it could have easily wiped out all the tribes of the grasslands. If there were 10,000, the boundaries of the world should be redrawn. The light in Li Shimin's eyes was almost impossible to suppress. He was an emperor who rose from the ashes. No one understood what this kind of soldier meant better than him. Li Shimin looked at the 9 golden-armored warriors behind Li Yuan, his heart burning with excitement. If Gao Ming can make 10, he can make 100. If we can make 100, we can make 1,000. If the Tang Dynasty had such an army, why would it worry about the barbarians around it? But he quickly calmed down. These soldiers do not belong to the imperial court. That's quite clever. Li Shimin suddenly felt that his status as emperor was somewhat shabby. Chapter 80. Old Hey, do you have a rare copy of this book? Li Yuan clearly saw Li Shimin's expression. The old man felt relieved. Very comfortable. He put his hands behind his back and said slowly, Second brother, don't look at it that way. Gao Ming said that these 10 are for my protection. Li Shimin's lips twitched slightly. I didn't want it. Li Yuan nodded. Of course you didn't want it. You are the emperor, you don't seek fame or fortune, and you don't covet divine weapons. Li Shimin. Father, that's enough. At this point, the officials from the powerful families finally realized what was happening. An official from the Chui clan of Qinghe was the first to step forward and kneel down. The safety of the Emperor Emeritus concerns the very foundation of the nation. His Highness the Crown Prince has used heavenly troops to protect the Emperor Emeritus. This is the epitome of filial piety and benevolence. The Lu family officials immediately followed. His Highness the Crown Prince's filial piety is worthy of being a model for the whole world. I second that proposal. I second that opinion. A flurry of activity ensued. The powerful officials knelt down faster than anyone else. Li Yuan beamed with joy upon hearing this. He looked at Li Shimin, his eyes conveying only one message. See that? My grandson is so filial. Li Shimin sat calmly on the imperial carriage. He didn't even swear. Wei Jing stood in the crowd and glanced at Li Shimin. He noticed that since he had insulted His Majesty last time, His Majesty seemed to have come to terms with things. At least now, after being so hurt by the retired emperor, he didn't jump up on the spot. Good. The ability to endure is a fundamental skill of a wise ruler. It's just that I've had to endure it quite a bit. Fan Xianling said in a low voice. Your Majesty, Duke Lu's injuries are quite serious. Should we ask His Highness the Crown Prince? Li Shimin waved his hand. Send it to the Crown Prince's palace. He paused, then added. Let Qing Jijie go and ask Gao Mingji himself. Qing Yaojin, lying on the ground, immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. Your Majesty is wise. I was just about to go to the Eastern Palace to seek medical help. Yu Qijingda looked down at him. You were just saying you wanted to freeload a meal, weren't you? Qing Yaojin closed his eyes. I'm injured, I can't hear. Everyone finally couldn't help but laugh. The tense atmosphere eased slightly. Li Shimin then dismissed the court. Chen Yaojin was carried to Xianda Hall on a stretcher by 4 imperial guards, and he kept gasping for breath and pain along the way. Li Yuan followed slowly behind, his hands behind his back. They soon entered the Xianda Hall. Brilliant! This old codger insisted on testing the strength of the heavenly soldiers, but he couldn't even withstand a single move. Li Yuan walked to the stone table, sat down, and picked up a teacup. Take a look and make sure he doesn't really die in the Eastern Palace. Li Chengqian couldn't help but laugh when he saw Qing Yaojin's grimacing face. He knew the strength of the golden-armored warrior very well. The fact that he couldn't kick Qing Yaojin through with only 3/10 of his strength meant that this old monster's physique was already extraordinary. Duke Lu, how is the heavenly general's footwork? Li Chengqian joked. Qing Yaojin's face contorted in pain. Your Highness, I, Qing Yaojin, am truly defeated this time. That's no ordinary person who could handle it. I have 3 broken ribs, you must save me. Without wasting words, Li Chengqian raised his right hand and hovered it in front of Qing Yaojin's chest. The heaven-mending hand. 5 colored lights surged out instantly, piercing through Qing Yaojin's bright armor and disappearing into his chest. As the energy of creation circulated, the broken ribs fused and grew back together at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, the light dissipated. Qing Yaojin tentatively twisted his waist and then patted his chest forcefully. Bang! Bang! A dull thud was heard, but it didn't hurt at all. Not only did it not hurt, but he even felt that some of the old injuries he had suffered in his early years had become much lighter. Incredible! Qing Yaojin's eyes widened, and he immediately knelt on one knee. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life. All right, get up. Li Chengqian withdrew his hand. It's just the time for dinner. Since Duke Lu is here, let's stay and have a simple meal together. Qing Yaojin had been waiting for these words, and he grinned so wide his eyes disappeared. Then I, old Qing, won't be polite. Soon, the eunuch brought the stir-fried dishes in an iron pot to the table. The rich aroma of meat and spices filled the hall. Qing Yaojin had never eaten food prepared this way before. He devoured the food in a flash, eating 3 large bowls of rice before slowing down. Li Yuan picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks, glanced around the hall, and seeing that Qingyang and Cixi were both there, he looked at Li Chengqian with a puzzled expression. Gao Ming, why is Lizzie not here today? Cixi, who was gnawing on a chicken leg next to him, looked up and said indistinctly, Grandpa, my sister is working at the library. She said she's going to compile a large dictionary. A library? A dictionary? Li Yuan was taken aback and turned to look at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Grandpa, I taught Lizzie a set of phonetic notation methods from the celestial realm, and asked her to lead the sisters in the princess courtyard and the female teachers to compile the first phonetic dictionary of the Tang Dynasty. This matter concerns the literacy of poor students throughout the world, and it is a great achievement for generations to come. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan gasped in shock. Sending a group of women to repair books? Or should we compile a scripture that could shake the foundations of aristocratic families? If this gets out, all those pedantic scholars in Chang'an will wear down the threshold of the Taiji Hall. But then he thought to himself, his grandson is a living god, why should he be afraid of some pedantic scholar? Good! Well done! Li Yuan slammed his hand on the table. We should keep this merit within our own family. Qing Yaojin, who was sitting to the side eating like crazy, suddenly perked up his ears. Repairing books? Dictionaries? A monumental achievement? Although he was a rough and uncultured man, he had an extremely keen political sense. This is a deal that will go down in history. If we could get involved in this, the Qing family's ancestral graves would be emitting auspicious smoke. Qing Yaojin put down his bowl, wiped his mouth hastily, and suddenly stood up. Your Highness! Princess Changla must be lacking ancient books for reference when she is compiling her letter, right? My Qing family may not have much else, but we have many rare and unique books. I will send them to Her Highness tomorrow." The moment these words were spoken, the hall fell silent. Li Chengqian raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a half-smile. "Cheng Laohe, do you still have any shame? If you say your family has knives, spears, and halberds, I'll believe you. You say your family has a rare book? What does that have to do with your family at all? How many characters do you even know?" Li Yuan laughed in anger and pointed at Cheng Yaojin's nose, cursing him. Caught off guard, Cheng Yaojin remained unfazed, his neck stiffening as he retorted. "Your Majesty, I don't like hearing that. I may be illiterate, but my wife is. Our family is a scholarly one." Li Yuan's lips twitched. Li Chengqian then remembered. Cheng Yaojin's first wife died early, and he later remarried, marrying the legitimate daughter of the Chui family of Qinghe. This old fox is planning to get something for nothing by using his wife's family's wealth to curry favor with him. "All right." Li Chengqian didn't expose him and nodded. "Since Duke Lu has this intention, then I will accept it on behalf of Lizzie. The more copies I have, the better. Your Highness, rest assured. I, Cheng Yaojin, have it all covered." Cheng Yaojin patted his chest and assured him. After finishing his meal, Cheng Yaojin didn't linger for a moment. He rushed out of the East Palace and headed straight for the Duke of Lu's residence.